The abyss descends, and the blue planet undergoes a transformation. This marks an era for practitioners, where upon reaching adulthood, everyone is bestowed with their first skill, thereby becoming a practitioner. Lin Yi acquires the fireball spell, becoming an ordinary mage. Simultaneously, he awakens an SS grade talent. Divine Gift. Chapter 1. A skill point every second. This cheat is quite extraordinary. In a parallel world, on Blue Planet, the playground of Jiangxing No. 2 High School is currently teeming with students. Today is the day when the seniors of No. 2 awaken their professional skills. It is also the oath-taking ceremony for practitioners nationwide. Countless students clad in No. 2 uniforms are lined up by class, seated in neat rows, with a multitude of media representatives and journalists wielding cameras, capturing this significant moment. Class 8 of senior year, all soldiers rise, stand up, join me in the oath. At the front of the formation, a spirited young man suddenly stands up, seizing the microphone and shouting passionately. From this day forth, I shall become a member of the great Xia's practitioners. I will strive diligently and courageously level up. The resurgence of humanity, and I shall play my part. Perhaps overwhelmed by his fervor, he begins to gag by the end of his declaration. Clap, clap, clap. The school leaders on stage lead the applause. Countless media representatives and journalists join in with their applause and commendations. This is precisely the spirit they desire. Within Class 8 of senior year, a handsome boy struggles to contain his laughter. His name is Lin Yi, who has traversed into this world for 18 years. This is a realm that has been integrated and invaded by countless games, where the global landscape has expanded to more than 10 times that of the Earth Lin Yi once knew. Moreover, humanity in this world does not occupy the apex of the food chain on Blue Planet. In numerous unknown territories, fearsome monsters and beasts lurk, perpetually threatening the flame of human civilization. In such an environment, everyone seems to be imbued with an unquenchable zeal to improve themselves. Preparation for battle is their sole focus. Fortunately, humanity has also been graced by the providence of the Blue Planet's heavenly path. Upon reaching the age of 18, each individual is granted a singular opportunity to awaken a skill. Acquiring a combat skill signifies a successful transition into a primary combat profession. Consequently, they will become the vanguard for humanity against monsters and beasts. Their status and rank are significantly elevated compared to those awakening auxiliary or lifestyle skills. You're still able to laugh? I'm on the verge of a nervous breakdown. A tall, burly boy beside Lin Yi jabs him in the lower back, drenched in sweat. Why are you so nervous? It's just the awakening of a profession. Lin Yi dismisses casually, remaining composed. The tall boy, named Zhang Shan, is Lin Yi's friend, and perhaps the lofty expectations from his parents weigh heavily on him. Despite his imposing stature, he is far from exhibiting Lin Yi's calm demeanor. You've been the top student in our grade for 3 years of course. You're not anxious. Damn it, I just want to be a warrior, inheriting my father's legacy. He even has a complete set of equipment and skill books, plus 5 skill point scrolls ready for me to use. It's time to farm for gold, old man. Lin Yi chuckles, truly a devoted SOS. The oath ceremony concludes. The awakening ceremony for practitioners at Jiangxing No. 2 High School officially commences. The process of the ceremony is quite straightforward. Those whose names are called ascend the stage and touch the massive light blue crystal floating at the center, thereby acquiring their first skill. Simultaneously, they awaken the corresponding professional traits based on the skills gained. Zhao Quan, skill acquired. Fishing, lifestyle profession fisherman. Kai Kuan, skill acquired. Singing, lifestyle profession idol. Jiang Chengliang, skill acquired. Forging, lifestyle profession blacksmith. As one after another steps up to awaken their profession, the teachers announcing the results on stage recite the cold names of skills and professions, causing many in the audience, like Zhang Shan, to grow increasingly anxious. In truth, the teachers at Jiangxing No. 2 are equally dissatisfied. They converse in hushed tones. Why is this year's batch of students so lacking in aptitude? More than 10 minutes have passed, and not a single combat skill has been awakened. Jiangya, come up to awaken your profession. The teacher on stage calls another name, and in an instant, all eyes from Class 8 are fixed upon a girl with an ethereal demeanor at the front of the line. Go for it, Jiangya. The class leader, Hu Kai, who had just been vociferous, reveals a self-satisfied smile of encouragement towards Jiangya. Little did he know, his attempt at flattery fell flat. For at that moment, she didn't even glance at him. Instead, she raised her gaze toward another boy at the back of the line. Lin Yi, sensing Jiang Ya's somewhat provocative glance, feels a tinge of helplessness. Was it really necessary to harbor such resentment simply because he had consistently outperformed her over the past 3 years? Must she taunt him during her profession awakening? As the belle of Class 8 and the entire Jiangxing No. 2, Jiang Ya's presence is certainly noteworthy. Instantly, all attention shifts back to Lin Yi. After all, one is the top student, the other the second. The atmosphere is thick with tension. The awakening professions of these two have become a topic of fervent discussion among many. Jiangya gazes deeply at Lin Yi before striding onto the stage, extending her hand to touch the blue crystal. In the next moment, the crystal shudders, emitting a powerful surge of magical energy. Suddenly, the entire playground is engulfed in extraordinary phenomena. Countless grains of sand and stones begin to defy gravity, gradually levitating into the air. They even rotate in a mesmerizing pattern. The old principal's eyes gleam with excitement. Before the announcing teacher can speak, he preempts with the declaration of the awakening result. Jianya, skill awakened. Telekinetic manipulation. Combat profession. Psychic manipulator. Wow! A wave of astonishment ripples through the crowd. Click, click, click. The impatient journalists in the back fervently press their shutters, documenting this historic moment. A psychic manipulator, a rare grade profession. This vocation enables the wielder to manipulate objects with mental force to attack foes and can also utterly dismantle an enemy's mental defenses with terrifying telekinesis. Upon realizing she has attained such an exceedingly rare profession, the usually stoic Jianya reveals a hint of a smile. Lin Yi, come up to awaken your profession. Following Jiang Ye's astonishing display, all eyes once again converge on Lin Yi. Being the second in the grade, he is expected to awaken a rare profession. As for the top student, could he possibly awaken a legendary one? The thought of an epic grade profession is something they scarcely dare to entertain. The pressure mounts on Lin Yi. Zhang Shan's hands tremble uncontrollably. Yet, as his close friend stands on the brink of the most significant challenge of his life, he offers his encouragement. Go for it. You got this. Aim for an epic grade profession. Lin Yi strides confidently onto the stage. T.O.say he is not anxious would be a L.I. in this setting, under the watchful eyes and eager anticipation of the multitude. Even Lin Yi, whose heart had long since settled into a state of tranquility after 2 lifetimes, felt a tinge of anxiousness. He reached out to touch the azure spirit crystal. A chilling sensation enveloped him. In the next moment, a faint ripple of magical energy emanated from the crystal. The old principal beside him raised his eyebrows, a flicker of expectation crossing his face. However, to his surprise, the magical fluctuation that had appeared abruptly ceased to intensify. Its amplitude remained stagnant. Ultimately, he concealed his disappointment and announced with forced enthusiasm, Lin Yi, you have awakened skill. Fireball, and your combat class is mage. A mage, the most ordinary of mages. Although it is indeed a combat class, with the illustrious Jiang Yi setting a precedent and Lin Yi boasting countless halos above his head, this outcome left the majority feeling thoroughly disheartened. Click, click, the sound of shutters echoed incessantly. Lin Yi stood on stage, not due to dissatisfaction with the skill and class he had awakened. Rather, at that moment, he heard another voice resounding in his mind. Congratulations! You have awakened the SS grade talent. Gift of the gods. Effect. You gain 1 skill point per second. Note, this talent will gradually unlock more functions as your experience and strength increase. Stay tuned. Chapter 2. Setting a small goal. First, upgrade Fireball to Forbidden Spell. What? 1 skill point per second. Isn't this a bit over the top? Lin Yi was momentarily bewildered. For according to the knowledge he had gleaned from textbooks, in this world, the majority of professional skills were acquired in their rudimentary forms. Even if one were a master-level expert of the 5th or 6th tier, upon acquiring a new skill, it would merely be a level 1 minor skill. Subsequently, one would need to engage in dungeon runs, complete quests, or obtain various rare resources or fortuitous encounters to earn skill points. Moreover, the efficiency of acquiring skill points was exceedingly low. At least prior to reaching the 3rd tier, most challenging dungeons would yield only a handful of skill points per run. As for ordinary dungeons, unfortunately, skill points were non-existent as completion rewards. Hence, for the professionals of this world, the tier of a skill was often the most direct reflection of their combat prowess. A higher skill tier can easily allow one to triumph over a lower-level adversary. This explains why the majority of professionals in this world are tireless grind enthusiasts. Because to enhance the potency of skills, one must be relentless. In Lin Yi, he mentally calculated a quick estimate. He needed to do nothing at all in dungeon runs, no quests. By idling for a single day, he could amass a staggering 86,400 skill points. What does this even imply? This signifies that, following the acquisition of a new skill, Lin Yi might only require a single day to elevate that skill to its pinnacle, or even to its maximum tier. The bewilderment and shock reflected in Lin Yi's expression transformed in the eyes of others into disbelief and a profound sense of disparity. The greatest fear lies in comparison. With Jiang Yi, a rare-class professional, leading the way and so many eyes filled with anticipation, this was the outcome. They even began to worry whether Lin Yi would be able to withstand such disappointment and disparity. Zhang Shan clenched his fists tightly. After the initial shock, he felt an even greater pang of sympathy for his good brother. In his mind, Lin Yi should at least awaken a rare-class profession, even if he could not achieve a rare class like Jiang Yi. Yet, to his dismay, he ended up with a mere ordinary mage. The first skill he acquired was Fireball. The characteristics of the mage profession are unmistakable. It is a class known for its extensive range and high-output destructive capabilities. Yet, it has its shortcomings. Casting times are lengthy, and a mage is often fragile. Thus, most mages typically acquire Frostbolt as their initial skill. This ice-based skill offers slowing and controlling effects, making it easier for mages to kite enemies while leveling. While fire mages boast higher damage, they require substantial protection. They possess almost no solo leveling capabilities. Lin Yi, my dear student, I believe you need not feel so disheartened. This is quite commendable. The mage profession also holds boundless potential. The road ahead is long. Do not dwell on a momentary disparity. The old principal forced a smile, patting Lin Yi on the shoulder as he earnestly offered words of encouragement. Meanwhile, countless onlookers and media personnel began to murmur among themselves. First in the grade, and yet he ends up with just an ordinary profession. I relish watching the fall of such a genius. I've never liked that kid. He's been so arrogant just because he's a bit handsome and has decent grades. Now, he's met his match. Just look at him. He's surely unable to handle the blow. Looks like he'll be just another face in the crowd. You lot are talking nonsense. As if you all would definitely awaken a combat profession. Perhaps you're not even as good as Lin Yi. Zhang Shan began to argue with the classmates around him who were throwing sarcastic remarks. His neck craned, his face flushed with indignation. In the crowd. Jiangya gazed at Lin Yi on stage, a hint of regret flickering in her eyes. She uttered no mocking words, nor did she look down upon him for awakening an ordinary profession. She understood this man all too well. 3 years as desk mates, 3 years as rivals. Her feelings towards Lin Yi were exceedingly complex. She had to admit, at this moment, she had finally triumphed over Lin Yi. Yet why did she still feel so disheartened? Lin Yi, comforted by the old principal, was taken aback. When did I ever appear despondent? Can't you see how exhilarated I am? Well, perhaps it's best to maintain a low profile. No, I cannot remain here any longer. Lin Yi feared he might burst into laughter. With his talent, he already concocted a wild plan in his mind, according to the knowledge he had gleaned from books. The skill levels of all professionals are divided into 9 tiers. Beyond the 9th tier lies the ultimate form of each profession's skills. Taking the mage as an example, the 9th tier skill is the forbidden spell. What lies beyond the forbidden spell, Lin Yi did not know. Yet he had a modest goal, to elevate his fireball to the forbidden spell first. The skill points required to upgrade from the 1st to the 9th tier amount to millions. For the majority of professionals, it could take centuries or even a lifetime to achieve. However, for Lin Yi, it would merely take a little over 10 days. During the latter half of the awakening ceremony, Lin Yi chose not to participate. After all, everyone believed he was feeling downcast. Then I might as well play along. Getting out of class early is a delight. The door swung open, revealing Lin Yi's father, Lin Guodong. How did it go? What profession did you awaken? Lin Guodong looked at his son with a beaming smile. Although he was merely an ordinary civilian professional, he was among the most laborious and lowly positioned, a minor. Yet, he took immense pride in having a son like Lin Yi. Lin Yi's mother, Su Qingfeng, emerged upon hearing the sound of the door, her face alight with anticipation as she gazed at Lin Yi magician. Lin Yi exclaimed. Lin Guodong and Su Qingfeng exchanged a glance, each perceiving the other's expression of delight. Splendid, splendid. Who would have thought that our Lin family would produce a combat-oriented profession? Being a magician is excellent. High damage output, no concerns about employment. Hurry, wash your hands, and let us dine. The evening meal was a joyous occasion for the trio. Lin Guodong even brought out a cherished bottle of aged liquor. Indulging himself a bit too much, he poured a glass for Lin Yi as well, considering him an adult now, capable of partaking. Not wanting to dampen his father's spirits, Lin Yi sipped along. Time flowed like a gentle stream, and in the blink of an eye, 7 days had passed. During these 7 days, Lin Yi went nowhere. He simply stayed at home, playing games and scrolling through his phone. Life was extraordinarily comfortable. Following the awakening of his profession, the theoretical classes and related practical courses at school had been suspended. For all newly awakened professionals in the Great Xia, this period post-awakening was akin to having graduated from high school. The ensuing month would be dedicated to tirelessly leveling up and honing skills in a month's time. The annual National Professional Examination would take place in Great Xia. Success in this examination and gaining admission to a prestigious professional university would greatly benefit one's future. During these 7 days, other classmates were likely burning the midnight oil, perhaps managing to acquire a mere 10 or so skill points. Unbeknownst to them, he was leagues ahead. Chapter 3. The Frenzied Allocation of Points. 7th Tier Spell. Dragon's Breath of Celestial Fire. Knock knock. Lost in thought, Lin Yi was suddenly jolted by the sound of a knock at the door. Rising to his feet, he opened it to reveal Zhang Shan, who stood outside cradling a box in his arms. As Lin Yi opened the door, Zhang Shan hurriedly stepped inside, panting, and placed the heavy box down with a resounding thud. I didn't see you in the leveling zone or at the dungeon entrance. What on earth is going on with you? It's merely an awakening of an ordinary class. Is it really necessary for you to be this despondent? Zhang Shan exclaimed, wiping the sweat from his brow. He then opened the box and began to pull out its contents. These are the leveling potions and red-blue elixirs my old man got for me before. The blue elixirs are of no use to me, so I'm giving them all to you. I've also split the red ones in half for you. Moreover, there are 3 skill point scrolls here. Just crush them to gain 3 skill points. Use them as you see fit. By the way, just to let you know, I finally awakened a rare class job, the Light Knight. Considering how for 3 years you've been copying my homework and helping me cheat, how about I take you along to level up? I'll draw the aggro, you deal the damage. We 1T even need a healer, I can manage. We'll split the experience evenly, so don't just sit at home any longer. As Lin Yi listened to Zhang Shan's words and examined the items he brought, warmth filled his heart. This is what true brotherhood looks like. Zhang Shan's family isn't particularly affluent. Although his father is a combat class professional, he belongs to the most ordinary tier. It's likely that he too has sacrificed half of his skill point scrolls for Lin Yi. Such generosity. Keep those skill point scrolls for yourself. I have no need for them. I'm not being lazy and avoiding leveling. I'm simply preparing for something significant. Lin Yi spent over 10 minutes persuading the doubtful Zhang Shan to leave. Just as Zhang Shan departed, the door was knocked upon again. Upon opening the door, Lin Yi was greeted by another young man clad in a delivery uniform, holding a box. With a cheerful demeanor, the delivery man asked, "Is this the residence of Lin Yi? I have a package for you." Lin Yi replied, "I didn't order anything." The young man continued, "It's addressed to you, from someone named Jiangya." The image of Jiangya, with her typical icy demeanor and a hint of pride, surfaced in Lin Yi's mind. Each of these scrolls must be worth several hundred daxia coins. She truly is a little heiress. Unbeknownst to Lin Yi, Jiangya had agonized over this gesture for a full 7 days. Even on the first day, she saw Lin Yi leaving school with a forlorn expression. She had intended to speak to him, yet her poised nature and the aloof persona she had maintained made it difficult for her to lower her pride. Ultimately, though she did not appear in person, her sentiments were conveyed. Lin Yi graciously accepted the box. It seemed that the bond forged over 3 years of camaraderie was far more profound than any urge to compete. After bidding farewell to the delivery man, Lin Yi opened the box, only to discover a piece of paper tucked beneath the vials of potions and elixirs, seemingly hidden away by the person who placed it there, as if they did not want him to see it. Lin Yi pulled out the paper and turned it over, revealing a line of elegant handwriting on the reverse side. "Do not be overly sorrowful. Should you require assistance, seek me out." This solitary sentence. Yet Lin Yi could envision how many times Jiangya must have revised and reorganized her words before ultimately pinning it down. After meticulously arranging the items gifted to him by Zhang Shan and Jiangya, Lin Yi proceeded to open his panel. Lin Yi, class, mage, first transition, specialization, fire, level, 1000, health points, 1000 mana, 100,100, strength, 1, agility, 1 mentality, 10, constitution, 1, endurance, 1, talent, blessing of the gods, available attribute points, 0, available skill points, 602,163, gazing at the staggering balance of over 600,000 skill points. Lin Yi inhaled deeply. The accumulation of skill points over the past 7 days was truly astounding. Without further ado, Deep Blue, allocate the points. Lin Yi opened the skill panel for Fireball and began fervently investing points. Ding, 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 ding. The incessant notifications of successful skill upgrades echoed in Lin Yi's ears as the Fireball skill on the panel shimmered with the brilliance of its enhancements. The flames grew ever more intense, radiating streams of golden light. Exhilarating. It was an indescribable joy akin to soaring through the skies, witnessing an unprecedented acceleration in skill enhancement. Consuming 500 skill points, your Fireball skill has been upgraded. You have acquired a new spell, Flame Burst. Consuming 2,000 skill points, your Flame Burst skill has been upgraded. You have acquired a new spell, Triple Flame Lance. Consuming 5,000 skill points, your Triple Flame Lance skill has been upgraded. You have acquired a new spell, Inferno Storm. Consuming 10,000 skill points, your Inferno Storm skill has been upgraded. You have acquired a new spell, Blazing Halo. Consuming 50,000 skill points, your Blazing Halo skill has been upgraded. You have acquired a new spell, Magma Fire Demon. Consuming 100,000 skill points, your Magma Fire Demon skill has been upgraded. You have acquired a new spell, Celestial Dragon Breath. After more than 10 minutes, with Lin Yi continuously allocating points, his skill panel had transformed dramatically. The once unremarkable Fireball, now, after an investment of over 100,000 skill points, had ascended to the 7th tier. The entire room had become sweltering. Lin Yi felt an unprecedented wave of heat enveloping him, as if his limbs were bathed in the most terrifying and intense golden flames of the universe. Yet, these flames posed no harm to him whatsoever. Instead, he sensed an extraordinary affinity with the fire elements of this realm. He merely needed to command and these most ferocious and destructive elements would unleash their fury, incinerating his enemies to ashes. Lin Yi glanced at the next spell for advancement. 8th tier Fire Spirit Incarnation. Skill points required for advancement. 500,000. Lin Yi gasped in astonishment. The skill points required for subsequent advancements were nearing astronomical figures. No wonder Lin Yi had heard that only super mages of the 7th or 8th tier could wield spells approaching the level of forbidden magic. Without such an extensive passage of time, it would be exceedingly difficult to amass such an immense reservoir of skill points. Yet Lin Yi, in a mere week, had nearly traversed the path that those exalted mages had walked throughout their lifetimes. After a moment of contemplation, Lin Yi turned his gaze to two other skills. These two abilities had awakened alongside his acquisition of the Fireball spell, a fundamental active skill for mages. Their effect was quite straightforward. They reduced his casting cost and chant time by 10. The question lingered in his mind. Could these skills be further enhanced? Chapter 4. Divine Passive Skills, Manhwaestorm, and Divine Chant. Lin Yi had begun to notice a particular characteristic of the advanced spells he currently mastered. They were not only immensely powerful, but also demanded a staggering amount of mana. The chant duration was similarly lengthy. Take, for instance, the 7th tier spell, Heavenly Flame Dragon Breath. Heavenly Flame Dragon Breath. Type, Active Skill. Tier, 7th Category. Fire. Cost, 30,000 mana points. Chant time, 20 seconds. Cooldown, 2 hours. Effect, summons the scorching breath of a colossal dragon from the heavens, igniting all targets within its range, inflicting massive fire damage, and applying prolonged dragon flame burn damage. Note, all that it traverses shall turn to scorched earth. To unleash this 7th tier spell, one must expend 30,000 mana points and endure a chant lasting 20 seconds. Currently, Lin Yi's mana cap stood at a mere 100 points, rendering him incapable of employing such advanced skills. Thus, he redirected his focus to his two passive skills, hoping that their advancement might yield delightful surprises. At the very least, they should enable him to cast higher tier spells. The persistent chimes of notifications echoed around him. After more than 10 minutes, Lin Yi received the final notification regarding the advancement of his skill, consuming 100,000 skill points. Your super mana surge has advanced, granting you a new passive skill, Manhwaestorm. Of course, the name had now taken on a more formidable resonance. Manhwaestorm. Type, Passive Skill. Tier, 7th, Category. Universal. Effect 1. The mana cost of all spells you cast is reduced by 70. Effect 2. Your mana cap from all sources is increased 7-fold, and you recover a maximum of 7 mana points per second. Effect 3. Every 8 hours, you gain one opportunity to cast any spell below the 9th tier for free. Current usable instances, 1. Maximum stackable instances, 3. Note, I am the approaching storm. Lin Yi inhaled sharply, his breath catching in his throat. A divine passive. Moreover, it perfectly addressed his pressing concerns. The reduction of mana costs by 70 meant his sustainability had been significantly enhanced. The mana required for a single casting of Heavenly Flame Dragon Breath had diminished from 30,000 to 9,000. While still considerable, it was no longer beyond reach. More importantly, he had the opportunity to cast spells for free 3 times each day. This ensured that he would not be hindered by a lack of mana when it came to executing crucial skills. Exhilarating. Lin Yi, undeterred, set his sights on the final passive skill, Rapid Chanting. Once again, he engaged in a frenzied allocation of points that lasted over 10 minutes. Lin Yi felt a hint of fatigue. Although the experience of dramatically enhancing his skills was undeniably delightful and fulfilling, the monotony was palpable. The required action was simply a relentless series of clicks, and his fingers began to ache. If other adventurers were to learn of Lin Yi's plight, they would likely be consumed with envy. After all, who among them did not toil through grueling dungeons for a meager handful of skill points? They meticulously contemplated how to maximize efficiency and yield in improving their abilities. Meanwhile, Lin Yi had the luxury of mindlessly pouring points into his skills. Before long, another 7th tier skill was born, Divine Grace Chanting. Type, Passive Skill. Tier, 7th, Category. Universal. Effect 1. When casting spells of 5th tier or below, they become instant. Casting time for spells above 5th tier is reduced by 70. Effect 2. Your casting cannot be interrupted by any skills below 7th tier, including silence and mana disruption effects. Effect 3. Every 8 hours, you have one opportunity to instantaneously cast any spell below 9th tier. Current usable instances, 1. Maximum stackable instances, 3. Note, Divine Protection, Sacred Chanting. Here it comes. Instantaneous spells have arrived. Lin Yi had previously anticipated that these two passive skills, upon leveling up, would indeed be quite extraordinary. However, he never expected them to be this astonishing, especially with their synergistic effects. No-cost instant casting. This was the exhilarating combination we had all been yearning for. Lin Yi now contemplated the possibility of unleashing an instant 7th tier Dragon Fire Breath on the spot. Though he had yet to test the power of this skill, he had a premonition. When this 7th-tier fire spell was unleashed, it could very well wreak havoc across half of Jiangxing. He was not a malevolent fiend, after all, and would never resort to such devastation. Yet, to be honest, Lin Yi found himself itching with anticipation, since he could not recklessly unleash high-tier skills within the city. Venturing to a remote high-level training area to test his prowess seemed a reasonable alternative. Subsequently, Lin Yi stepped out of his home and made his way to the commercial street of Jiangxing, where he procured a generous supply of food and water. He filled his spatial inventory to the brim. The Great Xia Empire placed immense importance on nurturing talent, so newly awakened adventurers like Lin Yi enjoyed educational benefits. By merely stating, "I am a student," and presenting his student ID to the vendors, he could obtain a wealth of basic supplies without cost. With all preparations complete, Lin Yi ventured beyond the inner city of Jiangxing, arriving at the outskirts. The countryside stretched out before him, a vast expanse of grassland, where the gentle breeze caressed the land and the weather was splendid. Lin Yi gazed across the expanse before him, where numerous individuals of a similar age wielded an array of weapons, dispatching harmless creatures such as rabbits and groundhogs. This was the most rudimentary leveling zone on the outskirts of Jiangxing, the Qingfeng grassland. The monsters in this region generally hovered around level 14 and were entirely non-aggressive. Even diminutive beasts like rabbits and groundhogs, when struck, would merely flee without retaliating. It was truly a paradise for novices. Consequently, many newly awakened professionals chose to hone their skills here. However, this came at the cost of efficiency, as the number of players often surpassed that of the monsters. Most creatures, upon respawning, were swiftly overwhelmed by a torrent of attacks and perished almost instantly. Thus, those who sought greater challenges or possessed ample resources, as well as those of higher caliber, often ventured deeper into the grassland to confront more formidable and perilous foes, thereby enhancing their leveling efficiency. Lin Yi circumvented the crowded training area of Qingfeng grassland and delved deeper into the expanse, walking for the better part of half a day. Upon reaching the edge of the grassland, he beheld a dense forest emerging in the distance, exhaling a sigh of relief. This marked the entrance to the advanced leveling area known as the Wailing Forest. The monsters within this woodland were predominantly level 9 and above, exhibiting a bloodthirsty and savage nature, attacking with intent. Chapter 5. Infinite Instantaneous Casting. Humanoid Self-Propelled Spell Gatling Gun. After a brief respite, consuming some provisions, and sipping water, Lin Yi resumed his journey, remaining vigilant. He retrieved a vial of alchemical potion from his spatial storage, its surface shimmering with a soft blue glow. Quite appealing to the eye, Lin Yi downed the potion in quick succession. The taste was rather dreadful, infused with some peculiar herbs that bore a hint of cilantro. Nevertheless, he paid it little mind, focusing instead on the newfound status effect lasting for 1 hour. Intermediate Mental Elixir. Increases your mental attribute by 30 points and raises your maximum mana by 300 points. With the enhancement from the passive skill, Manhwaestorm. This increase of 30 points in mental attributes equated to a staggering 2,100-point rise in maximum mana. The inherent effect of the increased maximum mana also granted an additional 2,100 points. With the status, Lin Yi's mana surged from a pitiful 100 points to an impressive 4,300 points. Under the condition of a 70-point mana cost reduction, Lin Yi calculated that he could unleash over 100 third-tier spells without interruption. As for 4th and 5th-tier spells, with a degree of restraint, he could still cast them with high frequency. This bolstered his confidence to challenge the Wailing Forest, a level 10 training area, despite his own frail level 1 physique. As he stepped into the forest, a chilling aura enveloped him. The vegetation was exceedingly lush, even under the blazing sun. Only a few scattered rays managed to penetrate the canopy. At this moment, he found himself virtually alone, with scarcely any other levelers in sight. The timing of the class transition ceremonies organized by various schools in Jiangxing was often inconsistent, potentially leading to delays of 2 to 3 days. After spending 7 days idling at home, Lin Yi did not consider himself significantly behind the main cohort. As Lin Yi ventured deeper into the forest, a series of chilling howls reminiscent of a ferocious beast echoed in his ears. In truth, these were not the cries of any creature, but rather the result of a cave deep within the woods that perpetually unleashed fierce winds throughout the year. As the gale swept through the trees, it produced this eerie and haunting sound, thus giving the forest its ominous name. Suddenly, a rustling noise emerged from above Lin Yi's head, prompting him to become alert. Turning around, he beheld a massive python, as thick as a barrel, its eyes, each the size of a goose egg, fixated intently upon him. In the next instant, the serpent hissed violently, opening its gaping maw to strike at Lin Yi. With a swift thought, Lin Yi prepared a skill to vanquish it instantly. Just as the situation reached a critical point, the dim forest was suddenly illuminated by a blazing orange light. Lin Yi felt an incredibly familiar surge of heat behind him, and in the next moment, a fireball came crashing down upon the python's head. The serpent writhed in pain, its animosity shifting instantly as it launched itself from the tree trunk, fiercely propelling towards the source of the attack. However, midway, it was met with yet another fireball. significantly larger than the first, akin to the size of a basin, hurtling towards it. Boom! The enormous fireball struck the python, erupting in a shower of sparks. Following this severe blow, the serpent's body turned charred, twisting momentarily before it succumbed to death. At this juncture, Lin Yi finally discerned the origin of the two fireballs. It was a young man, seemingly of similar age to Lin Yi, accompanied by a middle-aged wizard clad in a gray robe. The young man wore a playful expression as he regarded Lin Yi. "Subo, how did I perform just now?" The youth appeared quite pleased with his earlier fireball and eagerly sought praise. The gray-robed mage beside him nodded approvingly. "Young master, your fireball spell was executed with remarkable precision. With continued practice, you will soon be able to level up effortlessly in this wailing forest." For reasons unknown, Lin Yi found that despite the evident higher levels of the two individuals before him, he could perceive the true essence of their strength. Perhaps it was due to the faint magical aura and elemental fire energy that emanated from them. The young man was significantly weaker than Lin Yi, and the middle-aged gray-robed mage was merely one rank stronger. Both were fire mages, and the second-tier fireball spell just executed had been cast by the middle-aged wizard. In Lin Yi's view, without the assistance of this gray-robed mage, the young man would surely have faced considerable hardship at the jaws of the python to secure a narrow victory. It was inconceivable that, relying solely on a fireball spell barely approaching level 3, he could dominate in this wailing forest as claimed by the middle-aged mage. Receiving praise from his elder, the young man swelled with pride. Turning to Lin Yi, he declared, "I just saved your life, and you do not even express your gratitude?" Lin Yi frowned slightly and uttered a statement that left both the young man and the middle-aged wizard momentarily astonished. "Why did you steal my kill?" The young man was clearly taken aback by Lin Yi's unexpected words. Not only did he fail to express gratitude, but he also claimed that Lin Yi had stolen his kill. Was he implying that he alone could vanquish a level 9 giant python? Due to level suppression, at his own level 7, he could easily discern that Lin Yi was merely at level 1. Such a novice in this forest would likely perish before even realizing it. How audacious of him. However, he remained silent. The gray-robed mage beside him spoke up instead. "Young brother, I see your level is rather low. This training area is quite perilous. You should depart swiftly." With that, he led the young man away. Lin Yi watched the two retreating figures and shook his head. Though he felt irked at having his kill snatched away, he considered that perhaps their actions stemmed from concern for his low level. So he decided to let it slide, though it should not become a habit. This minor incident was soon cast aside as Lin Yi delved deeper into the wailing forest, where he encountered no other adventurers. The monsters became increasingly dense. Hiss, hiss, hiss. This time, 7 or 8 giant pythons, their scales glimmering with a golden hue, descended from the treetops. Yet, before they could draw near, Lin Yi raised his hand, and an array of terrifying fireballs, each the size of a basin, traced scorching arcs through the air, crashing into the pythons. Inferno blast. Had the gray-robed mage witnessed this scene, his eyes would have widened in disbelief, leaving him speechless. Though it was also a second-tier skill, Lin Yi executed it with an elegance that flowed like water. He required neither incantation nor preparation. With extraordinary precision, the fire elements that permeated the atmosphere responded to his thoughts, transforming into instantaneous spells that obliterated these formidable foes. At that moment, Lin Yi resembled a human artillery of spells. Having grown weary of the second-tier Inferno Blast, he began to employ third-tier spells. Roar! 2 grizzly bears burst forth from the dense thicket behind him, bellowing as they charged forward. Though these creatures appeared massive and cumbersome, they were surprisingly swift. However, their assault was abruptly interrupted by 3 fiery spears, forged from flames, that fell from the sky. Boom! Boom! The 3 spears pierced the bears' skulls, instantaneously slaying them. With both Big Bear and Little Bear dispatched, their family was now complete. Chapter 6. The Super Bodyguard, Molten Fire Demon, Ascending Levels. You have slain 9 tree-scaled giant pythons, gaining 1,065 experience points, 360 points for slaying above your level. You have slain 10 forest grizzly bears, gaining 280 experience points, 80 points for slaying above your level. Due to the effect of your beginner experience boost scroll, you gain an additional 10 experience points, 135 points. You have obtained 8 giant python scales. You have acquired 8 giant python fangs. You have secured 2 bear paws. You have leveled up to level 2. You gain 10 free attribute points. Once again, after a series of system prompts, a radiant white light enveloped Lin Yi, signifying his ascension in level. By defeating these formidable high-level monsters, he garnered a substantial experience bonus, further augmented by the experience enhancement scroll gifted to him by the affluent Jiangya, which provided an additional 10 points. This wave of monster slaying propelled him directly to level 2. Lin Yi allocated all 10 of his free attribute points to his mental prowess, resulting in a staggering increase of 700 points to his maximum mana. Yet, as he gazed at his meager 20 points of health, a sense of insecurity loomed over him. Indeed, while his damage output and vigilance were at their zenith, The peril of traversing this high-level training zone alone still held the potential for a disastrous downfall, particularly in the event of an ambush by stealthy creatures. With only 20 health points, he felt exceedingly fragile. Although the foundational mechanics of this world bore resemblance to a game, the reality was starkly different. There were no opportunities for resurrection or second chances. However, Lin Yi had long since devised a strategy for such situations. The additional 700 points of mana enabled him to execute his previously formulated plan. He began to chant, under the accelerated effect of divine grace. His incantation concluded in less than 2 seconds. Upon completion, a grand hexagram magic array materialized on the ground before him, its arcane runes shifting incessantly, causing the very earth to tremble. Fiery magma erupted from the fissures in the ground, and soon, an elemental creature, towering 5 to 6 meters high and composed entirely of scalding lava, emerged. This was the 6th-tier fire spell, Lava Demon, a summoning spell that called forth a lava demon from the realm of fire elements. This formidable summon boasted numerous skills, high defense, and substantial health. Completely obedient to Lin Yi's commands, he could order it to advance or attack, and it would comply without hesitation. As Lin Yi watched his mana plummet from over 5,000 to 0, he felt a strain. The sensation of having his mana completely drained was quite uncomfortable. Yet, upon reviewing the attributes and skills of the Lava Demon, he deemed the effort worthwhile. Lava Demon, level 100, type, elemental creature, health 500, 000, mana 250, 000, strength 800, agility 500, mentality 800, constitution 1000, skills, lava eruption, earth shatter, scorched earth, lava shield, self-destruct, a level 100 summon. With an astonishing health pool of 500,000, it posed an overwhelmingly terrifying threat to the other creatures in the Wailing Forest, capable of single-handedly taking on thousands. Lin Yi's primary interest lay in the Lava Demon's Lava Shield skill, which could be applied to himself. Lin Yi summoned a lava shield around himself using the Molten Fire Demon. As the demon's colossal elemental arms swayed, an intensely fiery layer of magma enveloped Lin Yi's form, perhaps due to his profound affinity for fire elements. The unbearable heat of the magma merely enveloped him in a comforting warmth. Lava Shield, a searing shield that encases the body, capable of absorbing 15,000 points of damage. When attacked, it inflicts 500 points of fire damage on the attacker, with a shield value of 15,000, along with a retaliatory effect. Lin Yi felt entirely at ease. Armed with this 1-hour-lasting shield and accompanied by the terrifying Molten Fire Demon, he was imbued with a profound sense of security. Lin Yi chanted once more and summoned a second Molten Fire Demon, followed by a third. Gazing at the 3 imposing and formidable Molten Fire Demons before him, he was deeply satisfied. Summoning 3 simultaneously was already at the limit of his current capabilities. As his levels increased and his affinity for fire elements grew, he would be able to summon even more. However, even at this moment, having 3 fire demons at his command was a staggering display of power. After a moment of contemplation, Lin Yi made a decisive choice. He issued commands to 2 of the Molten Fire Demons, instructing them to roam and patrol the entire Wailing Forest, eliminating any monsters they encountered. The experience and rewards from the monsters they defeated would naturally accrue to Lin Yi. This amounted to having 2 fully automated leveling assistants, tirelessly seeking out and vanquishing foes, far more efficient than grinding alone. The remaining fire demon would serve as his bodyguard. The 2 fire demons, having received their orders, swiftly soared toward other regions of the Wailing Forest. These elemental beings lacked limbs, possessing only an upper body. Their method of movement resembled floating in the air, gliding seamlessly. Despite their seemingly cumbersome appearance, their mobility was surprisingly swift, at least several times faster than Lin Yi could run. Even more alarming was the 2 demons' skill, Scorched Earth, a field ability that emanated molten lava and searing heat from their center, continuously expanding. Lin Yi could clearly see the devastation left in their wake. The ground was scorched, and the trees of the Wailing Forest began to blaze, leaving no vegetation unscathed. Any creature unfortunate enough to enter the fire demon's scorched earth domain found themselves incinerated before they had a chance to retaliate. With the remaining molten fire demon at his side, Lin Yi ventured deeper into the Wailing Forest. Along the way, he received constant notifications in his mind, detailing the number of monsters slain and the experience gained. Just a few steps in, another burst of white light enveloped him. You have reached level 3. You gain 10 free attribute points. Before he could even allocate the newly acquired 10 attribute points, several more bursts of white light erupted around him. You have reached level 4. You gain 10 free attribute points. You have reached level 5. You gain 10 free attribute points. You have reached level 6. You gain 10 free attribute points. You have reached level 7. You gain 10 free attribute points. Lin Yi was utterly astonished. What on earth did those 2 fiery demons do? How could there suddenly be such an avalanche of experience points? I leveled up a staggering 7 levels in an instant. It seems that ascending in this world is not as arduous as one might think. Chapter 7. Terrifying Fiery Demons. Jiang City issues a Level 2 alert. If Lin Yi's thoughts were to reach his classmates, they would undoubtedly unleash a torrent of curses. Even Jiang Yi, at this moment, still required at least half a day's effort to reach Level 7. This is despite the fact that she has not taken a moment's rest in the past 7 days since awakening her profession, diligently focusing on leveling up. She has already ventured into the Wailing Forest. With her mentalist sensitivity and extensive destructive capabilities, her leveling efficiency has far surpassed that of her peers. Yet even so, her 7 days of relentless effort and struggle pale in comparison to the leisurely stroll of the molten fire demons in the Wailing Forest. Jiang Yi utilized her telekinetic force to thoroughly incapacitate a forest grizzly before employing her mental energy to deliver the finishing blow. However, her magical energy was now completely depleted. As dusk approached, the illumination within the Wailing Forest grew even dimmer. Practicing alone in this desolate forest required immense courage. She settled down, drank a potion to gradually restore her magical energy, and simultaneously took out some provisions and water to replenish her expenditures from the day. Sitting on a stone amidst the trees, the face of the youth who had weighed heavily on her for 3 years, one she both resented and cherished, began to materialize before her. Now what could he be doing? Had he received the items she sent him? She had already instructed her family to keep an eye out for him in the grassland leveling area, yet there had been no signs of him. Was he truly sinking into despair? Should she personally seek him out tomorrow? As these thoughts spiraled in her mind, she fell into a state of inner turmoil. Over the past week, such musings had plagued her countless times. She stamped her foot in frustration. What was the point of thinking so much? His affairs have nothing to do with me. Yet, the more she tried to dismiss it, the stronger her curiosity grew. Women truly are fascinating creatures. However, soon an unsettling transformation within the forest snapped Jiang Yi back to awareness. A chilling howl of a wolf echoed through the trees, accompanied by a cacophony of strange, beastly roars. The very ground seemed to tremble beneath her. She could hear the thunderous sound of countless animal hooves pounding the earth. Taking refuge behind a massive tree, she carefully observed the surrounding environment. Before long, she witnessed a vast herd of animals charging toward her from the distance. Tigers, leopards, brown bears, elk, and numerous smaller creatures. These beings, typically bound by the predator-prey relationship, now displayed an extraordinary harmony. They did not attack one another, but rather ran as if fleeing from some unspeakable horror. Jiang Yi stood in stunned silence. A beast tide. In a small leveling area of Jiang City, the Wailing Forest was besieged by a stampede of beasts. What could have terrified these monsters to such a degree that they flee in a panicked frenzy? Jiang Yi was engulfed in astonishment, and soon, amidst the oncoming tide of beasts, she spotted 2 figures hastily retreating, one aged and the other youthful. The elder donned a gray robe, while the younger appeared to be a recently awakened student of a profession. What has transpired? The usually impassive features of Jiang Yi were now marred with disbelief as she watched the duo draw near, prompting her to inquire urgently. Yet, the two paid her no heed, continuing their frantic flight. It was only after the beast wave had passed that Jiang Yi realized the true nature of the entity pursuing them. A fierce blast of scorching heat suddenly assailed her. In an instant, her throat felt parched. She beheld a scene reminiscent of a hellish inferno, blazing flames, trees reduced to charred remnants, and a monstrous creature towering at 5 to 6 meters, its body coursing with molten lava, an embodiment of terror. Run, flee quickly. This primal instinct for survival echoed in Jiang Yi's mind. It was utterly horrifying. She sensed that this spectacle would haunt her dreams for the remainder of her life. Fortunately, as a mentalist, Jiang Yi possessed the ability to harness her psychic energy to propel herself at remarkable speeds. Even after advancing her powers, she could soar through the air. Her escape capabilities were formidable. In no time, Jiang Yi caught up to the middle-aged mage in the gray robe, only to notice the young man beside him on the verge of tears. Uncle Su, what is that dreadful creature? The gray-robed mage's expression mirrored that of his nephew's panic. I do not know. How could such a terrifying being spawn in this level 10 training zone? There must be something amiss here. The middle-aged mage, named Su Guangliang, was the second heir of a minor mage family in Jiang City. He had merely intended to accompany his nephew for a casual training session, never anticipating the encounter with such a fearsome fire demon. As a fellow wielder of flame-based powers, Su Guangliang felt that his once proud fire explosion technique was but a flicker in the presence of the infernal beast. Little did this elderly duo and the ever-escaping Jiang Yi realize that the terrifying fire demon, which instilled in them profound shock and dread, was merely a servant summoned by Lin Yi. Moreover, the true target of the fire demon was not them, but rather the fleeing herd of beasts. They had merely crossed paths with the beast wave, caught in its overwhelming force like a snow avalanche. Jiang Yi gritted her teeth, realizing that no valuable information could be gleaned from the middle-aged mage. Thus, she pushed her psychic energy to its limits, accelerating her speed further and successfully escaping the encirclement of the beasts. Without pausing, she aimed to break free from the confines of the Wailing Forest. Just then, however, A series of regional alarm notifications echoed throughout the entire forest. Alert! Alert! Jiang City Base Area Alarm. A few minutes ago, the Monster Disaster Warning Center of Jiang City detected 2 waves of minor beast tides moving from the heart of the Wailing Forest towards the southeast and southwest. Meanwhile, behind the beast tides, terrifying creatures of unknown levels and powers emerged. All professionals located within the Wailing Forest area, as well as those approaching it, are urged to take shelter immediately. Repeat. The current alert level is at 2. All relevant professionals must seek refuge at once. Jiang Yi's countenance paled. A level 2 alert. She had only encountered such a warning level in books before. This signifies the imminent threat of a monstrous disaster that could jeopardize the entire Jiang City, with the potential for devastation reaching half the city's scale. All professionals receiving this warning were struck with astonishment. At this moment, on the Clear Wind Prairie, numerous professional military forces were mobilized by the city's defense department, and the professional alliance's weavers stood ready. They anxiously gazed towards the direction of the Wailing Forest. While the 2 waves of beast tides were not particularly daunting, the true concern lay in the presence of 2 grotesque, colossal fire demons. Chapter 8. Shock. The fire demons are summons of a 6th transition expert. In the transitional zone between the Clear Wind Prairie and the Wailing Forest, 2 of the most powerful and esteemed figures in Jiang City stood behind countless professional military forces. One of them, clad in battle armor, bore a square jaw and white hair, clearly an experienced general. His name was Wei Xing, the overall commander of the Jiang City Professional Defense Army, boasting a strength reaching the 3rd transition level. Beside him stood another man, slightly plump and middle-aged, who also possessed strength at the 3rd transition level. His name was Wang Dahai, a priest, colloquially known as a healer. Naturally, his stamina was not on par with that of a warrior like Wei Xing. As the director of the education department and the city lord, he had long held a high position, and upon witnessing the situation, his immediate concern was the casualty report as it pertained to his performance evaluation during his tenure. Although Wei Xing's expression was grave, he spoke with ease regarding the casualty situation. This year's newly inducted professionals had scarcely ventured into the Wailing Forest for leveling in such a short span. Most remained on the Clear Wind Prairie. Those few who had entered the forest were mostly brushed by panicked monsters, sustaining only minor injuries, with no fatalities reported. Wang Dahai exhaled in relief. Fortunately, it seems no major disaster has occurred. How is the intelligence gathering on the monsters progressing? Wei Xing's expression darkened once more as he continued. It is quite alarming. Fortunately, those 2 creatures have not displayed any overt intentions to attack. It appears their target is merely the low-level monsters within the forest. If the situation deteriorates to the point where we must slay those 2 monsters, it would indeed be exceedingly troublesome. Both are elemental beings with a remarkable resistance to fire, and their elemental forms can almost entirely negate physical damage. A bead of cold sweat trickled down Wang Dahai's forehead. These are over-level 100 Overlord-class monsters, and they belong to the most troublesome category of elemental creatures. What right does Jiangqing have, being merely a 5th-tier base city, to encounter such formidable foes? The surrounding areas are all leveling zones with levels not exceeding 20. How could monsters of such caliber possibly spawn here? During their conversation, a horde of beasts, driven into a panic by the 2 magma elementals, burst forth from the borders of the Wailing Forest and into the territory of the Clear Wind Forest. The prepared adventurers, who were on high alert and ready to launch an attack, drew their weapons, intending to deal with these frantic creatures that had lost all semblance of rational behavior. Just as they had slain a few deer, a terrifying transformation occurred. The 2 magma elementals, having also emerged from the Wailing Forest, let out deep, terrifying roars upon witnessing these adventurers preemptively slay their intended prey. The bubbling magma enveloping their forms surged violently. The command issued by Lin Yi was to eliminate these monsters to assist him in leveling up. Now that these creatures had been intercepted by others, it was undoubtedly a direct contradiction to Lin Yi's orders, and they would inevitably enter a state of furious rage. Initially, the magma elementals had no intention of displaying aggression towards these humans, but now, with a shake of their massive elemental arms, the seething lava cascaded like rain upon the multitude of adventurers competing for the kill. This was their ranged attack skill, lava eruption. Although Wang Dahai appeared as an unremarkable, portly figure, he was, after all, a 3rd-tier priest. At this moment, a staff radiating with a sacred white light appeared in his hand. With a flourish of his staff, a golden shield manifestly emerged, enveloping the frontline adventurers. As the scorching lava made contact with the golden shield, the terrifying heat almost instantly threatened to melt through it. Wang Dahai hastily cast another rapid incantation, reinforcing the shield with an additional layer of holy light, barely preserving the lives of those adventurers. Wang Dahai was no longer merely sweating. He was now drenched in perspiration. The attack power was staggering. Furthermore, this area of effect attack carried the potential for continuous burning damage. If it were to strike the crowd, the consequences would be unimaginable. Wei Xing gritted his teeth, realizing that the situation had indeed escalated to the most undesirable level. He dared not contemplate the price that would have to be paid to eliminate such fearsome monsters. At that moment, an ancient voice resonated from above. Cease all actions. Do not engage any creatures within the horde, especially the two magma elementals. Disperse the encirclement and drive the horde within a controlled range, allowing the magma elementals to eliminate them. Upon hearing this venerable voice, all fell silent. Wang Dehai and Wei Xing both wore expressions of delight. They had arrived, the true might of Jiangxing. Like a stabilizing force amidst chaos, the president of the Practitioner Alliance, the fourth circle archmage Jiang Xian, had come. Everyone, heed my command. Follow the instructions given by Elder Jiang. Wei Xing promptly instructed his subordinates. Soon, no one dared to confront the monsters emerging from the Wailing Forest. Instead, they encircled them, ushering them into the fiery domain of the two lava beasts. Indeed, the monsters ceased their furious rampage and methodically began harvesting the lives of their kin. After a mere 10 minutes, hundreds, even thousands of monsters were vanquished by the two inferno demons. The two fiery creatures were thoroughly satisfied. They would faithfully execute the commands bestowed upon them by Lin Yi. A terrifying crisis had thus been averted. All practitioners exhaled in relief, overwhelmed by the sensation of having narrowly escaped death. It was utterly horrifying. They had nearly lost their lives today. Jiang Xian descended on a Pegasus, its sides adorned with a pair of wings. He gazed at the retreating inferno demons, his eyes filled with envy and reverence. Elder Jiang, you know what they truly are, don't you? Wei Xing inquired. Upon Jiang Xian's arrival, he had already identified the two creatures and understood their behavioral logic. Jiang Xian nodded slowly, saying, You all have misunderstood. Those two lava beasts are not monsters at all. They are the summoned minions of a grand archmage. Wang Dehai and Wei Xing were left speechless, unable to believe their ears. They had just attempted to provoke the minions of an archmage of at least the sixth circle. Chapter 9, The Burning Skyline. The terrifying anomaly of seventh circle spells. In the Blue Star, the hierarchy of practitioners is quite strict. Take the mage profession as an example. The first circle, where Lin Yi currently stands, can only be regarded as the nascent stage of their magical journey. Such practitioners are generally referred to as apprentice mages or junior mages. The second and third circles correspond to intermediate and advanced titles. Beginning from the fourth circle, the likes of Jiang Xian, practitioners are designated as grand mages. The fifth circle earns the title of archmage, while the sixth circle is that of grand archmage. Beyond the seventh circle lies the holy archmage, also referred to as the mage saint. In essence, once any profession reaches the seventh circle, they may be addressed as a saint. As for higher tiers, I regret to say that even Jiang Xian remains ignorant, unacquainted with, and has never heard of them. Such realms are beyond his reach. Wang Dehai, trembling, asked Elder Jiang, Are you suggesting that a grand archmage of the sixth circle is currently present in Jiangxing? One of the requirements for transitioning between professions is that one must possess at least one skill that meets the corresponding tier. Thus, generally speaking, those capable of wielding skills of a certain tier are commensurately matched in their profession. While there are instances of lower-tier practitioners possessing high-level skills, such occurrences are exceedingly rare. Thus, upon encountering the sixth-tier spell, the Molten Fire Demon, one can reasonably deduce this conclusion. Jiang Xian nodded slightly. Many decades ago, I had the privilege of attending an advanced seminar at the Pantheon of the Supreme Mage Guild of our Blue Star. At that time, my mentor was a sixth-tier archmage. It was during that period that I witnessed my teacher summon such a fire demon from the elemental plane of fire to descend upon our realm. Mastery of such magic requires an incredibly formidable affinity for magical power, a skill I have long yearned to acquire, though alas, I fear I may no longer have the opportunity. A flicker of regret crossed Jiang Xian's face, and he silently resolved to find a way to meet this esteemed predecessor. If fortune favored him and he could receive guidance from this venerable figure, it would indeed be a tremendous honor. Wei Xing prepared to depart, while Wang Dehai stole a glance at Jiang Xian. He, too, was eager to meet the legendary archmage. However, just as each of them harbored their own intentions, an overwhelming and terrifying surge of magical energy emanated from the depths of the Wailing Forest. As a mage, Jiang Xian was particularly attuned to fluctuations in magical power. Almost instantaneously, upon sensing this surge, his expression drastically changed, and beads of sweat began to pour from him. He perceived an elemental fire aura far more terrifying than that of the molten fire demon rapidly coalescing above their area. Jiang Xian abruptly raised his gaze to the heavens. At this moment, twilight was approaching. The sun had just dipped below the western mountains, and the sky was gradually dimming. Yet, at that very moment, the horizon above appeared to reignite, once again adorned with a brilliant golden edge. Subsequently, the entire sky began to take on a reddish hue. The adventurers, caught unaware, soon noticed this extraordinary phenomenon, each voicing their astonishment. Look at the sky. Didn't the sun just set? Why is it turning red again? Is it just me? Or does it feel hotter than before? Look over there, what is that? My goodness, is that a dragon? At this moment, the blazing skyline, with countless orange-red rays converging, gradually coalesced into a terrifying dragon with wings spanning several hundred meters. This dragon, composed entirely of the purest fire element, appeared colossal and divine, radiating an extremely formidable pressure. Just a glance at it sent shivers down the spines of the adventurers below. As the dragon fully materialized, the temperature across the Qingfeng grassland and the Wailing Forest surged by another 7 or 8 degrees. Everyone felt parched and overheated. Run! Alert everyone! We must evacuate immediately. Otherwise, we shall perish. This is a 7th-tier spell. Jiang Xian forced himself to suppress the shock within, the last vestige of rationality compelling him to swiftly alert the 2 individuals beside him. Upon hearing this, Wang Dahai felt as if a thunderous roar had erupted in his mind, rendering him momentarily blank. What? A 7th-tier spell? So, the esteemed figure in the Wailing Forest is not just an archmage, but a 7th-tier mage saint. Retreat. We must retreat at once. Wei Xing reacted swiftly, urgently commanding his subordinates to retreat. Simultaneously, all practitioners training within a radius of several hundred kilometers around Qingfeng Prairie received another alarming notification. Alert! Alert! Jiangxing Bay City Area Alert. 7th-tier spell fluctuations detected in the outskirts of Jiangxing Bay City. All practitioners in the area must immediately take shelter and seek refuge in the nearest underground air raid shelters. Repeat. Repeat. This alert level is classified as Level 1. Please evacuate immediately. All practitioners in Jiangchang were left in a state of astonishment. Within a single day, and even within less than half an hour, both Level 2 and Level 1 alerts had been issued consecutively. What was happening? Was it the apocalypse? Panic ensued as everyone began to evacuate to safety. Jiang Yi gazed at the blazing skyline above, where a colossal fire elemental dragon, its wings spread wide enough to obscure the sun, loomed terrifyingly. Her young heart was profoundly shaken. A moment earlier, in the heart of Wailing Forest, Lin Yi found himself encircled. He was surrounded by hundreds of robust tigers. Having ventured to the deepest part of this training area, he had finally laid eyes on the rumored massive cave mouth that exhaled fierce gales. However, he did not anticipate that this was the domain of a pack of level 11 forest tigers. A thunderous roar erupted from the depths of the cave. In an instant, Lin Yi beheld a tiger king, measuring 4 to 5 meters in length, its body adorned with shimmering emerald stripes, striding forth with an air of majestic authority. Each thundering step it took resonated deeply, its weight likely measured in tons. Lin Yi's eyes sparkled with realization. This must indeed be the strongest creature in the entire Wailing Forest. Unfortunately, lacking the skill of identification, he was momentarily ignorant of its name. In a flash, Lin Yi found himself caught off guard as the Tiger King's right paw swung ferociously. Instantly, over 10 razor-sharp wind blades struck him at an astonishing speed. The molten lava shield enveloping Lin Yi shattered, plummeting his health by over 1,000 points. What a formidable offensive capability. Moreover, it wielded wind blade spells. Given the verdant stripes adorning its body, it was evident that this creature had been altered by years of dwelling in such a wind-rich cave. The Tiger King's eyes reflected an astonishingly human-like expression of shock. It regarded the enormous monster beside Lin Yi with trepidation, yet it dismissed the human entirely. In its mind, a few wind blades should suffice to dismember this human. Lin Yi's lips curled into a faint smile. Indeed, he had finally encountered a worthy opponent. It was time to test my new spell with you. Chapter 10, Parting the Forest. Under the dragon's breath, all is consumed. The passive skills Flamestorm and Divine Blessing provided Lin Yi with a single free cast and an instant high-level spell opportunity, which he found to be of little use. Much like one would not recklessly unleash a powerful ultimate ability upon a mere swarm of minions, he too was hesitant. Instead, Lin Yi had been biding his time, hoping for a worthy target to satiate his thirst for battle within the mournful forest. The Tiger King before him was undoubtedly an ideal adversary. However, before he could cast his spell, an unexpected surge of radiant light erupted from his being once again. You have reached level 8. Gain 10 points of free attributes. You have reached level 9. Gain 10 points of free attributes. You have reached level 10. Gain 10 points of free attributes. You have reached level 11. Gain 10 points of free attributes. You have reached level 12. Gain 10 points of free attributes. This spectacle left Lin Yi somewhat astonished. Even the Tiger King nearby appeared bewildered. How could he have leveled up so rapidly? Unbeknownst to Lin Yi, this surge in experience was a result of the 2 summoned fire elementals he had conjured, which had annihilated the beast horde driven away from the professional hunters. This minor interlude merely delayed the inevitable demise of the Tiger King by half a minute. In the next moment, Lin Yi extended a finger towards the Tiger King. Instantly, the very fabric of reality shifted. A terrifying wave of magical energy ignited the fire elements in the environment, causing them to spiral into chaos. The once nearly darkened canopy of the forest was bathed in a deep crimson hue, reminiscent of a second sunset. Roar! The cacophony of animal cries filled the air. A mixture of fear and despair. The entire tiger pack began to panic. The instinctual perception of impending doom among animals is far sharper than that of humans. They sensed the grave threat looming over them. and even the Tiger King's furious roars could not suppress the instinct to flee that surged within its kin and followers. Some adult tigers had already begun to sprint away on all fours, desperately trying to escape. Yet, their fate was grim. The area of effect for the 7th tier spell, Dragon's Breath, was vast beyond measure. Moreover, due to Lin Yi's instant casting, the lengthy incantation time was entirely eliminated, resulting in an unprecedented speed of impact. With a resonant roar, the elemental dragon in the sky unleashed a long, sonorous cry, its massive wings beating furiously. In the next instant, its lofty head erupted forth with torrents of searing dragon fire. The width of the dragon's breath could not be measured in mere meters, but rather in kilometers. The flames cascaded like a torrential downpour over a range of dozens of kilometers, instantly withering the lush forest into charred remains. Countless unfortunate creatures had not even had the time to react before calamity struck. Half a minute later, the dragon's breath from the elemental dragon cleaved the mournful forest in twain, leaving a stark contrast of verdant vegetation on either side. In the central region, within a span of over 10 kilometers, there lay a desolate land, akin to a purgatorial inferno. Gradually, the arcane fluctuations began to subside, and the silhouette of a colossal dragon, formed from pure elemental fire, slowly dissipated into the horizon. The adventurers who had hastily retreated from the forest's periphery were spared from this calamity. After all, they were not the intended targets of the fiery breath. Yet, the overwhelming wave of heat and the terrifying tempest that had surged behind them during their flight were vivid reminders that had they been the targets of this spell, escape would have been utterly impossible, leaving them as mere ashes. Witnessing the entire spectacle, Jiang Xian, the foremost mage of Jiang City, trembled uncontrollably, perched upon his celestial steed. He surveyed the mournful forest from the sky. The sheer magnitude of power displayed was capable of altering the very landscape. It was not merely a 6th-tier archmage who had graced Jiang City, but a 7th-tier sage of magic. Such a formidable figure was inconceivable in a mere 5th-level base city. And even more perplexing was the use of such high-tier spells in such a low-level training zone. This night, it seemed, many would find themselves unable to sleep, himself included. Simultaneously, in the heart of the mournful forest, if it could still be called a forest, Lin Yi beheld a scene engulfed in flames, where trees crackled and popped as they were consumed by the inferno, sending sparks flying into the air. Even the vast cave before him appeared barren in the aftermath. The howling winds had ceased entirely. The mournful forest would never regain its former visage. It would require a new name altogether. As for the prideful tiger pack that had encircled Lin Yi, they had long since been reduced to ashes. The once mighty Tiger King, fierce and clawing, had now transformed into mere equipment and a white skill book, quietly resting on the ground. Lin Yi's eyes brightened. The Tiger King had indeed dropped loot. He picked up the 2 pieces of equipment, noting they were warrior-type plate armor, of merely black iron quality, which could fetch several thousand daxia coins at the auction house. However, the true treasure lay in the skill book. In this world, skills were the most valuable asset. Most adventurers, constrained by a lack of skill points, often had to make difficult choices among their abilities. Yet, the principle of abundance was universally understood. Possessing more skills, even if their ranks were low, could occasionally yield remarkable effects. Lin Yi picked up the skill book and examined its attributes. Beginner skill book, Wineblade. Type, skill book, tome. Class, mage. Learnable level, 5. Effect, upon use, grants you a new spell, Windblade. Lin Yi's spirit sword. What a fortuitous find. Not only had he stumbled upon an exceedingly rare skill book, but it was also one he could utilize. Initially contemplating selling the skill book for some daxia coins, he considered whether he might procure another skill book suitable for mages. Now it seems that a direct approach is the most effective. The prices of skill books among professions vary significantly. For reasons unknown, classes such as warriors and knights, which appear rather simplistic, possess skill books that are considerably less expensive. In contrast, the skill books for ranged professions, particularly mages, are exorbitantly priced. Furthermore, in small base cities like Jiangcheng, the wares available in the marketplace predominantly consist of basic skill books. There are no advanced skill books available for immediate learning. Lin Yi promptly utilized the skill book. In the next moment, he received a notification. Congratulations, you have successfully used the skill book. You have acquired a new skill, Windblade. Chapter 11, A Fortuitous Surprise. Rare Treasure, Wind Spirit Rock Essence. Windblade. Type, active skill. Rank, beginner. Affiliation, wind. Cost, 30 mana points. Cast time, 1 second. Cooldown, none effect. Summons a blade of wind to attack distant enemies. This skill is rather unremarkable. It serves as the foundation for all wind-based skills of mages, akin to the Fireball spell. However, the advantage of Windblade over Fireball lies in its intangible nature and astonishing speed, making it difficult for targets to evade. Moreover, its casting time is exceedingly brief, requiring only 1 second. Yet, correspondingly, the damage dealt by Windblade is merely about half that of a Fireball. Each elemental skill of the mage exhibits distinct characteristics. The wind element clearly emphasizes agility, speed, and decisiveness, while the fire element embodies sheer destructive power. Of course, in Lin Yi's hands, with just a few days of practice, this wind blade skill will undoubtedly evolve into a formidable force as well. The 7th tier skill, Heavenly Flame Dragon Breath, can wreak such havoc. One can only imagine the sheer terror that 8th tier spells, or even 9th tier forbidden spells, would unleash. The mere thought fills Lin Yi with invigorating excitement. He is now even more motivated to expedite the upgrade of his Heavenly Flame Dragon Breath to a 9th tier forbidden spell. As Lin Yi surveyed his surroundings, he realized that all traces of monsters had vanished. The sky had darkened, and after incinerating all the trees, the flames of dragon breath gradually extinguished. A crescent moon hung high in the heavens. Without the shelter of the trees, the night breeze was chilly, sending a shiver through Lin Yi's body. By chance, he stumbled upon a startling revelation. He had unknowingly reached level 30. In just one day, his level had soared to the limit of the first advancement. At level 30, he was now eligible to visit Jiangqing's advancement sanctuary to undertake the second job quest. The damage inflicted by that last Heavenly Flame Dragon Breath was likely far greater than he had anticipated. Lin Yi perused his experience gain records. Subsequently, after reaching level 30, all experience points gained had turned to 0, indicating overflow experience. Since he could not continue leveling up without completing the advancement quest for the second job, there was no reason for him to linger here any longer. Due to the monster's levels in the Wailing Forest no longer yielding significant experience points for Lin Yi, he retrieved a scroll shimmering with a faint purple glow from his spatial pocket. The coordinates inscribed on the scroll pointed to the teleportation hall in Jiangqing. However, just as Lin Yi was about to crush the scroll to teleport away, a small, luminescent green light in the darkness caught his attention. Raising his hand, he summoned a fire elemental, a colossal figure engulfed in flames. This type of summoning spell was, in fact, a duration contract spell, capable of lasting an entire day with a single invocation. With the fiery giant obediently following his command, Lin Yi directed the molten fire demon toward the source of the flickering green light. Just like a grand lamp, the presence of the fire elemental illuminated the surroundings. And Lin Yi soon discovered that the source of the green glow was none other than the cave from which the wind pattern Tiger King had emerged. With the molten fire demon leading the way and the prior use of a 7th tier spell ensuring the area was safe, Lin Yi felt relatively secure against any hidden ambushes within the cave. Nevertheless, exercising caution, he had the molten fire demon cast a lava shield around him before cautiously stepping into the cave. Upon entering, Lin Yi was met with a gust of strong wind rushing towards him. Even with the massive form of the molten fire demon shielding most of the force, he could still feel the remarkable velocity of the wind. What manner of creature lay within this cave that generated such concentrated elemental winds? To his astonishment, the cave proved to be far deeper than he had anticipated. Fortunately, the slope was not too steep, allowing Lin Yi to crouch and descend at a measured pace. After several minutes, he finally beheld the origin of the previous green glow, and he was profoundly awestruck. Having traversed the narrow and challenging passage, he found himself in a vast chamber that resembled a grand hall with a soaring dome. A violent gale, akin to a level 10 tempest, roared through the cavern, emanating from countless emerald crystals growing outward on the walls. Lin Yi could sense that these crystals harbored an exceptionally pure essence of wind elemental power. This must be the reason for the relentless winds that swept through the cave throughout the seasons. Deep within lay a plethora of these minerals, previously unknown to him. Although Lin Yi had never encountered such minerals, he instinctively recognized their resemblance to the wondrous materials described in his textbooks. In simpler terms, following the anomalies on Blue Star, many minerals, plants, and even animals underwent transformational changes upon coming into contact with certain ethereal energies, resulting in beneficial alterations for humanity. Over time, these entities were classified as extraordinary materials or spiritual objects. A surge of excitement filled Lin Yi's heart. His luck today was indeed remarkable. To think that beyond that skill book, he had stumbled upon an unexpected treasure. These items could fetch a handsome price at the trading hall, he mused. It seemed he would need to find a way to acquire an appraisal skill as well. Otherwise, although he only recognized these crystals as treasures, he remained oblivious to their true nature and value, which was quite perplexing. Lin Yi meticulously observed the surroundings. The emerald green crystals scattered throughout the cavern were not arranged in any particular order, and a few crystals grew on the ceiling and the towering walls, which were certainly beyond his reach. Fortunately, several clusters of crystals thrived in the same vicinity, and although they were still out of his grasp, the tall figure beside him could easily access them. Lin Yi directed the flame demon to advance toward the massive crystal veins. Beneath the large emerald crystal lay numerous skeletal remains of beasts, accompanied by tufts of fur scattered about. The varying thickness and lengths of the fur indicated that it likely came from the previously encountered Tiger King. This creature had long rested beneath these crystal veins, which perhaps explained its acquisition of some wind attribute abilities. Could this be considered a peculiar symbiotic relationship between treasure and monster? Chapter 12, A Wave of Wealth. A new talent unleashed. The massive arm of the flame demon began to excavate the green crystal embedded in the wall. Perhaps due to its high temperature, Lin Yi noticed that a portion of the green crystal near its body began to vaporize. Feeling a pang of regret, he quickly called for a halt. The flame demon's fiery eyes displayed an unusually human-like expression, akin to that of a remorseful child. Yet, its imposing and fearsome appearance created a delightful contrast. Lin Yi sighed, knowing that the flame demon did not intend to cause harm. Subsequently, he directed the demon to start digging from the rock layers surrounding the crystal. And this time, there were no issues. Before long, the large cluster of emerald crystals, along with some rock, was successfully extracted. Lin Yi cleared out some water and food from his spatial storage and placed them into his possession. After a brief moment of disorientation, he exited the teleportation hall and made his way home. He planned to visit the trading post the next day to assess the spirit items and the spoils from the Tiger King. Upon returning home, Lin Yi shared a simple meal with his parents. He then opened his interface. To his surprise, the skill points he had nearly exhausted that morning had now increased by 40 to 50,000. This constant influx of resources felt like a steady source of happiness. Today, he acquired a new wind attribute skill. Should he combine the skills from this attribute to see their effects? Rationality told him that possessing an additional attribute would undoubtedly broaden his range of choices and significantly enhance his combat prowess. Especially after witnessing the terrifying destructive power of the 7th tier spell, the Dragon's Breath. Lin Yi had grown fond of the sensation of obliterating everything with a mere flick of his hand. If the 7th tier fire spells were already so formidable, what might the 7th tier wind spells entail? Resolutely, he decided that reaching the 7th tier merely required a little over 100,000 skill points. Just one more day of idling will suffice. The following day, Lin Yi rose early once again. After a night had passed, his skill point balance was nearing a remarkable 100,000. He anticipated that by noon, he would be able to bestow a significant boost to his new wind-based skills, propelling himself to a higher tier. Before that, Lin Yi planned to stroll through the vocational street, selling the substantial cluster of verdant crystalline ore he had unearthed the previous day, eager to ascertain its worth. Following that, he would visit the trading hall in hopes of acquiring a few mage skill books. Lastly, he intended to make a trip to the transfer sanctuary to accept his 2nd tier quest, as he expected to unlock even more new skills post-transition. With this plan in mind, Lin Yi stepped out and soon arrived at the vocational shopping district of Jiang City. He sought out the most esteemed appraiser on the street, intending to evaluate the emerald crystal he had discovered in the cave, thereby gaining insight into its value and avoiding being swindled by unscrupulous merchants. "Young man, do you seek to appraise something?" An elderly gentleman, with white hair and glasses, smiled as he regarded Lin Yi. This venerable figure was regarded as the most respected appraiser in the entire vocational street of Jiang City. Lin Yi nodded and produced a small piece of the emerald crystal from his spatial pouch. The moment the crystal emerged, a gentle breeze seemed to waft through the appraisal shop's hall. The smile on the old man's face momentarily froze before he adopted a more serious demeanor. "Young man, what you hold in your hand is extraordinary. May I take a closer look?" Lin Yi nodded and handed the crystal to the elder. Adjusting his glasses, the old man scrutinized it intently, his appraisal technique illuminating the room with a radiant glow. Soon, he gazed at Lin Yi in astonishment, exclaiming, "Incredible! Such pure wind spirit rock essence is indeed a rarity." Lin Yi's heart stirred. So this was called wind spirit rock essence. Such elementally rich or not only relied on purity, but also on the quantity available for sale. "What you show me appears to be just a small sample. You must possess the entire crystal deposit, and if its size and purity match this sample," then before the elder could finish his sentence, Lin Yi produced a whole chunk of emerald crystal weighing around 30 pounds. The appraiser, who had just been evaluating Lin Yi's sample, gasped in shock, nearly losing his breath in disbelief. After a moment, the elder collected himself and spoke. "Young man, a piece this large of wind spirit rock essence cannot merely be appraised at market price. It is considered a collector's item." Lin Yi expressed his gratitude to the elder. Over half an hour later, Lin Yi emerged from a shop named Treasure Pavilion. At that moment, his pocket contained a VIP black card from this nationwide chain, along with a substantial sum of 120,000 Desolations coins. After selling the collector-grade wind spirit rock essence, the enthusiastic owner had even gifted Lin Yi an additional 10,000 Desolations coins, stating that this extra was simply a gesture of friendship. Lin Yi must ensure that if he encounters such valuable items in the future, he should certainly seek him out. He would undoubtedly acquire them at prices significantly exceeding the market value. As he stepped out of the store, Lin Yi found himself somewhat dazed. How had he suddenly become wealthy? As one of the strongest nations on Blue Star, the value and circulation of the Great Xia's currency were astonishingly high. 120,000 Great Xia coins was indeed a considerable sum of money. Lin Yi's father, Lin Guodong, might toil in the mines for 3 to 4 years just to earn that amount. Ding. It has been detected that your currency has first exceeded 100,000. Your innate talent, gift of the gods, has unlocked a new function. A prompt echoed in Lin Yi's mind. A new function? Lin Yi hastily opened his talent interface. Soon, he comprehended the nature of this so-called new function. Gift of the Gods. Effect. You gain 1 skill point per second. New function. You can now spend currency circulating in the real world to purchase a 24-hour passive skill point reward. Note: after each purchase of passive skill point rewards, the amount of currency required for the next purchase will increase. Current currency required for a single purchase, 10,000 Great Xia coins. Chapter 13. Spending money, delightful. Advancement in wind skills. Flight skill. When Lin Yi initially acquired the Gift of the Gods talent, he had noticed a particular note. It stated that as one's experience or strength increased, more functions would be unlocked. It seemed that becoming wealthy could also be regarded as a form of increasing one's strength. Regardless, this new function was indeed a revelation for Lin Yi. After experiencing the exhilarating sensation of leveling up swiftly with advanced skills, every second of waiting for skill points to be allocated felt somewhat torturous. This function was akin to a timely blessing. Spending money to buy skill points was tantamount to purchasing time. As is well known, time is incredibly valuable. Spending money was exhilarating. It appeared that he would need to prioritize earning money in the future. Without hesitation, Lin Yi resolved to exhaust his funds, leaving only a small remainder. After all, this money was acquired by chance, and as his strength continued to grow, earning another 100,000 should only become increasingly effortless. Lin Yi opened his talent interface and opted to purchase the passive rewards. Do you wish to spend 10,000 Great Xia coins to purchase the 24-hour skill point reward? Lin Yi decisively selected yes. Ding. You have received a 24-hour passive reward from the Gift of the Gods, 86, for 100 skill points. Simultaneously, his phone vibrated in his pocket, notifying him that 10,000 Great Xia coins had been deducted from his account. Onward. Ding. You have received a 24-hour passive reward from the Gift of the Gods, 86, for 100 skill points. Ding. You have received a 24-hour passive reward from the Gift of the Gods, 86, for 100 skill points. Ding. You have received a 24-hour passive reward from the Gift of the Gods, 86, for 100 skill points. Lin Yi was unaware of how many times he had clicked. Until he was prompted by an insufficient balance, he finally ceased his activities. Much like many frivolous idle mobile games, the option to expend resources for idle rewards perpetually escalated in cost. The initial expense was 10,000 Xia coins, while the subsequent purchase demanded 15,000. The increments thereafter became even more pronounced. Lin Yi perused his records, recalling his last acquisition, during which he had astonishingly spent over 40,000 Xia coins. A sharp intake of breath escaped him. Previously, he had felt no pangs of regret, believing he was merely accelerating his progression in skill advancement. However, witnessing his bank balance plummet from 6 figures to a mere 3 figures instilled a profound sense of anguish within him. With no alternative, Lin Yi turned to his personal panel. Thankfully, the skill points balance provided him with immense solace. Current allocatable skill points, 425, 821. He still possessed over 400,000 in balance. Lin Yi once again accessed his skill page, elevating his 7th tier Skyfire Dragon Breath to the 8th tier, required 500,000 skill points, which was evidently insufficient. Furthermore, he deemed the 7th tier Skyfire Dragon Breath adequate for his current needs. Thus, the skill points should be judiciously allocated towards his blade instead. Lin Yi then opened the wind-based skill he had learned just yesterday, Windblade. In the allocation interface, he commenced the familiar routine. Tap, 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 tap. Soon, a series of notification chimes resonated in his mind. Consuming 500 skill points, your Windblade has been upgraded. You have acquired a new spell, Gale Slash. Consuming 2,000 skill points, your Gale Slash has been upgraded. You have acquired a new spell, Swift Wind 9 Slashes. Consuming 5,000 skill points, your Swift Wind 9 Slashes has been upgraded. You have acquired a new spell, Tempest Cyclone. Consuming 10,000 skill points, your Tempest Cyclone has been upgraded. You have acquired a new spell, Wings of the Gale. Consuming 50,000 skill points, your Wings of the Gale has been upgraded. You have acquired a new spell, Swift Wind Flash. Consuming 100,000 skill points, your Swift Wind Flash has been upgraded. You have acquired a new spell, Raging Waves and Thousand Storms. In less than half a day, Lin Yi's wind-based skill set expanded from a single ability to 7. As he reviewed these skills, he was struck by the distinct characteristics of all wind magic. If the fire magic was simply characterized by its high damage output, such as the 3rd tier spell, Triple Flame Spear, which summoned 3 long spears of flame from the sky to pierce and incinerate foes, then the 3rd tier wind spell, Swift Wind 9 Slashes, unleashed 9 blades of wind at astonishing speed within a mere 0.5 seconds. However, what astonished Lin Yi the most were the 2 new skills at the 5th and 6th tiers. Wings of the Gale, type, active skill, tier, 5, category, wind, consumption, 500 mana per second, casting time, 15 seconds, cooldown, 5 minutes, effect, harnesses the power of wind elements to envelop the user. rendering one's true form imperceptible to others. The wind element will form a pair of wings of wind, granting you the ability to soar at high speeds. Simultaneously, the swirling wind surrounding you will shield you from 3 ranged attacks. It is important to note that the strength of attacks the wind can block cannot exceed level 4. And once the 3 blocks are exhausted, your ability to fly will dissipate. Remark, the gathering storm, lift me to the clouds. The flight skill. Lin Yi had longed for this ability. As a human, who does not harbor a dream of soaring through the skies? To his astonishment, wind magic indeed possesses a spell that allows mages to fly without relying on flying mounts. However, the threshold of level 5 is rather high. Nonetheless, it is exhilarating. Other professions reportedly require at least 6 transitions before their respective skills can bestow flight abilities. As for the additional effect of this skill, Lin Yi found it quite familiar. Blocking ranged attacks. Wasn't this akin to Brother Sua's wind wall? Facing the gale. As for the 6th level skill, Swift Wind Dash, it exudes an even more pronounced sword master essence. Swift Wind Dash, type, active skill, level 6, category, wind, cost, 15,000 mana. Cast time, instant, cooldown, 1 hour, requires a melee weapon effect through the violent wind elements. Enhance your own speed and the attack speed of your melee weapon to the utmost, launching a rapid dash attack in one direction. During the dash, your evasion chance is increased by 100. Maximum dash distance, 10 meters. Maximum dash speed, 10 times the speed of sound. Remark, watch closely, this strike will be magnificent. Chapter 14, Masterful Appraisal. The all-seeing eye. The moment Lin Yi laid his eyes on this skill, he felt it was undoubtedly of the cool and flamboyant variety. It resembled the numerous animations he had watched in his previous life, showcasing swordsmen whose lifelong pursuit was speed. They would draw their swords, dash towards their foes. And before the enemies could react, they would have delivered multiple strikes. Then, sheathing their swords, the enemies would slowly collapse behind them. Indeed, it was exceedingly stylish. But why was such a skill appearing in a mage's repertoire? As a mage, employing this skill would require wielding a melee weapon. While a staff could be considered a melee weapon, the thought of striking the opponent nearly 100 times with it would seem quite dissonant. As Lin Yi ambled along, perusing his new skill, he found himself at the heart of Jiang City. Here lay the most significant governmental departments of the entire city. He gazed upon the most impressive and populous building, emblazoned with the words Daxia Trading Hall. Similar to the Daxia Bank, the Daxia Trading Hall is also a state-owned institution supported by the Daxia government. The trading network spans the entirety of Daxia. However, as Jiang City is merely a level 5 base city, the connection between its branch and the headquarters is not to be said to be non-existent, but rather, it is almost negligible. The circulation of goods and prices is primarily regulated by Jiang City itself. Upon entering the bustling trading hall, Lin Yi approached a self-service trading window. Since the Cataclysm era, countries across Blue Star have developed crystalline technology to a remarkable degree, and the self-service trading window within the hall epitomizes this advancement. Each window is devoid of attendants, featuring only the blue crystals suspended in midair, reminiscent of Lin Yi's own experience during the job transition ceremony. This was Lin Yi's inaugural visit to such a place. Observing how others operated, he quickly grasped the functionality of the crystal before him. A mere touch would summon a comprehensive interface on the screen, allowing for seamless transactions. Whether selling or purchasing, the miniature teleportation array at the counter could instantaneously deliver goods. Lin Yi was captivated by the novelty of it all. The experience was akin to online shopping with lightning-fast delivery, truly impressive. He scanned the discarded black iron equipment dropped by the Howling Forest Tiger King and its progeny beneath the crystal. Soon, an estimated value appeared. Fortunately, after a fiery breath from the Thunder Flame Dragon, he found himself with over a dozen pieces of equipment. After selling these black iron items, Lin Yi's balance increased by more than 10,000 Great Xia coins. He then proceeded to sell the materials dropped by the monsters he had previously defeated in his adventures. The most valuable were 1 or 2 unique materials dropped by the Tiger King, appraised at 2,000 to 3,000. The rest were merely trifles. Ultimately, after clearing his inventory, his balance surged from a mere few dozen to over 20,000 coins. This amount, however, was insufficient for another purchase of the 24-hour skill point reward. Determined to hunt for treasures at the trading hall, Lin Yi searched for spellbooks pertaining to the mage class. Unsurprisingly, not a single tome was available. After a moment of contemplation, he quickly deduced the reasons. The drop rate for spellbooks in low-level regions is exceedingly low, and Jiang City, being a small border town, has a limited supply of goods. This also attests to how extraordinarily fortunate he had been to acquire a spellbook from the Tiger King yesterday. Furthermore, even if spellbooks were to drop, many adventurers would be reluctant to sell such items at the trading hall. Other practitioners, even if they obtained spellbooks they could not utilize, would surely seek to sell them for a good price. If he truly wished to purchase a professional spellbook, a visit to the specialized shop under the Adventurers Guild would be necessary. With no mage skills available, he wondered if there were any general skill books. Lin Yi tapped on the crystal screen, activating the filtering mode, removing the options for mage-specific skills, and pressed the search button once more. Soon, a list of skill books materialized before him. Basic appraisal. Price, 18,992 Great Xia coins. As he scrolled down, Lin Yi discovered that this was the sole generic skill book available. Moreover, each skill book bore the information of its creator, indicating that such universal skills were not dropped by monsters. It is crafted by practitioners of enchanting and scroll-making. However, the most ordinary primary identification skill book costs nearly 20,000 coins, an exorbitant price indeed. Just imagine how costly a skill book belonging to a prestigious mage would be. Lin Yi felt a twinge of discomfort. He had initially thought that selling the Wind Spirit Rock Essence would elevate him to the status of a wealthy gentleman. Yet, it seemed he had overestimated his circumstances. Nevertheless, regardless of the price, he resolved to make the purchase. Had it not been for the glowing emerald light emitted by the Wind Spirit Rock Essence in the darkness, he might have missed such a treasure altogether. With the identification skill, he would at least not be oblivious when encountering riches. Especially with this primary identification skill in his hands, it would not remain merely primary. He still had several 100,000 skill points to invest in it, ensuring it would lack any semblance of infancy. He would immediately elevate it to a higher tier. Gritting his teeth, Lin Yi bought the identification skill book. In the next moment, his phone in his pocket vibrated. And he didn't even need to check to know it was the Daxia Bank notifying him of his newfound poverty. Simultaneously, the teleportation array beneath the spirit crystal illuminated. And after a brief interval, a dull gray scroll appeared at its center. Lin Yi picked up the scroll and examined its attributes. Indeed, it was the identification skill book. Without hesitation, he chose to learn it. Ding. Skill book. Primary identification successfully used. You have acquired a new skill. Identification, primary. Following this, Lin Yi naturally did not ponder for long. He invested over 100,000 skill points. After a series of chimes, he received an unprecedented notification. Ding. You have consumed 120,000 skill points. Your identification, master level, has been upgraded, and you have obtained a new spell, identification, pinnacle. Ding. Congratulations. You are the first person in the entire Blue Star to elevate identification to the pinnacle tier, and you have received a unique reward. Your identification, pinnacle, has transformed into a new skill, Eye of Omniscience. Lin Yi was left astounded. What? Such a phenomenon exists? He was, in fact, the first individual across the entire Blue Star to upgrade identification to this tier. In the millennia following the Cataclysm era, no one had seized this unique reward. The so-called unique reward was something Lin Yi had encountered in his textbooks. In simple terms, it resembles an achievement system in games. Once someone accomplishes an unprecedented feat, the Heavenly Tao triggers a unique reward. Chapter 15, Level 2 Transfer Quest. The Undead Knight must perish. Lin Yi felt a surge of joy. With billions of people on Blue Star, he was 1 in 100 billion. No, considering the span of 1,000 years, he might be 1 in a trillion. Lin Yi quickly grasped why no predecessors had opted to max out the identification skill to the pinnacle level. Because there was no cost-effectiveness whatsoever. Most practitioners who learned identification aimed to observe the attributes and strengths of monsters at their own level, as well as the properties of rare treasures. There is absolutely no necessity to ascend to higher tiers merely to confront monsters that one cannot even conquer. Although the skill points required to elevate the universal skill of appraisal are only about a quarter of those needed for a professional skill, who would willingly sacrifice such a precious quarter of their skill points to enhance appraisal instead of their professional skills? Realizing this, Lin Yi promptly opened his skill panel to examine the new skill that had evolved from appraisal. All-Knowing Eye. Unique. Skill Tier. 9. Type. Passive Universal Skill. Consumption. None. Incantation. None. Cooldown. None effect. When you gaze at a target for more than 3 seconds. Regardless of your level difference with the target, you will bypass all of the target's illusions, concealments, and hidden effects, thereby acquiring all information about that target. When the target you are observing is a spirit or an unidentified equipment item, upon successful appraisal, you have a 10 chance to elevate the quality of that spirit or equipment by 1 tier. Remark, insight into all things, perception of the universe. Lin Yi was somewhat astonished. The prowess of this skill exceeded his wildest imagination. This should be regarded as his first 9-tier skill. With this skill in his possession, all things in the world would undoubtedly reveal their truest essence to Lin Yi. Not to mention, this passive skill also possesses the capabilities to pierce illusions and counter concealments. It was utterly extraordinary. Lin Yi focused his gaze on a passing professional. After 3 seconds, all information regarding the individual was laid bare before him. Their profession, level, skills, the equipment they wore, health points, and current status. Even their weaknesses were clearly discerned. Exiting the trading hall, the bounty of this venture was exceedingly abundant. The only remaining task was to undertake the job transition quest. The Daxia Trading Hall and the Job Transition Sanctuary were in close proximity, separated merely by a street. Lin Yi made his way directly to the nearby Job Transition Sanctuary. Upon entering, a young woman approached him with a warm greeting. "Hello, professional. How may I assist you today?" The attendant was a bespectacled girl with black hair, wearing a gentle smile, her hands clasped behind her back in a demure manner. She had noticed Lin Yi the moment he stepped through the door. There were many professionals passing by, yet handsome men were a rare breed. Spotting one as striking as Lin Yi, she seized the opportunity to strike up a conversation. Lin Yi replied, "I would like to accept the second job transition quest." The girl maintained her smile, tucking a few strands of hair behind her ear, and continued, "Please present your professional identification." "Oh, I have only just transitioned and have not yet received my formal professional certification. Would my student ID suffice?" The girl was somewhat taken aback. "Oh, you mean to say that you are a newly transitioned professional who succeeded just a week ago?" Lin Yi nodded. The girl was even more astonished. She had never encountered anyone capable of meeting the requirements for a second job transfer within just a week of changing professions. Her expression was somewhat uncontrollable. "Have you already reached level 30? Lin Yi nodded once more. The bespectacled girl took a deep breath, secretly astonished. It seemed that this handsome young man possessed an extraordinarily formidable family background. Although she had not witnessed any local professionals in Jiangxing achieving a second job transfer so swiftly, she was aware that in larger base cities, particularly among certain deeply rooted noble families, it was indeed possible to elevate a family's younger generation to level 30 in a remarkably short time through resources. To her surprise, this striking young man was not only good-looking, but also came from such a terrifying lineage. Unbeknownst to her, the bespectacled girl had unconsciously moved a step closer to Lin Yi. Lin Yi, of course, was oblivious to the myriad thoughts swirling in her mind. He merely wished to expedite the task acquisition and move on to its completion. He produced his student ID, which would confirm his status as a professional. Oh, very well. I will assist you with the registration immediately." In no time, the bespectacled girl completed the paperwork and guided Lin Yi to one of the rooms within the job transfer sanctuary. Upon entering the chamber, Lin Yi once again beheld a blue spirit crystal suspended in midair, reminiscent of the one he had encountered during his initial awakening at school. As he touched the crystal once more, he received a system notification. Ding. Detecting professional level. Current professional level, 30, has met the requirements for the second job transfer. Commencing extraction of job transfer task. Ding. You have received the job transfer task. The Death Knight must die. Task requirements. Please defeat 60 World Death Knight Ravenholt with a party of no more than 3 members to obtain the quest item, Heart of the Fallen. It was not that he found this task excessively difficult. Rather, it seemed rather simplistic. Was the difficulty really so low? A level 60 creature? Its level was even inferior to the molten fire demon he could summon. Even if it were, a single blast of dragon fire should suffice to vanquish it, right? If it survived, he could simply dispatch a few more. The task requirements even permitted him to form a trio. Wasn't that incredibly lenient? He was genuinely at a loss for words. If others were to learn of Lin Yi's thoughts, they would undoubtedly express their disbelief, as many would weep uncontrollably upon receiving a task of such low difficulty. They might even despair of ever achieving a second job transfer in their lifetimes. The creatures of this world were notoriously tough and resilient, as they respawned directly in leveling areas rather than within dungeons. In dungeons, strict limits on party size were enforced, and thus the corresponding statistics would not be so outrageous. In contrast, the health points of wild world creatures were often tenfold that of their dungeon counterparts, as they were typically swarmed by hundreds, if not thousands, of players upon appearing. Thus, aside from Lin Yi, any unfortunate soul who were to receive such a daunting task might find their career as a practitioner abruptly curtailed. The assignment of class transition tasks is entirely random, leaving no opportunity for a second chance. Upon completing the task, Lin Yi exited the room. The bespectacled lady who had previously attended to him greeted him with a smile. Inquiring, "Lin, was your task difficult?" Lin Yi shook his head, replying, "It was rather average." The lady clapped her hands joyfully, exclaiming, "Ah, then I must congratulate you. If it was a simple task, you should be able to transition smoothly." She continued, "What is the objective of your task?" "Despite my appearance, I am the most seasoned employee here at the Sanctum of Class Transition. I am well versed in the requirements of many third-class practitioners' tasks." Chapter 16, Journey to the Silent Land. Woohoo, take off. To be honest, Lin Yi couldn't help but notice the lady's enthusiasm was somewhat extraordinary. He merely replied, "No need." Lin Yi departed from the sanctum, leaving the lady somewhat wistful. Sigh, such a handsome young man, yet he appears so aloof. He made his way directly to the archive library of the Jiangxing Practitioner Alliance. Utilizing the spiritual crystal within the library, Lin Yi swiftly discovered pertinent information. The southern outskirts of Kanglan City had once endured a dreadful plague over a century ago, claiming countless lives. Subsequently, that area transformed into a forbidden zone, rife with viruses and pestilence. Numerous infected creatures and undead beings roamed the region, devoid of any living presence, thus earning the moniker Silent Land. The Death Knight, Ravendell, was rumored to have once been a knight commander dispatched by an empire to rescue victims of the disaster. However, for reasons unknown, he fell from grace and became a Death Knight. After each bout of plague-infused acid rain, Ravendell would awaken from his grave, riding his skeletal steed, eternally wandering the heart of the Silent Land. Upon reaching this point in his reading, Lin Yi grasped some foundational information. The level corresponded with the description of the task's objective, level 60. Moreover, the respawn point was located in the leveling zone known as the Silent Land, situated in the southern outskirts of Kanglan City. Lin Yi inputted the 4 characters representing the Silent Land into the spiritual crystals display. The results soon appeared. The location was indeed in the southern outskirts of Kanglan City, with monsters ranging from levels 40 to 50, suitable for second-class practitioners to level up. What about the respawn time? All wild areas adhere to a fixed respawn pattern. Fortunately, Kanglan is not far from Jiangqing, and one can retrieve the last kill record of the Death Knight. World, Death Knight Raven Dell respawn time. 30 days last kill record, March 15, 2024. At 9 o'clock Lin Yi glanced at the current time, and his expression changed. Damn, the last kill time was precisely 1 month ago, at this very moment. Does that mean it has just respawned? Such a world would undoubtedly be besieged by countless practitioners and would be a prime target for many major guilds. Often, these guilds and organizations would stake out the area, launching an immediate assault upon respawn. If he were to miss this opportunity, he would have to wait another month. Damn it. Lin Yi was determined not to be hindered by this seemingly simple task for an entire month. In the next moment, he hurriedly exited the archives and made his way to the teleportation hall in Jiang City. In this era, the common folk had only 2 modes of transportation at their disposal. One was the high-speed underground rail system, which connected various base cities across the Great Xia through excavated tunnels. Monsters and ferocious beasts were seldom encountered underground, and this subterranean route allowed travelers to bypass many densely populated monster regions, ensuring a degree of safety. Consequently, aerial transport was exceedingly rare in Great Xia. When it did occur, it was primarily the domain of military vessels or airships. Ultimately, the most convenient and rapid means of travel was the teleportation array. Thanks to the dual advancements of spiritual crystal technology and magic, short-distance spatial teleportation had become widely accessible to the public. Even though Jiang City was separated from neighboring Kanglan City by over 1,000 kilometers, utilizing the teleportation array took merely a few minutes. Lin Yi took out his mobile phone and purchased a teleportation ticket to Kanglan City online. After passing through security, he hurried directly to the teleportation hall. Similar to catching a train in his previous life, the number of people entering the teleportation array was also limited, with everyone rushing to have their tickets checked. Lin Yi joined a throng of passengers standing within the array, and soon, magical runes illuminated the space. The center of the teleportation array emitted a strong pulling force. In the next instant, Lin Yi felt as if he were spinning through a time-space tunnel, with the scenery around him twisting into bizarre shapes, racing past his eyes. This experience was quite novel, and Lin Yi, possessing excellent balance, felt exhilarated without any physical discomfort. However, the other passengers were not as fortunate. Upon successfully teleporting, when Lin Yi arrived at the Kanglan City teleportation hall, he noticed that most of his fellow travelers were utterly nauseated. The atmosphere in the hall became difficult to describe. Lin Yi quickly made his exit, resolving never to purchase an ordinary ticket again. At the very least, he would opt for a higher-class ticket. Not only would the teleportation experience be superior, but the number of passengers would be reduced, sparing him the need to jostle with others. Upon leaving the Kanglan City teleportation hall, Lin Yi distinctly sensed that, as a level 4 base city, Kanglan City was more prosperous in various aspects compared to Jiang City. However, he had no time to dwell on these observations. He recalled the directions given to him by the bespectacled girl regarding the desolate area, Kanglan City's southern outskirts. The Windblade spell, a 5th-tier wind-based magic, had a notably brief incantation time. Yet, under the influence of Divine Blessing chant, 5th-tier spells were instantaneous for Lin Yi. Without hesitation, he unleashed the Windblade spell. In the next moment, a fierce gust of wind erupted at the entrance of the teleportation hall, startling countless pedestrians. Instantly, a faint green vortex of wind surrounded Lin Yi, obscuring him within a haze of wind. Onlookers could only discern his silhouette. The numerous guards stationed at the teleportation hall and the Kanglan City Job Transfer Sanctuary, witnessing this spectacle, immediately reached for their weapons. Amidst the commotion, some individuals began to shout. At that moment, Lin Yi realized he had perhaps erred. In all non-combat zones of the Great Xia, the use of skills and magic was strictly prohibited, and engaging in brawls would land one in custody. Fortunately, his skill allowed him to conceal his identity. Yet, with the urgency of completing his task before the Death Knight met its demise, Lin Yi decided to disregard the rules. In the next instant, a pair of wind wings materialized behind him. With a mere thought, he felt his weight entirely negated by the embrace of the wind element. He broke free from the shackles of gravity. A tempest surged forth, propelling him skyward. The sensation of flying on his own was an experience incomparable to that of using any form of transportation. It was exhilarating. The feeling of soaring unimpeded through the heavens ignited a thrill within Lin Yi. He accelerated continuously, striving to push his speed to its limits. In an instant, he transformed into a streak of emerald light, racing towards the azure southern outskirts. Look, mommy, someone is flying. Beneath him, amidst the bustling crowd, Countless children pointed at the swift figure in the sky, clapping their hands in awe. As Lin Yi soared, he drew gasps of astonishment and envy from the throngs below. The very individuals who had intended to apprehend Lin Yi, the city's law enforcement, stood dumbfounded. Goodness, a 6th-tier master. They had just contemplated confronting a true master of the 6th tier. The regulations of Great Xia forbade practitioners from flying or using skills within the city's boundaries. Yet, for genuine masters, even such transgressions elicited no more than muted responses from the insignificant enforcers of law. Chapter 17. Once more, the dragon's breath of heavenly flame. Lin Yi. Akin to a deity, Lin Yi remained blissfully unaware of the shockwaves his audacious ascent had sent rippling through the city of Azure Blue. Soon, he ascended to the heights above Azure Blue City, where the panoramic view unfolded before him. The entirety of Azure Blue City lay beneath his gaze, and the surrounding leveling zones were clearly visible. In a mere glance, he spotted the desolate region, a few hundred kilometers to the south of Azure Blue City, exuding an ominous aura. That must be the land of silence. Lin Yi directed his wind wings and commenced a rapid flight towards the land of silence. Simultaneously, within the land of silence, an unusual vibrancy pervaded the seemingly lifeless expanse. A multitude of practitioners, akin to sharks scenting blood, converged upon the central area, the respawn point of the Death Knight in this realm. However, they encountered formidable resistance. The Thunder Guild has reserved this area. All idle individuals, please make way. Attention, the Starsea Guild has restricted access. You are required to vacate immediately. Countless practitioners clad in the uniforms of various guilds issued stern warnings to any idle practitioners daring to approach the central region, resolutely preventing them from advancing even a step closer. How dare you treat the world as your private domain? Indeed, by what right do you deny us entry? The members tasked with the blockade wore sinister grins on their faces. Indeed, it is our Thunder Guild that has established this domain. Do you dare to venture forth and test your mettle? Confronted with such brazen and unreasonable conduct, countless adventurers are left seething with indignation, yet powerless to voice their outrage. Thunder and Starsea stand as the two preeminent guilds in Azure Blue City. These guilds frequently delineate territories within popular leveling zones, reserving them exclusively for their own members. Indifferent to the plight of other adventurers seeking to enhance their skills, there have been attempts at rebellion. However, both guild leaders are formidable professionals nearing their 5th tier, commanding a legion of elite warriors, thus maintaining their dominance unchallenged until now. At present, the pivotal moment for the resurrection of the Death Knight has arrived, and both guilds are resolutely intent on monopolizing the experience and loot, dividing it evenly between themselves. Suddenly, the center of the encirclement erupts with the cacophony of skills colliding. Everyone is acutely aware that the Death Knight, Rivendell, has re-emerged. The elites of the Thunder and Starsea guilds have commenced their assault. Yet this time, the situation appears markedly different, as the sounds of skill clashes swiftly diminish. Soon, a wave of black plague, exuding an intense aura of death, begins to spread across the desolate expanse. In an instant, the adventurers stationed at the periphery, tasked with restricting access to other professionals, are stricken with fear. They receive urgent pleas for assistance from their guild members within the communication channel. Something is amiss. The leader is calling for help. We must hurry. In a flash, members from both guilds dash toward the heart of the desolation, their previous adversaries now wearing expressions of elation as they follow suit. The world differs from dungeons in one significant aspect. The experience and skill point rewards post-kill are allocated based on contribution. The more damage one inflicts during a world encounter, the greater the share of skill points and experience gained. Thus, the distribution of loot hinges solely on who delivers the final blow. A throng of adventurers rushes to the center of the desolate realm. The sight that greets them constricts their throats, as if gripped tightly by a hand named Death, rendering them mute with shock. Countless adventurers clad in the uniforms of the Starsea and Thunder guilds lie scattered across the ground, contorted in postures of desperate flight. Amidst the flowing black waters of plague, their weapons lie shattered, their faces etched with agony, eyes wide open in eternal torment. Clearly, they had endured unimaginable suffering before their demise. President, leader, the members tasked with guarding the perimeter are aghast to discover their own guild leader among the fallen bodies. This revelation deepens their disbelief. Just a mere level 90 world. They have slain this adversary countless times before. How could this happen? A total annihilation? Before they can ponder further, the heavy sound of hooves pounding the ground reverberates ominously. They behold the true architect of this devastation, clad in obsidian battle armor. The heavily armored knight wielded a colossal sword measuring 4 to 5 meters in length, astride a skeletal steed devoid of flesh. Ethereal blue flames flickered in the hollow eye sockets of both the warhorse and its rider. The Death Knight, Ravenholt, had grown to a size over tenfold its usual stature. Wherever he traversed, the ground was tainted with an inky black plague water. Run. He seems to have undergone a transformation. A chilling terror surged from the depths of their souls. It was rumored that both the world and its dungeons could, with an exceedingly low probability, be influenced by abyssal powers, triggering a state of aberration. In such a state, levels and skills would experience terrifying amplifications. Many who had once been mere level 30 or 40 could ultimately surpass level 200. This could lead to annihilation of entire parties. Flee. Run. This singular thought consumed everyone. At that moment, the roles of hunter and prey had irrevocably reversed. The Death Knight, once vanquished countless times by their blades and spells, had returned from the grave. As Ravenholt tugged at the reins of his steed, the skeletal horse let out a piercing whinny, its hooves striking the ground. In an instant, waves of necromantic energy surged forth. The previously arid earth beneath countless feet was swiftly inundated by the endless, dark plague water. From within that blackened tide, it seemed as though innumerable corpses extended bony claws, grasping at the ankles of all who sought to escape. They found themselves ensnared in a quagmire of death, unable to move a single inch. As the inky waters rippled outward, a scene emerged that sent shivers down their spines. The bodies that had once lay scattered upon the ground were now infused with necromantic power, rising once more. They grasped their broken blades, uttering familiar incantations. This time, however, they fought for the Death Knight. Black mists obscured the sky as a dark, plague-laden rain descended, the atmosphere thick with the scent of death. Despair enveloped them all. Their wails and cries echoed in silence. Just as they were on the brink of being dragged into the black waters, destined to drown, they suddenly heard a resounding roar of a dragon. In the next moment, an intense heat dissipated the chill of death. The black mists and rain ceased, and a brilliant orange flame tore through the darkness. A massive dragon, ablaze and radiating boundless heat, soared across the sky. Its fiery breath cascaded down like a waterfall. Ravenholt tilted his head back, and in his ghostly eyes, the reflection of a figure obscured by relentless winds appeared behind the heavenly dragon. Chapter 18, Aberrant Death Knight. The advantageous range of wind magic. The plague-laden black waters that ensnared the ankles of all adventurers evaporated under the searing breath of the dragon, transforming into fleeting black mist that vanished into the air. Everyone was liberated. They too beheld it, soaring high above, a figure resembling a deity. Indeed, in their eyes, the one capable of wielding such formidable magic, instantly dispelling all pestilence and gloom, had become their savior. High in the sky, Lin Yi exhaled deeply. Goodness! After a swift flight, he had made it just in time. The Death Knight, fortunately, had not perished. The moment Lin Yi laid eyes on the Death Knight, Rivendell, he acted without a second thought, unleashing a sudden inferno of dragon's breath. He was apprehensive that the adventurers below would seize the opportunity to claim the head for themselves. If one were to assess his most potent skill at present, it undoubtedly would be the Inferno Dragon's Breath. Furthermore, this skill was remarkably straightforward, lacking any cumbersome wind-up before the attack. It was merely a straightforward dragon's breath that delivered a devastating blow. Moreover, Lin Yi was not a bloodthirsty fiend. His command over the fire element was such that he could unleash the Inferno Dragon's Breath to obliterate all monsters while sparing the adventurers from even the slightest harm. This explained why the multitude of despairing adventurers, numbering in the thousands, suffered no injuries whatsoever beneath the terrifying 7th-tier dragon's breath. As the dragon's breath subsided, Lin Yi squinted his eyes. Not dead. In fact, hadn't he even lost much blood? This is intriguing. Lin Yi felt a twinge of surprise. He had previously considered that a single Inferno Dragon's Breath might not be sufficient to vanquish the Death Knight, but it should at least have reduced its health by half. Or so he thought. Now it appeared that even a few more dragon's breaths might not suffice. Lin Yi gazed intently at the Death Knight, Rivendell. Under the influence of all-knowing eye, the information soon materialized before him. Death Knight Rivendell, mutated, level 200, rank, royal, race, undead, health 9, 971, 000, mana 100, 000, strength 15, 800, spirit 8, 000, agility 8, 000, stamina 15, 800, active skills, undead army, plague tide, death's rend, grasp of death, charge, corpse explosion. Passive skills, undead will, immortal body, mutated, weakness, holy light damage. Lin Yi was taken aback. Level 200? Wasn't he supposed to be level 60? How had the level suddenly surged so dramatically? Lin Yi certainly noted the term mutated on the information panel, yet he had never encountered such a mechanism in his studies. Does it imply an enhanced version? However, a single Inferno Dragon's Breath had only inflicted 30,000 points of damage, which left Lin Yi perplexed. Fortunately, with all-knowing eye, he soon discerned the crux of the issue within the Death Knight's skills. The problem lay in the passive skill, Immortal Body, mutated. Immortal Body, metamorphosis, type, passive skill, rank, level 7, effect. The power of the abyss has fortified your physique, granting you an extraordinary capacity to withstand damage. All damage you receive, excluding holy light damage, is reduced by 50, and the maximum damage you can endure in a single instance is capped at 9,999 points. You regenerate 5,000 health points every second. This passive skill is somewhat astonishing. The most terrifying aspect is the cap on single instance damage, which is limited to just under 10,000 points. No wonder a single strike from the dragon flame only inflicted that much damage. Even the high single instance damage from the dragon's breath only caused 9,999 points of damage. The subsequent health loss was merely due to burn damage. After witnessing the explosive passive skill of the Death Knight, Rivendell, Lin Yi felt a wave of relief. Fortunately, he had upgraded his wind-based magic yesterday. Otherwise, he would have found himself at a complete loss against this foe today. Indeed, compared to maximizing a single element, pursuing a balanced development across multiple elements significantly enhances combat prowess. Lin Yi had previously expressed disdain for wind magic, primarily due to its somewhat lackluster impact. For instance, when comparing the most basic Tier 3 spells, the Triple Flame Spear's 3 instances of damage, given Lin Yi's current lack of attributes and equipment, already exceeded 10,000 in base damage. Conversely, the 9 Blades of the Gale's 9 instances of damage barely reached 5,000 points. Although it strikes quickly and frequently, its effect is truly underwhelming. However, the situation has changed. A few moments ago, in Azure City, within the Professional Alliance building, the hall remained orderly, with various practitioners attending to their inquiries. Yet in the conference room, countless high-ranking members of the Azure City Professional Alliance were drenched in sweat. They were utterly at a loss, absolutely unable to cope. Based on the comparative data of all outdoor world metamorphoses over the past century in our Great Xia, levels generally increase by at least threefold. This means that the world of the Dead Silence must now be at least level 180. I have long stated that once the soul world around Azure City undergoes metamorphosis, it is akin to a ticking time bomb. I never anticipated it would arrive so swiftly. The faces of all attendees turned ashen. The conference room's large screen displayed the fully metamorphosed Death Knight. No one had a viable crisis response plan. Ultimately, the president of the Azure City Professional Alliance, seated at the head of the table, made a decisive call. I have already sent a distress signal to our affiliated headquarters in Tianhai City. They are dispatching a 6th transformation practitioner who is en route. However, even for him, the journey from Tianhai to Azure City will take 2 hours. In this 2-hour window, we must evacuate the populace and defend against the undead army summoned by the metamorphosed Death Knight. If we fail to manage this, it will spell disaster for Azure City. The vice president, a balding man, was momentarily dumbfounded upon hearing the president's decision to evacuate the citizens of Azure City. But president, now, sounding the alarm may induce panic among the populace. Before Xiading could finish his sentence, he was abruptly interrupted. If the plague and corruption from the Silent Abyss were to spread to our Azure City, it would no longer be a matter confined to your esteemed position, but rather a concern for whether we would spend the latter half of our lives toiling at a sewing machine. Are you genuinely foolish, or merely overly ambitious? The elderly council president's gaze was icy, delivering his reprimand without the slightest mercy, resulting in Xiading's public embarrassment. Initiate Level 1 alert and notify the city defense forces to prepare for the evacuation of civilians. Now, immediately, with the High Command of Azure City deciding on an evacuation, a mournful siren echoed throughout the entire city. Countless professionals received regional broadcasts, reminiscent of the previous incident in Jiang City when Lin Yi summoned the Molten Fire Demon. Such high-ranking and formidable creatures were beyond their capacity to handle. They could only await the arrival of true powerhouses from the eastern Jiang province. Chapter 19. The Sky Falls. 7-stage triple strike. Cries, screams, and the chaotic sounds of countless people rushing in panic filled the air. The once peaceful and serene Azure City was suddenly engulfed in tension. Most of the inhabitants had never witnessed such a spectacle. No one knew precisely what had transpired. They only understood that calamity was imminent. Look over there, to the southern sky. My heavens, what is that? Amidst the hurried evacuation, some individuals spotted the southern horizon, inexplicably stained crimson, as if it were bleeding. In the far distance, they even discerned the outline of a legendary creature, a dragon, a colossal fire dragon. As the dragon exhaled scorching breath, the impact of the scene was overwhelming. Not only were the civilians captivated, but even the military professionals tasked with maintaining order were left in awe. They too were uncertain of the unfolding events, but they could surmise that something monumental had occurred in the southern outskirts of Azure City. Perhaps it was indeed the dragon that necessitated the evacuation. Fortunately, the anomaly in the southern sky was fleeting, just as anxiety gripped everyone. Fearing their homeland was under siege by some draconic entity, the fire dragon vanished, and the horizon returned to normalcy, as if everything they had witnessed was merely an illusion. However, the very next moment, a wind began to stir throughout Azure City. Without any forewarning, the previously calm city was suddenly swept by a fierce gale. The elemental winds that roamed the heavens became frenzied. Several professionals in Azure City, having attained the 4th tier of strength, mounted their battle beasts and ascended into the sky. They were privy to sights beyond the comprehension of ordinary citizens. The southern outskirts of Azure City appeared to have manifested a massive vacuum zone or a terrifying storm vortex. All the air currents converged wildly towards that region. Amidst the rising dread, numerous individuals quaked beneath their flying mounts, trembling in the face of an increasingly terrifying tempest. The sky darkened ominously, as if a long-awaited storm was on the verge of unleashing its fury. Above the desolate expanse, Lin Yi floated at the very heart of the storm he commanded. He muttered incantations, engaging in the intricate chant of a 7th-tier wind spell, the raging tides of chaos. In truth, Lin Yi possessed 2 additional opportunities for instantaneous casting. However, ensconced within the protective vortex generated by the wings of the gale, he remained undisturbed and unassailed, allowing him to ascertain the duration required to complete the incantation of a 7th-tier spell. Even if the chant remained unfinished, terrifying phenomena manifested in the heavens. The sky grew completely overcast, with clouds hanging low and swirling ominously, subtly coalescing into a magnificent wall of ominous clouds reminiscent of a tsunami. Just as water is a fluid, so too is air. Under the intense influence of the wind elements, the atmosphere assumed a liquid-like quality. When the formidable wall of clouds descended, it signaled the conclusion of Lin Yi's chant. The howling winds disturbed the slumber of the dead, an act that seemed to enrage the Death Knight, Rivendell. He suddenly raised his Black Knight's sword, pointing it menacingly at Lin Yi in the sky, emitting a chilling growl from deep within his throat. In the next moment, the plague-ridden black waters, recently scorched by the breath of the dragon of heavenly flames, surged back like a tide, engulfing vast expanses of the desolate land once more. Beneath the inky waters, countless limbs, bones, and decaying flesh writhed and reassembled. This ghastly scene sent shivers down the spines of the thousands of adventurers from Azure City who had intended to conquer the world. Lin Yi's gaze sharpened. Under the scrutiny of the all-knowing eye, he recognized that this was his skill, undead army. If left unchecked, he would summon all the deceased who had met their end in this forsaken land, raising them as undead soldiers to continue the fight for him. The more souls that perished, the greater the number of spectral warriors he could command. It was not inconceivable that Azure City could transform into a living hell. With a swift motion, Rivendell swung his colossal sword, unleashing a wave of black energy. A terrifying sword strike of necromantic essence hurtled towards Lin Yi in the sky, a signature move known as necromantic cleave. The force of the strike was undoubtedly formidable. Lin Yi could even hear the resonant hum of air being torn asunder. The protective effects of the 5th-tier gale wings were insufficient to withstand such a potent assault. And at that moment, Lin Yi's health points were dwindling to mere hundreds. Time had not permitted him the luxury of a shield from the fire demon. Yet, Lin Yi remained unperturbed, for he uttered the final incantation of his spell. The chant was complete. Even the 7th-tier magic retains its potent essence of the wind element. The incantation time, in comparison to the Phoenix Flame Dragon Breath, is reduced by at least a third. Under the passive effect of Divine Grace Chant, Lin Yi completed this 7th-tier spell in less than 10 seconds. The howling winds and turbulent currents momentarily ceased, heralding the eerie calm before the impending storm. In the next instant, the clouds above shattered. Like tumultuous waves crashing upon the shore, they descended from the heavens, imbued with terrifying might. The dreadful necromantic sword energy was instantly engulfed by the ferocious winds before the collapsing clouds. In the blink of an eye, the force of the strike was utterly worn away and vanished without a trace. Unperturbed, the onlookers gazed upwards, witnessing the horrifying spectacle of the sky seemingly descending upon them. Their hearts gripped by dread and astonishment. The Death Knights were formidable, yet their existence hinged on a mere thought. However, when juxtaposed with the enigmatic figure in the sky, their power paled in comparison. With a mere wave of his hand, the heavens appeared ready to plummet to the earth. Yet, the astonishment did not cease there. Beneath the cloud wall, a shadowy figure seemed to gesture downward. In the next moment, the already terrifying storm's ferocity doubled. Countless individuals struggled to keep their eyes open, gasping for breath. Furthermore, the magnificent cloud wall above exhibited signs of overlapping. The first wall had not yet descended, unleashing the terrifying might of the 1,000 waves burst spell, and already 2 more cloud walls had formed, crashing down in succession. Chapter 20. Instantaneous Transformation. Rich Rewards. Such a high-tier spell. The powerful figure could unleash 3 consecutive strikes with a mere flick of his wrist. Just how formidable was he? The minds of countless professionals went blank. In the sky, Lin Yi depleted all 3 instances of instantaneous casting he had painstakingly accumulated over the day. Despite being an inherently cautious individual, he harbored concerns that a 7th-tier 1,000 waves burst might not be sufficient to vanquish this level 200 foe. Thus, he decided to augment it with 2 more strikes. With 3 consecutive 7th-tier spells raining down, surely, the enemy could not survive. But what if it still did? Lin Yi had already contemplated his escape plan. If the foe remained unscathed, he could retreat, for if such a formidable entity truly existed, he would certainly survive long enough to gather more skill points and employ even higher-tier spells to deal with the threat. He was willing to wait. While others might wait a decade for revenge, he could afford to wait 10 days and accumulate enough forbidden spells in the meantime. In the end, Lin Yi's worries proved unfounded. As the cloud walls descended, the frenzied wind blades, bound by magic within the cloud walls, unleashed indiscriminate attacks upon all targets within their range. In an exceedingly brief moment, those skeletal minions recently summoned by the Death Knight Ravenhold were subjected to countless strikes. The remnants of bones and decayed flesh were utterly shattered by the slicing winds, leaving no trace behind. The transformed Death Knight, Rivendell, boasted formidable defenses. The wind blades, striking against his heavy armor, produced an incessant and dense sound of friction. The grim tidings were that even at the 7th tier, the Tempest's Fury spell could not breach the ancestral laws, resulting in damage that remained merely superficial. However, the good news was that the damage was both swift and abundant. Lin Yi observed a multitude of numerical damage indicators cascading from above the Death Knight's head. These numbers, though modest, mostly ranging from 1 to 2,000, with critical hits reaching 3,000, appeared with a frequency that was nothing short of terrifying. A mere estimation revealed that from the moment the cloud wall descended to the full manifestation of the spell's power, less than 15 seconds had elapsed. Yet it had unleashed no fewer than 4,000 attacks. Upon the complete detonation of the first Tempest's Fury, the Death Knight, whose health was in the millions, was left severely diminished, with less than a third of his vitality remaining. However, the subsequent casts of the spell afforded him no respite. They erupted in succession. This time, Lin Yi witnessed Rivendell's health plummet at a speed that defied belief. It was a swift execution. In truth, one could argue that this creature owed Lin Yi a life. A low, defiant roar escaped Rivendell's lips as he neared his demise. His steed beneath him let out a mournful cry, its bones splintering and disintegrating into ash, meeting a fate akin to that of the lesser undead minions. Ding! Congratulations, you have slain the transformed Death Knight, Rivendell, in the alternate realm, earning 2 million experience points, with an additional 5 million points for defeating a foe of higher rank. Ding! Congratulations. Your damage contribution during the battle against Rivendell reached 100. You have earned 2,000 bound skill points and 5 scrolls of tradable skill points. 3 consecutive notifications resounded in Lin Yi's mind, confirming that this once mighty adversary had indeed been vanquished in an instant. TSK. Lin Yi clicked his tongue, feeling somewhat dissatisfied with the meager reward of skill points. Only a little over 2,000? If others were to learn of his thoughts, they would surely weep. After all, 2,000 bound skill points and 100 tradable skill point scrolls were indeed a treasure trove for an individual, a generous bounty in itself. Many would toil for over half a year in dungeons to amass such a sum. As Lin Yi descended gently from the sky, he pondered the likelihood of receiving a wealth of valuable loot from such a formidable foe. Indeed, upon landing, he found a plethora of gleaming equipment scattered where the Death Knight and his steed had once stood, with one particular piece radiating a brilliant platinum glow. Furthermore, he also discovered 2 skill books lying on the ground. Another skill book had dropped. Lin Yi had previously understood that the probability of skill books dropping in this world was exceedingly low. It was only when he vanquished the aberrant Death Knight that the drop rate would significantly increase. However, he did not anticipate the fortunate occurrence of 2 books dropping at once. In addition to the equipment and skill books, Lin Yi also discovered a plethora of rare materials, suggested by their names to hold considerable value. He eagerly gathered all the treasures strewn across the ground and surveyed his surroundings. The group of adventurers he had noticed from the heights remained unharmed under his deliberate control, despite the tumultuous impact of the tidal storm. Yet, even without injuries, the relentless barrage of 7th tier wind magic proved too overwhelming for most, leaving them gasping for breath and succumbing to unconsciousness. This certainly simplified matters. Otherwise, had these individuals been awake to witness him claiming all the rewards from the Death Knight, jealousy would have surely ensued, leading to a melodramatic tale of murder and treasure theft. Now, with the quest completed and the treasures collected, there was little reason to linger any longer. With a swift invocation of the wings of the gale, Lin Yi ascended into the sky, his figure soon vanishing from sight. Mere minutes after his departure, 2 streaks of light appeared on the horizon. One of them, clad in a full suit of crimson armor, was a towering figure exuding an extraordinary aura. The other, draped in a pale green robe with hair as white as snow, possessed an ethereal presence reminiscent of celestial beings. The armored giant, Chen Feng, shielded his eyes with his arms, struggling against the fierce winds that assailed him. The world around was shrouded in chaos, rendering any trace of the aberrant creature invisible. Chen Feng, a 6th tier warrior dispatched to assist in managing the anomaly in Kanglan City, was utterly perplexed. Beside him stood the Elder, one of the 3 most powerful individuals in Tianhai City, possessing the strength of a 7th tier warrior. They had anticipated that dealing with such an aberration, approximately at level 200, would be a trivial task. However, upon their full-speed arrival at the southern outskirts of Kanglan, they were met not with the creature, but with a terrifying storm still raging uncontrollably. Indeed, even though Lin Yi had already departed and the primary force of the tidal storm spell had dissipated, the area bore permanent scars akin to those inflicted by the dragon's breath on the Wailing Forest. The 3 casts of tidal storm had irrevocably transformed this desolate land, ensuring that, without external influence, this this region would be perpetually buffeted by winds exceeding level 10. Chapter 21. The Shock of the Holy Mage. The Unprecedented Control of Magic. The crimson-armored giant, Chen Feng, turned to the elder in the green robe, whose gaze was now profoundly contemplative. 7th-tier wind magic, tidal storm. Chen Feng mused, wait, something is amiss. Given the current density of wind elements, the caster must have unleashed more than one 7th-tier spell. Qi Guoguang, the vice president of the Professional Alliance of Tianhai City, is a true 7th-order powerhouse and, like Lin Yi, a master of the arcane arts. As the saying goes, amateurs marvel at the spectacle, while experts discern the subtleties. Upon entering the desolate realm, Qi Guoguang immediately sensed the intense residual magical aura present. He even surmised that someone had consecutively unleashed 3 7th-order wind spells in this very spot. Wait, that is not all. There are also remnants of fire elemental magic. The unmistakable signature of Dragon's Breath. In the next moment, Qi Guoguang's eyes widened slightly as he perceived another elemental fluctuation, equally of the 7th order. This indicated that prior to those 3 wind spells, there had been a singular, powerful fire spell that had struck the ground. A glimmer of emerald light danced in Qi Guoguang's eyes as he retrieved his staff, adorned with a precious green mana crystal, from his spatial pocket. With a swift gesture of his staff, he uttered a single word, disperse. Instantly, the tempest that had engulfed the desolate land ceased, and the heavy clouds in the sky began to dissipate, allowing rays of sunlight to cascade down. Chen Feng, standing nearby, was left awestruck. How magnificent! Such is the allure of a mage. In contrast, his warrior skills appeared rather rudimentary and brutish, which explains why most refer to warriors as mere brutes while mages are hailed as wizards. Truly, mages possess an undeniable flair. Dispelling the storm was not a formidable challenge for Qi Guoguang, as he specialized in wind magic. His expertise in the nuances of magical fluctuations and the systematic study of mana composition far surpassed that of Lin Yi, who, despite his ability to cast high-level spells instantaneously, lacked understanding of the underlying principles of magic. As the clouds cleared and the storm abated, the landscape of the desolate realm revealed itself, causing Chen Feng to gasp in shock. The surface had been ravaged by the fierce winds, eroding a meter or two of soil. The gashes resembled those inflicted by an impossibly sharp blade. However, the vast and chaotic distribution of these marks could not possibly be the work of a warrior-class swordsman. They were the deep imprints left by violent blades of wind. Furthermore, Chen Feng noticed a scorched strip, over 10 kilometers wide and stretching for several hundred kilometers. He could scarcely fathom the events that had transpired here. Elder Qi, it seems there are others below. The keen eyesight of a 6th-order practitioner allowed Chen Feng to spot numerous fallen professionals scattered across the ground. With a flicker of azure magic light, Qi Guoguang's figure vanished in an instant. Chen Feng was momentarily stunned as he beheld Qi Guoguang reappear beside the group of fallen practitioners. The mage's universal skill, blink. Chen Feng could only shake his head in disbelief. The enigmatic skills exhibited by the Law Master are truly astonishing. One cannot help but feel envious. He hastily summoned the fighting spirit within him and swiftly descended. Chen Feng landed beside a fellow practitioner, extending a finger to probe for breath. His face bore a look of astonishment as he exclaimed, "This person is still alive. How on earth did he survive?" Chen Feng was genuinely amazed by the resilience of this practitioner's life force. According to the analysis provided by Qi Guoguang earlier, 3 7th-tier wind magic spells and 1 7th-tier fire magic spell had rendered the entire leveling area into such chaos. The fact that this individual could still be alive was utterly absurd. A look of shock appeared on Qi Guoguang's face as he slowly spoke. Not just this one, but all those lying here are alive. They have merely lost consciousness. Chen Feng was taken aback. What? They are all alive? How can they survive after 4 7th-tier magic spells? Qilao. In Qi Guoguang's eyes, curiosity and astonishment deepened. The control over magic is exceptionally terrifying, he explained. Chen Feng, upon hearing this, found himself perplexed. Qi Guoguang continued, if I were to cast a 7th-tier wind magic spell, I could also ensure that these practitioners would not die, nor even sustain injuries. However, the individual who previously dealt with that undead knight possesses mastery over fire magic that rivals mine, and his control is equally formidable as that of wind magic. He is at least a dual practitioner of a 7th transformation Saint Mage. After Qi Guoguang spoke, he fell into contemplation, evidently searching his mind for anyone in the vast land of Daxia who was adept in both fire and wind magic, especially at levels above the 7th tier. Such individuals, without a doubt, are exceedingly rare in all of Daxia. Yet, he could not find any that fit this description. Perhaps my connections are not extensive enough? This person might be one of the stewards within the pantheon. Qi Guoguang felt a twinge of envy. Although he was a revered wind mage, admired by many, he could only strive for the pinnacle of wind magic in his lifetime. He harbored both admiration and envy for those capable of dual cultivation. Undoubtedly, the effort required for dual cultivation far surpasses that of specializing in a single discipline. With his eyes closed, Chi Guoguang silently attuned himself to the residual magical fluctuations left by Lin Yi's four spells. Soon, he meticulously extracted the magical imprint. This so-called magical imprint is akin to a person's unique signature. By comparing the magical imprint, it becomes easier to pinpoint the mage's identity. Chi Guoguang committed this distinctive magical imprint to memory before opening his eyes and stating, "Let us head to Kanglin and inform them of the situation here. You will need to report back." Chen Feng nodded. In truth, it was he who had been entrusted with this urgent task today. Given Chi Guoguang's close relationship with his father, who was understandably anxious about his son venturing alone, he had requested the assistance of this seventh transformation Saint Mage. The two of them chose not to linger over these practitioners, as they were likely to awaken shortly since they were alive. The aftermath would certainly be managed by the city of Kanglin itself. They merely came to manage the crisis. Now that the dilemma has inexplicably been resolved by others, they only need to make a superficial appearance to signify their presence. Chapter 22. Successful Second Transition. New Eye Skill. Outside the city gate of Kanglin City, Lin Yi found a secluded spot to land. All major bay cities in the Great Xia are designated no-fly zones unless special permission is granted. He had indeed been too hasty earlier, taking off in full view of the crowd, not wishing to invite unnecessary trouble. As Lin Yi touched down, he noticed two streaks of light, one red and one green, rapidly soaring into Kanglin City. Lin Yi exclaimed, "Damn, why do they dare to fly like that?" In the sky, Chi Guoguang seemed to sense something, glancing down casually. His eyes shimmered with magical energy, and he soon spotted Lin Yi concealed beneath the city gate. Why does this individual evoke such a familiar feeling? Yet, he could not place it at that moment. Before long, Chi Guoguang felt a jolt of surprise. He recalled that the seemingly ordinary, somewhat handsome youth exuded a faint magical aura that bore a striking resemblance to the magical imprint he sensed at the scene of the incident in the Dead Silence Zone. Chi Guoguang slowed his flight, intrigued, and cast an identification spell on the youth below. Soon, Lin Yi's profession and level appeared before him. Chi Guoguang shook his head. It seemed he had overthought the matter. At level 30, he was still an untransformed practitioner, albeit a mage. There was no way he could wield a 7th-tier spell. Thus, Chi Guoguang chose not to look at Lin Yi any further and accelerated away. The disparity in strength between them was too great, entirely due to the suppression of level and attributes. Consequently, even after Chi Guoguang had cast his identification spell, Lin Yi remained unaware. In the conference hall of the Kanglin City Practitioner Alliance, a thud echoed as knees met the floor. Chen Feng and Chi Guoguang found themselves at a loss for words as they witnessed a multitude of Kanglin City's high-ranking officials kneeling before them, continually expressing their gratitude. President Hu, what is the meaning of this? Chen Feng, who had genuinely been dispatched for crisis management, hurried to assist Hu Weizhen, the president of the Kanglin City Practitioner Association. Hu Weizhen had been berating his deputy after the emergence of the aberrant Death Knight, and immediately ordered the evacuation of the populace, putting the entire city on high alert. I do not know how to express my gratitude to both of you. I can only bow in thanks on behalf of the countless citizens of Kanglin. As he spoke, Hu Weizhen genuinely prepared to bow again. To be honest, his feelings of gratitude were sincere. The elation of having survived was genuine, especially since this incident was resolved so swiftly, with no casualties or economic loss. Moreover, his handling of the situation was exemplary. President Hu, you seem to have misunderstood. Alas, I had hastened to offer my support alongside Qi Lao with unrelenting urgency. However, upon our arrival at the scene, we discovered that the event had already concluded. The aberrant Death Knight had been vanquished by an unknown master. Chi Guoguang remained silent. Yet his elevated status compared to Chen Feng was unmistakable to the high-ranking officials present from Kanglin City. Chi Guoguang's silence further implied his tacit agreement with Chen Feng's account, which was indeed truthful. Chen Feng's candor stemmed from his disinterest in trivial accolades at his level, especially with the formidable Chi Guoguang by his side. Even if he were to usurp the credit, Chi Guoguang, out of respect for his father, would likely refrain from exposing him. Nonetheless, it would create an unspoken debt of gratitude, and at their echelon, such debts are the most challenging to repay. After a moment of contemplation, Hu Weizhen and the other dignitaries from Kanglin City were utterly taken aback. What? You were not the ones who slayed it? Then who did? They could hardly fathom that such an extraordinary figure could exist within their city. Meanwhile, Lin Yi presented his student ID to re-enter Kanglin City. Upon his arrival, he was greeted by the announcement of the alarm cessation blaring from loudspeakers. Simultaneously, numerous armored military professionals were beaming with joy. The pedestrians on the streets were overwhelmed with tears of relief, embracing one another in joyous weeping. No one had anticipated that just moments ago. The city teetered on the brink of calamity, only to have the alarm lifted, allowing them to remain within the city. Many professionals, who had hurriedly departed without seeing their wives or children, now reunited with their families, experiencing a profound sense of gratitude for their survival, a happiness unparalleled in this life. Lin Yi observed the scene with a sense of bewilderment. What had transpired? In less than half an hour, the atmosphere of Kanglin had transformed from tense anticipation to such jubilant relief. Nonetheless, This did not deter him from making his way to the teleportation hall. Lin Yi retrieved his phone, having learned from previous experiences, and purchased a ticket for the first-class teleportation hall. He had intended to complete his class change directly in Kanglan City, but upon passing the class change sanctuary, he realized it had been repurposed as an air raid shelter, filled with ordinary citizens and numerous professionals. The cacophony indicated that normal operations would require some time to resume. Upon entering the esteemed first-class teleportation hall, the teleportation array ignited with brilliance, and soon, his figure vanished. This teleportation experience was remarkably smooth. The surroundings remained vivid and surreal. Yet the intense and jarring sensation of rotation was considerably diminished. Consequently, those accompanying Lin Yi during the teleportation exhibited little reaction, devoid of the previous nauseating atmosphere. In less than half a minute, Lin Yi felt his feet firmly planted on solid ground once more. The scenery around him shifted, and as he exited the teleportation hall, he made his way directly to the class change sanctuary. Lin Yi stifled a yawn, removed her glasses from the bridge of her nose, and rubbed her slightly sore eyes. A glance at the clock on the wall revealed that it was already 11:30 in the morning. In just half an hour, she would be free from work. Today had been particularly rewarding, as she not only encountered a handsome gentleman, but also exchanged a few words with him, and spent the entire morning engaged in her tasks. With such thoughts, Lin Yi put her glasses back on, only to find that charming face reappearing before her. "I am here to submit my task," Lin Yi stated succinctly. Lin Yi was momentarily taken aback. "Wow, handsome, we should have just met an hour and a half ago. How did you complete it so swiftly?" Okay. Please follow me." Before long, Lin Yi led Lin Yi into a room where the class-changing spirit crystals were stored. Lin Yi approached the crystal, placing his hands upon it. Soon, a prompt echoed in his mind. Beep. A completed class change task has been detected. Would you like to submit it? Lin Yi opted to submit. In the next instant, a circle of magical runes illuminated beneath him, and a flash of white light enveloped him. Congratulations. Class change successful. You have advanced to Intermediate Mage, second class change. You have acquired new skills, Ice Arrow and Mana Shield. Your mental attribute value and attribute point gains have increased. Chapter 23, Inventory of Loot, Platinum Death Knight's Sword. Lin Yi's class change was marked by simplicity, lacking any distinctive flair. The fixed attribute point increase he received with each level up had risen from 1 to 2 points. Although he was aware that the second class change would grant him a new active skill and a new passive skill, the two skills he unlocked were rather unremarkable. His first class change had bestowed upon him Fireball, while the second had granted Ice Arrow. Fire and ice were the most common specialties for mages in the realm of Blue Star. Most individuals had acquired these respective skills during their first and second class changes. In an environment where skills were notoriously difficult to acquire, many had little choice but to delve into either fire or ice magic. Once they invested their skill points, switching to other magical disciplines became increasingly challenging. However, Lin Yi held no disdain for the Ice Arrow and Mana Shield skills, for he believed that any skill in his hands would transform into something of great value. Following his successful class change, Lin Yi accessed his personal panel and allocated all the attribute points gained from his level up to his mental attributes. 7th tier magic was notoriously taxing on mana, not to mention the 8th tier and the forbidden spells that followed. It was foreseeable that once his passive skill, Divine Chant, which accelerated casting time, reached the 9th tier, he would undoubtedly be able to instantaneously cast forbidden spells. Lin Yi did not wish to become an inept mage, devoid of mana. After the free casting effects of Mana Storm dissipated, upon completing his attribute point allocation, Lin Yi's panel exhibited a nearly transformative change compared to just 2 days prior. Lin Yi. Class: Intermediate Mage, second advancement. Specialization: Fire, primary. Storm, primary. Ice, secondary. Level: 39, 430. Health: 410,410. Mana: 396, 203, 9620. Strength: 41. Agility: 41. Spirit: 566. Constitution: 41. Stamina: 41. Talent: Gift of the Gods. Available attribute points: 0. Available skill points: 312,685. Universal skill: Eye of Omniscience. Class passive skills: Mana Storm, passive. Divine Chant, passive. Mana Shield, passive. Class active skills: Fire Series, 17th tier spell. Storm Series, 17th tier spell. Ice Series, 1st tier spell. Upon completing his class advancement, Lin Yi ascended another 9 levels, a feat bolstered by the substantial experience awarded by the transformed Death Knight, as well as the experience gained from vanquishing numerous undead soldiers. Following the lifting of the level restrictions, none of this experience went to waste. His total mana surged from the meager 3 to 4,000 points he barely achieved through alchemical potions to nearly 40,000 points. Now, even without relying on the free casting of Mana Storm, Lin Yi can conjure 3rd tier spells 3 or 4 times purely based on his mana reserve. Regarding the new skills acquired, Lin Yi observed his remaining skill points, which were just shy of being enough to elevate both skills to the 7th tier. However, he remained unhurried, as his current gains far exceeded those from the Wailing Forest. After all, the transformed Death Knight's level ensured that the items dropped would fetch a handsome price. With these thoughts in mind, Lin Yi exited the class advancement sanctuary. It was precisely noon. On the table at home lay 3 or 4 of his favorite dishes, alongside a note left by his mother. The note read, "If the food is cold, feel free to warm it in the microwave. Your homeroom teacher visited this morning, mentioning an urgent matter concerning your future. Remember to inquire about it." Lin Yi's father, Lin Guodong, worked in the mines, where he spent long hours, typically 7 to 8, though he wouldn't describe his schedule as particularly grueling. The process of entering and exiting the mines was cumbersome, often consuming valuable time. Lin Yi's mother, Su Qingfong, was a teacher, though not a practitioner, teaching merely standard cultural courses. He took out all the items dropped by the Death Knight, Rivendell, from his spatial pocket. First were a dozen pieces of equipment. Regrettably, none were suitable for a mage. Lin Yi examined their quality and found 8 or 9 to be of silver grade, 3 of gold grade. And the last, coincidentally the black greatsword previously wielded by Rivendell, was of platinum grade. Deathly Rune Greatsword. Type: weapon, two-handed. Grade: platinum. Required level: 60. Equipable classes: warrior. Knight class transition. Weight: 293. Physical attack power: 845. Strength: 97. Endurance: 88. Durability: 100,100. Special effect: plague corruption. Upon striking a target, there is a 10 chance to infect the target with plague, causing 200 points of dark attribute damage per second for 30 seconds. This effect can stack up to 5 layers. Lin Yi had never encountered other level 60 equipment or weapons, and thus he was unaware of whether the attributes of this two-handed greatsword were considered good. However, he understood that weapons with special effects were invariably valuable. This, regrettably, was the most vexing aspect for Lin Yi. He was unable to utilize this weapon, along with the other 3 pieces of golden grade equipment, at this moment. In this world of Blue Star, following his transmigration, the regulations imposed by the Great Xia on equipment for all practitioners were exceedingly stringent. Silver grade and above equipment was strictly prohibited from entering the hands of civilian practitioners. Any violation would lead to rigorous investigations tracing back to the source. This was akin to the gun control logic prevalent on Earth in his previous life. A person with low levels and minimal skill points could inflict significant damage if equipped with high-quality gear. Thus, aside from the upper echelons of the official ranks and military practitioners stationed in base cities, simply possessing silver grade or higher equipment rendered one in violation of the law, leading to severe penalties upon discovery. Of course, this did not imply that practitioners who managed to acquire high-grade equipment were doomed to keep them without recourse. Such items could fetch exorbitant prices, guaranteed to satisfy the seller. Consequently, most practitioners harbored no complaints. However, Lin Yi's inability to utilize these items stemmed from his current level and apparent strength, which rendered him incapable of providing a plausible explanation to the authorities regarding the origin of such equipment. If he claimed to have obtained them himself, it would necessitate further explanations, which Lin Yi wished to avoid. Thus, he resolved to store these items within his personal space for the time being, awaiting a moment when his visible strength was sufficiently formidable. At that point, the officials would scarcely scrutinize him. This was indeed the most precious treasure. Chapter 24, Selling Goods. Allocating points. Ultra-rare Necromancy Skill Book. The attributes of the 2 skill books soon materialized before Lin Yi. The first was a skill book shimmering with a hint of blue light. Skill book, Explosive Arrow. Type, Skill book, Tome. Class, Archer. Learnable level, 30. Rank, Tier 2. Effect, upon use, there is a 70 probability of learning the skill, Explosive Arrow. Lin Yi's eyes sparkled with interest. Archer skill books were not inexpensive. Furthermore, this was a Tier 2 skill book, likely worth several times more than the Windblade skill book he had acquired from slaying the Tiger King. However, Lin Yi soon realized, it turns out that, aside from the elementary skill books, the skill books that allow one to directly acquire more advanced skills are not guaranteed to be learned. There exists merely a probability of acquisition. He seemed to finally grasp the arduous struggles faced by ordinary practitioners. Perhaps there are individuals who toil for years, saving diligently, only to purchase an advanced skill book and ultimately face failure in their learning. That would undoubtedly lead to a fracturing of one's spirit. Fortunately, Lin Yi was completely free from such concerns. He merely needed to seek out and procure elementary skill books. Lin Yi's gaze fell upon another skill book, its cover black and foreboding. Soon, detailed information materialized, igniting a surge of excitement within him. Skill book, Summon, Skeleton Soldier. Type, Skill book, Tome. Classes, Necromancer, Summoner. Dark Priest, requires Crystal of Breakthrough. Mage, requires Crystal of Breakthrough. Learnable level, 5. Rank, Tier 1. Effect, upon use, grants you the skill, Summon, Skeleton Soldier. A skill book of the necromantic arts. Moreover, it included mages among the learnable classes. Necromantic skills are among the rarest specializations for mages, arguably second only to gravitational magic. The spells of the necromantic school possess advantageous traits, encompassing both summoning and soul attacks. Spells capable of directly assaulting an enemy's soul can sometimes yield extraordinarily exaggerated effects, enabling the weak to triumph over the strong with ease. Lin Yi opted to use it, but a chilling notification rang out. Learning failed. Your class does not belong to the orthodox professional system of this skill. To learn it, you must expend additional materials. Crystal of Breakthrough. Damn, I can't learn it. What on earth is this Crystal of Breakthrough? Lin Yi rummaged through his memory, but found no relevant information. However, he had indeed learned about the concepts of orthodox and auxiliary professional systems. In simple terms, after the mutations of the blue star, the various professions are not entirely separate and parallel. There occasionally exists a connection among them. Taking the mage profession as an example. The 6th tier skill, Flame Elemental, can be learned by both fire mages and summoners. However, for a fire mage, this skill is available upon tier advancement. They are the orthodox professional system for this skill. The summoner, on the other hand, requires the corresponding skill book to acquire it, thus representing the auxiliary professional system for this skill. Additionally, the 6th tier wind skill, Gale Dash, can similarly be learned by other classes such as swordsmen, duelists, warriors, and ninjas. Yet, it now seems that unlocking skills from auxiliary professional systems necessitates not only the expenditure of skill books, but also the consumption of this material known as the Crystal of Breakthrough. No matter, there is no need to rush. Even if he were to learn the necromantic skill now, his skill points would still be insufficient for advancing it to a higher tier. It is important to remember that he still has ice skills and the crucial passive skill, Mana Shield, which provides survival capability, awaiting enhancement. If he were to invest in skills, it would be wiser to advance these two first. Lin Yi pulled a black card from his pocket, along with a business card. At the esteemed Treasure Pavilion's main store in Jiangxing, manager Zhang Dafu, with a demeanor that exuded affluence, welcomed his guest with a warm invitation. Please, take a seat. Ah, Brother Lin, your presence graces our humble establishment. I wonder if you have encountered any remarkable adventures lately, or possess any items you wish to sell. Lin Yi settled comfortably on the sofa, while Zhang Dafu presented him with a cup of exquisite hot tea, his smile radiating warmth. Lin Yi's first impression of Zhang Dafu was that of a quintessential businessman, portly, with a polished appearance, embodying a singular focus on profit. Yet, he found no disdain for Zhang Dafu's character. Rather, he appreciated the straightforwardness, demonstrating his intent. Lin Yi retrieved 4 or 5 rare materials dropped by the Death Knight Rivendell from his spatial pocket. These items had been meticulously selected, entirely random wilderness drops, ensuring they could not be traced back to a specific monster. This discretion would prevent any suspicion or investigation into his past. As he placed the rare materials on the table, Lin Yi noticed a subtle tremor in Zhang Dafu's plump face, indicating the rarity of these items. Lin Yi had done his homework, familiarizing himself with the market prices for these materials. Brother Lin, may I call you that? Are you selling all of these? Zhang Dafu inquired, to which Lin Yi nodded. In an instant, Zhang Dafu produced a silver abacus, his fingers deftly manipulating the beads with surprising speed. The sound echoing in the room. Lin Yi had anticipated a delay, yet within mere seconds, a figure emerged. Brother, I can offer you 440,000 Daxiao coins for these materials. I'll even provide a detailed list with unit prices for your assurance that you won't be at a loss. Zhang Dafu declared. However, 440,000 seems a bit inauspicious, so I shall raise it to 450,000. Upon hearing this offer, Lin Yi felt a sense of satisfaction. He had previously calculated the total value of these materials at around 390,000 coins at the trading post. This unexpected surplus of 60,000 coins was more than agreeable. By the way, do you also purchase equipment? Lin Yi probed. Zhang Dafu's expression shifted slightly, his eyes narrowing in curiosity. What do you mean, brother? Lin Yi understood the implication of his question and recognized the cautious interest in Zhang Dafu's demeanor. He assessed that if he mentioned possessing silver-grade equipment for sale, Zhang Dafu might indeed consider the transaction. However, Lin Yi was not inclined to take such a risk. Rest assured, they are all silver-grade items. I find it tedious to go to the trading post. I merely wish to see if you're interested. If not, I shall seek another buyer. Zhang Dafu, quick to respond, assured him, we buy everything. Lin Yi nodded in agreement and proceeded to present 6 carefully selected silver-grade pieces he had previously obtained. Although these pieces of equipment are merely of silver quality, their levels typically range between 40 and 60, allowing Lin Yi to reap an additional 10. Just as Zhang Dafu believed that today's transactions were drawing to a close, Lin Yi dropped another bombshell. Boss, do you sell breakthrough crystals? Chapter 25, Ice System Advancement. Bone-chilling cold, ultimate control. Zhang Dafu was taken aback, and then he cast a dubious glance at Lin Yi, his expression seemingly inquiring. Are you serious, my friend? Why are you still testing me? Should I say I sell it or not? However, Lin Yi refrained from elaborating further. After a prolonged silence, Zhang Dafu finally spoke. Brother, please don't jest with me. If I were to sell that, I would truly face imprisonment. We do not have any of that here. Lin Yi, somewhat perplexed, gleaned a significant insight from Zhang Dafu's words. It appeared that breakthrough crystals, akin to equipment of gold quality and above, were strictly controlled by the state. Unfazed, Lin Yi candidly admitted his ignorance regarding what breakthrough crystals actually were and the channels through which one could acquire them. Upon hearing this, Zhang Dafu pondered for a moment. Clearly, he was contemplating whether this information could be classified as a commodity for which one must pay. However, considering the substantial profit he could make from the items Lin Yi had sold him that day, he casually remarked, "Brother, this is not a secret. I shall share it with you for free. Breakthrough crystals can only be obtained through one avenue. They are mined from the crystal mines owned by our great Xia. The processes of refining and processing are entirely controlled by the government, and it is strictly forbidden for individuals or organizations to mine, process, or sell them privately. The uses of these crystals are exceedingly broad. They play a crucial role in enhancing the skills of all practitioners and unlocking secondary skill trees. To acquire them through proper channels, one must join a practitioner alliance or a large guild with official backing, utilizing merit points or guild contributions for exchange. Of course, my young friend, I see you are quite youthful and likely newly transitioned in your profession. For you, there exists another relatively convenient avenue to obtain breakthrough crystals. Some renowned academies for practitioners in Great Xia also possess corresponding resources for breakthrough crystals. If you manage to enroll, you should have access to such resources. By the way, I have heard that our province rewards those students who perform exceptionally well in the National College Entrance Examination. It seems that breakthrough crystals are among the rewards." Lin Yi fully comprehended the situation. All resources that significantly influenced the combat capabilities of practitioners in Great Xia had largely been allocated. To acquire them, one must traverse through the officially designated channels. After expressing his gratitude to Zhang Dafu, Lin Yi departed from the treasure pavilion. At that moment, he still possessed a skill book for the explosive arrow technique as well as 100 tradable skill points in his spatial storage, both of which were available for sale. However, Lin Yi chose not to release all these items at once, opting instead to do so in batches. The logic remains unchanged. One must strive to avoid drawing excessive attention from others. Having recently acquired a substantial fortune, Lin Yi naturally intends to invest in the purchase of automatic skill point rewards. Since awakening his profession, school has ceased to be a concern. Previously, Lin Yi's mother left him a note indicating that the homeroom teacher wished to speak with him, prompting Lin Yi to investigate the matter. Furthermore, Zhang Dafu had mentioned that achieving excellent results in the National College Entrance Examination would yield an official reward in the form of breakthrough magic crystals. Lin Yi was undeniably intrigued. Given that such resources are crucial for his continued enhancement, he now deemed it imperative to prioritize the professional college entrance examination and the selection of a prestigious institution for aspiring professionals, an endeavor he had previously overlooked. As he made his way to Jiangxing No. 2 Middle School, Lin Yi activated the new feature of his talent, Gift of the Gods. Would you like to spend 50,000 daxia coins to purchase a 24-hour skill point reward? Without hesitation, Lin Yi selected yes. However, this time he approached the decision with more caution than his previous impulsive confirmations, calculating his remaining balance. After purchasing skill points 6 times, he decided to halt further acquisitions. At this juncture, obtaining another 24-hour skill point reward would require a total of 100,000 daxia coins. Thus, Lin Yi resolved to conserve over 100,000 daxia coins, leaving them as a buffer for emergencies, ensuring he would not find himself unable to afford desired items. These funds could even serve to supplement household expenses. In any case, should he seek to generate more income, he could opt to sell skill books and skill points. The 6 purchases granted Lin Yi over 500,000 skill points. And when combined with his previous savings, he now possessed more than 800,000 skill points. Opening the skill interface, he selected the ice-type skill he had just acquired and began allocating points. His goal remained the 7th tier. Lin Yi discovered that 7th tier spells would sufficiently address most situations he currently encountered. He allocated points directly to the 7th tier, and should he have surplus skill points, he would select an additional skill to elevate to the 8th tier. Consuming 500 skill points, your ice arrow has ascended in tier, and you have acquired a new spell, Ice Impact. Consuming 2,000 skill points, your ice impact has ascended in tier, and you have acquired a new spell, Frost Prison. Consuming 5,000 skill points, your Frost Prison has ascended in tier, and you have acquired a new spell, Blizzard. Consuming 10,000 skill points, your Blizzard has ascended in tier, and you have acquired a new spell, Frigid Zone. Consuming 50,000 skill points, your Frigid Zone has ascended in tier, and you have acquired a new spell, Bone Chilling Cold. Consuming 100,000 skill points, your Bone Chilling Cold has ascended in tier, and you have acquired a new spell, Soul Freeze. With the 7 ice-type spells acquired, Lin Yi began to examine each skill in turn. The characteristics of ice-type skills were strikingly evident. Control, exquisite control. The ice arrow would inflict a 30 slowing effect on the target, which would persist indefinitely. Following this, the 3rd tier spell, Frost Prison, allowed him to select a target and ensnare their feet in ice, immobilizing them for 5 seconds. The 5th order Frost Zone skill, devoid of any damage, possesses the remarkable ability to lower the temperature of a vast area to several dozen degrees below zero. All targets within this range suffer a substantial deceleration effect of 60. Moreover, this effect can accumulate, stacking up to 3 layers, at which point it transforms into a binding effect. Observing the 6th and 7th order ice spells, Lin Yi discerned a pattern. It appeared that all mage specializations exhibit distinctive abilities upon reaching the 6th order. The fire element conjures familiars, while the wind element unleashes supersonic slashes. Astonishingly, the 6th order ice spell manifests as a passive skill. Biting cold. Type, passive skill. Rank, 6th order. Category, ice. Cost, none. Casting time, none. Cooldown, none. Effect, all targets upon which you inflict deceleration, binding, or freezing effects become vulnerable, suffering an increase in damage taken by 20, and their evasion rate is further reduced based on the restrictions you have imposed on them. Deceleration effect, reduces the target's evasion rate by 30. Binding effect, reduces the target's evasion rate by 60. Freezing effect, reduces the target's evasion rate by 100. And when you utilize a fire spell to break the freezing effect, it inflicts additional ice damage equal to 20 of the target's maximum health. Note, the reduction of maximum health effect will be diminished against high-level, high-tier monsters, capping at a reduction of 1. Remark, deep cold, piercing to the marrow. Chapter 26, Soul Encapsulation, Indestructible Body. An unprecedented sense of security, percentage-based vulnerability, and damage. This mechanism is somewhat unique and exceedingly powerful. Although it requires the fire spell to trigger the ice-breaking effect, it is not particularly challenging for other mages. Even ice mages need merely to learn a basic fireball spell to accomplish the ice-breaking. Inflicting damage directly based on maximum health proves exceptionally swift against creatures with high health but lacking ice resistance, often surpassing the speed of dealing damage through fire spells. The 7th order ice spell diverges significantly from its fire and wind counterparts. The 7th order fire and wind spells boast vast ranges and formidable effects. However, the 7th order ice spell is, surprisingly, a single target spell. Soul Encapsulation. Type, active skill. Rank, 7th order. Category, ice. Cost, 28,000 mana. Casting time, 15 seconds. Cooldown, 30 minutes. Effect, channeling a terrifying chill. It encases the target's soul within eternal ice, rendering them immobile and unable to cast spells, while also dispelling all beneficial effects on the target with an indefinite duration. Targets encased in ice are immune to all damage except for fire damage. When affected by fire spells of 6th order or higher, the ice will melt and shatter. Remark, captive soul, eternally unmelting. Yet again, this is a skill devoid of damage. However, it transformed the duration of control from finite to infinite. As long as the flames are not shattered, it remains under eternal control. Lin Yi was quite pleased. He now commanded mastery over 3 distinct magical disciplines, with damage output being ample. The only deficiency lay in control skills, which the ice magic effectively addressed. After enhancing his ice magic, Lin Yi turned his attention to the new passive skill acquired from his successful 2nd class advancement. Mana Shield. Type, passive skill. Rank, basic. Category, universal. Effect, when you receive damage, 10 of the damage value is absorbed by your mana. This skill proved to be a commendable survival mechanism. For a mage whose mana substantially exceeded their health, this could be considered a reduction of 10 in total damage taken. Lin Yi commenced allocating his skill points. After over 10 minutes, this survival skill underwent a remarkable transformation. Immortal Body. Type, passive skill. Rank, 7th. Category, universal. Effect 1. When you receive damage, 40 of the damage value is absorbed by your mana. Effect 2. When you endure elemental damage, additional damage reduction is granted based on your affinity with that element, with a minimum increase of 10 and a maximum of 100. Current elemental damage reduction. Fire, 80. Ice, 80. Storm, 80. Effect 3. When you sustain a fatal blow that would reduce your health to 0, the damage will be entirely absorbed by your mana. Upon activation of this effect, your mana will be reduced to 0, and your health will drop to 1 point. This effect can only be triggered once every 30 days. Remaining uses. 1. Incredible. Not only did it offer substantial damage reduction, but it also granted Lin Yi a chance to avoid death. The sense of security this skill provided him was unparalleled. To be candid, Lin Yi had felt some pressure when confronting a level 200 aberrant necromancer knight. He was not truly invincible, despite possessing damage capabilities far exceeding his current class level. His survivability had always been lacking. Had he not completed his incantation and unleashed the 1000 Stormbreak just before the necromancer's deadly strike, his 5th tier Gale Wings would have been utterly insufficient to block that blow. Disaster could have ensued. Now, should Lin Yi encounter a similar or even more intense situation, he felt considerably more composed. His survivability had improved, and his control capabilities were now enhanced. Even if he faced an enemy he could not eliminate swiftly, Escaping should not pose a significant challenge. With the 2 new skills from his second-class advancement completed, Lin Yi still had over 500,000 skill points remaining. More than sufficient to elevate one of the 7th-tier skills to 8th tier. It was indeed time to select a skill for advancement. However, he intended to deliberate on which one to choose. Lost in thought, Lin Yi had already crossed the threshold of Jiangxing No. 2 High School. As he ascended the teaching building, he gradually sensed that something was amiss. Where is everyone? Why is there not a soul in sight? Even the school's administration organizes activities for teachers to guide students in leveling up. However, it is improbable that both students and teachers would suddenly vanish, right? With this question lingering in his mind, Lin Yi made his way to the staff building. He knocked on the door of the principal's office. "Come in," came a frail voice from within. Lin Yi pushed the door open. The principal of the second high school, named Zhuqian, was the one who presided over the entire senior class transition ceremony previously. Upon seeing Lin Yi, a flicker of surprise crossed the old principal's eyes. "Lin Yi, you have finally emerged from your setback. I am truly relieved. You have always been one of my favorite students. And I sincerely did not wish to see you fall into despair." Zhuqian scrutinized Lin Yi carefully. He could sense that the youth before him had grown significantly stronger. As a mage himself, he possessed an innate connection with other mages. He could feel that Lin Yi had not squandered the past half-month. This realization brought him comfort. Lin Yi offered no explanations and directly inquired, "Principal Zhua, I heard my homeroom teacher is looking for me regarding an urgent matter related to my future. What is it about?" Zhuqian removed his reading glasses, stood up, and adopted a serious demeanor. "Indeed, it concerns your future. Let us discuss as we walk." With that, Zhuqian took Lin Yi by the arm and led him out of his office. At that moment, a melodious sound of a flute echoed, and in the next instant, an unfamiliar creature with a disheveled coat and an odd appearance emerged. This creature bore antlers resembling those of a deer, yet its face resembled that of a cow, while its hooves were akin to those of a horse, a true amalgamation of features. Furthermore, on either side of its ribs grew colorful feathered wings. The principal, having achieved the 3rd tier of advancement, was now capable of acquiring riding skills and possessing a mount. Thus, it was evident that this peculiar being was his steed. "Get on. Why are you standing there?" Lin Yi climbed onto the saddle of the creature, and in the next moment, under Zhuqian's command, it flapped its wings and took to the skies, albeit with labored breaths. Lin Yi mused, "This creature sounds as if it might expire at any moment. Not to mention, its flying speed is barely distinguishable from that of an electric scooter. Cough, cough, Xiaohua is getting on in years. It used to fly much faster in its youth." To make a long story short, this morning, in the leveling area on the eastern outskirts of Jiangxing, an unknown abyssal aura erupted, giving rise to a time-limited trial dungeon. And only mages are permitted entry. Consequently, I instructed the teachers of each class to notify all students who successfully transitioned into mages, including you. Chapter 27, Prelude to the Abyss, Mage Profession Trial. Abyssal aura eruption and a mage trial? Lin Yi felt perplexed. What on earth is this? Zhuqian continued to elucidate. This knowledge is not present in your textbooks, so it is understandable that you are unaware. However, you should know the fundamental reason for the anomalies that beset our blue star a millennium ago, correct? Lin Yi nodded. It was the invasion of the abyss and the overlap of planes. Zhuqian affirmed, exactly. The term abyss should be quite familiar to you. The abyss can be understood as a parallel world, an alternate dimension. It is the very source of all calamities and crises that plague our blue star. Within its depths lie countless terrifying monsters, some of which possess their own civilizations and societal structures, much like our own. Yet, it is often in perilous places that the richest opportunities and rewards can be found. Many true, strong individuals from our great Xia have emerged as formidable beings precisely because they honed their skills and acquired rare talents and exclusive equipment through trials in the abyss. The abyss is a terrifying realm that encompasses all manner of horrors. It operates much like a universe, constantly in motion, occasionally drawing perilously close to our own blue star dimension. During such instances, the two realms may conflict, leading to the emergence of fissures that exist between them. These fissures are, in fact, the dungeons you are familiar with. Listening attentively to the headmaster's lecture, Lin Yi was struck by a revelation. He had never contemplated the origin of these dungeons before, and now he understood. This morning, a new time-limited dungeon had emerged in the eastern outskirts of Jiang City. It had been tainted by a slight essence of the abyss, causing the monsters within to mutate. Thus, one must enter swiftly to claim the rewards. This particular dungeon was unique, functioning as a trial dungeon, exclusively permitting mages to enter. After a moment of contemplation, Lin Yi inquired, Headmaster, what benefits can one expect upon successfully completing this trial? Zhuqian chuckled lightly. Ah, you are indeed one to wait for a hair before you strike. But I am the same way, huh? We delve into dungeons primarily for the rewards. The reward for this trial is a title, known as Abyss Challenger. This title bears no attributes, but you may perceive it as a key, or rather, a qualification, the qualification to enter the true abyss. Lin Yi comprehended, from the headmaster's exposition. It was clear that genuinely valuable equipment, rare skills, and exceptional talents could only be acquired within the Abyss. Those who failed to conquer such professional trials would be denied access to the Abyss, effectively sealing their fate from ever becoming true powerhouses. No wonder it was said to impact one's future prospects. Historically, every time a dungeon of this nature has appeared on our blue star, it has varied. Before entering, challengers are informed of the trial's rules, and by fulfilling these requirements, they gain the qualification to enter the Abyss. Jiang City is fortunate. The rules for this mage trial are remarkably lenient. One need only endure within the trial dungeon for 3 hours, with no requirement to slay a specific number of monsters. Therefore, Lin Yi seized this opportunity, for who knows when such a professional trial might arise again, and it may be even more challenging. In truth, the difficulty is manageable for Lin Yi, as his current prowess allows him to dominate opponents of the same rank, achieving a decisive advantage. Despite the formidable nature of this trial, it poses no insurmountable challenge. For Lin Yi, the true Abyss signifies the ultimate test. His greatest fear lies in the possibility of missing out, uncertain of when he might next encounter an opportunity to participate in such trials. As the two conversed, even amidst the leisurely flight of the creature resembling a hybrid, they managed to exit Jiangqing. You performed admirably. During my tenure as a teacher, I guided several students in high-speed flight, and they were utterly terrified, remarked his companion. Lin Yi retorted, is this what you call high-speed flight? If I were to utilize my own abilities, I could easily surpass your sluggish mount by several folds. Surrounding Jiangqing is a vast expanse of lush, enchanting grasslands, extending even to the eastern outskirts. News travels swiftly. Upon the emergence of this mage trial dungeon, individuals from several nearby base cities flocked to Jiangqing with great haste. When I instructed your homeroom teacher to seek you out this morning, the crowd was still manageable. Many of our school's newly transitioned mages had already formed teams and ventured inside. However, it seems the situation has become rather complicated now, as Qian noted. Observing the throngs below, his expression shifting, Lin Yi soon recognized the problem. There were so many people that the entrance to the dungeon was obscured, and it was evident that they were queuing to enter. What is this? Is entry to the dungeon contingent upon waiting in line? Perhaps due to a sense of camaraderie. The soldiers turned a blind eye to Qian and Lin Yi's persistent attempts to move ahead in the queue, failing to intervene. Before long, Qian and Lin Yi found themselves at the heart of the densely packed crowd. Lin Yi spotted a rift in space pulsating with a dark, ominous aura. This was undoubtedly the entrance to the limited-time trial dungeon. Flanking the entrance were numerous practitioners clad in robes, along with array mages, diligently maintaining the stability of the portal in a bid to prolong the dungeon's opening duration. President Jiang, it's me, Xiaozhua, Qian exclaimed, donning a demeanor of humility and deference as he spotted Jiang Xian, the president of the Jiangqing Practitioner Alliance, amidst the throng. Jiang Xian wore a broad smile, clearly pleased by the influx of participants from various other cities, enhancing his reputation. At that moment, a group of individuals dressed in uniforms of a certain practitioner academy, exuding potent energy and mostly at least 4 transitions in strength, engaged Jiang Xian in conversation. For Lin Yi's sake, Qian mustered the courage to interject, maintaining an exceptionally respectful tone. However, Jiang Xian's conversation with the esteemed guests was interrupted, causing a flicker of annoyance to cross his features. Yet, given the public setting, he refrained from expressing his displeasure. Qian awkwardly chuckled, President Jiang, the situation is as follows. Our school has another student who has successfully transitioned to a mage, yet has yet to participate in this trial. Given the overwhelming crowd, may I request your assistance? Lin Yi, come here. This is our Jiangqing Practitioner Alliance President, Jiang Xian, a formidable 4th transition Grand Mage. Before Lin Yi could speak, he heard Jiang Xian exclaim in surprise, You are Lin Yi? Chapter 28, A Shocking Revelation. The Solo Challenge Trial. Lin Yi was momentarily taken aback. You know me? Jiang Xian regarded Lin Yi with keen interest. I have yet to make your acquaintance. Yet the mere mention of your name has become somewhat tiresome to my ears. My dear granddaughter has spoken of you frequently. In fact, just this morning, she urged me to await your arrival to facilitate your participation in this trial. Qian's eyes sparkled with excitement, astonished to learn that Elder Jiang was acquainted with Lin Yi. This revelation made matters considerably simpler. Lin Yi felt a tinge of embarrassment. The elderly gentleman before him also bore the surname Jiang. Coupled with his words, it was not difficult to deduce that Jiang Xian must indeed be the grandfather of Jiang Ya. President Jiang, is it truly appropriate for you to so openly grant favors to your acquaintances? A voice, somewhat cold and detached, emerged from behind Jiang Xian. It belonged to a young man clad in a suit, adorned with gold-rimmed spectacles, exuding a somewhat chilling demeanor. Another individual beside him chuckled lightly, adding, Moreover, if I may be so blunt, it is not that we look down upon the educational standards of Jiang City, but rather that among this year's newcomers, few are likely to succeed in this trial. Instead of occupying space only to meet an untimely demise, why not allow our freshmen from Tianshui Academy to pass? We have journeyed a considerable distance and prefer not to wait excessively. Upon hearing this, Jiang Xian's expression soured. He had initially treated them with courtesy, adhering to the principle of hospitality towards guests who had traveled from afar, intending to accommodate their first-year mage candidates in this trial dungeon. Lin Yi furrowed his brow, disliking the haughty demeanor of these individuals who regarded others with disdain. Indeed, the group from Tianshui Academy was predominantly composed of second-tier practitioners, with a rare few having reached the third tier. Yet, their prowess was not as formidable as they purported. As their conversation unfolded, an exclamation suddenly erupted from the entrance of the dungeon. Following the sound, Lin Yi beheld Jiang Ye, her face pale and supported by a fellow practitioner. Walking in a daze, Jiang Xian's expression shifted dramatically as he hastened towards her. Based on past experiences, the difficulty of this mage trial was not particularly high. Yet there remained inherent risks. Had she failed to complete the trial? Xiaoye, what happened to you? Jiang Ye was clearly overwhelmed by a tremendous shock, her body trembling slightly, her complexion alarmingly pale. Upon seeing her grandfather, her eyes reddened, and tears cascaded down her cheeks. Grandfather, my second uncle, he. Sob. Jiang Xian's face darkened completely. One more person is missing. Your second uncle, my younger son. What transpired, Xiaoye? Please, do not cry. Calm yourself and tell your grandfather what happened. Jiang Ye trembled uncontrollably. There were too many monsters inside. We could not defeat them all. And if we lingered in one place, they would continuously swarm us. There was scarcely anywhere to hide in that entire space. In the end, it was my second uncle who gave us the last 4 escape scrolls, drawing the monster's attention so we could flee. My second uncle, Sob. Both Jiang Xian and Zhuo Qian felt a chill run through their bodies upon hearing this. It must be noted that this trial dungeon was exclusively accessible to mage practitioners. If what Jiang Ye has asserted is indeed the case, the monsters within will relentlessly pursue their traces, launching continuous assaults. There exists no tank class to withstand the onslaught, nor is there a healer to mend their wounds. 5 mages, even with Jiang Ye being the sole exception among them, having undergone the second or even third class transition, are ill-equipped to endure such an oppressive environment. It becomes evident that their initial estimation of this trial dungeon being of mere level difficulty was a gross miscalculation. Presently, it appears to be at least of level difficulty. Help! We have the wounded here. Is there a healer among you? Please assist. She is on the brink of collapse. Save her. At this moment, at the entrance of the dungeon, individuals are being teleported out in a steady stream. The air is filled with wails, cries, and pleas for salvation, echoing in unison. Countless injured souls are left bloodied and battered, some with their abdomens grotesquely torn open by the claws of unknown creatures, while others have had their legs mercilessly severed. The scene is nothing short of a bloodbath. These individuals must be like Jiang Ye, part of the initial wave who ventured into the trial dungeon. In an instant, the previously bustling atmosphere, which had attracted countless onlookers queuing at the entrance, fell into a chilling silence. The next moment, while some still queued, the majority retreated to a safe distance, observing from afar. Those who managed to escape still held a glimmer of hope for rescue. As for the teams that failed to emerge, their fate is all too predictable. Both Zhuo Qian and Jiang Xian wore expressions of utmost dread. They could not have fathomed that what began as a thriving situation would so suddenly turn perilous. What did I just say? You were merely walking to your demise. You might as well make way for us. It would have been better to do so earlier rather than keeping us waiting for so long. The bespectacled young man from Tianshui Academy adjusted his glasses perched on his nose, crossing his arms and maintaining an indifferent demeanor, seemingly unfazed by the unfolding circumstances. It appeared he had anticipated this outcome. Subsequently, the hundreds of new students from Tianshui Academy participating in the trial all bore expressions of delight. Now, there was no one vying to queue ahead of them. Everyone, take note, the objective of this trial is to survive for 3 hours. The dungeon difficulty is at level. We must proceed with utmost caution. Ensure you have the electronic map provided to you, and adhere strictly to the strategy outlined. Several instructors from Tianshui Academy began to relay important information to their students. Instantly, the surrounding adventurers were filled with envy. The difficulty is not merely level, but indeed level. How terrifying. An electronic map? They even have a strategy guide. Is this not a newly emerged time-limited dungeon? You don't understand. I've heard that many established adventurer academies possess knowledge of dungeon strategies unknown to us. For a trial like this, requiring survival for 3 hours, they may have prepared their strategies in advance. Zhuo Qian, standing beside Lin Yi, let out a bitter laugh. It is our inadequacy. Not only did we misjudge the dungeon's difficulty, but we also lack their so-called strategies. I apologize, Jiang Ye. Lin Yi. The old principal seemed to age decades in an instant, engulfed by profound regret and guilt. The most daunting aspect is the inevitable comparison. Others have made thorough preparations, clearly demonstrating the disparity between the professionalism of elite institutions and the modest high schools in smaller cities. Principals Wa. There is no need for you to apologize for matters beyond your control. Even in the absence of strategies or electronic maps, this trial should not be exceedingly difficult. I am eager to give it a try. If this trial is indeed merely of basic difficulty, Lin Yi would find it rather uninteresting. However, Witnessing so many falter along the way has piqued his curiosity. Yet, given the current circumstances, it seems no one is willing to form a team with him. Zhuo believes in Lin Yi's capabilities, yet he articulates the awkwardness of the present situation. In a time when everyone is gripped by fear, who would willingly partner with him to enter this dungeon? But just as everyone was caught off guard, they saw Lin Yi step boldly into the entrance of the dungeon, his figure vanishing from sight. Chapter 29, Fire Element, 8th Rank, Supreme Ascendancy. I am the blaze. The shimmering barrier of the dungeon rippled slightly, seemingly conveying the fact that someone had just entered the realm. Lin Yi. Zhuo gasped in shock, a cold sweat breaking out on his brow. Jiangya, who had been engulfed in sorrow and fear until now, found herself even more bewildered at this moment. This is madness. Jiang Xian, who had developed a slight fondness for Lin Yi due to Jiangya's constant mentions and had contemplated nurturing his potential, scolded him sharply. He never anticipated that this seemingly composed youth would act so recklessly. Knowing full well that the trial was of exceptionally high difficulty, he dared to venture in alone. The bespectacled practitioner from Tianshui Academy, observing Lin Yi's actions, displayed a flicker of astonishment on his otherwise indifferent face. He subsequently uttered 4 words, utterly foolish. The instructors from Tianshui Academy exchanged glances, some bursting into laughter. A fool's errand. He likely has no understanding of what lies within, nor how to find a true sanctuary. Let alone someone like him, a novice fresh out of his transition. Even we would find it perilous to enter such a challenging dungeon alone. Let him be. If he seeks death, none can stop him. We must not delay. We do not know how long this dungeon will last. Our priority is to ensure our own team passes the trial. Upon crossing the dungeon's barrier, Lin Yi received a system notification. You are entering the special trial dungeon, the City of Dying Light, Filican. Warning. It has been detected that you are the sole entrant into this dungeon. It is advised to form a team before proceeding with the challenge. Do you wish to continue entering the dungeon? Lin Yi promptly selected yes. In the next moment, he found himself within the dungeon. Upon opening his eyes, he discovered that he was enveloped in utter darkness. The night sky was devoid of stars, save for a blood-red moon hanging ominously in the heavens. Although the lighting conditions were abysmal, and Lin Yi possessed neither illumination devices nor spells like fireball to cast light, he relied on the divine skill, all-knowing eye. Yet he could still perceive everything around him, the crumbling walls, the scattered debris, and the faint outlines of the city. Lin Yi felt as though he had been transported to a medieval castle, albeit one that had succumbed to ruin. The night breeze swept through the desolate streets, emitting a piercing wail. Accompanying the wind were countless indistinguishable sounds of friction, as though myriad monsters lurked in the shadows, poised to strike. Mission activated. Survive for 3 hours in Filican. Time remaining, 2 hours, 59 minutes, and 49 seconds. Note, all monsters in this instance are immune to physical damage. When subjected to light attribute damage, damage is increased by 100. When subjected to fire or lightning attribute damage, damage is increased by 50. Lin Yi received the system notification. No wonder this instance was designed as a trial for mages. Any class relying on weaponry would likely find themselves utterly incapacitated here, given that all monsters were immune to physical harm. Accompanying the notification was a rather ominous advisory. Advisory: 300 years ago, on an ordinary night, Filican fell, and the sun has never risen since. If possible, cease your heartbeat and abandon your breath. They abhor noise. From this advisory, it was evident that this city once thrived, boasting its own civilization. Yet, it had evidently endured some cataclysm, shrouded in darkness. At this moment, the entire city must be teeming with countless dark creatures, which hunted by sound. This reminded Lin Yi of a film he had seen in his past life on Earth, A Quiet Place. In that film, silence was paramount, for any sound would summon horrific monsters. The instance Lin Yi now found himself in was even more grotesque, for not only the sounds of movement, but even one's heartbeat and breathing could attract the monsters. Cackling echoed in the air. Lin Yi turned to see several deeper shadows swiftly advancing toward him from the pitch blackness. Simultaneously, under the faint light of a blood moon, he caught sight of several faces floating in the air. These visages bore a striking resemblance to those of humans, yet in this context, their ethereal presence was decidedly unsettling. Shadow of the Lost Light. Level, 25. Rank, Common. Race, Shadow Spirit. Health, 8000. Mana, 500. Skill, Shadow Concealment. Vulnerability, Magical Damage. The dark mass, indistinguishable in form, was identified as the Shadow of the Lost Light. The faces floating above were known as Nightmare of the Lost Light. They possessed greater health, swifter movements, and were classified as elite monsters. It was clear that both types of creatures were converging on Lin Yi, having detected his breathing and heartbeat. No wonder Jiangya previously remarked that as long as one remains within this instance, they will perpetually be pursued by monsters. The mere thought of it sends shivers down Lin Yiguang's spine. Being chased by these creatures, whether engaging in combat or attempting to flee, inevitably produces sound, a perilous chain reaction that would attract even more monsters. The individuals from Tianshui Academy must have been aware that within this city, known as Filican, There exists a sanctuary capable of evading the pursuit of these beasts, or perhaps they possessed methods to obscure themselves from the monster's detection. From the perspective of a conventional adventurer, avoiding confrontation is undoubtedly the optimal strategy. However, for Lin Yi, he intended to pursue a different path. One cannot simply hide from darkness, my friend. Fire must be wielded. If I eliminate you all, I shall no longer need to hide or flee. In his hands, a brilliant flame flickered. The searing aura materialized as he unleashed the 4th-tier fire skill, Inferno Tempest. Thanks to its instantaneous nature, Lin Yi unleashed a consecutive barrage of 3 strikes. Scorching fire clouds cascaded from the heavens like a waterfall, erupting in a series of thunderous roars. The 5 or 6 shadow monsters that had just surrounded him were instantaneously obliterated. However, within the next heartbeat, Lin Yi heard the rustling of numerous creatures drawing near. He raised his hand once more. After a brief incantation, he summoned a 6-meter-tall flame demon, its body coursing with molten lava, to confront the approaching monsters. Meanwhile, Lin Yi accessed his skill interface, intending to allocate his points. His goal was to master the 8th-tier fire magic. With 500,000 skill points at stake, he anticipated a considerable investment of time, yet to his astonishment, he discovered that his innate skill allocation seemed to have unlocked a new feature. One-click allocation. This feature was quite straightforward. With a mere click, one could instantly elevate their desired skill to the next tier. Ding. Consumed 500,000 skill points. Your skill, Heavenly Flame Dragon Breath, has advanced. You have acquired a new spell, Supreme Transcendence, Fire Spirit Incarnation. Chapter 30, Shattering Darkness with Flames. Igniting the sun in the City of Lost Light. For the moment, Lin Yi refrained from examining the effects of this new skill. Instead, he glanced at the required skill points to elevate the Fire Spirit Incarnation to the next tier. 9th tier Forbidden Spell, 8 Desolations Celestial Fall, Advancement Requirement, 1,000,000 skill points. A sharp intake of breath. The requirement had doubled. 1,000,000 skill points was an astonishing figure, even for him. Without considering any means of expedited acquisition, it would take nearly 12 days of grinding to accumulate that amount. However, a 9th tier spell is indeed a forbidden incantation. The modest goal he had previously set was now tantalizingly close. At worst, he could simply endure the wait for 12 days to amass the necessary skill points. Subsequently, Lin Yi opened his skill panel to inspect the new skill he had just obtained. Supreme Sublimation. Fire Spirit Incarnation. Type, Active Skill. Rank, 8th tier. Category, Fire. Cost, None. Casting time, Instant. Cooldown, 3 days. Active effect. Your understanding of the fire element has reached a profound state, allowing you to merge with the fire elements of the world and enter the Fire Spirit Sublimation state. Fire Spirit Sublimation. You become immune to all physical damage and all fire attribute damage, gaining the ability to fly. In this state, when you cast fire-related skills, your critical hit chance is increased by 100, critical damage is enhanced by 100, and you ignore 50 of the target's magical resistance. Additionally, all fire-related spells that require chanting become instant cast and no longer consume mana. The sublimation state lasts for 3 minutes, during which you can summon all fire elements within an extensive range, raising temperatures to a staggering 1,000,000 degrees Celsius in a brief moment, triggering a catastrophic explosion that inflicts immense fire damage. Note, I am the blaze. Upon witnessing the Fire Spirit Incarnation, Lin Yi surmised that it might be a state-type skill, akin to the transformation of a Kamen Rider. His intuition was nearly spot on. The description and effects of this 8th-tier fire skill unfolded like a small essay. After reading it, Lin Yi couldn't help but exclaim internally about its absurdity. This skill was nothing short of extraordinary. It was indeed a rather rare composite skill. On one hand, it possessed damaging capabilities. In the sublimation state, it could trigger a super explosion, likely surpassing even the range and damage of the Heavenly Flame Dragon Breath. Simultaneously, it granted him a state that allowed Lin Yi to transcend from his corporeal human form into a pure fire elemental being. In this state, all fire spells would inevitably crit, deal increased damage, be instant cast, and require no mana. The unfortunate news, this skill is a hybrid. The fortunate news, it is perfectly stitched together. Lin Yi promptly resolved to experiment with this in the dungeon. The Fire Spirit Incarnation. Supreme Sublimation required no chanting and incurred no mana cost. With merely a thought, he observed a flicker of deep blue flame ignite at his fingertips. The characteristics of human fingers, nails, bones, flesh, rapidly vanished. Subsequently, the blue fire spread, and in the blink of an eye, Lin Yi noticed his hands ablaze. The experience of transforming from flesh into pure fire element was remarkably subtle. There was no pain. Rather, it bestowed upon Lin Yi an overwhelming sense of novelty. His rate of sublimation exceeded his expectations. In an instant, Lin Yi felt as though he had completed a metamorphosis of his very essence. He was no longer a carbon-based life form, but had evolved into an elemental being. Indeed, he had become the blaze itself. Though he still felt his hands and feet, they could stretch infinitely, elongating at will. Moreover, he no longer felt the constraints of gravity. Lin Yi floated as effortlessly as air. Meanwhile, the very spot where Lin Yi once stood began to vanish without a trace. It turned out that when the temperature escalated to a certain degree, all matter in the physical realm might skip the melting stage altogether, being directly vaporized and obliterated instead. Countless shadow demons, previously drawn by the Inferno Flame Demon, perhaps too close to Lin Yi, found themselves unable to even emit a wail before being instantaneously evaporated. In the blink of an eye, a vacuum zone spanning more than 10 meters emerged around Lin Yi. His visage and other features dissolved within the azure flames. If anyone were to witness this scene, they would likely tremble in terror. Transcended into a fire spirit state, Lin Yi maintained the physical size of an ordinary human. However, the aura of oppression he exuded was utterly formidable. Just as Lin Yi completed his supreme transcendence, the next moment, the entire city of Flamestorm, all shadow demons and dark creatures, became agitated, for the temperature had suddenly surged. Subsequently, Lin Yi ascended into the sky. The flight capability granted by the fire spirit state allowed him to soar with a speed rivaling that of the gale wing, perhaps even surpassing it. Hovering high above, Lin Yi gazed down upon the vast expanse of Flamestorm. To his astonishment, the scale and size of this instance exceeded his expectations by a considerable margin. Flamestorm was nearly 5 to 6 times the size of Jiangxing Base City. At this moment, amidst the countless ruins of Flamestorm, small luminous orbs began to materialize, each inscribed with the names and levels of the adventurers. Upon closer inspection, Lin Yi discerned even more information. The larger the orb, the mightier the corresponding adventurer. He observed 2 or 3 larger orbs congregated together, accompanied by dozens of smaller orbs. Ultimately, in the southern corner of Flamestorm, there was another sizable orb. Though it remained stationary, and its aura appeared to be gradually waning, as if it suffered grievous wounds. Goodness, it turned out this instance was a public dungeon. This meant that all adventurers who entered were actually distributed across various corners of the city, making encounters relatively rare, but not impossible. In the heart of Flamestorm, a central city, 50 to 60 individuals were banding together to fend off the relentless tide of shadow demons. Our group is just a few members short of being complete. I inquired via the celestial communication, and they are likely transported to a remote area, unable to arrive promptly. They will seek refuge on their own. Let us hasten to the central royal court. Everyone, stay close and do not fall behind. Several individuals clad in the attire of the Tianshui Academy, all of whom had achieved the 3rd tier of power, were simultaneously slaying monsters while directing other students. Phew. Have you all noticed it's getting hotter? I was just about to say, it was freezing here before. Now, just a few steps, and I'm drenched in sweat. I can't take it anymore. It's too hot, I can't move. Just seconds later, everyone felt as though the air they inhaled was scalding. The skin all over my body felt as if it had been scorched under the relentless sun, causing an acute pain. My heavens, look up at the sky. What is that? Chapter 31, Divine Fire's Celestial Conquest. Annihilation of all. Countless voices erupted in astonishment. In the next moment, they felt their surroundings gradually brightening. The transition from brightness to blinding light occurred in the blink of an eye. In the city of lost light, a place shrouded in darkness for 3 centuries, a colossal blue sun emerged. The blazing sun hung high in the sky, illuminating every corner of Flamestorm. Those who had just gazed at the azure sun hastily shielded their eyes. It was too dazzling. Wasn't this place perpetually engulfed by the shadows of the Shadow Lord? Forever devoid of light? Countless students from the Tianshui Academy stood in shock. In truth, all the 3rd tier instructors, upon witnessing the blue sun in the sky, were equally astounded. No, that's not the sun. It appeared to be a figure. Several powerful instructors strained their eyes against the piercing light, ultimately arriving at a conclusion that left them even more bewildered. It was not the sun, but a person, a silhouette engulfed in blue flames. They could even perceive his indifferent gaze, one that looked down upon everything. Who could that be? Is this the culmination of this instance? This defies logic. Such a climax should be embodied by a shadow creature, not an elemental being of fire. Roar. The entire Flamestorm, perhaps due to the soaring temperatures combined with the radiant illumination, stirred the terrifying beings that lay dormant beneath the city of lost light, inciting them into a furious frenzy. The ground began to tremble. Countless students and instructors from Tianshui Academy could no longer maintain their footing, as if something was about to break through the earth. Boom. After another earth-shaking roar, the ground fractured, and a colossal, dark claw, as deep and dense as liquid shadow, burst forth from the soil, thrusting skyward towards the blue, flaming sun. Splurt. The tip of the enormous black claw even spewed forth streams of terrifying venom, corrosive in nature. However, the moment these toxins were released, they were instantly vaporized. Simultaneously, the claw aimed at the sky was incinerated into charred remnants by the ferocious flames. Below, the professionals sprawled on the ground, witnessing this level of combat, were left utterly dumbfounded. The clash of titans was terrifying beyond measure. The scale of this battle was entirely beyond their imagination. The charred claws intensified the fury of the massive creature lurking beneath Flamestorm. This time, a more violent earthquake erupted, as a horrifying rift split open in the very heart of Flamestorm, revealing 8 crimson, gigantic eyes glowing ominously within. High above, Lin Yi, utilizing the Eye of Omniscience, discerned precisely what this creature was. Hidden within the abyss of darkness was a colossal spider, entirely composed of shadow. The spider looms at a staggering size of no less than 500 or 600 meters. Shadow Demon Spider. Level, 220. Rank, Royal. Race, Shadow Spirit. Health points, 249, 660. 000. Mana points, 2,000,000. Strength, 26, 200. Spirit, 23, 500. Agility, 22, 330. Endurance, 29, 650. Active skills, Venomous Appendage, Bloodthirsty Fangs, Shadow Binding, Burrowing. Passive skill, Shadow Cloak. Weakness, Light Attribute Damage. This creature's level surpasses that of the mutated Death Knight, Rivendell, by a full 20 levels. Moreover, its attributes overwhelmingly eclipse those of the inflated Death Knight. Under normal circumstances, the majority of adventurers entering this trial dungeon would never encounter a monster of such caliber. The strategy guide provided by the Water Academy marked the best sanctuary as the basement of the royal court of Flamestorm. It remains uncertain whether it is due to exceptional soundproofing or some other reason, but those shadow monsters tend to steer clear, refraining from hunting in this place. Little do they know that it is precisely because the court's underground harbors such a terrifying giant shadow creature that weaker shadows dare not approach. Ordinarily, as long as one does not act recklessly and remains hidden in the royal basement, they would not awaken this shadow demon spider. However, Lin Yi's arrival, accompanied by intense heat and blinding light, incited its wrath, resulting in the current predicament. Killing it should lead to the completion of this dungeon, Lin Yi mused. He glanced at the remaining time of his enhanced state, approximately 1 minute and 30 seconds. It was nearly time. Lin Yi extended a hand, aiming at the enormous demon spider lurking in the abyss below, and with a casual grip, summoned forth his power. In the next moment, an explosive roar echoed. All fire elements in existence were amplified to their utmost by Lin Yi. Instantly, the temperature throughout the city of Flamestorm soared to an astonishing 1,000,000 degrees Celsius. A crisp crack resounded from the heights above, shattering the profound darkness enveloping Flamestorm like a fragile eggshell. It revealed the boundless pale blue sky beyond. 3 centuries of darkness, 3 centuries of confinement, had extinguished the flame of Flamestorm's civilization, transforming it into a haven for monstrous beings. On this day, 300 years later, a blazing blue sun ascended into the heavens, shattering the darkness and heralding the dawn of light. The darkness shattered and dissipated entirely, leaving the expanse in a state of bewilderment. Countless adventurers gazed up at the sky, feeling an electrifying chill course through their bodies, paralyzed in place. Had it not been for Lin Yi's deliberate restraint, they would likely have perished like other shadows, vaporized into nothingness. The horrifying temperature caused the shadow demon spider beneath to wail in agony. Lin Yi could see its health rapidly diminishing at a visible rate. Millions of health points dwindled to near zero in the blink of an eye. Its remaining 7 legs frantically clawed at the ground, desperately burrowing deeper into the abyss below. However, it was all too late. The temperature had surged to a staggering 1,000,000 degrees. The cataclysmic explosion brought forth by the supreme sublimation erupted violently. Boom. A blinding blue sphere of light, akin to a nuclear detonation, rapidly expanded, engulfing the entirety of Flamestorm. Lin Yi floated high in the air, observing as the entire city below was instantaneously consumed by flames. Countless shadow demons were reduced to ashes amidst the terrifying radiance. The entire dungeon space was ablaze with deep blue flames of extreme heat, resembling a hellish inferno. Ultimately, the earth was scorched to create a massive void, within which, apart from flames, there was nothing else. Lin Yi himself was profoundly shaken. The 8th tier fire magic was overwhelmingly destructive. It was beyond the comparison of any spell like the Celestial Dragon's Breath. Lin Yi now felt that even the Celestial Dragon's Breath seemed somewhat inadequate. This move lacks a name, which feels rather odd. After pondering for a moment, Lin Yi recalled a situation strikingly similar to the current one. When 6 Paths Pain attacked Konoha, a single use of Shinra Tensei leveled the village, obliterating it completely. At that moment, it was exactly like this very moment. A smile crept upon Lin Yi's lips. Henceforth, let this technique be called Divine Fire Tensei. Chapter 32. You promised survival for 3 hours, yet you completed it in 2 minutes? Lin Yi descended from the sky. He paid no heed to the group of Tianshui Academy practitioners who were paralyzed with fear, stunned into unconsciousness by the intense heat and violent shockwaves. Instead, he flew to a corner of what was once Flamestorm. There, he lifted a middle-aged man who had been besieged by shadow demons, exhausted and gravely injured. Lin Yi harbored no affection for the arrogant individuals of Tianshui Academy, who regarded others with disdain, and thus felt no inclination to extend a helping hand to them. Having already shown mercy, Whether they could escape this dungeon was of no concern to him. The reason Lin Yi chose to save this middle-aged man was that, utilizing the all-knowing eye, he had glimpsed his name, Jiang Chun, with the surname Jiang, and recalling what Jiang Ye had previously mentioned. It was not difficult for Lin Yi to surmise that this man was likely the second uncle who had risked his life to secure an opportunity for Jiang Ye and several others to escape. Given the bond formed with Jiang Ye through her previous gifts of various items, along with Jiang Xian's promise to provide him with support, Lin Yi felt it was a mere trifling matter to lend a hand. Ding! Congratulations, you have completed the trial dungeon, City of Lost Light, Webtoon. You have acquired a new title, Abyss Challenger. You have completed the hidden ending of this trial dungeon, defeating the high-difficulty Shadow Demon Spider. And your title has been upgraded. You have obtained a new title, Abyss Conqueror. The darkness of the special trial dungeon, City of Lost Light, Webtoon has been thoroughly dispelled, and the city has been completely obliterated. The structure of the dungeon has vanished entirely. This special trial dungeon is hereby permanently removed from Blue Star and the Abyss world. Lin Yi was taken aback. Permanently removed? This meant that this dungeon had completely disappeared, never to reappear again. Alas, what a remarkable maneuver, which nearly obliterated the dungeon. Perhaps due to the dungeon's complete absence. Lin Yi was directly teleported out. He felt a brief flicker before his eyes. The sun shone brightly, the breeze was gentle, and the scenery was breathtaking. Far more pleasant than the grotesque landscape within the dungeon. As he observed the strange occurrences on the dungeon's barrier, in the next moment, Lin Yi appeared, cradling the figure of Jiang Ye's second uncle. Everyone stationed outside the dungeon was taken aback. For it had been less than 3 minutes since Lin Yi entered this trial dungeon. To be precise, it was merely a little over 2 minutes. How could he emerge so swiftly? Wait, who is he holding? That figure seems somewhat familiar. Perhaps due to Jiang Chen's severe injuries. His clothes tattered and his face a gruesome sight. Jiang Xian momentarily failed to recognize his own second son. Yet, Jiang Ye gasped, second uncle. At that moment, Jiang Xian realized that Lin Yi had managed to rescue him. Instantly, several individuals rushed forward. Zhuo Qian was primarily concerned about whether Lin Yi had sustained any injuries. Lin Yi, you terrified me. How could you be so reckless as to enter the dungeon alone? Are you hurt? Lin Yi responded, I'm fine, but as for him, I cannot say. He gestured towards Jiang Chun, who he had gently laid on the ground. Jiang Xian hurried to check for signs of life, and his face lit up with joy upon detecting a pulse. He is still breathing. He is alive. Priests, medics, come quickly to assist him. As the nominal head of Jiang City, Jiang Xian's orders held significant weight. Immediately, numerous members of the official medical team, clad in white coats, rushed over to assess Jiang Chen's injuries. Thank you. Jiang Ye, upon learning that her second uncle was merely gravely injured but not dead, was in tears. Wiping her eyes, she expressed her gratitude to Lin Yi. Hearing those 2 words from you is truly a rarity. I haven't heard them in 3 years. Observing her emotional state, Lin Yi couldn't help but make a remark. Over the past 3 years, Jiang Ye had maintained an aloof demeanor as the school belle, never once displaying a smile or uttering thanks to him. Jiang Ye stamped her foot, seemingly resentful that Lin Yi would tease her in front of her family at such a time. After ensuring his second son was settled, Jiang Xian approached Lin Yi to express his gratitude. I initially thought your entry into the dungeon was an act of folly, but I never expected you to venture in to save someone. I truly do not know how our Jiang family can repay such a life-saving grace. Lin Yi was momentarily stunned. No, sir, you may have misunderstood. I merely entered to clear the dungeon. Rescuing someone was merely a fortunate happenstance. It was sheer luck that within the vast expanse of the dungeon map of the City of Light, he happened to respawn right beside the injured individual. From the moment he entered to his exit, it had only been 3 minutes. He had likely used a forced escape scroll to teleport out, demonstrating his quick wit. A group of onlookers from Tianshui Academy, witnessing Lin Yi's astonishing rescue of an injured person, were equally astonished. However, they continued to express their sharp-tongued remarks. As for Lin Yi, he only emerged after completing the challenge, a scenario that had never even crossed their minds. It was inconceivable. The requirement for clearing the dungeon was to survive for 3 hours. To exit early implied failure. Wasn't that an obvious truth? As long as you're fine. There will be more opportunities to earn Abyss qualifications, Zhuo Qian reassured Lin Yi. Lin Yi was rendered speechless. Seriously, your capacity for speculation is astounding. However, he need not explain anything, as the next moment, an announcement resonated throughout the vicinity of the dungeon, leaving all present utterly dumbfounded. Dungeon completion announcement. Congratulations to the adventurer, Lin Yi, for clearing the special trial dungeon, the City of Dimming Light, Webtoon. Completion time, 2 minutes and 42 seconds. Completion rating. This completion resets the best completion record for this dungeon, which will be eternally inscribed in the global dungeon completion record of Blue Star and can be accessed at any time. Everyone was left in shock. At the entrance of the dungeon, the bustling crowd fell silent, all staring at Lin Yi with expressions akin to witnessing a monster. Jiang Xian, a 4th realm grand mage, had his white beard quivering slightly in disbelief. What? He cleared it? Lin Yi didn't enter to save anyone. he truly aimed to conquer the dungeon? Zhuqian, the second in command of the school, was completely flabbergasted. He had sensed that this young man possessed some skill, but never imagined it to be to such an extent. He really cleared it. Not only did he clear it, but he also set a new record on the global leaderboard for this special trial dungeon. The announcement was indisputable. It was as if the celestial will of Blue Star bore witness on Lin Yi's behalf. The bespectacled man from Tianshui Academy, who had remained calm and observant throughout, was now utterly unsettled. He took a deep breath. The seemingly unremarkable young man, who appeared to possess no extraordinary qualities apart from his looks, had suddenly become formidable. As one of the 10 faculty members at Tianshui Academy with a strength reaching the 6th realm, he was intimately familiar with the city of dimming light, Flamestorm. This dungeon was unique, as its completion conditions were time-restricted. Consequently, the best record to date had been set over 130 years ago by the first individual to clear the dungeon. The previous best time was 3 hours. Chapter 33. At 18, ascending to the Hall of Fame for global dungeon completion records. To elevate the completion time from the 3-hour constraint imposed by the dungeon's mechanics to merely 2 minutes was nothing short of extraordinary. Wu Jun adjusted his glasses perched on his nose. Even with his wisdom and calm demeanor, he could only conceive one possibility. The young man before him had eliminated all the monsters within the dungeon, rendering it entirely safe. Hence, the requirement for adventurers to demonstrate their survival skills became moot. Yet, as this thought crossed his mind, it was swiftly dismissed. It is utterly absurd and comical. Based on the information at his disposal, this dungeon of such difficulty must conceal a hidden element that has eluded countless professionals for over a century. The existence of this hidden aspect is what causes continuous spawns of various shadow monsters throughout the realm of Flamestorm. Unless this element is eradicated, it is impossible to completely cleanse Flamestorm of all its creatures. Yet, the method to activate this hidden feature remains a mystery to all. Nevertheless, many proficient individuals with high perception and identification skills have surveyed this dungeon, confirming that the hidden level is at least above 200, with a rank of at least royal. The distinction between reaching level 200 naturally and forcibly elevating one's level through mutation is fundamentally significant. The former is evidently far superior. Consequently, all strategies for this dungeon explicitly warn adventurers to exercise utmost caution, as triggering certain mechanisms within could awaken the hidden presence. Should that occur, the difficulty of the dungeon would transcend mere levels and become truly formidable. How did he manage to clear it? Wu Jun was engulfed in profound doubt, unable to suppress the urge to confront Lin Yi for clarity. However, in the next moment, the luminous barrier at the dungeon's entrance began to tremble violently. A wave of scorching heat surged forth. Some witnesses even claimed to see clusters of blue flames suddenly erupting from the dungeon's mouth. In an instant, the entrance began to expel the remaining hundreds of individuals still alive within, as if pouring out beans. Wu Jun's expression shifted dramatically. The 70 or so students he had just sent in, along with 4 or 5 instructors in their 3rd or 4th transitions, had all emerged. These students were in a state of unconsciousness, while only a few of the stronger instructors retained a semblance of awareness after being forcibly ejected from the dungeon. The clearing time had not yet elapsed. Why had they all returned? The instructor he seized by the collar had pupils that continuously dilated and constricted, trembling uncontrollably. Fire! Fire everywhere! No, please, don't let me burn alive. Help! Help! I don't want to die. His mental state had evidently shattered. Observing this scene, Lin Yi felt a twinge of guilt. After all, he was the instigator. He had never anticipated that a divine fire would wreak such havoc on the entire dungeon, transforming it into a hellish landscape ablaze, causing such profound psychological trauma to these adults. The man's frantic screams seemed to awaken a throng of semi-conscious students. In an instant, both the instructors and students of Tianshui Academy appeared to have endured an unfathomably terrifying ordeal, wailing and shrieking in chaos. The scene was utterly tumultuous, leaving the onlookers outside in shock. What had transpired within? What were these incessantly emphasized flames and the sun that everyone spoke of? Dungeon adjustment announcement. Attention all practitioners of Blue Star. Due to unforeseen circumstances, the structure of the special trial dungeon, City of Lost Light, Flamestorm, has suffered extensive damage. Henceforth, this dungeon will be permanently removed from the sequence of Blue Star trial dungeons. Consequently, all practitioners will no longer be able to enter this dungeon for challenges, and the records of its completion will be archived in the Hall of Fame. This announcement resonates throughout the entirety of Blue Star, marking a significant adjustment to the dungeons. Such notifications occur hundreds of times each year, typically indicating unknown changes in the abyssal world that lead to the permanent disappearance of certain dungeons. However, the timing of this particular announcement invites a flurry of speculation among the populace. Zhuqian and Zhang Xian exchanged astonished glances at Lin Yi. Could it be that this young man has just entered the Global Hall of Fame for Blue Star Dungeons? It is noteworthy that, to date, fewer than 1,000 names have graced this prestigious list, a pinnacle of honor for all practitioners. At merely 18 years of age, Lin Yi has ascended to the Hall of Fame for dungeon completion records. under the scrutiny of so many eyes. Lin Yi recognized that remaining silent would not be an option. If I were to say that I did nothing at all. After I was teleported in, I just saw him. Lin Yi gestured towards Jiang Chun, continuing, then I planned to observe his condition. Suddenly, a sun appeared in the dark dungeon, followed by a massive explosion. I really don't know why nothing happened to me, and then I just came out, with someone telling me that I had completed the dungeon. Lin Yi endeavored to fabricate a tale. Had he revealed the truth, it was likely that no one present would have believed him. Yet, by distancing himself entirely from the events and attributing everything to the bizarre occurrences within the dungeon, it began to make sense. Wu Jun's brow furrowed deeper. Lin Yi's account, combined with the statements of his teachers, sowed seeds of doubt in his mind. Ignoring the still ranting teacher, he swiftly delivered a precise strike to the back of the man's head. The next moment, the teacher collapsed to the ground. Leaning down, Wu Jun pressed 2 fingers to the man's forehead. His profession was somewhat unique, a special class of the priesthood known as the Mind Priest, endowed with numerous skills capable of influencing and controlling others' mental states. Reading a person's short-term memories was well within his capabilities. With his eyes closed, a veil of darkness enveloped him. After a brief interlude, he relived the events of the dungeon from the perspective of the unconscious teacher. Moments later, Wu Jun opened his eyes, beads of cold sweat trickling down his forehead and back. He finally comprehended why the 3rd and 4th transition teachers could not withstand the mental strain. Even he was drenched in perspiration. Turning once more to Lin Yi, he noted that the scenes within the dungeon were nearly identical to the young man's description. Instantly, the credibility of Lin Yi's words escalated significantly. Perhaps he truly was exceptionally fortunate to have encountered the rare occurrence of monsters clashing within the Abyss dungeon, ultimately leading to its disappearance. In the end, he remained a sole conscious individual, thus the completion record would be attributed to him. Chapter 34, Codename, Abyssal Flame Monarch. Threat level high. Wu Jun cast another glance at the group sprawled on the ground, disgracefully tarnishing the reputation of Tianshui Academy. His heart swelled with indignation. This esteemed institution, ranked among the top 50 prestigious vocational academies in the Great Xia, had seemingly nurtured nothing but a band of inept individuals. If that humanoid entity enveloped in scorching blue flames were indeed a formidable being indigenous to the Abyss, then how was it that those under his command, 2nd transition students and 3rd and 4th transition instructors, were rendered unconscious by mere fear? Yet here stood this youth, steadfast in the face of such an existence. This was ample evidence that the boy's temperament must far surpass what one would expect at his age. Remarkably resilient. Upon reflection, he was indeed a rare gem. Come, join Tianshui Academy. We can offer you a special recruitment opportunity. Wu Jun stepped forward a few paces, standing before Lin Yi, and issued the invitation in an unmistakable tone. For a moment, everyone was rendered speechless, including those teachers who had followed Wu Jun but had not entered the dungeon, thus remaining relatively composed. Special recruitment, indeed. But does Professor Wu possess such authority? Certainly, as a director of a branch. He is allocated 2 or 3 special recruitment slots each year. How infuriating. I only managed to gain admission to Tianshui by ranking 76th in the entire province. In that instant, all the teachers from Tianshui Academy and the students yet to enter the dungeon were consumed with envy. They had never anticipated that the typically stringent Professor Wu would take an interest in a rookie practitioner hailing from a level 5 base city. Perhaps it was due to the fact that this young man had already secured a place in the dungeon record hall at such a tender age. What sheer luck. If only I had entered the dungeon earlier, perhaps the completion record would have been attributed to me. Similar to the speculations of these students, Wu Jun was indeed captivated by Lin Yi's remarkable achievement of entering the record hall at merely 18. Moreover, he was intrigued by Lin Yi's fortitude. Zhuo Qian's eyes sparkled as he quietly approached Lin Yi, whispering, "Accept his offer. Tianshui Academy is the 2nd best in our province and ranks among the top 100 nationally." Jiang Xian nodded in agreement, adding, "Such special recruitment slots are exceedingly rare. Only a handful of the 281 institutions qualify. Tianshui Academy is truly commendable. It would be wise to consider accepting." The so-called 281 institutions bear a striking resemblance to the prestigious 985 and 211 universities from Lin Yi's past life, merely framed within a different worldview. Just as everyone believed Lin Yi would undoubtedly acquiesce, he furrowed his brow and replied, "No need. I'm not interested." This time, even Wu Jun was taken aback. In his view, this was an unprecedented act of generosity. How is it that this young man before me is utterly unappreciative? He narrowed his eyes slightly and continued, "You must think this through. This could very well be your only opportunity in life." Lin Yi chuckled. He genuinely felt that the individuals from Tianshui Academy exuded an air of confidence. They could have left a far better impression on me. And perhaps I would have considered joining Tianshui Academy. This, too, is your singular chance. Zhuo Qian and Jiang Xian were both taken aback. Goodness, those words were incredibly audacious. Yet, strangely, it felt rather gratifying. Wu Jun remarked, still as foolish as ever. "Let's go." He cast a lingering glance at Lin Yi before leading his team away. Ultimately, this unique trial for the mage profession came to a close. Time flew by, and in the blink of an eye, 10 days had passed. An unexpected event shocked the entire circle of advanced practitioners in Donjiang Province. In the provincial capital, Tianhai City, within the conference room of the Practitioner Alliance, Qi Guoguang occupied the seat of honor. Although he was merely the vice president, the president was often preoccupied with various duties and frequent travels, thus delegating the responsibility of meetings to him. At that moment, the conference room was eerily silent, with everyone fixated on the large screen. The images displayed were captured from the perspective of an ordinary practitioner, documenting everything that transpired in the special dungeon known as the City of Lost Light, Filican. The emergence of the Shadow Demon Spider, a being of formidable caliber, was soon followed by the appearance of the Flame Giant, a humanoid entity engulfed in flames. With a mere gesture, it unleashed a devastating nuclear explosion that not only obliterated the demon spider, but also annihilated the entire Filican, erasing the dungeon from Blue Star entirely. As the video concluded, Qi Guoguang prompted, "Please share your insights." Nodding, he continued, "It must be above the 8th tier. Although it may not quite reach the 9th tier forbidden spell level, it is exceedingly close." One attendee queried, "Vice President Qi, could this fiery being be a practitioner from our Blue Star? Is this skill perhaps a high-tier ability?" Qi Guoguang shook his head, stating, "This is a quintessential fire spell. Yet it diverges significantly from the 8th tier spells typical of mages. The 8th tier fire spell, known as the Everlasting Flame, while powerful, pales in comparison to the spell exhibited by this mysterious entity, being over 1/3 less potent. Furthermore, it could never have dispatched that level 220 abyssal spider demon with such swiftness. This represents a force we cannot fully comprehend, revealing the true might of fire magic in the hands of genuine masters from the abyss." A hint of reverence tinged Qi Guoguang's words. Despite having attained the 7th transition, the deeper he delved into the arcane, the more he felt the vastness of his ignorance. For instance, even at the same 8th tier, the disparity between the Everlasting Flame and the spell wielded by this enigmatic being was staggering. After Qi Guoguang reached his conclusion, a profound silence enveloped the room, as all contemplated the catastrophic devastation that would ensue should such an entity descend from the abyss to Blue Star. He needed not even to chant. With a mere flick of his hand, he obliterated a colossal city. "Since you all seem devoid of further opinions and insights, allow me to express my own. It is evident that this being, engulfed in blue flames, hails from the abyss and possesses an utterly terrifying power. Once again, a formidable adversary has emerged from the depths that our human race must confront. Our immediate task is to continue reporting all pertinent information regarding him. His rank is at least that of a sovereign, thus I have provisionally assigned him a code name, Abyssal Flame Sovereign. I initially classify the threat level as critical, but should additional sightings and data regarding him emerge, this classification may well be elevated." Chapter 35. The night before the examination, 1 million skill points, and the forbidden spell. Agreed. No objections. Agreed. In an instant, the entire conference room resonated with voices of approval. Qi Guoguang, seeing that the majority had voted in favor, stood and declared, "This meeting is hereby adjourned. I must submit the report to higher authorities." The assembly dispersed. As Qi Guoguang exited the conference room, a flicker of concern crossed his features. What a turbulent year this has become. Just over 10 days prior, he had witnessed a formidable mage adept in both fire and wind, capable of unleashing 4 consecutive 7th tier spells. Now from the abyss, another entity has emerged, the Abyssal Flame Sovereign, who can wield incomprehensible 8th tier magic with ease. The commonality between the two is strikingly apparent. An analysis of their magical imprint reveals their youth. They are far younger than he. Qi Guoguang felt a profound sense of powerlessness, a sentiment of inadequacy despite a lifetime devoted to this path, overshadowed by the true prodigies of magic. "Oh, how the heavens do weigh heavily upon me." Meanwhile, in Jiangcheng, Lin Yi exited the treasure pavilion and proceeded toward the opposite end of the street, bustling with vocational practitioners. Over the past 10 days, he had scarcely ventured out to level up, as the surrounding leveling zones and dungeons had become significantly beneath his capabilities. Even if he were to engage in leveling, the experience gained would be minimal. Such an endeavor, yielding little for great effort, was not one Lin Yi wished to pursue. With the approaching examination, while his peers tirelessly ground for levels, he had languished at home for a full 10 days. Notably, the Jiang family appeared genuinely grateful for Lin Yi's rescue of Jiang Chun. The following day, the elder Jiang Xian personally brought the revived Jiang Chun to express their gratitude, astonishing Lin Yi's parents. In a state of astonishment, Lin Yi received 200 freely tradable skill point scrolls, along with a complete set of silver tier mage gear, an exceedingly valuable token of thanks. Lin Yi estimated that, upon selling it, he could easily fetch several dozen daxia coins. His visit to the treasure pavilion was primarily to sell this newly gifted set of equipment from the Jiang family, along with 2 pieces of golden tier gear he had previously stashed away. After witnessing platinum tier equipment, the silver mage set appeared rather lackluster, and more importantly, it was quite unappealing in appearance. In pursuit of enhancing his attributes, Lin Yi was reluctant to forsake his image, thus he opted to sell instead. This quaint shop was introduced to him by Zhang Dafu, and with his influence, Lin Yi managed to offload all his skill point scrolls at a price approximately 10 above the market rate. After clearing this batch of supplies, Lin Yi received a text message from the Great Xia Bank. Your bank card ending in 4396 has received a transfer of 749,680 yuan. Current balance 1,293,346. 21 yuan. Lin Yi's savings had officially surpassed the million mark. Indeed, to achieve wealth, one must rely on commerce, particularly through the sale of tradable skill point scrolls. This commodity had seemingly become the super hard currency of the entire Blue Star, rivaling the value of gold on Earth in his past life. The price of skill point scrolls across Blue Star was locked in, making depreciation nearly impossible. It could only rise. Perhaps this was why Lin Yi's good friend, Zhang Shan, mentioned that his father possessed several skill point scrolls. Holding on to such items could yield a return far superior to that of fixed deposits. Ding! Your savings have surpassed the million mark. A new function of your talent, divine gift, has been unlocked. Lin Yi was taken aback. How marvelous. $1 million in savings had granted him a new feature. He opened the talent interface to discover the particulars of the new function. Skill evolution. You may expend 1 million Blue Star currency and the corresponding skill points to evolve one of your skills of 8th tier or above, transforming it into an aberrant version of the same tier, possessing greater power and enhanced effects. For comparative experience, your fire-type 8th tier skill has been automatically evolved into its aberrant version upon awakening. Subsequent use of this function will require the corresponding currency, with costs increasing with each use. Lin Yi was dumbfounded. Astonishing. His talent had truly transformed into a pay-to-win advantage. Not only could he accelerate skill point acquisition through expenditure, but now he could also evolve his skills. The notion of skill variance was indeed intriguing. His fire-type 8th tier skill, Supreme Ascendancy, had a unique transformation, distinguishing it from other fire-specialized mages' 8th tier skills. It seemed that his skill was a hybrid, embodying both a transformation state and high area damage capabilities. It was undoubtedly stronger than the typical fire-type 8th tier skills. Clearly, it was imperative to prioritize earning money from now on. Lin Yi then accessed his personal panel. Glancing at the skill points section, available skill points, 974, 639. The skill points generously gifted over the past 10 days had accumulated close to 1 million. Lin Yi was still mindful of the modest goal he had set nearly a month ago on his awakening day, to upgrade Fireball to a forbidden spell. Now, this goal was tantalizingly within reach. Should he make a significant investment to expedite the process? However, upon opening the investment interface and seeing that it required 100,000 Great Xia currency for just over 80,000 skill points, he felt a pang of regret. This was akin to spending over a currency unit for a mere handful of skill points. Though for others, the prospect of purchasing a few skill points for a modest sum might elicit laughter even in their dreams. Lin Yi possesses the unique privilege of acquiring skill points without spending a single dime. This creates a psychological disparity. No more spending. He must refrain from further expenditures. Otherwise, the million daxia coins in his account would dwindle, leaving him short by over 30,000. Nevertheless, a night of idling would suffice to close the gap. After all, tomorrow marks the annual college entrance examination for new vocational practitioners in Blue Star Daxia. For all the recently transitioned, youthful students, this represents a pivotal turning point in their lives. Either they soar to great heights or languish in mediocrity. Returning to school primarily involves enduring motivational speeches from teachers and the principal, all aimed at alleviating anxiety and encouraging everyone to perform normally. However, Lin Yi had little interest in such gatherings, yet Zhang Shan's persistent request to reunite after a month's absence compelled him to agree. The national examination results would be announced on the same day, requiring no waiting. The results would be declared immediately following the exam, with only the subsequent college application process taking additional time. This pre-examination gathering did not last long, concluding in less than half a day. Upon returning home, Lin Yi noticed, to his surprise, that his father had not worked late for once, while his mother, Su Qingfeng, had prepared an extravagant feast. Both parents appeared jubilant, yet Lin Yi discerned their underlying tension. Tomorrow is the most significant day in their child's life, a sentiment that only parents can truly understand. After a hearty meal, it was nearly 9 in the evening. Lin Yi took a shower and lay on his bed, knowing he needed to rise early the next day, prompting him to sleep earlier this night. However, before drifting off, he reopened his personal panel. At this moment, his skill points balance finally matched his savings, surpassing 7 figures. Chapter 36, Above the Forbidden Spell, Incinerating Heaven and Boiling the Sea. Available skill points, 1, 0, 16, 334. Lin Yi accessed the skill panel and selected the fire element. He lingered on the interface of the 8th tier skill, Supreme Sublimation, Fire Spirit Incarnation. It was time to allocate points. The button for point allocation, previously grayed out, now glimmered with promise. Taking a deep breath, Lin Yi felt the forbidden spell within reach. Do you wish to spend 1,000,000 skill points to elevate your skill tier to 9th tier? Yes. Activate the one-click allocation. In the next moment, a melodious prompt echoed in Lin Yi's ears. Ding. Consuming 1,000,000 skill points. Your supreme sublimation, Fire Spirit Incarnation has advanced to 9th tier Forbidden Spell, 8 Desolations Celestial Fall. At the instant this notification rang out, Lin Yi's vision blurred, and the surrounding scenery vanished. When he opened his eyes again, he found himself enveloped in an illusion. It was a vision reminiscent of a post-apocalyptic realm, with Lin Yi floating high above, as if granted a divine perspective. Below lies an expanse of boundless ocean, accompanied by an equally vast stretch of land. Everything appears to be perfectly normal until the sky is engulfed in flames, as if it has been utterly ignited. Countless terrifying and colossal meteors rain down from the cosmos. In the next moment, the solid ground is shattered and split apart by the meteoric firestorm, transforming in the blink of an eye into a pool of molten crimson lava that merges with the sea. The once tranquil ocean is now heated to a boil, emitting plumes of steam that visibly evaporate vast quantities of water, surging into the outer reaches of space. In the next instant, the ocean has dried up, and the land has melted, marking the moment of the blue planet's nascence, a tumultuous chaos of molten, searing matter, devoid of distinction. The illusion dissipates, and he realizes he is drenched in sweat, unable to fathom what he has just witnessed. It is the power of creation and annihilation, the essence of a super-divine forbidden spell. This term lingers in his mind. Upon reopening the skill interface, Lin Yi discovers that his suspicions were indeed correct. The 9th tier forbidden spell is not the pinnacle. In fact, it is far from it. Lin Yi is already able to preview the skills he will acquire upon ascending to the next tier. Ancient Forbidden Spell, Purifying Flame Abyss, skill points required for ascension, 10 million. Subsequent evolution path, Ancient Forbidden Spell, Golden Crow of the Great Sun. Evolution currency required, 100 million. Evolution skill points required, 20 million. Hint, the aberrant version of the Ancient Forbidden Spell. Golden Crow of the Great Sun can further evolve into the Ultimate Forbidden Spell. Above the Ancient Forbidden Spell, there lies the Ultimate Forbidden Spell. Lin Yi realizes that the vision he witnessed moments ago must have depicted the scene of wielding a super-divine forbidden spell. It is indeed a world-ending incantation capable of melting continents and boiling seas. This is the pinnacle of fire magic, capable of extinguishing stars with a mere gesture. Lin Yi takes a deep breath, striving to calm his restless heart. He now understands that he has merely scratched the surface of the supreme powers within this world. Yet, this revelation only fuels his determination. Does this not render the journey all the more intriguing? Even if the required skill points ultimately surpass 100 million for him, it is merely a matter of a few years waiting. He can afford to wait. Moreover, he intends to attain the forbidden spell level for all his magical disciplines. Lin Yi gazes at the details of the forbidden spell he has just acquired. Forbidden spell, 8 Desolations, Celestial Meteor, type, active skill, tier, 9th, category, fire, cost, 1 million mana, cast time, 10 minutes, cooldown, 3 days, effect, summons savage flames from the heavens, igniting all targets within an immense radius, inflicting substantial fire damage to all affected. The igniting effect of this skill is permanent and cannot be dispelled. This skill ignores all damage mitigation and immunity effects for targets below tier 9. The flames, a testament to ancient and untamed times, continue to burn to this very day. Lin Yi inhaled sharply, taken aback. 10 minutes of incantation and a staggering 1 million mana points consumed. It was clear that such a forbidden spell demanded exceptionally rigorous conditions. Lin Yi felt a surge of gratitude for the fortuitous opportunity he had received to evolve his 8th tier fire skills. In his ascended state, all fire spells he employed were instant and costless, should he manage to resolve the cooldown issue in the future. He could even achieve the remarkable feat of casting forbidden spells in rapid succession while in this exalted state. Regardless, the forbidden spell he had long coveted was finally within his grasp. Lin Yi took a moment to peruse the evolution version of this 9th tier forbidden spell. Evolved version, forbidden spell, Buddha's Wrath Fire Lotus. Required currency for evolution, 2 million daxia coins. Required skill points for evolution, 1 million. Lin Yi pondered. Isn't this name oddly familiar? Upon reflection, he realized that, after all, playing with fire had its parallels. There was indeed a manifestation of fire magic transformed. He decided to let go of such thoughts, for the forbidden spell was now his. It was time for rest. As the night passed, the following morning at 5:30, Lin Yi was stirred awake by a series of knocks on his door, before his alarm even rang. Upon opening the door, he was greeted by his mother, Su Qingfang, sporting dark circles under her eyes and clad in an apron, calling him for breakfast. His father, Lin Guodong, was already up, busily repairing the old car that had long been dormant, determined to personally escort his son to the station on this significant day, lest Lin Yi miss his transport and encounter trouble. Rubbing the sleep from his eyes, Lin Yi realized that his parents had likely slumbered only a few hours, yet they had risen early to prepare breakfast and fix the car. Reluctantly, he forsook the final half hour of sleep, washed up, and partook of a breakfast that was even more sumptuous than the previous evening's meal. He gathered his student ID, examination permit, and other essentials before settling into his father's car. Lin Guodong revved the engine and sped towards Jiangxing Station. Each year, the national vocational examination for aspiring professionals was held in the capital cities of the provinces, and for East River Province, it was naturally in the capital, Tianhai City. To ensure order and discipline among the examinees, the authorities arranged a special underground express train annually to transport candidates from across the province to the examination venue. Upon arriving at Jiangxing Station, Lin Yi was met with a throng of people. The atmosphere in the square was palpably tense. Countless parents were bidding farewell to their children at the designated line, offering words of reassurance like, "Don't be nervous, everything will be fine." Lin Yi's father was no exception. He even caught sight of his mother, Su Qingfeng, behind his father, her eyes red and glistening with tears. After offering a few comforting words, Lin Yi waved his hand with a smile, saying, "Just wait for my good news. Turn on the television. Perhaps this afternoon, you might see me on screen." This is not merely Lin Yi's blind confidence. Rather, it is the assurance bestowed upon him by the forbidden spell he wields. No matter how arduous this examination may be, it is unlikely that a single forbidden incantation would prove ineffective, is it? After bidding farewell to his parents, Lin Yi searched extensively but struggled to locate the assembly point of his school. Over here. He spotted the towering Zhang Shan, straining on his toes amidst the throng, waving and calling out to him. Lin Yi no longer needed to continue his search. He swiftly joined the sizable contingent from Jiangxing No. 2 High School. Soon, the homeroom teachers began their speeches, adhering to the customary practice of serving a generous portion of motivational rhetoric. After a span of more than 10 minutes, the station's announcement echoed. "Attention, all candidates participating in the 2024 National Higher Education Admission Examination for Practitioners. The special examination train has arrived at the station. All units are requested to organize their candidates to board in an orderly fashion. The train will depart in 30 minutes, so please proceed accordingly." On this particular day, all other train services in Jiangxing had been suspended, and only those bearing identification badges as examination supervisors and candidates were permitted entry into the station. Thus, despite the tens of thousands of examinees in Jiangxing this year, the boarding process proceeded smoothly. After a brief interval, Lin Yi and his fellow students boarded the special train, settling into their designated seats. Upon entering the carriage, Lin Yi discovered that their class was seated alongside a group from Minchang City No. 1 High School, a well-regarded institution in Dongjiang Province. The front half of the carriage was occupied by examinees from Minchang No. 1, while the latter half housed the students of Class 8 from Jiangxing No. 2. Although the homeroom teachers were unfamiliar with one another, they maintained a cordial demeanor. As they could not accompany their students to Tianhai, seizing the moment before departure, they imparted a final message. "Dear students, I shall refrain from further elaboration. However, I must emphasize one crucial point. Thoroughly familiarize yourselves with the examination regulations printed on the reverse side of your admission tickets. These rules must be strictly adhered to. For our Great Xia enforces stringent measures against cheating and violations. Any breach will result in immediate disqualification from the examination." As the homeroom teacher concluded, an attendant outside the train began to announce, "All accompanying personnel must disembark immediately. The special train will depart in 5 minutes." Ultimately, only 50 to 60 candidates remained in the carriage. The atmosphere grew tense, and amidst this unique moment, no one engaged in idle chatter. 5 minutes passed in the blink of an eye. Lin Yi heard a series of chimes resonating through the air. A tremor coursed through the train as the doors sealed shut, and the train gradually began to accelerate. After departing Jiangxing Station, the train approached a pitch-black tunnel, leading deep underground. As they boarded, everyone had dutifully fastened their seatbelts as instructed. Upon entering the tunnel, the train's trajectory resembled a free fall, akin to the thrill of a drop tower ride Lin Yi had experienced in a past life. It was undoubtedly both novel and exhilarating. However, this sense of wonder was fleeting, as the scenery outside the train remained monotonously unchanged. Only the dim lights within the tunnel and the pitch-black walls surrounded Lin Yi, who chose to close his eyes and rest. He had awoken too early that morning and still felt somewhat fatigued. However, the classmates from Class 8 seated beside him, along with the students from Minchang No. 1 at the front of the carriage, began to engage in conversation. Li Shan glanced at Lin Yi, who was resting with his eyes closed, and swallowed hard. "I'm so nervous, Yi. Let us chat. What should we do? My mind is completely blank. What if I flunk the exam? My old man will surely skin me alive." Lin Yi, exasperated, opened his eyes and delivered a sharp slap to Zhang Shan's head, scolding, "Can't you be quiet for once? You're so loud, and don't you feel embarrassed?" He continued, "You're anxious about awakening your profession. And now you're anxious about the college entrance exam. How on earth did you manage to become a knight?" Zhang Shan, instead of being angered, wore a peculiar smile. Fearing that Lin Yi might ignore him if he pretended to be asleep, he whispered, "Yi, what level are you at now? I heard from my dad that the difficulty of the college entrance exam depends on the level you are when you take it. The higher the difficulty you choose, the more points you can earn, allowing you to stand out in the exam." Lin Yi glanced at Zhang Shan with a sigh, replying, "You've asked me so many times since we got on the bus. I don't want to tell you because I fear it might dent your confidence." Zhang Shan retorted, "Hey, do you look down on me? I've been grinding levels for days with you, alright? Although I feel like if you seriously practiced, you would definitely surpass me, but it shouldn't be by too much." Saying this, Zhang Shan unexpectedly cast a basic identification spell on Lin Yi. Then, he exclaimed in shock, "What the heck? Identification failed? Hey, you can't be level 20 already, can you?" At that moment, Zhang Shan was at level 15. Typically, a standard identification spell could yield information as long as the target was within 5 levels. However, this time, his spell had backfired. This indicated that Lin Yi's level must be at least 5 levels higher than his own. Although Zhang Shan had initially lowered his voice, his exclamation attracted the curious gazes of countless others in the carriage. The classmates from Class 8 displayed expressions of astonishment. Huh, Lin Yi has reached level 20? That's impossible. Zhang Shan must have made an error. No, wait, Zhang Shan is already level 15. His failed identification can only mean Lin Yi is at least 5 levels above him. That's just too absurd. I'm only level 14. What about those at levels 13 or 12? Are they doomed? By the way, what level is the school beauty Janya? It seems she has been overshadowed by Lin Yi again. Ahem, overshadowed? That sounds a bit harsh. She thought she finally bested Lin Yi the day she awakened. But now it appears that in terms of levels, she has once again fallen behind this formidable Lin Yi, whose prowess remains as formidable as ever. Listening to her classmates' discussions, Jiang Yu felt a sense of calm settle within her. Due to Lin Yi's remarkable ascent to the Hall of Fame on the global copy leaderboard, the other students present remained blissfully unaware of this monumental achievement. In stark contrast to such an exalted honor, the disparity in levels seemed trivial. However, at that moment, the fervent discussions from Class 8 incited mockery from the students of Minchang No. 1 Middle School seated in the front of the carriage. Was this the educational standard of a level 5 base city? How laughable that they dared to flaunt their level 20 status. Chapter 38, a minor golden shock for the entire audience. Lin Yi turned his gaze towards the source of the commotion. Under the influence of the all-knowing eye, he could clearly discern the levels of these individuals. The majority were at level 20, a few had reached level 21, and a select few formidable ones had even attained level 23. Suddenly, Lin Yi recalled a lesson from his humanities geography course during his time in the Great Xia. Throughout the Great Xia, Dongjiang Province ranks among the nation's top educational and economic powerhouses. Cities such as Tianhai, Lishui, and Xiling are all classified as level 2 base cities. However, the distribution of education and resources within Dongjiang Province is exceedingly uneven. Areas rich in resources and education are primarily concentrated in level 2 and 3 base cities, while the amenities and educational standards in level 4 base cities begin to vary significantly. In a marginally developed level 5 base city like Jiangxing, the situation becomes even more dire. This disparity explains why Lin Yi noticed that his classmates had a minimum level of 12, whereas the examinees from Minchang, a level 3 base city, boasted a minimum level of 19. From an average level perspective, Lin Yi empathized with their astonishment at seeing individuals in the carriage's rear who were, indeed, level 20. Upon hearing the jeers from the Minchang No. 1 students, an immediate silence enveloped Class 8 at Jiangxing No. 2. While not entirely feeling inferior, the stark difference in capabilities made them feel somewhat embarrassed. The most embarrassed of all was, of course, Zhang Shan, whose exaggerated reactions had sparked the entire incident. As Zhang Shan observed the students of Class 8 fall silent, the students from Minchang escalated their taunts. One student, positioned closest, grinned and remarked, "Hey, country bumpkins from Jiangxing. I'm also level 20. Am I a big shot in your eyes? Should I expect you to fawn over me too?" Haha. Another chimed in. "What are you? A mere level 21. Come and grovel before me." Haha. Zhang Shan felt his face flush with embarrassment. Anger surged within him, and he was tempted to confront this group. However, Lin Yi placed a hand gently on his shoulder and shook his head. "We are under surveillance now. Have you forgotten the teacher's words? Maintain discipline. If we stir up trouble here, we risk disqualification from the examination." Lin Yi remained unfazed by their derision. To him, it was akin to a pack of wildcats boasting their hunting prowess in front of a tiger, utterly inconsequential. He felt no anger whatsoever. Gradually, the mockers lost interest. The 3-hour journey on the special train passed swiftly. As the train station announcement echoed through the air, Lin Yi awoke from his slumber, stretching languidly. Upon disembarking, he found a fleet of shuttle buses waiting outside the station, ready to transport examinees. Following the designated order, Lin Yi and his classmates from Class 8 boarded the shuttle, heading directly towards the examination venue. During the journey, Lin Yi observed that Tianhai City, the capital of Dongjiang Province, was indeed remarkably prosperous. Having traversed into this world where the territory of the Blue Star had expanded exponentially, Lin Yi had yet to venture beyond Jiangxing, with his farthest excursion merely to the neighboring Kanglin city. However, both Jiangxing and Kanglin, one a level 5 base city and the other a quasi-level 4 base city, bore little distinction, akin to kindred spirits in their struggles. Upon arriving in Tianhai, Lin Yi realized that the grandeur of the Daxiao world's urban development was on par with, if not superior to, the metropolitan giants of his previous Earth, Beijing, Shanghai, and Guangzhou. The infrastructure was impeccably developed, and the city's greenery was exceptionally well maintained. However, the corresponding scale of upscale residences, along with their exorbitant prices, was staggering. Throughout the journey, the relevant authorities in Tianhai City facilitated the shuttle's passage, granting it a continuous stream of green lights. In preparation for the National College entrance examination, a total of 22 examination venues had been established to accommodate the students from across Dongjiang province. As the shuttle carrying Lin Yi arrived at the examination site, he was met with a breathtaking spectacle. By what seemed like mere coincidence, Lin Yi's examination center was designated as the first venue. Countless shuttle buses had congregated in the parking lot, and as all examinees disembarked and formed orderly lines, the vast expanse of the square before the first examination hall was filled to the brim with students. It was estimated that the number of candidates at this single venue reached an astonishing 40 to 50,000. As Lin Yi's cohort of shuttle buses settled in, the examinees at the first venue were already in position. An announcement resonated from outside the examination hall. Attention, candidates. The 2024 National Unified Admissions Examination for Higher Institutions is about to commence. This venue is the first examination center of Dongjiang Province. All candidates, please line up properly and proceed through the first intelligent gate in order. Upon passing through the gate, the sensors above it would automatically categorize their professions and levels, marking them accordingly. This examination would present questions tailored to each candidate's level range, with higher difficulty yielding greater potential scores post-evaluation. Candidates within the level range of 1 to 15 would receive a white designation, permitting them to select only the easiest difficulty. Those between levels 16 and 20 would be marked green, able to choose from easy and standard difficulties. Candidates in the range of 21 to 23 would be designated blue, with options for standard and hard difficulties. Those in the level range of 24 to 25 would receive a purple mark, allowing choices of standard, hard, and extremely difficult challenges. Finally, candidates above level 25 would be distinguished with a golden mark, granting access to standard, hard, extremely difficult, and even nightmare-level difficulties. It appeared that the examination details previously divulged by Zhang Shan's father were indeed accurate. Indeed, the examination process is designed to categorize candidates according to their skill levels. If one's ranking is insufficient, they are unable to select more challenging difficulties, and consequently, they cannot attain higher scores. Thus, in this examination, one's standing will inevitably fall short compared to those who opt for higher difficulties and successfully navigate the tests. The allure of this examination is palpable. No wonder that when awakening to their professions, both teachers and the media were fervently enthusiastic. In such an environment where everyone is fervently competing, lacking the same fervor or dedication will undoubtedly leave one lagging far behind. As the entrance procedures continued, numerous candidates queued to pass through the gates. Lin Yi noticed the students from Class 8 ahead of him, including the rather naive Zhang Shan. Upon passing through the gate, the designation of their examination location, Jiangcheng, appeared above his head, accompanied by an icon of a warhammer and a white star marker. Subsequently, all candidates who received the white marker, like him, were efficiently directed by the examination assistants to their respective entry points. Having endured years of rigorous examinations, this system was astoundingly intelligent and seamless. One could only imagine the time it would consume if conducted manually. How amusingly whimsical. A wave of laughter erupted as Lin Yi caught sight of the students from Minchang No. 1 High School, who had also passed through the gate. Most bore blue star markers, while a select few flaunted purple stars, regarding Zhang Shan and the others with disdainful expressions. Observing the gate before him, Lin Yi allowed a subtle smile to grace his lips. It was time to deliver a small, yet impactful spectacle to the thousands gathered in the examination hall. Chapter 39. The notion of genius and the inequities within the students of Jiangxing No. 1 High School, Class 8, felt increasingly inferior. This was not solely due to the derision from their Minchang counterparts. It was compounded by the realization that, alongside candidates from other cities, they passed through the gate. Others adorned green markers, while they bore white ones. Although the actual examination had yet to commence, this gate mechanism had already unveiled the stark disparities of the world around them, revealing the gaps between themselves and others. Lin Yi couldn't help but reflect on the authenticity of this experience. While the design aimed to facilitate candidate selection and provide a reasonable range of difficulty, it indeed affected one's mindset. Before long, Lin Yi stood before the gate. With a single step, he crossed through, and in the next moment, he noticed a staff icon slowly materializing above his head. The icon for knights was a war hammer, for warriors, a sword. Naturally, the mage's was a staff. However, the icon was not the focal point. Rather, it was the star marker that accompanied it. The instant the golden starburst appeared, the entire examination hall erupted in astonished gasps. Goodness, a golden star. Which esteemed individual boasts a golden star above their head? Ah, my titanium alloy eyes are about to be blinded. Is this the legendary gold? It is truly magnificent. We revere this great figure. The astonishment of countless individuals mingled with the throngs entering the examination hall, creating a cacophony of excitement. Amidst a sea of blue and green markers, a few purple ones stood out remarkably, not to mention the golden marker. In an instant, Lin Yi garnered immense attention, including from his classmates in Class 8 of Jiangxing No. 1 High School. All the examinees from Class 8 were utterly dumbfounded. What the heck? Lin Yi has a golden marker, they exclaimed. How is that possible? He should be at level 20, at best a green marker, or perhaps a blue one. Clearly, this could only imply that Zhang Shan had grossly miscalculated Lin Yi's prowess. Goodness, a golden marker? That's simply astonishing. I feel like I'm just here to fill space. The disparity between individuals is wider than that between humans and dogs. Zhang Shan, whose face had been flushed with excitement, now stood utterly stupefied, soon succumbing to overwhelming joy. Were it not for his being redirected to the white marker entrance, he would have rushed over to give Lin Yi a bear hug. He felt elated, knowing that his friend could never be an ordinary, lackluster individual. However, he had not anticipated that Lin Yi would present him with such a monumental surprise. Meanwhile, in another queue of green markers, Zhang Yi gazed up at Lin Yi's golden marker, a smile of relief gracing her lips. Yes, she felt completely liberated, even taking joy in Lin Yi's current achievements. She understood that from this point forward, they would inhabit entirely different realms. As for the examinees from Minchong No. 1 High School who had just moments ago mocked him shamelessly, they now stood speechless and wide-eyed. They stared at the glimmering golden marker above Lin Yi's head, feeling as if they were poultry caught by the throat, gasping for air. Remembering their derisive laughter during the ride and after disembarking, they suddenly perceived themselves as the true jesters. The disparity in levels was unfathomable, yet he had remained modest, resting quietly on the bus, showing no inclination to engage in disputes with them. It became evident that they were unworthy. In the next moment, all the students from Minchong High School were completely flushed, lowering their heads in a desperate wish to blend into the crowd, hoping not to be noticed by Lin Yi. Hello, student, please follow me. A female examiner greeted Lin Yi. Perhaps it was due to his striking looks or the golden marker atop his head, but unlike the other examiners, who appeared fierce and intimidating, this particular examiner was exceptionally courteous. As he followed her, Lin Yi soon caught sight of a door marked Entrance 1. In front of the entrance stood more than 20 individuals. Student, please register your precise level and specialized profession at Entrance 1, then select your difficulty. The examiner said with a warm smile, providing her final guidance before departing. Lin Yi walked slowly towards the entrance. Simultaneously, he noticed the adjacent entrances 2 and 3, which were bustling with far larger crowds, easily exceeding 1,000 individuals. The markers above their heads were all purple. One could only imagine the throngs of examinees bearing white, green, and blue markers waiting at their respective entrances. In stark contrast, at the entrance he was about to queue for, there were only a little over 20 people. As Lin Yi approached, he was not at all surprised to discover that the golden stars adorning the heads of these individuals mirrored his own. Indeed, these individuals were presumably the so-called prodigies cultivated by the prestigious academies and esteemed families of the top-tier bases in the entire Dongjiang region. Across Tianhai, there existed a total of 22 examination venues. If each venue boasted over 20 individuals bearing golden insignias, then this year, among those awakening and participating in the college entrance examination, there would be roughly 400 individuals exceeding level 25. In comparison to the over 100,000 examinees in Dongjiang, these represented an exceedingly rarefied echelon at the apex of the pyramid. As Lin Yi continued his approach, the men and women gathered outside Entrance 1, who had been waiting, soon noticed the arrival of a new face. Exam from Jiangxing? What is this place? I've never heard of it before. It seems to be a remote base city in our province. Surely, there must be some error with the gate. Can a place so desolate possibly produce a golden insignia? Clearly, although these so-called geniuses were not particularly acquainted, they had at least crossed paths at some point. However, Lin Yi was a complete stranger to them. Hello, examinee, please come forward for registration. A stern examiner clad in official attire addressed Lin Yi, observing the others around him. It was evident that with only a little over 20 participants, the registration process at Entrance 1 was swift. These individuals had likely completed their registrations already. Lin Yi stepped forward, and the examiner gestured, causing a luminous projection screen to materialize before him. Just as Lin Yi prepared to reach out and touch the crystal to input his information, an extravagant voice rang out from behind him. Hey brother, reaching level 25 isn't easy, huh? A friendly tip, don't choose nightmare difficulty. You'll end up sobbing from the monsters within. The speaker was a young man with flamboyant dyed hair, convinced of his own charm. His companions snickered softly. Kai, there's a difference even among those with golden insignias. Not everyone can ascend to level 29 like you. Haha. The young man felt a surge of self-satisfaction, his primary concern being the impression he made on the stunning girl beside him. However, when he turned to glance at her, he was met with a flicker of disdain in her eyes. The girl, her lips parting delicately, remarked, Zhao Kai, there is no need for you to attract my attention in such a manner. The effect of her words was akin to a bucket of icy water poured over him, silencing Zhao Kai and his companions instantly. Simultaneously, her gaze shifted toward Lin Yi. In the next moment, her eyes widened in disbelief as she witnessed Lin Yi's hand make contact with the crystal, and a level number materialized on the screen, 42. At that instant, all present at entrance 1 were rendered speechless. The individual who had previously remarked on the disparity between golden insignias experienced a complete mental shutdown. He was indeed correct. Even among prodigies, there exists a chasm of difference. Chapter 40. The sensation of the examination hall. He has transcended. And this disparity was as vast as an insurmountable chasm. Zhao Kai gazed at the luminous screen displaying Lin Yi's level of 42, and in that instant, he felt as if an invisible hand had struck him across the face, leaving a stinging sensation. He had presumed that Lin Yi, hailing from a remote-based city to partake in the examination, would at most reach a maximum of level 25, even if he managed to secure a gold badge. After all, Zhao Kai himself was merely at level 29, which, in the realm of geniuses within the entire Dongjiang region, was already remarkably high. Amongst those present, he had only been surpassed by the girl in blue beside him. Her name was Lan Ruoyi, who had attained level 30 and had even accepted her advancement quest, albeit it remained incomplete. Yet, this seemingly unimpressive youth before him, who only appeared handsome, astonished him with an impressive level of 42. This suggested that he had successfully completed the second advancement task and had even ascended an additional 12 levels thereafter. The experience points required for leveling up post-second advancement were nothing short of terrifying. Under the condition of having only 30 days to level up after awakening his class, reaching level 30 was nearly the pinnacle of possibility. Yet today, that limit had been shattered, and by a staggering margin of 12 levels. Lan Ruoyi fixed her gaze upon Lin Yi. Her curiosity piqued as to how he had achieved such a feat if someone were to interview Lin Yi on the spot. He would remark that it wasn't merely about having hands. For in the month prior, aside from the day after his week of idleness, he had not harbored any deliberate intentions of grinding levels. The majority of the time, he had simply been idling. Even the 3 levels he climbed from 39 to 42 were merely the result of a bout of boredom that led him to venture to the neighboring Kanglan city, where he engaged in a few dungeon runs. Had he truly wished to grind levels diligently, he might have already reached the 3rd advancement by now. Excuse me, teacher. Why can't I select the difficulty? Lin Yi inquired as he manipulated the luminous screen. He initially intended to choose the nightmare difficulty, only to discover that it was unavailable, as if it had been disabled. At Lin Yi's reminder, the previously stern and unapproachable examiner suddenly trembled. Why you? Please wait a moment. Let me check. He began to operate the spiritual crystal system. To be honest, he found it hard to believe that this young man was indeed at level 42. Had he truly undergone a second advancement? Where did such a prodigy come from? After a flurry of operations, the registrar was drenched in sweat, for he found no discrepancies within the system. Lin Yi's level was indeed legitimate. The reason he could not select a difficulty was due to a foundational code restriction in the system, which mandated that a candidate's level must fall within the range of 25 to 30 in order to choose a difficulty. In simpler terms, the 42-level prodigy Lin Yi had effectively outstripped the system's capacity. Something has gone awry, he thought in dismay. What should I do? I certainly cannot make this decision alone. I must report this. Lin, could you please wait here? We have never encountered a situation like yours before. I need to consult with my superiors. Subsequently, the examiner, who had previously maintained an air of utmost seriousness, dashed into the entrance with remarkable swiftness. Examination Room 1, 3rd floor. Here lies the examination center for the National College Entrance Examination, encompassing the entirety of Dongjiang Province, where the chief examiner and all high-ranking officials associated with the examination converge. It is nearly time. The examination is about to commence, so let us inform everyone to take their places. Following a brief meeting, a middle-aged man seated at the head of the table began to tidy the documents before him and instructed the others. At that moment, a knock echoed from outside the door. Come in, he called. As the door swung open, a face, slightly flushed from the exertion of running, appeared before the esteemed officials of Dongjiang Province. How reckless! Who permitted you to knock? Before the middle-aged man could speak, an individual beside him, clearly the superior of the examiner named Sun Liang, rebuked him sharply. Sun Liang felt somewhat wronged. This situation was not his fault. Moreover, he needed to report immediately, as there were less than 20 minutes remaining before the examination began. Should any oversight occur or the examination be delayed, he could not bear the consequences. He promptly declared, Director Xiao, I have an urgent matter to report. Director Xiao, his superior, was about to offer further reprimands, but was interrupted by the middle-aged man at the head of the table. What is it? Speak, he urged. Sun Liang bowed respectfully to the middle-aged man and fervently explained, Deputy Director Li, it is as follows. At the entrance I was responsible for, an examinee appeared. While inputting his information, the Lingjing system indicated that his level had reached 42 and that he had completed his second job transfer. I verified repeatedly. Our system is functioning correctly. However, the issue is that we have never recorded examinee information exceeding level 30. Now, this candidate cannot select the difficulty of the examination. I cannot make a decision on this matter, so I have come to seek your guidance. Upon hearing this, the entire examination center's conference room fell silent. All present taken aback. Even Li Yuanjing, the deputy director of the Dongjiang Education Bureau, raised an eyebrow in disbelief. Level 42. How can this be possible? Doubts arose immediately. Fortunately, Sun Liang understood the nuances of reporting information to his superiors. He had previously stated that he had confirmed the system was functioning properly, implying that Lin Yi's level was indeed beyond question. How intriguing. Yuanjing, did you foresee the emergence of such an unprecedented prodigy by inviting me to observe? Remarked an elderly gentleman, who had remained silent until now, with a teasing smile. Qi Lao, do not jest. I possess no such prophetic abilities. Li Yuanjing replied with a shake of his head. Seated beside him was Qi Guoguang, the vice president of the Tianshui City Practitioners Alliance and a close friend, whom Li Yuanjing had invited to observe. Qi Guoguang had been relatively unoccupied lately and had taken the opportunity to witness the event unfold, unexpectedly encountering this delightful surprise. Li Yuanjing gestured for Sun Liang to approach, saying, "Now, let us see the candidate's information." At once, Sun Liang replied promptly. Hastily, he approached the large screen and, using the luminous crystal communicator on his wrist, projected Lin Yi's profile information onto the central display. In the next moment, Lin Yi's handsome visage appeared, causing Qi Guoguang to be momentarily taken aback. What brings him here? Li Yuanjing inquired, equally astonished. Do you know him, Qi Lao? Is he a prodigy from some illustrious family? The Lin family of Li Shui? I have not heard of any Lin Yi from this generation. Qi Guoguang replied, shaking his head. No, I merely had a fleeting encounter with this lad while assisting during the crisis in Kanglan. It must be a coincidence. Oh, his profession is also that of a mage? Chapter 41. Unlocking the Hellish Difficulty. Reveal your Abyss title. Qi Guoguang quickly discerned Lin Yi's class, a rather unremarkable mage. Much like himself, not a particularly rare profession. In that instant, a sense of admiration for Lin Yi began to blossom within him. Being an ordinary mage, he understood all too well the disadvantages they faced compared to those with rare or even legendary professions, which inherently bestowed unique advantages. Across the vast expanse of Blue Star, those who had ascended to the ranks of 7th transition or above were predominantly individuals of rare professions, some even possessing legendary titles. Qi Guoguang's accomplishments were solely the result of his relentless toil and perseverance. Reflecting on his journey since becoming a professional, he acknowledged he had his own share of fortuitous encounters. Yet, more significantly, it was his unwavering diligence that defined his success. Over the past 80 years, not a single day had passed without his striving for self-improvement. In just 30 days, reaching level 42 must surely imply he encountered some extraordinary fortune, someone interjected. At that moment, Qi Guoguang felt a sense of empathy for Lin Yi. He remarked, even if he had good fortune, we cannot overlook his dedication and hard work. Merely having luck will not suffice to achieve this level. Li Yuanjing nodded in agreement, saying, this young man is remarkable. He must have exerted efforts many times greater than the average person. Consequently, the senior officials of the Jiangdong Provincial Education Bureau, along with a select few leaders from the professional alliance led by Qi Guoguang, began to regard Lin Yi with newfound respect. At the very least, they acknowledged that they could not have reached such heights at his age. His diligence was commendable. If only Lin Yi could perceive the speculations of these individuals, he might exclaim, I do not, I am merely a lazy dog. Li Yuanjing, however, did not forget that Sun Liang was awaiting his directive on how to handle Lin Yi's unique circumstances. After a moment of contemplation, he spoke. The last time we encountered such an exceptional candidate was decades ago. Since we have met another today, let us grant him a special exception. Let us reinstate the difficulty level that was once in place. The others, upon hearing this, were visibly startled. Deputy Director Li, that difficulty level has caused numerous incidents in the past. For these candidates, it is excessively challenging and detrimental to their mental and physical growth. Was this not what you stated years ago? Li Yuanjing shook his head. The times have changed. For him, the nightmare difficulty would merely be a jest, far too simplistic. The levels we have set were designed based on first transition parameters. Now that a second transition has emerged, those tests hold little significance. Certainly, to ensure fairness, the notification shall be dispatched to all 22 examination venues across Tianhai, simultaneously activating the Inferno difficulty. Upon hearing this, the subordinates of Li Yuanjing felt a wave of trepidation wash over them. They were all too aware of the implications of the so-called Inferno difficulty. In essence, the final stage of the dungeon, previously a standard instance, would be transformed into a uniquely perilous trial imbued with the essence of the abyss. Much like the specialized trials across various professions, the difficulty would escalate dramatically, thrusting these neophytes into encounters with malevolent abyssal creatures. The deputy director remarked that should the abyss difficulty be initiated, those without a special abyss title would be unable to opt for it. Li Yuanjing waved his hand dismissively, stating that they should merely require the candidates to don their abyss titles. Those lacking such titles would not be permitted to select the Inferno difficulty. Moreover, he proposed an additional stipulation. Only individuals with a gold rank would be allowed to choose the Inferno difficulty. If that 42-level youth had not previously cleared the specialized trial and thus lacked a title, he would have to settle for the nightmare difficulty instead, a regrettable necessity. Li Yuanjing's decision was resolute, leaving everyone with no choice but to comply. Sun Liang promptly set off on his mission, rushing back to the first exit. Upon arrival, he conveyed the newly established Inferno difficulty and its selection criteria to all present. Ladies and gentlemen, due to the introduction of the Inferno difficulty, candidates who have already registered and selected a difficulty level now possess an opportunity to reselect. He cautioned them. However, I must emphasize that the Inferno difficulty is exceedingly hazardous, and fatalities may occur. Opting for this difficulty necessitates signing a death waiver. The consequences are borne solely by the individual. Furthermore, he stated that the final assessment of this difficulty would require entry into the specially tainted dungeon by the Abyss, necessitating possession of an Abyss title for entry. Those without a title would be unable to register. Candidates wishing to alter their difficulty level, please raise your hands. There were only about 20 individuals at the first entrance. The process of changing difficulty was not cumbersome and was well within reach. Thus, Sun Liang adhered to the principle of first come, first served, allowing those who had previously registered to reselect their difficulty first. In the next moment, Sun Liang observed 3 hands raised. The young girl, Lin Yi, raised her right hand with an expression of calm detachment. Simultaneously, Zhao Kai and a fellow subordinate, who had also reached level 29, raised their hands. Sun Liang was not particularly surprised. These 3 were the highest-ranked candidates thus far, with Zhao Kai and the other male student both belonging to rare professions. Lin Yi, too, represented a particularly uncommon class. They indeed possessed the confidence to challenge the Inferno difficulty. May the 3 candidates don your Abyss titles. Once confirmed, I shall adjust your selected difficulty to the Inferno level. In an instant, Lin Yi witnessed the emergence of 5 ominous characters above the heads of the 3 individuals, proclaiming them as Abyss challengers. Most titles were typically acquired through the completion of special achievements or instances, remaining concealed until the practitioners chose to display them. Clearly, the title of Abyss Challenger was not aesthetically pleasing, and thus, few were inclined to wear it unless absolutely necessary. However, at that moment, holding such a title is undeniably a matter of prestige. It signifies that they have successfully navigated the trials of a specialized profession and have encountered abyssal creatures. Compared to their peers, they are already positioned at a different starting line. Zhao Kai has harbored some resentment towards Lin Yi. Although there is no deep-seated animosity, Zhao's previous remarks, coupled with Lin Yi's impressive level of 42, have made him feel like a fool. The embarrassment is particularly acute in front of the goddess he wishes to pursue, further fueling his ire. At this moment, he gazes at Lin Yi, a malicious smile curling at the corners of his mouth. What is your high-level matter? Without passing the professional trials, you still cannot select the hellish difficulty. The difficulty is directly correlated to the scores one can attain. Even if you achieve full marks on nightmare difficulty, it may pale in comparison to high scores on hellish difficulty. All eyes turned to Lin Yi, including Sun Liang. Lin Yi, however, was completely taken aback when Sun Liang mentioned donning a title. Oh no, this is awkward. How does one even wear a title? He has never adorned a title before. Ahem, teacher, may I inquire how this title is equipped? Lin Yi could only muster the courage to ask. Meanwhile, Zhao Kai was overwhelmed with delight. Huh, keep pretending. You clearly have no idea, not that you don't know how to equip it. Chapter 42, Blindingly Brilliant. Hall of Fame Abyss Conqueror. Sun Liang, however, did not indulge in Zhao Kai's inner monologue. He simply believed that Lin Yi might genuinely have never used the title system and promptly replied, open your personal panel. Then long press your name. A list of titles will pop up. Select the appropriate title and choose to equip it. Lin Yi's eyes lit up with realization. Oh, okay. He recalled that prior to conquering the city of fading light, the system had indeed notified him that his title had advanced. However, afterward, he could never find a way to access the title section, and gradually, he forgot about it. Now reminded by Sun Liang, he followed the instructions. In no time, he opened his title panel. Perhaps due to it being his first time accessing the title section, or perhaps he genuinely misclicked the moment the title panel opened. His finger inadvertently selected the first title. In the next instant, everyone felt a dazzling flash before their eyes, followed by a burst of golden light. Above Lin Yi's head appeared a string of text, Global Dungeon Clearance Record Hall of Fame. Sun Liang. Lin Yi, Zhao Kai. Oh my titanium alloy eyes. What kind of title is this? It's simply too ostentatious. This was the immediate reaction of everyone witnessing the title hovering above Lin Yi's head. Lin Yi was momentarily stunned. Huh, why does everyone have such expressions? Did I select the wrong title? He had clearly noticed the golden glow above his head. Looking up, he too saw the string of titles. Goodness, it is as if he is adorned with an exceedingly ostentatious golden light, utterly conspicuous. This is entirely incongruous with his understated demeanor. He must change it at once. Lin Yi offered an awkward smile, saying, I apologize. I am still somewhat unpracticed and mistakenly displayed the wrong title. He hastily reopened his title interface. Soon, he discovered 3 titles residing therein. The first, which he had inadvertently showcased, was the Hall of Fame title for Global Dungeon Completion. This title was automatically granted to Lin Yi the moment he secured his place in the Hall of Fame. Perhaps there was a system notification, but it seemed he had not heard it. The second title read, Pinnacle Mastery. This title was bestowed upon Lin Yi when he enhanced the skill of identification to its utmost tier. The last title was the Abyss Conqueror, which he intended to equip. At that moment, Lin Yi realized that all 3 of his titles possessed attributes. Hall of Fame Dungeon Completion Record. When equipped, your attributes in all dungeon realms are enhanced by 3. Pinnacle Mastery. When equipped, all skill points acquired are increased by 3. Abyss Conqueror. When equipped, you gain access to the Abyss Dungeon, and the difficulty of that dungeon increases by 1 tier, with corresponding rewards being significantly more abundant. Goodness gracious! The Pinnacle Mastery title even grants additional skill points. While 3 skill points may not seem substantial, they accumulate over time. He had essentially lost a month's worth of 3 skill points for his idle play. Alas! However, Lin Yi had no time to ponder such matters. His finger glided over the Abyss Conqueror title, and he selected it for equipping. Lin Yi assumed that only 1 title could be worn at a time. By opting for the Abyss Conqueror, he believed the previous Hall of Fame title would surely be removed. Yet, he was still quite naive. The instant Lin Yi chose to equip the Abyss Conqueror title, a new line of text appeared above his Hall of Fame title, Abyss Conqueror. Moreover, the visual effect of this title was no less extravagant than the ostentatious golden hue of the Hall of Fame. The title glimmered with a dazzling crimson light, surrounded by swirling abyssal black mist. The aura was simply overwhelming. Sun Liang, Lan Rui, Zhao Kai. You did this on purpose, didn't you? Surely, you must have done this on purpose. How could this individual possess such an abundance of exceedingly rare titles? Although those present had not witnessed the Hall of Fame title, they had certainly heard of it. It is the coveted honor sought by all practitioners across Blue Star. Shouldn't one be a challenger of the Abyss? Why are we challengers while you are already a conqueror? Lin Yi, he observed their reactions with a hint of exasperation. He genuinely wished to maintain a low profile, to have his effects radiating at full brightness. Transforming into the most striking figure in the examination hall was far from his intention. Sun Liang was now drenched in sweat. As an examiner, he felt utterly devoid of authority before this 18-year-old prodigy. This esteemed candidate, does your title bestow you with the qualification to enter the Abyss Dungeon? Because I have never encountered such a title before. Sun Liang felt a twinge of inferiority as the conversation progressed. Goodness, he had achieved the 4th transformation, and he also possessed the title of Abyss Challenger. Yet, he genuinely did not understand how to obtain the title of Abyss Conqueror. He yearned to inquire about the means of acquiring such a prestigious title, which appeared so dazzling and impressive. Sun Liang cast another deep glance at the Abyss Conqueror title hovering above Lin Yi's head. Stripped of its ostentatious golden sheen, the title now emanated a more authentic sense of authority and special effects. Glancing towards the titles above the heads of the others, which had once seemed equally prestigious, he instantly grasped the meaning of being overshadowed by special effects. My effects reign supreme over yours. Zhao Kai was left in a state of despair, perplexed by how Lin Yi had accomplished such feats. All he could deduce was that this individual might very well be a monster from the abyss clad in human guise. Lan Rui found herself unable to tear her gaze away from Lin Yi. Handsome, powerful, mysterious, these traits that captivate the hearts of many young women were flawlessly embodied in him. Even Lan Rui, who stood as one of the most extraordinary figures in all of Dongjiang, couldn't he help but feel admiration and respect. He must work exceptionally hard, she thought. Otherwise, how could he have achieved such remarkable accomplishments? On the enormous spiritual crystal display screen in the examination center, the surveillance from entrance 1 was centered and magnified. The shock that Lin Yi had instilled in Sun Liang and Lan Rui was equally transmitted to this examination room. Countless high-ranking officials from the Dongjiang Province Education Department and the Practitioner Alliance stared in astonishment, their eyes fixated on the 2 extraordinary titles suspended above Lin Yi's head. Holy moly! Global Dungeon Hall of Fame? Holy moly! Abyss Conqueror! What on earth is this young man's background? While a few among them had the former title, it was limited to a select few. They were all too aware of the latter title's significance. To earn the title of Abyss Conqueror, one must complete a special hidden task within an abyss-related dungeon. Such an opportunity is rare and elusive. They understood how to acquire it, but were oblivious to the specific effects of the title. Qi Guoguang's expression shifted dramatically upon seeing Lin Yi's 2 titles, and he promptly exclaimed, "Investigate and find out which dungeon record has placed him in the Hall of Fame." Chapter 43. Is this what you call hell difficulty? Indeed. The staff at the examination center immediately began operating the spiritual crystal to retrieve the data. In truth, the retrieval of relevant data was quite simple and straightforward. After all, the practitioners who had entered the Global Dungeon Hall of Fame numbered only in the tens of thousands worldwide, and the likelihood of name duplication among the citizens of Daxia was minimal. As expected, upon searching for Lin Yi's name, a dungeon record swiftly appeared before everyone. Special instance, The City of Lost Light, Flamestorm, permanently excluded. Instance level, 25. Instance difficulty. Instance profession restrictions, mage. Priest, best completion record, 2 minutes and 42 seconds. Record holder, Lin Yi. In the conference room, a wave of astonishment swept through the crowd. What? This instance? It was only a little over 10 days ago that it was globally announced as permanently excluded. Could he possibly be the last person to complete it? Look at his completion record. Over 2 minutes? Wasn't he the requirement for this instance to survive for a limited time? I recall the requirement was to endure for 3 hours. Indeed, I remember that I personally authored the strategy for this instance and uploaded it to our province's strategy center. Qi Guoguang fell into deep contemplation. He fixed his gaze upon Lin Yi on the large screen. In the next moment, Lin Yi's figure strikingly overlapped with the image he had momentarily dubbed the Abyssal Flame Emperor. The physique and demeanor bore a resemblance. However, Qi Guoguang soon shook his head, dismissing the thought. It was preposterous, not to mention that the spell employed by the Abyssal Flame Emperor was at least of the 8th tier. The uniqueness of that spell was beyond what any practitioner of Blue Star could possess. It belonged solely to the high-tier spells of the Abyssal world, a divergent version of Blue Star's magic. Ultimately, Qi Guoguang convinced himself. The extraordinary encounter that this young man experienced was unparalleled in his life. The footage revealed that this young man encountered an extraordinarily rare event while completing the instance. The hidden element within the instance was provoked by another formidable being from the Abyssal realm. That being had at least attained the rank of Demon Emperor, effortlessly unleashing a mutated 8th tier fire spell that obliterated the hidden element of the instance. Thus, the entire instance was eradicated from existence, and this young man, in a state of confusion, completed the instance and earned a Hall of Fame title. After Qi Guoguang's explanation, the others could somewhat accept the situation. Otherwise, if Lin Yi possessed such terrifying strength, would he still be participating in the college entrance examination? It was likely that the premier vocational institutions across the nation would extend olive branches to him immediately, while other countries on Blue Star would designate him as their primary target for assassination. Outside the examination hall, Sun Liang glanced at his wristwatch and announced, "There are 10 minutes remaining until the examination begins. All candidates, please enter the examination hall, as we are about to announce the examination rules." The individuals ahead, including Lan Ruoyi and others, proceeded into entrance 1 first, with Lin Yi trailing behind. Upon entering entrance 1, he followed the signs on the wall, traversing several corridors. A familiar instance light curtain materialized before him. It seemed that this college entrance examination was to be conducted within a special instance provided by the organizers. As Lin Yi approached, the so-called geniuses of the entire Dongjiang province fell silent. Lin Yi could discern that the pride and clarity that had once adorned their faces had vanished, replaced by awe and trepidation. Attention, all candidates. The National Higher Education Unified Admissions Examination for Professionals in the year 2024 is set to commence in 5 minutes. We shall now announce the examination regulations and testing guidelines. All candidates are required to adhere strictly to these rules. Violators will face severe consequences. This examination consists of 5 rounds, and only those who excel in the first 4 rounds will qualify for the 5th. All test content will occur within a specialized instance, and communication with any individuals, aside from the invigilators, is strictly prohibited. All candidates are forbidden from bringing any equipment or artifacts into the testing instance. Violators will be deemed as cheating. Upon entering the instance, all food, alchemical mixtures, and non-profession-specific enhancements possessed by the candidates will be nullified. The evaluation system for this examination employs a points-based assessment. In each round, candidates will be automatically scored by the system based on their success in fulfilling objectives. The greater the difficulty level chosen by the candidate, the more points they will accrue upon successful completion of the corresponding targets. As the broadcast concluded, a profound silence enveloped the hall. The 5 minutes passed swiftly. Lin Yi heard a bell ringing throughout the examination hall, accompanied by the shrill whistles of numerous invigilators and the thunderous sound of closing gates near the exit. Once the examination commenced, any latecomers would no longer be permitted to enter. All candidates, please proceed into the instance, commanded Sun Liang. With that, everyone, including Lin Yi, stepped forward and vanished into the shimmering barrier of the instance. After a brief moment of darkness, Lin Yi opened his eyes once more, only to find himself in an expanse of pure, boundless white. The space was eerily silent, devoid of any sound, monsters, or terrain. However, he soon noticed a countdown timer and a score panel suspended in the void before him. Time remaining until the first round of the examination begins. 000059. Current score, 0. Simultaneously, an announcement resonated in Lin Yi's mind. Candidate Lin Yi, in 1 minute. A goblin will materialize before you with the following attributes. Level 30, armor, 1000, magic resistance, 1000, health, 10,000. This goblin will not move or attack. Please eliminate it as swiftly as possible. The shorter your time, the higher your score. Upon hearing the rules, Lin Yi was momentarily stunned, followed by a wave of disillusionment. Is this truly what you call hellish difficulty? Just this? A creature with only 10,000 health, and it's a stationary target. Who do you think you're underestimating? Chapter 44, Ascending to the Pinnacle. The dumbfounded prodigies of Dongjiang. Is this a bit too challenging? The health may not be extensive, but the defensive and magical resistance settings are excessively high. At the examination center, as the test commenced, countless eyes were fixed upon the large screen, which displayed the names of the most promising candidates in the Dongjiang province's entrance examination. Among them was the illustrious Lin Yi. Apart from her, there are over 20 other candidates from various testing centers who have also achieved levels above 29 and opted for the Inferno difficulty. It can be said that these individuals have essentially secured their positions among the top 20 in the college entrance examination within Dongjiang province. Additionally, those who chose the Nightmare difficulty may also reveal a few dark horses. The basic damage of first-tier occupational skills is not particularly high, generally just above 100. Moreover, without the allowance to equip gear, their attribute bonuses will be minimal. For an average practitioner, a skill capable of inflicting 1 or 200 damage on a standard basis might only deal a meager 10 or so points against a goblin. Some have begun to adopt the perspective of these candidates. In a situation without equipment, potions, or any enhancements, even breaking through defenses would prove to be a challenge, likely culminating in mere scratches. Li Yuanjing chuckled lightly. Otherwise, why do you think I ultimately dismissed this difficulty level from being used in formal assessments? Seated beside him, Qi Guiguang scanned the large screen but did not see Lin Yi's figure. Where is that level 42 kid? Prompted by his inquiry, Li Yuanjing also noticed the absence of Lin Yi's dungeon footage on the screen. At that moment, a staff member responsible for broadcasting the dungeon footage hurriedly reported, "Report. Our spirit crystal system captures broadcast images based on a specific logic. Currently, the priority logic is determined by the rarity of the candidate's professions. Leaders, we have already dispatched personnel to retrieve the footage of the candidate named Lin Yi, and we expect to project it within 2 minutes." Li Yuanjing nodded. Typically, rare and uncommon professions are indeed stronger than those of ordinary practitioners. Thus, such a capture logic is entirely reasonable. They simply need to wait patiently for Lin Yi's dungeon footage to appear. During the brief seconds before the first round of testing commenced, Li Yuanjing waved his hand and continued, "Please provide me with the list of those who chose the Inferno difficulty, along with their overall levels and profession rarities." Soon, a list was delivered to him. Just by glancing at the surnames of the top 10 candidates, Li Yuanjing could almost deduce which prominent families they hailed from. Huh. Isn't the one at the top of the list your little son? You are a rare archer, and he has awakened a legendary profession. His future is limitless. Qi Guiguang also received a similar list. The top name was Li Zirue, indeed the second son of Li Yuanjing. Zirue can be a bit lackadaisical at times, but let us not dwell on that. Your granddaughter is no slouch either, haha. The second name on the list was Qi Xiaoying, also a legendary practitioner. Not at all. Xiaoying has completely failed to inherit her father's diligence. She is quite the slacker at home. The officials from the Dongjiang Provincial Education Department and the Practitioner Alliance, seated beside and behind the two gentlemen, could only harbor their thoughts, inwardly grumbling. This was excessively ostentatious. That said, the majority of onlookers remained transfixed by the two figures displayed on the grand screen, for it was widely acknowledged that among the contenders, one of these individuals was most likely to seize the top position in the first round. As the countdown reached its conclusion, a diminutive goblin creature abruptly materialized before the boy on the left side of the screen. Reacting with remarkable swiftness, he raised his right hand, which instantly became encased in a shimmering metallic shell. In an impressive transformation, a dark barrel emerged from the palm of his hand. Boom. In the next moment, a rocket projectile erupted from the barrel, striking the goblin and igniting a massive explosion. The creature's health plummeted significantly, suffering nearly 1,000 points of damage. Given the goblin's 1,000-point defense, this was indeed a substantial blow. Yet, it seemed that such formidable firepower required a reloading period, limiting the frequency of its use. Consequently, the barrel on his right arm morphed into that of a machine gun. The rapid sound of gunfire ensued, unleashing a torrent of bullets upon the goblin, leaving it battered and bruised. What ferocious firepower! Was this the legendary armored sharpshooter of the gunslinger class? He appeared poised to eliminate the goblin within mere seconds. Moreover, Qi Lao's granddaughter was equally formidable. Look, a multitude of dazzling patterns encircled her, suggesting she was preparing for a powerful burst of attack. On the screen beside Li Zirue, Qi Xiaoying, clad in combat attire, exhibited a striking presence, her fists and feet striking the goblin with blinding speed. For every 10 strikes, a radiant emblem, shimmering with elemental hues, emerged around her. Her class was known as the Battle Spirit Fighter. Each melee attack was imbued with magical damage, while the accumulated patterns bore diverse elemental effects. Under her deliberate control, the patterns surrounding her emanated a vibrant orange-red glow. Once unleashed, these fire element patterns would inflict a burning effect on their target, boasting the highest damage among all elemental patterns. In a scenario demanding explosive output to swiftly vanquish monsters, This was the optimal choice. Both individuals fought with astounding speed. Their health had already dwindled to around 70. This had transpired in merely 2 or 3 seconds. The girl from the Lan family appeared quite impressive as well. Countless spectators gazed at the screen, captivated by the brilliance of these prodigies from Dongjiang. Yet, in the next moment, the upper right corner of the screen, which had been reserved for rankings, suddenly flickered. A name abruptly materialized, silencing the discussions within the examination center. Total points ranking, current test round, first round, rank 1, candidate Lin Yi, time taken for first round, 2 seconds 36, points earned, 1,000. What? Everyone stood in stunned silence. They glanced at the screen displaying the frantic outputs of Li Zirui and Qi Xiaoying, feeling utterly bewildered. What on earth was happening? How could he have eliminated the goblin in an instant while others were still grappling with its half-health? Not only were the examination centers astounded by the spectacle unfolding at Dongjiang's high echelons, but the countless candidates, fervently striving during the first round of testing, were equally taken aback. Boom. Another rocket propelled from Li Zirui's right arm, yet it veered off course. His mind was in disarray, his aim faltered, and he even forgot to focus. He was determined to secure the top spot in the province's first round. However, he never anticipated that by the time he had depleted half of his health, his opponent had already struck him down. Chapter 45. The name Lin Yi shall resonate throughout the province henceforth. On the other side, Qi Xiaoying was not performing significantly better. Her target had always been Li Zirui. The two not only knew each other, but shared a decent rapport. If one were to draw a comparison, their relationship echoed the subtlety between Lin Yi and Jiang Yi during their high school years. Nevertheless, the disparity between Qi Xiaoying and Li Zirui was far less pronounced than that of the former duo. In this first round of examination, from the perspective of explosive output, the dozens of dazzling runes Qi Xiaoying had been conserving could easily secure her victory. She was the one who was truly intent on clinching first place. Yet, a name, Lin Yi, suddenly appeared on the leaderboard, leaving her momentarily stunned, even somewhat dumbfounded. Hesitation leads to defeat. In a mere instant of distraction, 3 or 4 of the 26 runes she had been meticulously controlling dissipated. By the time she regained her composure, it was too late. Meanwhile, on her end, Lan Ruoyi also beheld that name on the leaderboard within her examination instance. Lin Yi. Wasn't he the level 42 practitioner who had been waiting with her at entrance number 1? To think he had cleared the first round so swiftly. What terrifying output. As for Zhao Kai, who had previously underestimated Lin Yi, he was now left reeling in regret. The infernal difficulty proved somewhat unsuitable for him, as the goblin before him had merely lost a sliver of health. All his skills felt utterly ineffective against this creature. The examination committee truly seemed unreasonable. With such high resistances, who could contend? There were no monsters in the instance with such formidable defenses. In stark contrast to Zhao Kai, every individual from Class 8 of Jiangxing No. 1 High School who was acquainted with Lin Yi appeared as if invigorated by a surge of adrenaline. Especially Zhang Shan, who, at that moment, stood steadfast amidst the onslaught of 4 or 5 goblins, unyielding. As a knight, he could pursue either an offensive or defensive path. He could choose between output, protection, or support, participating in the corresponding tests. Given that it was a national examination, it naturally encompassed all practitioners. One couldn't possibly subject a mere priest with healing skills to a test of monster-slaying speed. Thus, Zhang Shan opted for the protective role. At this moment, he felt an overwhelming surge of strength coursing through him, confident that he could withstand 5 or 6 more monsters. This was all because he was fervently boasting to the examiners overseeing his area, proclaiming, "Hey, the one currently in first place is my brother." Ha! Indeed, my brother, I assure you, I speak the truth. I.e., you are truly remarkable, the best in the entire province. The examination regulations do not explicitly prohibit candidates from vocally expressing themselves within their individual test instances. After all, each examination space is independent, and thus does not disrupt other candidates. Consequently, this fellow's exuberant exclamations left the invigilators utterly speechless. They longed to convey, yes, understood, your friend is indeed first. But what does that have to do with you? In the examination space occupied by Lin Yi, he felt somewhat bored. He plopped down onto the ground, gazing at the score display overhead, which indicated he had just earned 1,000 points. This score, so neatly rounded, led him to wonder if he had achieved a perfect score. While he was uncertain if it was indeed a perfect score, he was certain of his position at the top. Beside the score display hung the leaderboard. Approximately 20 seconds had elapsed since the commencement of the first round of assessments, and the leaderboard was no longer solely occupied by Lin Yi. Gradually, names began to populate the list. 1. Candidate Lin Yi, time taken for the first round, 2. 36 seconds, points earned, 1,000. 2. Candidate Qi Xiaoying, time taken for the first round, 23. 27 seconds, points earned, 8,776. 3. Candidate Li Zirui, time taken for the first round, 24. 88 seconds, points earned, 8,611. 4. Candidate Su Jia, time taken for the first round, 28. 79 seconds. Points earned, 8,121. 5. Candidate Lin Yi. Time taken for the first round, 34. 3 seconds. Points earned, 7,599. The leaderboard displays only the top 10 candidates, representing the true elite among the over 100,000 participants in this year's National College Entrance Examination across the Dongjiang province. This leaderboard also appeared on the large screen in the Examination Administration Center. Even the typically composed Li Yuanjing and Qi Guoguang found themselves slightly unsettled. They exchanged glances, each reflecting shock in the other's expression. Li Yuanjing inquired, "Why has it taken so long to retrieve his footage?" Upon hearing this pointed question, the staff member who had promised to present Lin Yi's footage within 2 minutes felt a chill run down their spine, drenched in sweat. To be frank, only a few seconds had passed, not even a minute. What could they do? Time was required. Yet, what could be done? They were dealing with high-ranking officials. Any grievances had to be swallowed silently. "I will report immediately. It will be done shortly. I will go urge them again." The person dashed away. Li Yuanjing, observing that his youngest son had only secured 3rd place on the leaderboard, could only manage a wry smile. He never anticipated such a significant error from Zirui in the first round. Qi Guoguang sighed as well. Xiaoying is in the same boat. She has lost 4 or 5 points as well. It seems this young man has made quite an impact on them. Li Yuanjing retorted, "Of course. Did you not notice the chasm that separates him from your granddaughter in 2nd place? 2 seconds and over 20 seconds, a staggering disparity of nearly 10-fold. Outside the first examination hall in Tianhai City, a throng of individuals gathered. As all candidates entered for the examination, the area remained densely populated. Numerous local residents flocked to each examination site, alongside teachers, parents, and officials from the education department traveling from various base cities throughout Dongjiang province. Outside the 22 examination halls in Tianhai City, massive luminous crystal displays showcased real-time updates on the examination progress and related rankings. Suddenly, a bold announcement flashed across the screen. The first round of this year's examination has concluded. The rankings for the first round are now revealed. In the next moment, names began to appear on the leaderboard. The enormity of the screen allowed for the display of the top 100 candidates from the entire province. Upon seeing the list, a wave of astonishment erupted among the multitude gathered outside the 22 examination halls in Tianhai City. "Look, the one in first place. A name I've never heard before, Lin Yi. Is there a prominent family of Lin practitioners in Dongjiang?" "Indeed, there is, but they are not of notable stature." "Who exactly is this Lin Yi? Has no one noticed this extraordinary record?" 2 seconds. "Indeed, the 2nd place took over 20 seconds. Chapter 46. He can't possibly be proficient in 4th-tier spells, can he? That's a bit exaggerated. This year, Dongjiang has unleashed a remarkable dark horse in the first round of examinations. Not merely a dark horse, this is a celestial steed. Countless individuals engaged in fervent discussions. From this day forth, the name Lin Yi would indelibly enter the consciousness of the majority in Dongjiang. Meanwhile, at the Examination Administration Center, Deputy Director Li was queried by a subordinate. "Is this fellow's score of 1,000 points the maximum for this round?" Li Yuanjing nodded. "Within 10 seconds. If one can defeat a goblin monster, they receive full points. Beyond 10 seconds, for each additional second, 10 points are deducted. Once points reach 500, no further deductions occur. As long as one can slay the goblin within the 3-minute limit of this round, they will secure a guaranteed passage with 500 points. This rule was established years ago in collaboration with Old Yi. The Old Yi referred to by Li Yuanjing is Yi Heng, the head of the Dongjiang Provincial Education Department, currently attending a meeting in the imperial capital. "It has been many years since we have seen a perfect score at the hellish difficulty level." Qi Guoguang remarked with a hint of nostalgia. Li Yuanjing's eyes also reflected a sense of reminiscence. It is not difficult for geniuses from top-tier base cities like the imperial capital and Shanghu to achieve full marks in the first round at hellish difficulty. But Dongjiang has not witnessed such extraordinary talent in nearly a decade. This young man has indeed set a precedent for the past 10 years. Suddenly, the screen in the conference room flickered, piquing everyone's curiosity about how Lin Yi managed to pass the first round in a mere 2 seconds. The playback commenced. However, upon viewing the recording, all present in the conference room were left utterly astounded. "Play it again," Li Yuanjing urged, equally incredulous. Immediately, he instructed his subordinates to replay the footage. As the second playback commenced, Li Yuanjing added a command, slow motion. Under the effect of slow motion, everyone finally discerned Lin Yi's actions. In truth, there was not much to behold. At the very moment the goblin appeared, 5 or 6 gigantic fireballs, each the size of a basin, materialized before Lin Yi. These fireballs struck the goblin with a rapid succession akin to a barrage, mercilessly depleting its health at an alarming rate. In just over 2 seconds, its health was entirely extinguished. When the goblin vanished, several fireballs were still en route, soaring into the distance. Is this the second-tier skill, fire explosion, of a fire mage? Li Yuanjing pondered. During the first viewing, the speed had been so overwhelming that he had mistakenly believed Lin Yi employed some incomprehensible fire spell, reminiscent of a dragon's breath. Only now did he realize that it was not a dragon's breath, but rather an instantaneous conjuration of numerous fire explosions that unleashed a continuous barrage. Qi Guoguang nodded affirmatively. Indeed, it is fire explosion. This lad has already undergone his second-class transition. Mastering a second-tier skill is not surprising. Li Yuanjing continued. What truly astonishes me is how he manages to cast so many fire explosions with such terrifying efficiency. Qi Guoguang, with a grave expression, nodded in agreement. As an advanced spell of Fireball, Fire Explosion not only inflicts greater damage, but also possesses an effect that Fireball lacks. It ignores 40 points of the target's magic resistance. Given the goblin's substantial magic resistance, even he would have opted for the Fire Explosion over the higher-tier Triple Fire Lance, as it would assuredly yield a faster kill. Does he possess a skill for Rapid Incantation? Qi Guoguang shook his head. The passive skill for Rapid Incantation for mages, upon reaching the second tier, cannot possibly exhibit such exaggerated effects. To unleash nearly 20 fire explosions within 2 seconds, there can only be one explanation. This young man's fire explosion is instantaneous. Furthermore, his mana reserves are remarkably robust, sufficient to support such a rapid succession of spells. Li Yuanjing grasped Qi Guoguang's implication. He must have awakened a certain talent during his class awakening. Qi Guoguang confirmed. Indeed, and this talent likely enables him to cast spells instantaneously, even enhancing the consumption of skills. It was no wonder he had managed to reach this level in a mere 30 days. For all present, the impact of the instantaneous second-tier fire explosion was limited only by Lin Yi's age and his relatively scant experience as a practitioner. At just 18, having awakened his profession only a month prior, his combat prowess was indeed extraordinary. However, it was still confined within these parameters. On the large screen, the footage of the candidates on the watch list was replayed, but this time, Lin Yi's image was prominently centered. Li Zirui and Shi Xiaoying, once the frontrunners for the championship, found themselves relegated to the sidelines, yielding the spotlight to Lin Yi. I recall that the second round of testing involved rapid eliminations of multiple targets, correct? Indeed. The first round assessed the ability of output-oriented practitioners to swiftly eliminate a single target, essentially testing their explosive power. The second round, however, challenges one's capacity to unleash fury upon several targets. To be candid, this stage is considerably more arduous than the first, as most practitioners at the first transition possess merely a single small-scale skill, with little to no area of effect abilities. Even if they do, it typically manifests as a primary target attack that generates minimal splash damage to nearby foes. In this round, 20 stationary and non-aggressive goblins will appear, each possessing roughly 300 in dual resistances and a mere 1,000 health points. Li Yuanjing had been discreetly eavesdropping on the discussions of those behind him, a faint smile gracing his lips. His son, Li Zirui, is equipped with an abundance of extensive firepower skills. The rocket he previously deployed was, in fact, an explosive damage ability. This round might very well see him crowned champion. As for Lin Yi, while Li Yuanjing held high hopes for him, he remained skeptical. A mage, particularly a fire mage, even with a third-tier skill like the Triple Flame Lance, could only target a few goblins at best. The true prowess lay in the fourth-tier skill, the Blazing Storm. Surely, this lad could not have mastered such an advanced technique at this level. Qi Guoguang, seated beside Li Yuanjing, discerned his old friend's thoughts. It is not only your Zirui who possesses skills, my granddaughter has them too. Chapter 47, still a one-hit kill, astonishing the examiners for an entire year. As both pondered, the countdown on the large screen indicated that less than 10 seconds remained before the second round commenced. Most candidates were already preparing for the challenges ahead. On the screen, Li Zirui stood poised, his eyes alight with focus, his various weapon systems fully charged. He awaited the emergence of the monsters, ready to unleash his firepower in an instant. Meanwhile, Shi Xiaoying was equally prepared, having activated a domain skill that enveloped a 4-meter radius in a crimson hue. As soon as the monsters appeared, they would be immediately afflicted with a burning effect, facilitating a swift elimination. It seemed the girl from the Lan family might also have a chance to ascend to the pinnacle in this round. Suddenly, attention was drawn to a corner of the large screen showcasing a live broadcast of Lan Ruoyi. In the frame, the strikingly poised Lan Ruoyi continuously chanted magical incantations. Above, orbs of rock shimmering with violet light gradually took shape and began to hover. How could there be so many floating rock orbs? She is a rare gravity mage. Is this not a second-tier skill of the gravity type? Has she mastered such a spell even before her second transition? This skill is indeed exceedingly advantageous. As soon as the monsters respawn, she will directly manipulate 7 or 8 stone spheres to crash down, resulting in an instantaneous eruption of damage that is undoubtedly terrifying. Li Yuanjing and Qi Guoguang have also taken note of this. A sense of unease settled in their hearts. It is hard to believe that such a barrage of stone spheres would not inflict area damage. The question of who will claim first place has suddenly become shrouded in mystery. While all the prodigies from Dongjiang showcase their unique abilities, Lin Yi, featured prominently on the main screen, takes an unconventional approach. The scene reveals Lin Yi seated on the smooth ground, idly tracing circles with his finger. He genuinely feels bored. Initially, he had anticipated that this national college entrance examination, with its hellish difficulty, would compel him to focus. Who would have thought it would feel like a child's play? 20 goblins, each with 1,000 health points? Are you joking with me? One firestorm could wipe them all out. Is there really any challenge here? Thus, he lazily chose to sit on the ground. In the examination center, countless high-ranking officials were rendered speechless by Lin Yi's demeanor. This kid, why do I feel like he is rather indifferent towards this national examination? Li Yuanjing remarked, observing Lin Yi at the center of the big screen. Qi Guoguang's hypothesis was met with immediate agreement from many, despite Lin Yi's high level and his ability to cast Fire Blast instantaneously. In this scenario that demands rapid elimination of multiple targets over a wide area, he must undoubtedly find himself at a disadvantage. Fire Blast requires aiming. Although the respawning goblins remain stationary, their positions are random. In the initial moments, it may be possible to hit them without precise targeting, but as the encounter progresses, accurate aim becomes essential. To eliminate such a multitude of goblins within 2 or 3 seconds becomes an impossible task. Ultimately, he is merely an ordinary class, incomparable to rare vocations and certainly unable to surpass legendary classes. On the big screen, as the countdown reached 0, in the blink of an eye, the dungeons refreshed with a total of 20 goblins. Li Zerue, already on high alert, unleashed a barrage of firepower. The roar of explosions reverberated, and smoke billowed, reminiscent of a battlefield in Soria. Meanwhile, Qi Xiaoying's domain enveloped all the goblin monsters. The passive skill of the War Spirit Battle Mage class activated with fervor. Inflicting a specified number of damage on a single creature would generate a dazzling rune. The combination of her domain's burning effect and her own area sweep attack resulted in an almost tenfold increase in rune production. Amidst the countless dazzling runes erupting and the burning state of her domain, her monster-clearing efficiency matched that of Li Zerue. On the other hand, Lan Roi took a more direct approach, launching 10 stone spheres crashing down. She could already envision the moment her name would grace the leaderboard. However, just then, on the grand screen of the examination center, an extraordinarily intense orange-red radiance suddenly materialized. The brilliance emanated from the central part of the display, as countless waves of burning air, entwined with luminous embers, descended from above. They struck fiercely upon the 20 goblin creatures. In the next instant, the ground was scorched to a deep crimson hue, and those 20 goblins seemed to dissolve entirely, vanishing without a trace. At this moment, Qi Guoguang could no longer remain composed. His eyes widened in astonishment as the leaderboard flickered once more. Current testing round, second round, rank 1, candidate Lin Yi. Time taken for second round, 1 second, points earned, 1,000. All the high-ranking officials of Dongjiang stared in disbelief. What the hell? Some even exclaimed expletives in front of their superiors. Their usual humble and civilized demeanor shattered in an instant. A swift elimination. Once again, they witnessed a merciless annihilation. Moreover, due to Lin Yi's advantageous positioning, they observed the spectacle with unparalleled clarity. Almost as soon as those 20 goblins had respawned, a tempest of flames and searing winds descended in an instant. Lin Yi remained seated on the ground, barely glancing at the goblins. Everything seemed entirely natural, as if destruction were summoned with a mere gesture. In the examination hall, countless candidates found themselves momentarily blinded by the spectacle. They beheld the leaderboard, which displayed yet another name, familiar yet astonishing, Lin Yi. Following this was an unfamiliar, extraordinary score, 1 second. What on earth? It's him again. The competition for the top spot in the second round had prematurely lost all suspense the moment the assessment commenced. How could this be accomplished? Was this individual a reincarnated master? Goodness, 1 second. Divine Lin, please temper your prowess. Such seemingly impossible achievements are quite overwhelming for my heart. Many candidates felt a sense of despair. They were even contemplating protesting to the invigilators. Could the leaderboard refrain from appearing in a mere novice instance? It was utterly disheartening. In the examination center, Li Yuanjing fixated on Lin Yi's ranking and the accompanying score in the upper right corner of the screen. His heart racing. Suddenly, a thought struck him. Since the inception of the National College entrance examination in the Great Xia, over 6 centuries had elapsed. In all that time, had any candidate ever achieved such a score in the second round of hellish difficulty? If not, might he be witnessing history unfold within his lifetime? Chapter 48, Breaking Records. He is forging the history of the Great Xia. Li Yuanjing took a deep breath. He needed to verify this. He gestured for an aide, who promptly approached. Li Yuanjing leaned closer to whisper in his ear. Please investigate the historical best record for the second round of hellish difficulty in our Great Xia's over 600 National College entrance examinations. The aide, upon hearing this, nodded enthusiastically. Understood. I will look into it immediately. It is evident that he has also realized that Lin Yi may have set a record that shatters historical extremes. However, Li Yuanjing halted him, continuing. Then instruct the examination committee to thoroughly investigate Lin Yi's instance to ascertain whether any technical issues have arisen, which may have led to such a record. Additionally, Examine his status bar and equipment inventory to ensure he is not engaged in any form of cheating. Upon hearing this, his subordinate nodded in agreement. If both aspects are confirmed, it would validate that the score achieved by this candidate is entirely legitimate and free from deceit. After the instructions were given, the subordinate promptly set off to conduct the inquiry. In the brief span of a little over 10 seconds, the leaderboard in the upper right corner of the large screen underwent another transformation. Apart from Lin Yi, several new contenders emerged on the list. Current testing round. Second round. Current round score rankings. 1. Candidate Lin Yi completed the first round in 1 second, scored 1,000. 2. Candidate Lin Yi completed the second round in 9 seconds 42, scored 9,393. 3. Candidate Qi Xiaoying completed the second round in 12 seconds 88, scored 8,161. 4. Candidate Li Zirui completed the second round in 13 seconds 03, scored 8,054. 5. Candidate Ding Chuqing completed the second round in 13 seconds 67, scored 7,999. The points obtainable in the second round mirror those of the first, both capped at a perfect 1,000 points. However, it is clear that many new faces have appeared on the rankings. The distinction between single target burst and area burst presents two different strategic advantages. Professionals like Qi Xiaoying and Li Zirui, who can balance both, are indeed rare. Consequently, the leaderboard underwent a significant overhaul. Notably, Lin Yi's tactics were exceptionally successful, allowing her to surge forth unexpectedly. As a gravity mage, her ability to harness spells like the rock sphere granted her a considerable advantage in this round, propelling her past Li Zirui and Qi Xiaoying. Yet, these dazzling prodigies were rendered dim in the presence of the formidable Lin Yi. How could fireflies compete with the brilliance of the full moon? Deputy Director Li, I have just instructed our technical department to thoroughly re-evaluate candidate Lin Yi's status enhancements, carried items, and equipment for any potential cheating. There are no irregularities. Furthermore, the instant status and data also show no anomalies. He has legitimately achieved this score. The subordinate responsible for the report was evidently agitated, his voice rising slightly, ensuring that everyone in the examination center within earshot of Li Yuanjing could hear him. Instantly, their expressions shifted to one of astonishment. This was remarkable. We initially believed that the provincial champion would emerge from either Li Zirui or Qi Xiaoying, yet unexpectedly, Lin Yi has made a dramatic entrance. He still managed to achieve a perfect score in this round. The examination center was supposed to maintain an atmosphere of solemnity and silence, especially with Li Yuanjing and Qi Guoguang, two eminent figures, not engaging in conversation. Thus, others should not have dared to speak freely. However, at this moment, nothing else mattered. Li Yuanjing was in exceptionally high spirits. The news reported by his subordinates further brightened his mood. Deputy Director Li, we have just consulted the relevant records in the Great Xiao archives. In the National College entrance examination held in the year 2876, a candidate from Shanghu achieved an astonishing time of 0.048 seconds in the second round, which was deemed nearly impossible. This record has remained unbroken for a century. Today, it has been shattered. Moreover, it is noteworthy that the candidate who previously set this record was named Zheng Yingxiong. Upon hearing this name, everyone in the conference room gasped in astonishment. Li Yuanjing exclaimed, "Is that the 21st war god of our great Xia, the very Zheng Yingxiong?" His subordinate nodded in affirmation. Li Yuanjing found it difficult to contain his excitement. Feeling an overwhelming surge of emotion, striving to compose himself, he gazed intently at the large screen and slowly remarked, "We are yet to ascertain how he will perform in the subsequent rounds and whether he might be overtaken by later competitors. However, at this very moment, he has etched his name in the annals of our great Xia's history. His achievement is unprecedented." Li Yuanjing felt an immense sense of ambition. Although Lin Yi was not a relative, the bond of nurturing a junior could certainly blossom over time. Most importantly, he was a candidate hailing from their Dongjiang region. If he were to attend meetings in the imperial capital, it would certainly bring pride to their faces. To be honest, I feel his perfect score is somewhat unfair to him. This statement was made by Qi Guoguang. Li Yuanjing raised an eyebrow and glanced toward Qi Guoguang. Seated to his right, he was taken aback by the expression on Qi's face, which was a mix of astonishment, admiration, and a hint of envy. Indeed, he had discerned a subtle jealousy and admiration on the countenance of Qi Guoguang, who possessed greater prowess than himself as a seventh-order holy mage. Why does Qi Lao have such sentiments? Li Yuanjing inquired. Qi Guoguang raised his finger, pointing toward the leaderboard in the upper right corner. Have you not noticed that despite the perfect score, his points do not significantly exceed those of the second-place contestant? Li Yuanjing cast a glance at the leaderboard and instantly grasped Qi Guoguang's implication. Lin Yi's score had already reached a threshold where it was essentially 0 before the decimal point. Meanwhile, the second-place contestant was nearing double digits before the decimal point. What a staggering disparity. A gap nearing 1,000-fold. Yet, the score difference was merely a little over 60 points. It was no wonder Qi Guoguang remarked that this scoring system was somewhat unfair to Lin Yi. Li Yuanjing chuckled wryly. It is indeed somewhat unjust. But this rule is uniformly applied nationwide. Although I was involved in drafting the scoring amendments, who could have anticipated that one day a candidate like him would achieve such an extraordinary score? Qi Guoguang smiled. No matter, the strong will always prevail. I believe, based on what he has demonstrated thus far, that he is undoubtedly destined to be the top candidate in Dongjiang province this year. Qi Guoguang's decisive judgment caused Li Yuanjing to regard him with newfound respect. No, my friend, your affection for your precious granddaughter is renowned throughout the province. Coupled with Qi Guoguang's notorious reputation for being fiercely protective, it is indeed challenging to hear him acknowledge that another unfamiliar individual has surpassed his granddaughter, aiming for the title of the best in the province. However, Qi Guoguang's subsequent remark plunged all present in the conference room into deep contemplation. Chapter 49, Dual Cultivation of Fire and Wind. The third round of endurance testing. What do you believe enabled him to achieve this unprecedented time of 0.1 seconds? The spell he just employed was a 4th-tier fire spell, Flamestorm. The typical incantation time is 5 seconds. Yet, he executed it instantaneously. Qi Guoguang's statement instantly caused an uproar among the audience. A single phrase awakened those in a dreamlike state. Indeed, how could they have overlooked this critical aspect? The spell just cast had even turned the entire screen crimson. The display of power was undeniably significant. Here was a level 42 mage who had only recently transitioned to the 2nd tier. Instantaneous casting of a 4th-tier spell? In that moment, everyone recognized the extraordinary nature of Lin Yi's abilities. The talent he had awakened must be formidable, allowing him to wield 4th-tier spells at his current level and transition stage. Li Yuanjing made a judgment. In an instant, numerous dignitaries within the examination center began to regard Lin Yi with newfound respect. Indeed, although this young man was merely an ordinary mage, the overall strength of a professional cannot solely be assessed by the potency of their vocation. One must also consider talent, skills, and even equipment synergy. Yet, the very next moment, as they once again beheld Lin Yi's performance on the central screen, their lips twitched in disbelief. There sat Lin Yi on the ground, seemingly unaware that, at some point, a large chicken leg had materialized in his left hand while he savored a bottle of chilled soda in his right. He was relishing his meal with great pleasure. Lin Yi's actions rendered the entire conference room silent. While your performance was nothing short of stellar, do you not perceive our presence? The examiner responsible for monitoring Lin Yi's progress in this instance opened his mouth, eager to broadcast a warning. Candidates are advised against being overly casual during the testing period. However, upon reflection, he realized he was not in a position to admonish. This gentleman had achieved full marks in the previous 2 rounds, a truly formidable contender. Perhaps after today's examination, he would soar to new heights. Furthermore, the examination regulations did not explicitly prohibit eating during the test, provided that the food did not confer any beneficial effects. Having finished the chicken leg, Lin Yi seized the soda, gulping down several large swigs. Refreshing. Wiping his mouth, he subsequently produced several bags of chips and spicy snacks. Even as the system within the instance announced the conclusion of the 2nd round and the impending start of the 3rd in 1 minute, Lin Yi exhibited no signs of anxiety whatsoever. This young man, he is rather reckless. The dignitaries of the examination center from Dongjiang had their faces twitching in disbelief. They had truly never encountered a candidate who so blatantly disregarded the national examination. However, he possesses a formidable strength. Li Yuanjing suddenly smiled mysteriously and remarked, "He has character. I appreciate that." Although he appeared laid back, he was indeed quite serious about the examination. In the previous round, as soon as the 20 goblins appeared, he swiftly reacted and unleashed a 4th-tier spell to obliterate them. Such an accomplishment could not have been achieved without prior preparation and unwavering focus. As a leader, one must observe with more discernment than the average person. Li Yuanjing's comment made everyone realize that Lin Yi, despite his seemingly relaxed demeanor, was genuinely committed to the examination, which elevated their opinion of him further. This indicated that the young man possessed a maturity beyond that of his peers. With the conclusion of the 2nd round, the leaderboard underwent a dramatic transformation. The rankings of the top 100 changed significantly, with numerous names appearing anew. Yet, at the pinnacle, Lin Yi remained steadfast and unyielding. Outside the examination hall, as the results of the 2nd round were released, everyone was once again astonished. Cumulative scoreboard, current round, 2nd round, completed. 1st place, Lin Yi, profession, mage, examination location, Jiangcheng, score, 2000. How could it be him again? This Lin Yi is extraordinary. After 2 rounds, he still has a perfect score? I'm from Jiangcheng, a place so impoverished and remote, yet we have produced such a remarkable dark horse. Incredible. I relish watching this dark horse trample over all the renowned geniuses. Honestly, I bet those so-called geniuses from Dongjiang are sweating profusely right now. I'm thrilled to see this. I also hail from Jiangcheng. My wife and child are back home while I work in Tianhai. Fellow townsmen, keep it up. Lin Yi, give it your all. I hope you maintain your 1st place in the next round and secure the top spot in the province. The spectators were eager for the spectacle, especially since, for most, Lin Yi seemed like a reflection of an alternate reality. He hailed from an ordinary background and held a common profession, yet, through sheer strength, he overshadowed the dazzling stars of Dongjiang. How exhilarating! Thus, Lin Yi, a candidate without any familial or factional support, garnered the broadest support from the onlookers at that moment. Back in the instance, a minute passed swiftly. Soon, the countdown for the third round commenced, and the rules for the next challenge were announced to all candidates. Attention, all candidates. The third round of testing is about to begin. This round will assess your long-term output and endurance. In 10 seconds, a goblin giant will appear before you. This creature is designated with infinite health, armor value, and magic resistance of 0. This round is limited to 30 minutes. Please inflict as much damage as possible to this creature within the time limit. Points for this round will be awarded based on the total damage inflicted on the target upon the conclusion of the time limit. Please be advised that during the 30-minute testing period, every 30 seconds, 5 agile goblin monsters will respawn around the goblin giant. This creature has a dual resistance of 0 and a health pool set at 3000. Upon respawning, the agile goblins will flee at an astonishing speed. If they manage to escape before being killed, a penalty of 10,000 points will be deducted from the current total output value. Lin Yi listened quietly to the rules of the third round. One must admit, the third round finally seemed to hold some intrigue. The first 2 rounds tested the explosive capabilities against both single and multiple targets. While this round evaluates sustained output, he pondered. Given the goblin giant's health is infinite, to maximize damage within the limited time frame, one must consider sustainability. Take the fire mage as an example, a typical specialist in explosive damage. In the early stages of combat, their damage output can surpass that of other specializations significantly. However, fire spells consume mana at a higher rate than other types. Once the initial burst is expended, mana depletion occurs rapidly, leading to a swift decline in effectiveness. Nonetheless, for Lin Yi, this issue has already found resolution. As the 10-second countdown concluded, the goblin giant emerged, and a tempest surged within the instance. Qi Guiguang, who had been intently observing everything, suddenly rose in disbelief, sensing an overwhelming concentration of wind elements converging upon Lin Yi. Chapter 50, Despair. A million-level outrageous output. Come at me, you fool. The goblin giant, towering at 7 to 8 meters, loomed even larger than Lin Yi's magma demon. As it appeared, it opened its massive mouth to taunt, simultaneously gesturing a universally understood friendly sign with its right hand. Coupled with its expression, it was indeed infuriating. Lin Yi couldn't help but wonder which genius designed this dungeon. However, he was mistaken. All monsters in this dungeon were inspired by a certain real-life dungeon, and the goblin giant in reality was just as obnoxious. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The winds howled around Lin Yi. In the next moment, a green tornado formed above the goblin giant's head. The fierce winds shaped into sharp spikes, relentlessly assaulting the creature's flesh. 4th-tier wind spell, Storm Vortex. Lin Yi selected this spell because it represented the highest total damage output achievable in a single cast during prolonged battles. Storm Vortex. Type, active skill. Tier, 4th, category, Storm. Cost, 4000 mana. Cast time, 35 seconds. Cooldown, none effect. Summons wind elements to form a massive tornado, attacking all targets within its range and inflicting wind attribute damage 5 times per second on each target. The Storm Vortex remains stationary after attacking the target, continuing to spin and inflict damage with a maximum duration of 30 minutes. Note, Gale, heed my command. The 4th-tier spells of Elemental Mastery are all area of effect spells, a hallmark of the mage profession, and the wind element is no exception. However, this particular spell inherits the wind element's traditional damage output, 125, 136, 207, critical hit. The damage numbers barely reach a few hundred, a stark contrast to the fire element's propensity for inflicting thousands in damage. It may seem trivial, yet it strikes swiftly and persistently. Once summoned, a storm cyclone endures for a full 30 minutes before dissipating. For the cumbersome goblin giant, which merely stands in place to hurl insults, it can absorb the entirety of 30 minutes worth of damage. Leveraging this mechanism, Lin Yi continuously summoned storm cyclones. 5, 10, 20. The number of cyclones enveloping the goblin giant surged at a terrifying pace. Dozens of storm cyclones pounded the goblin giant, delivering damage at a staggering frequency. With 20 cyclones in play, it could achieve an astonishing rate of 100 attacks per second. Such relentless onslaught rendered the goblin giant, which had been vociferously mocking moments before, speechless, its massive form trembling in a comically absurd manner. This spectacle left countless observers in the examination center utterly stunned. Qi Guiguang rose from his seat, his mind racing as he gazed at Lin Yi on the screen. He could not shake the memories of what he had witnessed over 10 days prior when he rushed to aid Kanglan City. Is it him? Yes, it is him. No. Wait. Yes, indeed. No. Qi Guiguang's mind oscillated between affirmation and denial. Both were fire and wind dual practitioners, both young mages. Yet, one possessed an extraordinarily terrifying mastery of magic, capable of simultaneously unleashing 7th-tier fire and wind spells. The individual before him, merely level 42 and just having undergone his second class transition, could he truly achieve such feats, even with the aid of a mysterious talent? The odds seemed insurmountably slim. Nevertheless, the instinct of a mage incessantly nudged Qi Guoguang, suggesting that all of this was interconnected. Even the events surrounding the city of gleaming light, Phylikian, were somehow tied to this young man. Yet, rationality dismissed all his conjectures. "Qi Lao, what troubles you?" Li Yuanjing inquired, astonished by Lin Yi's proficiency in wind spells. However, as an archer, he was not well versed in the intricacies of mage spells. Qi Guoguang's thoughts were interrupted by Li Yuanjing, and he could only shake his head in response. "It is nothing. I merely have some rather impractical speculations." Li Yuanjing wanted to ask more. But as the third round commenced, the leaderboard in the upper right corner of the screen refreshed after a brief delay. Current round, third round, real-time leaderboard, 1. Contestant Lin Yi, total output, 53,696. 2. Contestant Qi Xiaoying, total output, 11,833. 3. Candidate Li Zirui, total output, 10,236. 4. Candidate Ding Chuqing, total output, 9,691. 5. Candidate Fang Ming, total output, 9,527. In this round, where the competition hinges on output values, the leaderboard updates in real time. What remains unchanged is that Lin Yi continues to lead by a significant margin, nearly 5 times ahead of the second-place contender. Moreover, for those who observe closely, it becomes evident that this gap is progressively widening. As the number of storm cyclones increases, Lin Yi's damage per second continues to rise exponentially. The moment the leaderboard updates, countless voices erupt in astonishment. "It's him again. He still holds the first position. What astonishing damage. What spells is he employing? This young man is actually a dual cultivation mage. Remarkable. How has he acquired such an abundance of skill points? Yet, why does he not utilize fire-based spells? Aren't they supposed to inflict higher damage? Fire spells do consume more mana. In a test that evaluates endurance, one must prioritize cost-effectiveness." In the examination dungeon, more than 10 minutes have elapsed since the commencement of the third round. Li Zirui feels a surge of frustration. In the second round, he narrowly lost to Qi Xiaoying in the area of burst damage, and he accepted that defeat. However, in this endurance test, he is resolute in his determination to prevail. As a legendary class, the Alloy Super Altered Human possesses unlimited ammunition. The only requirement is time to reload. Over the course of these 30 minutes, he can ensure an uninterrupted output, relentless in his assault. With the scores from this round, he is confident he can ascend the leaderboard. He is aware that Lin Yi, who dominated the first 2 rounds, possesses formidable burst damage. Thus, upon seeing Lin Yi in first place, even with a 5-fold lead, he remained relatively unperturbed. In his view, Lin Yi was simply enjoying a temporary surge. He would inevitably falter afterward. Yet, at this moment, he finds himself in second place with over 100,000 in output, nearly 20,000 ahead of the third place, Qi Xiaoying. And the first place? Lin Yi's output has already exceeded 1 million. Unbelievably extraordinary. Even if Lin Yi were to cease output immediately, Li Zirui concedes that he could never catch up. However, just as despair envelopes him, he suddenly notices the leaderboard hovering in the air. The total output of Lin Yi, ranked first, flickers and then plummets to 0. Chapter 51, an explosive dungeon experience. Overcoming the invincible. Not only Li Zirui, but all the aspiring talents of Dongjiang, who have been closely monitoring the leaderboard, have taken note of this anomaly. The next moment, following Lin Yi's damage reduction to 0, his rank vanishes as well. Li Zirui seizes Lin Yi's former position, catapulting to first place. What on earth is happening? This unusual occurrence is immediately recognized by all personnel at the examination center. Lin Yi's previously commanding lead has instantaneously vanished from the leaderboard, resulting in a scene that leaves them utterly astonished. Before my gaze, the colossal figure of the goblin giant within Lin Yi's exclusive testing dungeon slowly crumpled to the ground. It was utterly impossible to continue. With a resounding crash, the giant's corpse fell, echoing throughout the arena. Lin Yi had, astonishingly, vanquished the goblin giant. "Report," the examiners exclaimed. "Candidate Lin Yi's dungeon has manifested an unprecedented scenario. A creature that should have possessed infinite health has been defeated." Li Yuanjing furrowed his brow, perplexed. What on earth is happening? What mechanism has come into play? "We are investigating," came the urgent response. "Please ascertain the results swiftly." In that moment, every staff member tasked with maintaining the examination center was drenched in cold sweat. They all understood that if this matter was not handled with utmost care, it could escalate into a significant incident. The fact that Lin Yi's name had vanished from the leaderboard astonished all candidates currently taking the exam. Hadn't he just achieved an astounding output exceeding 1 million? Could it be he had resorted to cheating? Such conjectures surged in the minds of everyone present. After all, if no unforeseen circumstances had arisen, how could the leading candidate mysteriously disappear? Moreover, that extraordinary output had sent shockwaves through their nerves. The first place output had already surpassed 1 million, while the second place contender had barely reached the threshold of 100,000. Was this reasonable? Was this scientifically plausible? If not through illicit means, how could one explain such a disparity? In an instant, many candidates, whose blood pressure had spiked due to Lin Yi's dazzling achievements, felt their thoughts converging. People tend to instinctively deny what they cannot comprehend and are often unable to tolerate the success of others. I knew it. This kid must be up to something. He has definitely cheated. Zhao Kai exclaimed with glee upon witnessing Lin Yi tumble from first place, vanishing from the rankings. Previously, he had endured numerous public humiliations at Lin Yi's hands, and now his face was nearly swollen from the embarrassment. To claim he bore no resentment towards Lin Yi would be a blatant falsehood. Now that Lin Yi faced the consequences of cheating, Zhao Kai was practically popping champagne. Moreover, the most significant aspect was that, although he had not yet entered the top 10, Zhao Kai estimated his position to be within the top 50 in the province. With Lin Yi out of the picture, his own ranking would surely ascend. Conversely, for the genuine frontrunners, Li Zirui and Qi Xiaoying, their perspective differed from Zhao Kai's malicious assumptions. They remained uncertain about Lin Yi's potential wrongdoing. What they did know was that the ominous cloud that had loomed over them had been temporarily dispelled. The overwhelming pressure of that million-level output was no longer present, and they felt as though they had emerged from a fog into the light. After exhaling deeply, they refocused their spirits. There were still 10 minutes remaining in this round of examinations. The preceding 20 minutes of intense output and assault had indeed been exhausting. If the first 2 rounds were akin to a sprint, then this round represents a grueling test of endurance, akin to a marathon. The Examination Affairs Center. Despite the diligent efforts of engineers and professionals throughout Dongjiang Province, who have been tirelessly working to investigate the anomalies within Lin Yi's examination instance, found themselves at a complete loss. The data retrieved from the backend confirmed one crucial detail. This candidate had not engaged in any form of cheating. All the skills he employed were derived solely from his own capabilities, with no external assistance. Moreover, every aspect of his status and enhancement effects was under constant surveillance, effectively eliminating the possibility of deceit. So, what of the goblin giant that was designated with infinite health? There appeared to be no issues there either. Its parameters and mechanics were functioning perfectly. In an instant, bewilderment enveloped everyone present, their gazes towards Lin Yi tinged with a mixture of awe and trepidation. How had he accomplished such a feat? Li Yuanjing and Qi Guoguang found themselves pondering the same question. This young man seemed surprisingly unfazed by the current predicament. Upon this realization, Qi Guoguang suddenly grasped something significant. He exclaimed, "Wait, Yuanjing, is the creature you engineered truly endowed with infinite health?" Li Yuanjing shook his head, responding, "It cannot genuinely possess infinite health. That would render it invincible. Even an abyssal demon lord cannot have boundless life points. The instance designed for the National College entrance examination was extracted from the abyssal realm through the ingenious use of spirit crystal technology by the esteemed master Zhou Qianya. Following its extraction, he undertook extensive modifications to the instance, liberating it from the constraints of the Blue Star's heavenly mandate and the will of the abyss. Consequently, all parameters within this instance could be freely altered. However, true invincibility remains an unattainable ideal. All the entities we have encountered that possess invincible states are, in actuality, only conditionally invulnerable. They are bound by numerous restrictions and specific circumstances that allow them to ignore damage or evade death. The goblin giant was no exception. While its health was set to infinite, it undoubtedly had a condition that could lead to its destruction, though the nature of that condition eluded them. Upon hearing this, Qi Guoguang fell into deep contemplation once more. Moments later, an epiphany struck him, and he inhaled deeply before articulating, "I believe I have discerned the solution. Let's instruct the technical department to investigate the number of times the goblin giant has been struck. If my conjecture is correct, this creature, despite its infinite health designation, will trigger a fatal mechanism once it exceeds a certain threshold of hits." Li Yuanjing was taken aback by this insight but soon nodded in agreement, recalling similar invincibility mechanisms present in the abyssal instances. As long as the creature had not sustained a specific number of attacks, it would remain unscathed, even impervious to damage. Once the number of strikes reached a sufficient level, it would enter a state of vulnerability. That moment would present the perfect opportunity for a decisive offensive. Li Yuanjing took a deep breath, readying himself for what lay ahead. He gazed at Lin Yi on the screen. If all unfolded as he and Qi Guoguang had surmised, this young man would once again set an unparalleled record in the Great Xia's examination system, a record that had remained unbroken to this day. He was the first to conquer the invincible. Chapter 52, Reclaiming the Top Spot. Perfect scores in 3 rounds. Reporting to the imperial capital. Have you uncovered the reason? Li Yuanjing inquired, beckoning his subordinates for answers. However, the only response he received was that Lin Yi posed no issues, the instance remained intact, and everything appeared normal. As for how Lin Yi managed to slay the goblin giant with infinite health, they were utterly in the dark. Li Yuanjing did not express anger. They had fulfilled their duties. What remained was beyond their jurisdiction. He continued to instruct, report to the imperial capital. Let them intervene in this matter. Only they possess the authority to scrutinize the foundational structure and logic of our national examination instances. His subordinates were taken aback. Deputy Director Li, please, grant us a little more time. We will certainly uncover the cause and rectify the issue. If this matter were to escalate to the imperial capital, it would solidify their incompetence. Naturally, he intended to plead for another chance with Li Yuanjing. However, Li Yuanjing reassured him, report it. This is no longer something you can thoroughly investigate, and I harbor no blame towards you. If the General Directorate wishes to assign blame, I will bear the brunt as the Deputy Director. What is there to fear? Understood. Upon hearing Li Yuanjing's words, the subordinates promptly complied. 5 minutes later, with only 2 minutes remaining until the conclusion of the third round of testing, a report came in. Deputy Director, we have just received an explanation and recommendations regarding the incident from our colleagues in the General Directorate's Technical Department. The reason for Lin Yi's encounter with the instance monster, the Goblin Giant, being slain is due to the activation of its innate instant death mechanism. This monster, within the foundational architecture, possesses an infinitely large health cap, but it has a life bar of 1 million hits. You may understand that, on the surface, it appears to have boundless health. However, its life bar indeed exists. Each time it sustains damage, it loses 1 point of health. Upon reaching 1 million hits, its true life bar would be reduced to 0, resulting in its demise. Therefore, this round of testing should be deemed passed, and the score should be perfect. Moreover, it seems that the highest official has developed a keen interest in this candidate named Lin Yi, requesting that we stream the specific testing footage of his next round to them. Both Li Yuanjing and Qi Guoguang were taken aback. Remarkably, the true powers in the imperial capital had shown interest in Lin Yi. However, upon reflection, this was hardly surprising. What normal candidate could achieve such feats? Yet, Lin Yi was anything but ordinary. Just moments ago, this young man had summoned 400 or 500 storm whirlwinds upon the Goblin Giant, causing it to endure nearly 3,000 attacks per second. That amounted to a staggering 180,000 attacks in a minute. From the perspective of a wind mage, Qi Guoguang analyzed how Lin Yi accomplished his feats. However, he remained overwhelmed with emotion. He too was a wind mage. Regrettably, during his National College entrance examination years ago, he could only wield the most rudimentary wind blade technique. As for the advanced spell, the Storm Cyclone, he had never even heard of it. Perhaps, in the entirety of Great Xiao, or even throughout the millennium since the era of calamity, another Lin Yi would never emerge again. Upon hearing the analysis, Li Yuanjing's previously solemn countenance brightened with joy. The higher-ups at the education department in the imperial capital had begun to cast their gaze upon Lin Yi. Naturally, the performance of the entire Dongjiang in this national examination would also capture their attention. The ensuing benefits would be immeasurable. With a grand gesture, Li Yuanjing looked at his subordinates, who seemed eager to seek praise, and admonished, "What are you standing there for? We must act according to the directives of our leaders. Reposition his rank to first. Let the higher-ups at the education department see it." After years in politics, Li Yuanjing possessed a keen instinct. He felt he had acquired a trump card, and that card was Lin Yi. Lin Yi, oh Lin Yi, you must not falter in the 4th round. If you continue to score full marks, not only will you undoubtedly claim the provincial top spot, but you might also contend for the national first. The prospect of a national top scholar emerging from Dongjiang filled him with exhilaration. He dared not even imagine it. For nearly a century, the national top scholars had predominantly hailed from the top-tier cities of Shanghu, the imperial capital, and Tiannan. The imperial capital had monopolized nearly all national top 3 ranks over the past decade. He was already envisioning the future. Oh my, I will take care of it right away. His subordinate, equally exhilarated, had momentarily forgotten this matter in his excitement and swiftly dashed off. In less than a minute, as the third round of testing approached its conclusion, a name, like a brilliant shooting star, pierced through the dark night. It ascended once more to the pinnacle of the leaderboard, crushing a host of so-called geniuses beneath its weight. Current test round, third round, rank 1, candidate Lin Yi. Current total output, points awarded, 2,000. Rank 2, candidate Li Zirue. Current total output, 156,693. Points awarded. Calculating. Rank 3, candidate Qi Xiaoying. Current total output, 149,688. Points awarded. Calculating what? What in the world? What does that horizontal 8 signify? Is it the infinity symbol? It must be the infinity symbol, right? What are the invigilators up to? Wasn't he disqualified for cheating? This is explosive. In the last minute of the test, no one anticipated that there would be no specific number, only a cold symbol. That symbol represented infinity. The most outrageous part was that Lin Yi had already accumulated points. The third round had not yet officially concluded. Others continue to strive. Even when utterly exhausted, their energy depleted. Inflicting just a bit more damage could yield a slightly higher score, and rankings may shift. However, the arrival of Lin Yi signifies the conclusion of this round's competition for the top position, leaving no room for suspense. 2,000 points. He has achieved a perfect score once more. Chapter 53, The final round of the provincial exam. A staggering level of difficulty. Boom. Li Yi gazed at the name on the leaderboard. He had misfired yet again. Yet, it no longer mattered. Amidst the swirling smoke, he ceased fire. His heavy breaths and the steady trickle of sweat indicated that he was nearing his limits. After half an hour of intense combat endurance, he was truly at the brink of collapse. Yet, what truly overwhelmed him was that name, Lin Yi. Time's up. The third round of the test has concluded. The half-hour examination has officially come to an end. The third round has drawn its curtain. The scores from this round are double those of the previous two. In most instances, prolonged endurance is a testament to the advanced skills of a damage-dealing profession. The leaderboard has been refreshed once again. The cumulative scores from the 3 rounds have led to a significant reshuffling of the ranks. This indicates that most professionals possess both strengths and weaknesses. There must be a trade-off between burst damage and sustained output, highlighting the extraordinary nature of legendary professions. Li Yi and Qi Xiaoying, alongside Lin Yi, firmly held positions within the top 3. In the examination center, Li Yuanjing unconsciously straightened his back. His peripheral vision constantly darted towards the surveillance cameras scattered throughout the hall. At this moment, the monitoring footage was being shared with the capital city through the communication crystal. It was uncertain how many lofty eyes were observing them. Naturally, Li Yuanjing understood that the true protagonist this time would be Lin Yi. He was merely a supporting character. Yet, fully aware of the difficulty of the 4th round, he continued to cheer for Lin Yi internally. Go for it, kid. Get through this round, and you will be the top in the province. Securing your place in the 5th round. Previously, the announcement Lin Yi received regarding the exam merely stated that only those who excelled in the first 4 rounds could participate in the 5th, without further clarification. In reality, completing the first 4 rounds signifies the conclusion of the provincial competition. The provincial rankings would thus be determined, and those qualifying for the 5th round would enter the national competition. Following the 5th round, combined with the total scores from the first 4 rounds, will establish the nationwide ranking for this year's college entrance examination. Attention, candidates! The 4th round of the test will commence in 30 seconds. Now, we shall announce the rules for this round. A prompt resonated within the minds of all candidates who had chosen the hellish difficulty. Li Yi, Qi Xiaoying, and others turned pale. It is crucial to note that the 3rd round has just concluded. They were all on the brink of exhaustion, both mentally and physically drained. For practitioners like Lin Yi and Qi Xiaoying, who rely on mana to unleash their abilities, this news is nothing short of a calamity. They currently find themselves in a state of nearly depleted mana. However, shockingly, there is no respite between the 3rd and 4th rounds, a truly merciless reality. As someone who has experienced this, I can attest that this particular challenge is exceedingly brutal. While candidates facing non-purgatory difficulty are afforded a 10-minute interval for rest and recovery, those in purgatory difficulty have none. The transition between the 3rd and 4th rounds is almost seamless. In the examination center, unlike Deputy Director Li Yuanjing, who is aware that the higher-ups of the Great Xia Education Commission are watching the broadcast, the others are surprisingly unconcerned, engaging in animated discussions. It is evident that a select few among them have also endured the punishing trials of purgatory difficulty. Within the dungeon, the rules for the 4th round are slowly articulated by the system. This round will assess your comprehensive abilities. In 20 seconds, a Goblin King will spawn before you, with attributes set at Health 50, 000, Armor and Magic Resistance both at 1, 000. This creature will not attack, but will continuously summon its elite guard to assault you. The Goblin Elite Guard comprises 4 distinct classes: warriors, mages, archers, and assassins. Each class of Goblin Elite possesses unique skills, unleashing devastating high-damage abilities that require you to evade through adept movement and positioning. This round is time-limited to 10 minutes, during which your health will not reach 0. You must evade the skills of all Goblin Elite while dealing damage to the Goblin King. Upon slaying the Goblin King, your score for this round will be determined by the percentage of health you have remaining. Upon hearing the rules, Lin Yi raised an eyebrow. This examination finally draws closer to real combat scenarios. It not only tests the explosive output and endurance of all practitioners, but also their mobility and adaptability. Quite intriguing indeed. The fleeting 20 seconds passed in the blink of an eye. The 4th round begins. With the system's announcement, a grotesque goblin creature, crowned and grotesquely overweight, materialized before all candidates who had chosen purgatory difficulty. The moment it appeared, it let out a piercing scream in a language utterly incomprehensible to humans. In the next instant, 3 or 4 elite goblins clad in armor with robust limbs emerged alongside it. Additionally, goblin elites wielding staves and longbows also appeared. In an instant, the Goblin King was surrounded by a dozen or more uniquely shaped elite monsters. Lin Yi gritted her teeth and forced herself to run. Remaining stationary would have resulted in her position being instantly riddled with 7 or 8 sharp arrows. The attack frequency of these Goblin Elite was astonishingly swift, and the skills they unleashed were mercilessly relentless. The greatest threat undoubtedly lies with the mage guardians of the Goblin King, the icy arrows of the frost element. The explosive fire spells, the 9 consecutive blades of wind, and finally the quagmire technique of the earth element. These 4 schools of magic, when combined, transformed the vicinity surrounding the Goblin King into an absolute no-man's land. Skills rain down incessantly. The ground beneath one's feet suddenly shifts to quicksand, ensnaring one's ankles. As one slows down, it may even lead to binding. Under such circumstances, one is compelled to confront the Goblin King. A deep sense of despair welled up within Lin Yi. To her astonishment, just as she evaded the rain of arrows and various spells, a small, slender goblin, cloaked in darkness, sprang forth from the shadows and plunged a dagger into her back. A critical hit. The sharp pain pierced her heart. She had previously overlooked the Goblin King's ability to summon assassin-type guards, instinctively forgetting this detail. In truth, the moment the Goblin King summoned them, these assassin guards entered a state of stealth, vanishing from Lin Yi's sight. Chapter 54. An overwhelming presence. The first in the province. Although Lin Yi had been somewhat on edge, she had managed to cope reasonably well until the appearance of these stealthy attackers. The damage inflicted by these assassins was terrifyingly high. Following their surprise assault from behind, they dealt additional damage. Her health plummeted rapidly, forcing Lin Yi to grit her teeth and expend all the mana she had just regained. The gravitational field surrounding her swiftly diminished to an exceedingly small size, lifting her into the air. With remarkable speed, she fled the encirclement of the goblin horde. This was a 3rd-tier spell of the gravity mage, weightlessness. It required a significant amount of mana, and she had initially intended to reserve it for the Goblin King, to hurl him high into the air and then bring him crashing down, inflicting massive damage. However, she was now left with no choice but to use this skill as a means of survival. Meanwhile, in another instance, I concede. At this moment, Zhao Kai's health had dwindled to a mere 1 point. Surrounding him were dozens of elite goblin guards, mercilessly tormenting him. Even though these monsters lacked skills for forced control, akin to many fighting games, receiving attacks often resulted in a certain degree of stiffness. Moreover, unlike monsters, humans lacked robust resistance to stiffness and resilience. Zhao Kai, under the onslaught of so many attacks, was rendered helpless, convulsing on the ground, unable to move. At this point, the dungeon's built-in bloodlock system became the most horrific form of torment. Help! I concede. I want to take the exam. I will never select hellish difficulty again. Zhao Kai never imagined that the flippant remarks he made to Lin Yi before the exam would come back to haunt him in such a manner. His performance in the first 3 rounds had already been dismal, and in this round, there was no respite. Almost as soon as the Goblin King and the elite goblin guards appeared, his health plummeted to a mere 1 point. Candidate Zhao Kai, do you voluntarily forfeit this round of the examination? If you forfeit, you will not earn any points in this round. A chilling voice echoed from the sky, the invigilator overseeing all candidates reaffirming their status. Ultimately, Zhao Kai chose to concede this round. This signified a complete failure in this examination for him. Had he not succumbed to bravado and opted for the nightmare difficulty, he would have undoubtedly cleared all 4 rounds, accruing a total score far superior to what he now faced. Similar scenarios unfolded across the entirety of Tianhai City, in all 22 examination venues, where numerous candidates who had selected the hellish difficulty succumbed to its overwhelming intensity and voluntarily withdrew from the examination. In the end, only a select few, like Li Zirui, whose capabilities truly surpassed their peers, continued to struggle against the odds. How tragic. Look at Li Zirui and Qi Xiaoying. They are also battered and bruised, remarked Qi Guoguang. Only Lin Yi, that prodigy, can confront this challenge with such ease. The disparity in talent within this realm was indeed staggering. On the grand screen, it was evident that nearly all candidates who had chosen the hellish difficulty were teetering on the brink of life and death. Even those who had managed to evade monster attacks, leaving them with a single drop of health, had not emerged unscathed. A mere 10 minutes had passed, yet it felt as though only half a minute had elapsed. The subsequent 9.5 minutes would prove excruciating for them. Furthermore, merely surviving held no significance. They must also defeat the Goblin King. Otherwise, even if they dodged all skills and sustained no damage, they would not be deemed to have completed the 4th round. However, there was one exception. At the center of the grand screen, Lin Yi's instance radiated an aura of tranquility and harmony. Why? Because both the Goblin King and the menacing goblin guards had transformed into lifelike ice sculptures, frozen in place, unable to move. While others frantically maneuvered, Lin Yi stood completely still. Why would he need to move? As long as he controlled them all, he needn't evade any skills. Fire, wind, ice, 3 elements. Li Yuanjing found his breath quickening. In today's 4 rounds of examination, Lin Yi had provided him with immense shock and countless surprises. Beyond the fire magic displayed initially and the wind magic revealed in the 3rd round, he astonishingly wielded ice magic as well. Moreover, the young man employed a 4th-tier ice spell, Blizzard. A vast blizzard enveloped the entire instance, with countless water vapors condensing into solid ice, permeating the very marrow of all goblin creatures. The damage from the ice spell was indeed impressive, but the control effect was immediate. Initially, All monsters shrouded by the blizzard experienced a significant reduction in movement speed, subsequently becoming immobilized in place. Now it has completely frozen into an ice sculpture. Subsequently, Lin Yi did not linger and swiftly ended the suffering of these monsters. Boom, 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 boom. The 4th-tier fire spell, Flamestorm, rained down in succession. The fierce flames collided with the frigid ice and snow, sending snowflakes swirling and sparks flying. The scene was visually stunning. Moreover, the damage was equally overwhelming. Dozens of goblin elites, who surrounded their king, were left with only a sliver of health by the time the second flamestorm struck. When the third hit descended, they perished instantly. As for the goblin king, after the 4th flamestorm fell, its frozen state dissipated, and its health plummeted drastically. The passive effect of the 6th-tier ice spell, Bone-Chilling Cold, came into play. After Lin Yi shattered the ice with his fire spell, it directly reduced the goblin king's maximum health. Thus, even though its health was significantly higher than that of its subordinates, it could do nothing but let out a wretched cry before collapsing under the relentless assault of 4 flamestorms, which dealt high damage and percentage-based health reductions. Merely 30 seconds had elapsed since the start of the 4th round when Lin Yi, with an overwhelming display of power, cleared it. The remaining 9.5 minutes were nothing but idle time for him. In the conference hall of the examination center, silence reigned. One could hear a pin drop. It was not until Lin Yi vanquished the Goblin King that Li Yuanjing took the lead in rising to his feet. Clap, clap, clap. He began to applaud, and soon, all those present, who bore witness to this spectacle, could not help but erupt in excitement, rising to give Lin Yi the most fervent applause and cheers. Perfect scores in the 1st round. Perfect scores in the 2nd round. Perfect scores in the 3rd and 4th rounds as well. A hexagonal warrior without any blind spots. The top scholar of the province this year, truly deserving of the title. Chapter 55, Provincial Results. Stunned parents. Incredible. Once again, he achieved a perfect score. This year's top scholar of the province has emerged. Surely, this has set a historical record for our Dongjiang region. Li Yuanjing felt a slight tremor of excitement. For Lin, he has not only broken 1 or 2 provincial examination records, but has also created a new precedent for perfect scores. To date, such a super genius has never appeared in Dongjiang province. Li Yuanjing stood up and declared, his examination has concluded, release him from the instance. I can see he is growing impatient. I will personally present the rules for the 5th round and the rewards for our provincial top scholar. Li Yuanjing's aide appeared momentarily stunned. In previous years, this task had always been his responsibility. This year, however, it was unexpected that the chief would handle it himself. This sufficiently demonstrates his regard for the candidate named Lin Yi. After leaving the conference hall, Qi Guoguang remained behind, determined to witness his granddaughter's performance in the final round. Waiting for the dust to settle before making any conclusions, he cast a deep glance at Lin Yi on the big screen, a master of fire, wind, and ice, with perfect command over all 3 schools of 4th-tier skills. From the ease with which he cast his spells, one could discern that this young man possessed capabilities beyond mere appearances. Even the infernal challenge of the 4 rounds of examinations had failed to unearth his true potential. At Lin Yi's home, the clock on the wall ticked rhythmically. His mother, Su Qingfang, wielded a mop, methodically scrubbing the floor time and again, despite its immaculate condition. It was evident that she had been engaged in household chores throughout the morning. Stop mopping, it's already clean enough. You've done it more than 10 times. Lin Guodong remarked, seated on the sofa, his mood fraught with agitation. A half-filled bottle of liquor lay on the table, from which he poured himself glass after glass. Beyond that, he was at a loss for what else to do. After dropping Lin Yi off at the station in the morning, the couple had opted to take the day off work, solely to care for their son. Yet, the waiting was excruciating. As the hours slipped by without a whisper of news, their anxiety mounted. Lin Guodong lifted his glass once more, downing another shot of the potent spirit. The fiery liquid scorched his throat, providing a fleeting thrill that invigorated him momentarily. Subsequently, he reached for the remote control and switched on the television. In their efforts to save money for their son's education, and with both parents preoccupied with their jobs, the household television was devoid of a subscription package, offering only a handful of channels. Upon turning it on, the screen displayed the provincial free channel, Dongjiang TV. A male and female host greeted the audience with cheerful smiles. Good afternoon, dear viewers. Welcome to the Midday News. Today is June 7th, Monday. The 2024 National Vocational College Unified Admission Examination was held this morning in Tianhai City, with 130,000 candidates from 34 base cities across the province participating in the 4 rounds of tests. The results have now been released. In accordance with the Great Xia Vocational Examination Law, we will publicly announce the top 100 candidates from this examination. The television broadcast coincidentally struck noon. Dongjiang TV, a mainstream media outlet, commenced its traditional announcement of the results statewide. Su Qingfang paused her activity to gaze at the screen, while Lin Guodong remained transfixed by the unfolding report. The broadcast revealed a ranking of the top 100 candidates, displayed in groups of 20 due to the screen's limitations. The lists beyond the 50th position only included names, places of origin, and corresponding professions, while the top 50 featured photographs of the candidates in groups of 10. As the rankings progressed, both Su Qingfang and Lin Guodong lost interest, for the broadcast had already reached the 3,140th position, far beyond the scope of Lin Yi's name. However, the couple had held no expectations for this. Suddenly, a knock resounded at the door. Lin Guodong rose to answer it, revealing a somewhat portly middle-aged man standing outside. "I drove my car over. I can take you and your son back," said the man, named Zhou Heping, a colleague of Lin Guodong from the mining company. Though Lin Guodong was merely a common miner, Zhou Heping serves as the office director of the asset department, enjoying a considerably lighter workload compared to Lin Guodong. Along with a significantly higher income, Lin Guodong chuckled, "Director Zhou, there's no need for that. I have rented a car, and I will drive myself later." Zhou Heping waved his hand dismissively. "Guodong, you reek of alcohol. Surely, you've indulged again. Do you really think it wise to drive? Enough of this nonsense. Xiao Liang called me earlier. He performed admirably and has secured a place among the top 5,000 in the province. He should be able to choose a commendable school. What about Xiao Yi? Has he not called you yet? That child, he ought to check in so you all can worry a little less." The Xiao Liang Zhou mentioned is, of course, his son. Lin Guodong was taken aback, realizing that Zhou had come to boast. In an instant, Su Qingfang's expression soured. She had often heard her husband complain about how Zhou would undermine him, and now, at their most anxious moment, he had the audacity to flaunt his son's achievements. Even someone as gentle as Su Qingfang felt the urge to lash out. Lin Guodong glanced at his wife, suppressing his rising anger. He knew he could not afford to offend the director of the asset department if he wished to continue his work. Just as he prepared to begrudgingly acquiesce, the television, which had just been turned on, began to announce the top 10 from this year's provincial examination. The prestige of the top 10 was elevated. Not only were there photographs, but also a dedicated audio announcement. The next segment revealed the province's top scorer in the National College Entrance Examination. Candidate Lin Yi, hailing from Jiangqing Bay City, achieved a total score of 8,000 points across 4 rounds of testing, marking the highest score in the province's history since the inception of its examination system. It is reported that Lin Yi has broken 9 provincial records and set 3 new national records in this examination. The news anchor on television seemed to be brimming with excitement as he extolled Lin Yi's accomplishments. Meanwhile, in reality, Su Qingfang dropped the mop she was holding. Oblivious to her surroundings, she had seen her son's face on the television. It was him, truly him. In the next moment, she covered her mouth and nose with her hands, tears cascading down her cheeks uncontrollably. Lin Guodong's eyes also glistened with tears as he gazed at the screen emblazoned with the words provincial top scorer. He yearned to roar in triumph. All the hardships of the past decade were vindicated in this moment. Xiao Yi was the top scorer, the very first in the province. As for Zhou Heping, who had been wearing a smug expression moments before, he felt as if a thunderclap had struck his ears. What? Lin Guodong's son topped the province? First place? Instantly. The pride he had taken in his own son's position among the top 5,000 lost its luster. Was being in the top 5,000 truly worthy of celebration? What then could he say about his son's first-place achievement? Chapter 56, The First Reward. Has this young man truly lost sight of wealth? Now, let us extend our congratulations to this year's top 10 candidates in the province. They will represent our Dongjiang province in the imperial capital to participate in the final round of the 5th test, which will determine the ultimate ranking of this national college entrance examination. The midday news continues to broadcast, relentlessly targeting Zhou Heping's psychological defenses. He feels as though his face is about to swell from the humiliation. The experience of attempting to flaunt oneself only to be outshone by others is truly dreadful. Lin Guodong, of course, would not let this opportunity slip by. He would not miss the chance to deliver a final blow. Young Yi, that child, truly lacks awareness. He should have informed us beforehand about going to the imperial capital for the final round of exams. At some point, Su Qingfang had also approached Lin Guodong's side, dutifully taking her husband's hand and smiling at Zhou Heping. Zhou Heping felt like a clown. He quickly nodded and said, I won't disturb you any further. Dingling. Just as he prepared to make his escape, his phone suddenly rang from his pocket. Upon stepping out of the Lin household, Zhou Heping answered the call. Initially filled with frustration, he immediately adopted a respectful tone upon hearing the voice on the other end. Chairman, why are you personally calling me? If there's anything, just have Xiao Liao inform me. Zhou Heping had assumed that the chairman of his company was reaching out for some good news. However, the subsequent words from the other end left him utterly bewildered. Xiao Zhou. It's like this. I heard from Xiao Zhang that you live next to a worker named Lin Guodong from our company, correct? I couldn't reach the contact number he left on the roster, so I sought you out. Are you at home? Can you get in touch with him? A foreboding feeling surged within Zhou Heping. It was understandable for the chairman of Dingxing Mining to contact him, but directly seeking out a worker? Surely, it could only be for a favorable reason. Nevertheless, Zhou Heping could only muster the courage to respond. Yes, he is right beside me. Then please hand the phone to him. Zhou Heping passed his phone to Lin Guodong, who looked utterly perplexed. What? Zhou Heping replied. The chairman needs to speak with you. After a few minutes, Lin Guodong returned the phone to Zhou Heping, looking dazed as he explained the situation to his wife, Su Qingfang. The factory said my performance is excellent, and my results meet the standards. Tomorrow, I will be promoted to the director of the asset department. Su Qingfang was overjoyed, especially with their son's commendable achievements. It was truly a double celebration today. Guodong, does that mean you won't have to go down to the mines anymore? Lin Guodong beamed, revealing a set of perfectly aligned white teeth. That's right, I will be in the office from now on, and my salary has increased more than tenfold. Zhou Heping. He could almost hear the sound of his heart shattering. What on earth? In a single phone call, his most ordinary worker had suddenly become his superior? This is unbelievable. In Tianhai City, at the first examination venue, Lin Yi stepped out of the simulation screen. Half a minute earlier, he had received news that all 4 rounds of his examination had concluded. Thus, he was transmitted out early. It is indeed preferable to avoid languishing in that desolate realm devoid of any amenities. Lin Yi had consumed more than enough snacks and cola. While others approached the examination with earnestness, he appeared as though he were on a leisurely vacation. Upon exiting the instance, Lin Yi beheld a middle-aged man clad in the uniform of the Daxia Education Department, who was smiling warmly at him. Congratulations, Lin Yi. You have achieved the honor of being this year's top scholar in the entire Dongjiang province, he proclaimed, his eyes gleaming with pride. Moreover, you have attained a perfect score. None of us anticipated that this year's laureate would bear a name we had never encountered before. Lin Yi interjected. Wasn't there supposed to be a 5th round of examinations? Perhaps due to his previous encounters with the aberrant Death Knights and Shadow Spiders, whose ranks reached the royal tier, Lin Yi's perspective had been elevated far beyond that of his peers. The monsters encountered in the 4 rounds of examinations were merely inadequate for warming up. Thus, he regarded Li Yuanjing's commendations with a sense of detachment, instead opting to calmly voice his inquiry. In Li Yuanjing's eyes, this quality merited additional commendation. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Li Yuanjing, the Deputy Director of the Dongjiang Provincial Education Department. You may call me Uncle Li. As for the specifics of the 5th round of testing, even I am not entirely informed. However, it undoubtedly involves a special instance extracted from the abyssal realm, and the intricacies and challenges will be elucidated once you arrive in the imperial capital. This is why it is imperative for you to possess the abyssal entry title. Now, let us set aside matters concerning the 5th round. I am here primarily to meet you and present your rewards. Lin Yi felt a flicker of excitement within. Indeed, rewards awaited him. However, he maintained a demeanor of poise, neither overly eager nor despondent. Come here, Li Yuanjing beckoned. Once Lin Yi approached, he produced a black scroll. After crushing it, Lin Yi felt as though he were entering a teleportation array, his surroundings swirling in a dizzying fashion. In the next moment, he found himself in a new subterranean chamber. This is the underground treasury of the education department. Please provide your practitioner identification number, and I shall arrange for your funds to be transferred. The reward for being first in our province is 1 million daxia coins, which can serve as your scholarship. Do not consider it trifling. Additionally, you will receive a scroll granting 1,000 tradable skill points. This is a fixed reward. Furthermore, you may select 1 level 2 treasure from the treasury list and choose a skill book from your profession skill book list. Lin Yi was taken aback. 1,000 tradable skill points. By the current standards of Blue Star, this value far exceeded 1 million daxia coins. Even among noble families, unless they were of the highest echelon, it would not be a trivial matter to instantly provide 1,000 skill points for their descendants. However, for Lin Yi, these 1,000 skill points felt somewhat superfluous. Thus, Lin Yi spoke up. Excuse me, Uncle Li, is it possible to exchange this 1,000 point tradable skill scroll for another reward? Li Yuanjing looked at Lin Yi in astonishment. In his view, most individuals would never refuse skill points. Yet, this young man not only declined but also intended to barter for a different reward. Li Yuanjing pondered whether the lad was seeking to acquire even more rare treasures from the repository. He shook his head. This is a fixed reward. It cannot be exchanged for treasures from the vault. Lin Yi also shook his head. No, it's not that I wish to exchange it for treasures from the vault. Rather, I desire to convert it into currency. Li Yuanjing was taken aback. You would forsake skill points for money. Have you lost your senses? Chapter 57. Secured Spirit Crystals and Thunder-type Skill Book. Are you certain you wish to convert it to currency? I must caution you, in terms of pure value, the money you could obtain from 1,000 tradable skill points would not suffice to purchase 1,000 skill points. Lin Yi was well aware of this reality. However, for him, the value of money far surpassed that of the 1,000 skill points. He nodded affirmatively. I am certain. Li Yuanjing scrutinized Lin Yi a moment longer. Soon, he realized that although this boy had achieved the top rank in the province, he seemed to overlook a crucial aspect. His background. Hailing from Jiangxing, a level 5 base city, he lacked any familial connections. He must have exerted efforts many times greater than the average individual, coupled with fortuitous encounters, to attain his current success. For an ordinary practitioner, relying solely on oneself without external assistance was exceedingly challenging. While he could not fully empathize, he could understand. Li Yuanjing even imagined Lin Yi's family circumstances were dire. Contemplating that the boy aimed to earn extra money to support his household. Taking a deep breath, he continued, "Here's the deal. According to the regulations of the Great Xia repository, should you wish to forego skill points in exchange for Great Xia currency, there will indeed be a loss incurred. The loss is approximately 20, but I will personally cover that amount today. Your 1,000 tradable skill points can be exchanged for around 5.35 million Great Xia coins, which will be deposited into your account alongside the 1 million in scholarship funds. Now, there remains one more reward for you to select. Please review the list, and once you've made your decision, let me know, and I shall arrange for its retrieval immediately." As he spoke, Li Yuanjing led Lin Yi to a repository window. This window lacked any staff, save for a spirit crystal. Using his deputy director's access card, he swiped it at the crystal's sensing port, and in an instant, the crystal's screen illuminated. He clicked a few times, setting the filtering function for the list of treasures, adjusting the tier setting to above level 2, and stepped aside to allow Lin Yi to view it himself. Approaching the illuminated screen, Lin Yi touched the list with his fingers, scrolling up and down. He was soon astounded by the rarity of the items displayed. First and foremost, the breakthrough magic crystal, which Lin Yi had long coveted, was prominently featured on this list. Although the rating remains at level 2, one can obtain 3 pieces at a time, which is more than sufficient for unlocking one's necromantic branch skill tree. Furthermore, Lin Yi discovered a plethora of treasures previously unknown to him, some of which he had never even heard of. Attribute magic crystal, mental, grade, gold. Type, single-use consumable. Usage, grants a random gain of 510 points to mental attributes. Note, the maximum attribute points obtainable through this grade of magic crystal is capped at 999 points. Exceeding this limit will render the magic crystal ineffective. From the notes, Lin Yi learned that this item is a refined product created through the amalgamation of the abyssal mining technology of the Blue Star human race and the spiritual treasures of heaven and earth. Ultimately crafted via alchemical processes, it astonishingly grants attribute points directly, in addition to the attribute-enhancing magic crystals. Lin Yi also encountered special crystals that could augment critical hit rates and chance speeds. However, these 2 types of crystals were only of bronze grade, providing a mere increase of 0.05 in critical hit rate. Hence, it is reasonable to assume that higher-grade treasures would yield superior versions of such crystals. Perhaps there are even crystals that reduce skill cooldowns. These items were undeniably appealing, causing Lin Yi to feel a twinge of envy. Beyond the diverse magical crystals, Lin Yi also discovered an abundance of spiritual items that offer permanent enhancements, as well as various scrolls. These scrolls could amplify the experience points gained by practitioners, and some served as entry passes to rare resource dungeons. In fact, at the very end of the list, Lin Yi spotted equipment, and all of it was of platinum grade or higher. The attribute enhancements were significant, and the special effects were commendable. However, these pieces of equipment were not permanently acquired upon selection. The time of usage was explicitly stated. Indeed, these items were rented. Upon selection, one would gain a month of usage, and the Great Xia Kingdom would systematically document this, holding one accountable for any incidents. Furthermore, if damaged, compensation would be required. Lin Yi shook his head. He had no intention of becoming such a fool. The items towards the end of the list exhibited diminishing value, setting aside the rental equipment. Lin Yi also observed numerous engineered constructs, such as portable shrapnel mines capable of causing large-scale explosions, along with various powerful potions, albeit with limited durations. After thoroughly reviewing the entire list, Lin Yi ultimately decided to select the breakthrough magic crystal. This item was crucial for him. Upon hearing Lin Yi's final choice, Li Yuanjing revealed an unsurprising expression. Most individuals, like you, opted for the breakthrough magic crystal. Keep it up. If you achieve a commendable rank in the 5th round, the Great Xia officials will reward you. Li Yuanjing instructed his subordinates to retrieve the breakthrough magic crystal and personally delivered it to Lin Yi. It was contained within a wooden box. Lin Yi opened the box and beheld 3 crystalline gems, shimmering with a faint crimson glow and enveloped in dark mist. The breakthrough crystals. Breakthrough crystal, grade, diamond level. Type, consumable. Effect 1, unlocks a secondary skill tree. Effect 2, increases the proficiency level of one of your skills by 1 tier. Effect 3, before entering the Abyss Dungeon, sacrificing a certain number of these items will elevate the difficulty of the Abyss Dungeon by 1 level. Note, during a single use, only one effect can be activated. Lin Yi was somewhat taken aback. He had not anticipated that the breakthrough crystal possessed a unique effect that enhanced the difficulty of the Abyss Dungeon. It seemed that the value of his title, Abyss Conqueror, was immeasurable. It essentially saved him a significant expenditure on the breakthrough crystals. After all, as he leveled up, most of his time would inevitably be spent within the Abyss Dungeon. Greater difficulty would naturally imply greater rewards. Now, there is one final reward you must select, a skill book. Please choose one to receive, said Li Yuanjing, adjusting the display of the treasury. In an instant, a list of skill books pertaining to the mage class appeared before Lin Yi. revealing an array of elemental specializations. To his surprise, Lin Yi discovered that the mage profession boasted numerous elemental specializations: fire, wind, ice, water, and earth, the more commonplace elements. Therefore, the skill books on the list were all of the 3rd tier, as anything less would not warrant a rarity of level 2. In addition, Lin Yi also noticed rarer elemental types: light, dark, lightning, and wood. Notably absent was the necromancy specialization he had already acquired, indicating that the rarity of necromancy skill books surpassed that of these elemental types. He truly had stumbled upon extraordinary fortune. After much contemplation, Lin Yi ultimately chose the lightning specialization, not due to any strategic reasoning, but simply because he felt that the title of Thunder King carried considerable prestige. Chapter 58. Ascension of the Necromancy. A Lich King is essential. The location for storing the skill books seemed to be just behind the window where Lin Yi and Li Yuanjing stood. Thus, after Lin Yi made his selection, he swiftly received the lightning skill book. Skill book, Electroshock. Type, skill book, tome. Profession, mage. Learnable level, 5, tier, 1 effect. Upon use, you will learn the skill, Electroshock. Lin Yi casually grasped the skill book and used it immediately. Since the lightning specialization was part of the mage's primary skill tree, there was no need to utilize the breakthrough crystal for this purpose. Observing Lin Yi's actions, Li Yuanjing felt a stir of intrigue. This young man was acquiring yet another school of magic. Could he possibly transform into a 4th specialization mage in such a short span of time? However, Li Yuanjing quickly dismissed this thought, for aside from those of divine caliber, no one in the entire Blue Star could simultaneously master more than 3 specializations. Not only mages, but indeed other professions also possess their own specializations. Simultaneously specializing in multiple branches of a profession not only doubles the consumption of skill points, but also demands tremendous energy from the practitioner. After all skill proficiencies require the practitioner to repeatedly practice in order to enhance. The reason Lin Yi has achieved mastery in the 3 elemental schools of fire, wind, and ice is likely due to some innate talent that enables him to elevate his specialized spells by 2 or 3 tiers, making him appear as though he is a triple specialist. In reality, it is merely a matter of his gifted advantage giving him a head start over others. Reflecting on this, everything seems to fall into place. All right, I have distributed all your rewards, Li Yuanjing remarked, glancing at his watch before continuing. This teleportation scroll is for you. Once used, you will be transported to the designated teleportation hall of our education department. I will be waiting for you there at 3 o'clock this afternoon to personally escort you to the capital for the final round of the national examination. Remember, do not be late. With the remaining time, you may explore Tianhai, or if you prefer to rest, I can arrange a single apartment for you. Lin Yi accepted the teleportation scroll handed to him by Li Yuanjing. The time is too short. I won't go for a stroll. There will be plenty of opportunities in the future. Uncle Li, please arrange a single room for me. Li Yuanjing nodded in agreement. A little over 10 minutes later, Lin Yi stepped through the door of his temporary apartment, which was originally designated for accommodating distinguished guests of the East River Education Administration. It was well maintained and offered a high level of comfort, which made Lin Yi quite content. Reclining on the soft bed, Lin Yi took out his phone to check for messages. Indeed, he had received a text half an hour earlier from Daxia Bank. At that moment, his account balance had surged from over 1 million to more than 7 million. With the funds in place, the possibilities for action became significantly broader. Lin Yi had not anticipated accumulating such wealth in just half a day. It seemed that being backed by a colossal national entity truly facilitated access to greater resources. Lin Yi was unaware of the shock his displayed strength had caused among Li Yuanjing and the others. However, this was a deliberate choice on his part. Take, for instance, the 4th round, where the combination of the Goblin King and his royal guard was obliterated by a single 7th-tier fire or wind spell, eliminating the need for the cumbersome dual spells of blizzards and firestorms. Yet, Lin Yi understood that the more he revealed, the more scrutiny he would attract. Having lived 2 lives, he remained exceptionally cautious. Although he had mastered forbidden spells, he was still considerably distant from the true apex of power in this world. Attributes, equipment, and level disparities were critical factors that could not be overlooked. Setting aside the possibility of foreign powers seeking to extinguish him in his infancy, it was equally plausible that there were those within Daxia who coveted his abilities. Who could say whether there might exist entities capable of seizing other skills and talents? Thus, he knew he must tread carefully. It is precisely due to this series of reasons that Lin Yi has kept his current display of abilities confined to the 4th tier. Suppressing these thoughts, Lin Yi retrieved a tome of necromancy skills and a breakthrough crystal from his spatial pouch. He then proceeded to select and use them. This time, rather than receiving a notification of failure, a prompt emerged. Would you like to consume 1 breakthrough crystal to use the skill book and unlock the auxiliary skill tree? Without hesitation, Lin Yi chose to proceed. In the next moment, the skill book shattered, transforming into motes of light that fused into his being. Congratulations. You have unlocked the auxiliary skill tree for necromancy, and you have acquired a new skill, Summon, Skeleton Soldier. Lin Yi opened his skill interface and glanced at his skill point balance. Available skill points, 64,132. After upgrading the forbidden spell, a significant amount of time had passed, and his skill points had increased considerably. However, to elevate the necromantic skills to higher tiers, this was still insufficient. It was time to invest. With over 7 million in savings, Lin Yi felt a surge of confidence. Would you like to spend 1.45 million real currency to purchase a continuous 10-day AFK reward? A 10-time purchase will grant an additional day of AFK rewards. Just as Lin Yi was about to spend, the system timely delivered another prompt. The price of 1.45 million felt somewhat exorbitant. Yet, upon seeing that the 10-time purchase would yield an extra day, he made his decision without a second thought. Purchase successful. You have gained 978,912 skill points. In the blink of an eye, Lin Yi's skill point balance soared beyond the million mark. Opening the necromancy specialization interface, he began allocating points. With the one-click allocation option now available, the process had become far less arduous than before. Of course, if one simply relished the exhilarating sound of skills leveling up, the thrill of rapid clicking remained unmatched. However, given his time constraints, Lin Yi opted for a direct approach. Consuming 500 skill points, your summon, Skeleton Soldier has leveled up, and you have acquired a new spell, Summon, Undead Warrior. Consuming 2,000 skill points, your summon, Undead Warrior has leveled up, and you have acquired a new spell, Summon, Necromancer. Consuming 5,000 skill points, your summon, Necromancer has leveled up, and you have acquired a new spell, Resurrection of the Fallen. Consuming 10,000 skill points, your Resurrection of the Fallen has leveled up, and you have acquired a new spell, Rune Infusion. Consuming 50,000 skill points, your Rune Infusion has leveled up, and you have acquired a new spell, Summon, Bone Dragon. Consuming 1,000,000 skill points, your summon, Bone Dragon has leveled up, and you have acquired a new spell, Corpse Explosion. Consuming 5,000,000 skill points, your Corpse Explosion has leveled up, and you have acquired a new spell, Summon, Lord of the Undead. In one fell swoop, Lin Yi elevated his necromantic skills to the 8th tier. At the moment he beheld the 8th tier necromantic spell, a classic image materialized in his mind. Could it be the Lich King? Chapter 59, Evolution of the 8th Order Necromancy. Infinite Growth. As Lin Yi meticulously examined the 8 skills, he swiftly grasped the distinctive characteristics of the entire necromancy skill set. The design of the necromancy skill set is remarkably pronounced when compared to other schools of magic. From the 1st order to the 8th, there are as many as 5 summoning spells, ranging from the most rudimentary skeletal minions to the formidable Plague Lord, showcasing a broad spectrum of capabilities. Thus, the hallmark of necromancy lies in its sheer numbers. A multitude of entities can engage in combat, and each one is emboldened to act without hesitation. Moreover, even the most basic skeletal soldier possesses an unparalleled advantage over other summoned creatures. They lack independent thought and intelligence. They are solely aware of their commands and, as such, are devoid of unnecessary fears or doubts. A fearless entity that is impervious to psychological influences can unleash its full combat potential. This is the terrifying aspect of the Plague Legion. What particularly captivated Lin Yi were 3 specific skills. Firstly, the 5th order skill, Rune Infusion. Rune Infusion, type, active skill, rank, 5th order, school, necromancy, cost, 8,000 mana, cast time, none, cooldown, none effect. Harness the power of necromantic runes to imbue a weapon with a unique necromantic enchantment. Plague Rune, imbues a ranged weapon, granting the following effect. Upon a successful attack, there is a 60 chance to afflict the target with the plague status, causing them to lose 0.5 of their maximum health per second for 10 seconds. This effect can stack up to 10 times, though its efficacy diminishes against high-ranking foes. Cursed Rune, imbues any type of weapon, granting the following effect. Upon a successful attack, there is a 10 chance to afflict the target with one of the following debuffs: Weakness Curse, Fatigue Curse, Blindness Curse, Throat Choke Curse, Fragility Curse. Weakness Curse reduces all attributes of the target by 10 and decreases their movement speed by 25. Fatigue Curse increases the mana cost of all skills cast by the target by 50. Blindness Curse reduces the accuracy of the target's attacks by 15. Throat Choke Curse extends the casting time of all skills used by the target by 30. Fragility Curse diminishes the target's armor value and magical resistance by 20, increasing all damage received by 10. Note, this enchantment effect is unique and can stack with conventional enchantments. The duration of the aforementioned 3 rune enchantments is 72 hours. These 3 enchantment effects are exceedingly practical. To speak of their potential, should Lin Yi wish to amass wealth in the future, he need not venture into monster slaying or merchandise trading. Simply setting up a small enchanting stall in a bustling marketplace would likely attract crowds. A single enchantment lasting 3 days, charging a reasonable fee of 58,800 seems quite justified, does it not? Aside from this skill that provides Lin Yi with an additional avenue for financial gain, the 7th order, Corpse Explosion, is equally formidable. Corpse Explosion. Type, active skill. Rank, 7th tier. Category, necromancy. Cost, 10 of maximum health. Cast time, instantaneous. Cooldown, none effect. Detonates a corpse, inflicting dark attribute damage equivalent to 20 of the corpse's original maximum health to all targets within a vast radius. If additional corpses exist within the explosion's vicinity, a chain reaction ensues, causing all corpses in the area to explode in succession, again inflicting dark attribute damage equivalent to 20 of their original maximum health. Note: do not squander good corpses, nor waste the bad ones. This skill possesses a sinister nature. Notably, it does not consume mana. Rather, it draws upon Lin Yi's own maximum health. Each use of Corpse Explosion results in a loss of 10 health. Furthermore, the concealed prerequisite for casting is the presence of a corpse. However, the skill's effects are remarkably formidable. By detonating a corpse, it inflicts a specified percentage of the corpse's original maximum health as damage to nearby monsters, and it triggers a chain reaction. This proves particularly advantageous against foes who summon minions, such as the Goblin King and his elite guards. By dispatching a few elite goblin guards and employing Corpse Explosion, one could potentially obliterate other goblin guards as well. The fallen guards then become corpses, perpetuating the chain explosion. Ultimately, the Goblin King, sheltered at the center, may well meet his demise at the hands of his most loyal subordinates. As for the concluding remark regarding the skill, it is indeed a macabre jest. The phrase "do not squander good corpses" suggests that one should raise corpses of promising quality using the 4th tier spell, Reanimation, to utilize them as minions, correct? Conversely, bad corpses should be obliterated, leaving no trace behind. Lastly, the 8th tier skill, Summon, Necromancer Lord, is even more formidable. The skill description is quite succinct, merely stating that it summons a Necromancer Lord to fight on your behalf. Without practical application, one can only speculate about its potency. After reviewing these 8 skills, Lin Yi cast a glance at the name of the forbidden spell within the necromancy category. Required skill points to upgrade to next tier. 1, 000. Forbidden spell, River of the Dead Funeral. The name alone evokes a sense of dread. Lin Yi then examined the mutated version of the 8th tier necromancy skill. Required skill points for evolution, 500, 000. Required currency for evolution, 1, 000 Great Xia coins. Evolved skill, Summon, Lord of Catastrophe. Unlike the forbidden spell's advancement, in the skill preview for the tier upgrade, Lin Yi could only glimpse the name of the next tier skill without access to its specific effects. However, having obtained the 8th tier necromancy skill, he was naturally able to inspect the evolved 8th tier skill and discern its precise effects. Commanding Catastrophe. Necromancer Lord. Type, active skill. Rank, 8th. Category, necromancy. Cost, 999 mana. Casting time, 180 seconds. Cooldown, permanent. Passive effect, with supreme authority. Command all necromantic beings of rank sovereign and below, with no limit to their numbers. You gain a necromantic summoning space of 10,000 cubic meters. All necromantic beings under your command will rest and thrive within this space. As your expertise in this skill grows, the space will continue to expand. Your 4th tier skill, Resurrection of the Dead, has evolved. You can now select any deceased beings of rank sovereign or lower, infusing them with necromantic energy to become your summons, retaining a certain percentage of their attributes and all their skills from life. Active effect, summon the true Lord of Catastrophe to the world. This summon will obey your every command, and upon its demise, this skill will become permanently ineffective. This summon begins at level 1, with a rank of Lord, and when you engage in battle with this summon, experience gained from defeating monsters will be distributed to it according to your specified ratio. The summon initially possesses a growth-type weapon of black iron quality, Soul S Lament. Upon defeating monsters, Soul S Lament will harvest a certain percentage of the monster's health, mana, and attributes, adding them to the weapon's base attributes. As the summon levels up and advances in rank, new active and passive skills will be unlocked. Note, my child, on the day of your birth, the entire world whispered your name. Lin Yi was left speechless. This truly necessitated the presence of a Lich King, and one that could grow infinitely. Chapter 60, The Incredible Effects of the Necromantic Space. Commanding Catastrophe. Such a growth-type summon. Lin Yi mused. Even with a mere thought, it was evident that nurturing it would yield extraordinary results. Across the entirety of Blue Star, items with growth potential are exceedingly rare and cherished. Moreover, the timing of acquiring such growth-type skills or summons is crucial. If obtained after ascending to a higher tier, one may find them insipid, yet too valuable to discard, as cultivating them from a low tier would require extensive time and effort. However, although Lin Yi's combat prowess was explosive, he had only undergone 2 class transitions. Acquiring this summon would allow for mutual growth. After a brief contemplation, Lin Yi, without much hesitation, decided to invest further, purchasing an additional 500,000 skill points. He then selected the evolution option. Ding! Congratulations, you have consumed 500,000 skill points and won 0.00000 coins. Your skill, Summon, Lord of Catastrophe, has evolved into a new skill, Commanding Catastrophe, Necromancer Lord. In the blink of an eye, Lin Yi's balance of over 7 million Daxiao coins had dwindled to just over 1 million. Money, oh money, how insatiably you vanish. This time, the national top scholar, Lin Yi, is determined to succeed, intending to exploit the nation's resources to the fullest. Without a moment's lamentation for the wealth that has slipped away, Lin Yi plans to experiment with necromantic skills. The descriptions of these abilities merely state that they summon certain entities to fight on one's behalf. However, he remains entirely unaware of the strength and skills possessed by these summoned beings. Under the influence of the 7th tier passive skill, Divine Grace Chant, all of Lin Yi's skills below the 5th tier are instantaneously activated. Coupled with his ample mana, he gestures, and before him materialize 3 skeletal beings of varying sizes, each adorned in different equipment and possessing distinct classes. Without the aid of an omniscient eye, Lin Yi can still discern the attributes of these 3 skeletal creatures. Skeleton Soldier, Health, 1000, Mana, None, Attack, 120, Defense, 100, Magic Resistance, 100, Skills, None, Remarks, a mere foot soldier of the Scourge Legion, the lowest tier in the realm of necromancy. Skeleton Warrior, Health, 3000, Mana, None, Attack, 300, Defense, 300, Magic Resistance, 150, Skills, Greatsword Slash, Remarks, the most common warrior in the Scourge Legion. Necromancer, Health, 5000, Mana, 10,000, Attack, 800, Defense, 200, Magic Resistance, 500, Skills, Malevolent Arrow Rain, Soul Blaze. Wail of the Banshee. These 3 summoned entities are indeed manifestations of the 13th tier of necromancy, with the necromancer being the most formidable among them. Notably, it possesses a skill capable of instilling fear in opposing targets, the Wail of the Banshee. In Lin Yi's vision, alongside the health bars above each of their heads, a countdown timer steadily diminishes. The Skeleton Soldier's timer is the quickest to deplete. After 3 minutes, when the countdown reaches 0, the Skeleton Soldier disintegrates into a pile of bones, its blue ghostly flames extinguished. It appears that these summoned beings have a limited duration of existence. Once the time elapses, they perish. With a mere thought, Lin Yi recalls his recently acquired 8th tier necromantic skill, which, much like the Supreme Elevation, is a fusion skill. In addition to the active summoning of a Necromancer Lord, it possesses a passive effect. He has access to a summoning space of 10,000 cubic meters. What would happen if he placed these summoned beings within that space? He acts upon his curiosity. Lin Yi summons a few more low-tier skeleton soldiers and subsequently transfers them, along with the skeleton warrior and necromancer whose timers are already past halfway, into that summoning space. In the next moment, the skeletal creatures before him vanish. Simultaneously, within the ocean of his consciousness, a pathway emerges. Following this passage, Lin Yi, in a pure form of consciousness, arrives in his exclusive necromantic summoning realm. The summoning space of 10,000 cubic meters is not particularly vast. One can easily perceive its limits. However, it is more than sufficient to accommodate 4 or 5 skeletal monsters. Indeed, upon entering this realm, Lin Yi discovered that the timers hovering above the heads of these creatures not only ceased their descent, but began to replenish at an astonishing pace. Within mere seconds, the summoning durations for the 3 types of skeletal monsters were entirely restored. A thought crossed Lin Yi's mind, and in the next moment, the skeletal creatures re-emerged from the necromantic space into the realm of reality. Lin Yi's eyes gleamed with excitement. This passive skill is quite extraordinary. It is remarkably useful. He realized the true value of this necromantic space. It allows him to store an entire legion of skeletons within, when needed. There is no longer a requirement to expend mana to summon new skeletal monsters. He can simply transfer them directly from this space. After testing the capabilities of this space, Lin Yi once again delved into the necromantic realm, eager to ascertain whether he could summon an army of the undead directly within this domain. This time, however, he would not be summoning low-tier skeletal monsters, but rather a 6th-tier entity, the skeletal dragon. The mana cost and incantation time for summoning such a creature is considerably longer. But it seems that within this necromantic space, the incantation process is expedited when performed through his consciousness. Moments later, a necromantic array emanating an eerie black mist manifested upon the ground. Subsequently, a dragon claw, with only remnants of flesh clinging to its stark white bones, burst forth from the icy depths below. The impact of the claw upon the ice reverberated throughout the entire space. In the next instant, the massive form of the skeletal dragon emerged from the ice. Before Lin Yi's consciousness, a skeletal dragon, wreathed in chilling soul flames and exuding a terrifying aura, stood revealed. Its body was severely decayed, with white dragon bones visible throughout, and its wings riddled with holes. Lin Yi harbored concerns about its ability to fly in such a state. However, as if sensing his thoughts, the skeletal dragon raised its head and emitted a fearsome roar towards the heavens. In the next moment, one of its wings unfurled, and the entire dragon took to the skies. Lin Yi nodded in approval. Though it defied logic, it was undeniably magical. Once the dragon ascended, Lin Yi realized the sheer magnitude of the creature. From head to tail, it must have measured over 40 meters, with a wingspan nearing 50 meters. Simultaneously, the dragon's attributes materialized before Lin Yi's eyes. Skeletal dragon, level 100, rank, royal, health points, 555,000, mana points, 200,000, attack power, 11,500, defense power, 10,000, magical resistance, 10,000, skills, soul breath, tail sweep, anti-magic field, ethereal chill, dragon language, purification of souls. Chapter 61. Are you my master? The overall attributes of the skeletal dragon surpass those of the 6th-tier magma fire demon. Primarily, the necromancy path is a legitimate skill tree reliant on summoning. Therefore, it is only natural that it possesses a certain degree of strength. At this juncture, only the most formidable entity, the Plague Lord, remains to be summoned. Lin Yi pondered for a moment, contemplating the terrifying phenomena triggered by the Godfire Heavenly Convergence, which is also an 8th-tier magic. It would be prudent to refrain from summoning the Plague Lord in the real world, lest it incite chaos at the educational authority in Tianhai City, which would undoubtedly lead to complications. Within the realm of the undead, Lin Yi commenced his incantation. The initial chanting lasted a full 3 minutes. But with the 70 reduction from Divine Favor chant, it still amounted to nearly a minute of invocation. However, Lin Yi was in no rush and chose not to squander the opportunity for an instant casting. As he continued his incantation, the entire necromantic space trembled. An intricate and colossal necromantic circle, far more grand and complex than the one used to summon the skeletal dragon, materialized upon the frozen ground. Countless necromantic runes pulsated and shifted with each of Lin Yi's spoken spells, as dark miasma, symbolic of calamity and suffering, pervaded the entire space. The circle expanded, emanating blinding black light, suffusing the atmosphere with a sense of impending doom, as if the netherworld itself had descended. Lin Yi felt relieved that he had not proceeded with the summoning in the real world. Otherwise, he might have been encircled by numerous adventurers mid-ritual. After over 50 seconds of chanting, he reached the zenith of his invocation. The circle had expanded to encompass the entirety of the necromantic realm. Simultaneously, he observed the low-tier skeletons he had previously summoned, now kneeling in reverence before the central area shrouded in black light. Even the enormous skeletal dragon trembled, bowing its colossal head as if awaiting the arrival of its true sovereign. As the final character escaped Lin Yi's lips, the incantation concluded, and he exhaled a sigh of relief. This grand summoning spell certainly possessed an air of sophistication. Even he had been compelled to concentrate for nearly a minute. His gaze fell upon the expansive circle, and Lin Yi's curiosity piqued at the thought. Would the Plague Lord be a towering giant as well? His imagination of the Plague Lord was still rooted in the image of the renowned character Arthas from a certain game, clad in obsidian knightly armor, wielding a sword of sorrow, commanding the entire undead army from atop an icy precipice. As the brilliance of the circle dissipated, Lin Yi was left in a state of shock upon witnessing the figure of the Plague Lord he had summoned. It was a petite silhouette, decidedly not a giant. As the smoke and dust of the summoning ritual cleared, Lin Yi discerned the figure more clearly. The first thing to catch his eye was an exquisitely crafted set of black knightly armor and a longsword shimmering with an icy blue hue. It was remarkably reminiscent of something. However, when the undead sovereign clasped the soul's lament with her slender legs and removed the steel helm from her head, Lin Yi was rendered speechless. Beneath the helm was a visage of stunning beauty, marked by an air of indifference. The maiden, with her hair cascading like a waterfall, possessed crimson eyes that seemed to flow with a tranquil river of oblivion. Are you my master? She inquired softly, gazing at Lin Yi's ethereal form in the sky, her lips trembling as she uttered the words. Lin Yi was momentarily taken aback. It was only when she posed her question again that he cleared his throat and nodded affirmatively, yes. He then knelt on one knee, performing a formal knightly salute in front of her. The girl spoke little. Upon confirming Lin Yi was indeed her master, she immediately displayed her allegiance. With her knee upon the ground, Lin Yi observed the skeletal creatures and the bone dragon he had summoned also bowing in submission before him. However, Lin Yi could distinctly sense that unlike those lowly skeletons and the bone dragon, this white-haired, red-eyed sovereign of calamity possessed remarkable intelligence and emotional awareness. Rather than simply a summoned entity, she embodied the essence of a living being. Rise, do you possess a name? Lin Yi inquired. The maiden stood, her tranquil crimson gaze only wavering when fixed upon Lin Yi. She gently shook her head. Lin Yi felt a twinge of frustration. He was not adept at naming. If she already had a name, it would certainly ease future conversations. It was clear he needed to bestow a name upon her. After a brief contemplation, Lin Yi spoke. Since you hail from the realm of the undead, in accordance with the traditions of our great Xia, the place from which you come shall be termed Yiming. From this, I shall take the character Yin and add my surname. Henceforth, I shall call you Lin Yi. The maiden tilted her head slightly, as if pondering the significance of this name. Soon, a subtle expression of delight crossed her face, suggesting she found resonance with the essence encapsulated within it. She softly affirmed, yes. Lin Yi looked upon Lin Yi, and in that instant, her attributes materialized before him. Lin Yi, level 1 status, Lord, health points, 5, 784, 257, 842. Mana points, 2, 633, 126, 331. Attack power, 1, 855. Defense power, 1, 855. Magic resistance, 1, 720. Skills, soul cutting, necromantic sword chi, call of 1,000 souls. Notes, the highest sovereign of the realm of the undead. Yet she seems to have forgotten her past. Song of Souls. Type, weapon, two-handed. Grade, black iron, 000. Equip level, 1. Exclusive weapon, soulbound. Weight, 2. 234. Physical attack power, 150. Strength, 10. Endurance, 10. Mentality, 10. Agility, 10. Durability, indestructible. Unique effect, soul devour. Upon slaying a target, it will consume the target's soul, gaining a certain amount of attribute points, which will be added to its base attributes. Note, the stronger the slain target and the higher its status, the more attribute points will be acquired. After reviewing Lin Yin's foundational attributes and her weapon's characteristics, Lin Yi felt a mixture of awe and anticipation. What captivated Lin Yi's attention were the two existing skills of Lin Yi. Soul Rend. Type, passive skill. Grade, level 1. Category, necromancy. Consumption, none. Cast time, none. Cooldown, none. Effect, when you inflict damage upon a target possessing a soul, an additional damage equal to 20 of the inflicted damage is dealt to their soul. Upon the annihilation of the target's soul, the target will immediately perish. Note, for all beings with a soul, the strength of the soul differs from that of the physical body. Damage inflicted upon both the body and soul will be calculated separately. If either entity's health reaches 0, the death mechanism is triggered. Remark, a blade cleaves the body, while the heart severs the soul. This skill fundamentally disrupts the conventional damage system of all current skills, introducing the concept of soul damage. For most monsters, it could potentially have terrifying effects. It is conceivable that even if the corporeal life force of a monster has diminished by half, the instant the soul's life force reaches 0, death is invoked. Apart from this extraordinary skill, what truly left Lin Yi in awe was Lin Yu's other passive skill. Thousand Souls Call. Thousand Souls Call. Type, passive skill. Grade, level 1. Category, necromancy. Consumption, none. Cooldown, none. Effect, the Plague Sovereign derives its fundamental strength from its subjects. You gain enhancements to health, mana, attack power, defense, magical resistance, and basic 4-dimensional attributes, each increased by 10 for all necromantic beings under your dominion. While other necromantic beings remain under your command, all lethal damage you would sustain is instead borne by these necromantic entities. When the Plague Sovereign is present, the summoning duration for all necromantic beings within the Plague faction is unrestricted by time. Remark, this is the reason for kingship. Lin Yi began to comprehend why Lin Yi, despite being only level 1, possessed such astonishing base attributes. The necromantic beings she had previously summoned conferred significant attribute bonuses to her. Furthermore, the 3 effects of Thousand Souls Call were truly explosive, beyond mere augmentation. As long as other summoned entities existed, they would absorb damage on Lin Yu's behalf. Conversely, Lin Yu's very existence could infinitely prolong the duration of these skeletal soldiers and the Plague Legion. She was indeed bordering on invincibility. Observing Lin Yu's attributes, Lin Yi felt a profound satisfaction. Fortunately, he had chosen to evolve this skill, as it had an immense effect on the entirety of the necromantic class. However, he felt a twinge of embarrassment. He realized that even disregarding the attribute bonus from Thousand Souls Call, his health and attack power still seemed inferior to that of level 1 Lin Yi. Was this the disparity between humanity and the creatures of the abyssal realm? They were not even on the same starting line. Nevertheless, Lin Yi emerged as a Lord-class entity, signifying her standing was on par with the other realms of normal instances since the era of cataclysms. The inhabitants of Blue Star have not ceased their research on monsters. The strength of a monster is measured not solely by its level, but also by its rank. The most ordinary of small creatures lack any rank, and their absence of rank naturally limits their power to a meager level. Among the robust individuals within the training zones, those with rank are considered elite. This represents the initial tier of rank. Above the elite rank lies the Lord rank, which dominates most dungeons and the wilderness. Ascending further, we encounter the Overlord rank, predominantly represented by mutated beings. Beyond the Overlord rank, one formally enters the evaluative standards of the abyssal world, known as the Abyssal Demon King, or the Royal Tier. Previously, Lin Yi encountered the aberrant Death Knight, Raven Dell, who, due to the enhancement from the abyssal aura, experienced a rapid elevation of rank, advancing from Overlord to Quasi-Royal Tier. In the dungeon of the City of Lost Light, Felicane, Lin Yi encountered a shadow demon spider whose rank was unequivocally royal. The royal tier itself possesses various ratings, with considerable differences in power between the quasi-royal, royal, and apex royal ranks. Above the royal tier lies the Abyssal Demon Emperor, abbreviated as the Imperial tier. When Shi Guiguang assigned Lin Yi a code name, he considered Lin Yi to be an abyssal creature of the Imperial tier. Ascending from the Imperial tier is the Abyssal Demon Sovereign, referred to as the Sovereign or Emperor tier. To date, the records of the Blue Star human race indicate fewer than 10 documented abyssal beings of the Emperor tier. Each of these entities, if they were to descend upon Blue Star, would possess the capability to annihilate an entire nation. Such knowledge is not obscure. It is even explicitly inscribed in the cultural textbooks for high school students nationwide. Even Lin Yi comprehends this fully. As Lin Yi progresses to higher levels, she will acquire more skills. Thus, Lin Yi must ensure her inclusion in his training. In the future, she will be a vital component of his overall strength, and he cannot afford to neglect her. Consequently, the rewards he recently received for being the top scholar in the province have been spent judiciously. Nonetheless, he is quite satisfied. The enhancement to his abilities can only be described as terrifying. Lin Yi glanced at the time. It was nearly 12:30 p.m. Li Yuanjing had long since arranged a sumptuous lunch in the luxurious apartment reserved for Lin Yi. After enjoying his meal, Lin Yi took a brief rest. Upon reopening his eyes, he noted that it was already past 2 p.m. He washed his face and tidied himself up. Then, he retrieved the scroll given to him by Li Yuanjing and crushed it. In the next moment, Lin Yi found himself transported to a teleportation hall beneath Tianhai, where Li Yuanjing awaited him. You've arrived? The time is nearly right. Let us depart. Daxia, the imperial capital. This is the very heart of Daxia and the only special base city in the entire realm. It epitomizes the zenith of Blue Star's human civilization. A towering skyscraper, soaring into the clouds, stands at the center of the imperial capital base city. Presently, Daxia boasts 3 premier organizations. The first is the Daxia Practitioner Alliance, primarily responsible for overseeing all freelance practitioners and their guilds across the vast expanse of the Great Xia. It boasts the largest membership, the most intricate management structure, and the broadest influence. Secondly, the Great Xia Practitioner Alliance. In any era, for a nation to establish itself, it requires an official military force comprising practitioners bearing official titles. During the Age of Cataclysm, the strength of this army embodies the ultimate manifestation of the nation's military might. Thus, only those who become members of the Practitioner Alliance are granted access to high-grade equipment. Lastly, the Great Xia Education Authority. From nurturing emerging practitioners in high schools across various base cities to supplying talent to the Practitioner Alliance and the Practitioner Army from prestigious universities, all fall under the jurisdiction of the Education Authority. This institution holds a significant stake in the future of the youth practitioners of Great Xia, possessing resources that are not much less than those of the Practitioner Alliance, second only to the Practitioner Army. The towering skyscraper before us is the Great Xia's third largest premier institution, the Education Authority. At this moment, beneath the Education Authority, a brilliant light of transmission ignites. Lin Yi and Li Yuanjing materialize. The genuine geographic distance from Tianhai to Emperor Capital is nearly 100,000 kilometers. Traversing this distance via the underground shuttle train would typically take over 10 days. This is one of the drawbacks of the Abyss's arrival and the expansion of the Blue Star's territory. However, the two arrived through an interprovincial super teleportation array, reaching their destination in just over 10 minutes. Upon Lin Yi's arrival, he noticed that this underground space already housed hundreds of individuals. Utilizing the all-knowing eye, Lin Yi discerned that, like himself, the youthful faces around him were all top-tier practitioners, each with rare-level professions. He was an anomaly among them. Across the nation, there are a total of 34 provinces, and only the top 10 from each province qualify to participate in this 5th round of assessments. Including himself, they represented the nation's elite 300. In the very next moment after Lin Yi's arrival, the speakers in this subterranean space announced, from Dongjiang Province, examinee Lin Yi. Total score for the first 4 rounds, 8,000. Ranking first. As the announcement concluded, Lin Yi felt the weight of hundreds of gazes upon him, instantly becoming the center of attention. Chapter 63, National Top Scorer, Explosive Rewards. Another perfect score? Is this the 3rd perfect score this year, and from Dongjiang? Dongjiang is set to soar against all odds. Lin Yi overheard numerous discussions among the accompanying personnel who, like Li Yuanjing, had come to see him off. Their conversations filled Li Yuanjing with pride, exuding a sense of superiority before his peers nationwide. Simultaneously, Li Yuanjing quietly remarked to Lin Yi, there are 2 others who also achieved perfect scores in the first 4 rounds. The 3 of you are currently tied for first place. Lin Yi was not overly surprised, given the strength he had displayed thus far. He merely represented the 4th-tier prowess of an ordinary practitioner, stepping beyond the confines of Dongjiang Province to engage in a true contest of brilliance against the elite of the Great Xia. Lin Yi does not regard himself as a solitary contender of such caliber. However, the extent to which others exert themselves to achieve perfect scores remains shrouded in uncertainty. For Lin Yi, A mere flicker of effort suffices to place him at the pinnacle of provincial examinations. Allow me to introduce you to my son, Li Ziri. Li Yuanjing, guiding Lin Yi, soon encountered other candidates arriving to partake in the examinations. Ziri, come, greet Lin Yi. Once we enter the instance, you shall be teammates. According to the customary practices of previous years, the 5th round will not only determine individual champions, but also the top provincial team. A commendable ranking ensures greater rewards for all involved. This is a rare honor, and I hope you both can collaborate effectively. Before Li Yuanjing could finish, Li Ziri brusquely interrupted. Who said I want to team up with him? Li Yuanjing was taken aback, noticing the palpable animosity radiating from his son towards Lin Yi. Initially, Li Ziri harbored no significant grievances against Lin Yi. The root of the issue lay with Li Yuanjing, who, in this instance, not only personally awarded Lin Yi, but also abandoned his own son to escort Lin Yi to the capital, leaving him to journey with others. This disparity in treatment incensed the long-pampered Li Ziri, who was accustomed to being the center of attention. Now, stifled with frustration, he naturally spoke to Lin Yi without courtesy. Li Yuanjing frowned, poised to admonish, but Lin Yi preemptively nodded. Indeed, that is precisely my intention. Uncle Li, I am accustomed to solitude and prefer not to burden others with teamwork. Seeing Li Yuanjing poised to interject, Lin Yi swiftly added a remark that irrevocably soured their relationship. For Lin Yi, such unnecessary social interactions held no allure. He was not part of the so-called genius ecosystem, and forcibly integrating himself would only render him akin to a sycophant. Why bother? Li Ziri scoffed. Don't get too complacent. What does it matter if you ranked first in the first 4 rounds? Surely, you haven't revealed all your trump cards, have you? Is it not possible that we have concealed our strengths, reserving them for this round? Lin Yi found this assertion credible. Under the gaze of the all-seeing eye, upon observing Li Ziri and Qi Xiaoying, he discerned that they possessed high-tier skills that would have enabled them to secure significantly better results in the initial rounds, had they chosen to reveal their full capabilities. Yet, they opted for discretion. After a brief contemplation, Lin Yi grasped their rationale. With the backing of influential families, particularly those whose parents held esteemed positions within the Department of Education or the Alliance of Practitioners, they undoubtedly possessed far superior intelligence than he did. However, Li Yuanjing would never divulge such insider information to him. The test footage from the first 4 rounds was likely accessible to all provinces, devoid of any secrets. The essence of competition is inherent, and within the content of the 5th round of examinations, it is inevitable that the over 300 top talents from various provinces will engage in fierce rivalry. Thus, it is perfectly justifiable to reserve a few trump cards for this round. Upon realizing this, Lin Yi felt a sense of ease wash over him. As for trump cards, he was blissfully unaware of the numerous aces he held, yet had not yet found the opportunity to deploy them. The sharp sound of a bell rang out urgently. Instantly, all conversations and murmurs within the underground space ceased, for everyone understood that this heralded the commencement of the examination. Lin Yi's gaze sharpened as he focused on the center of the arena. Through the perspective of the omniscient eye, he alone could perceive the sudden appearance of 7 or 8 figures clad in black uniforms from a certain department of the Great Xia. The leader among them exuded an imposing aura. His countenance was stern, and the grotesque claw marks etched along his jawline and cheek lent him an air of cold severity. It seemed he sensed Lin Yi's scrutiny, for he cast a glance in Lin Yi's direction. Even Lin Yi could feel the palpable menace emanating from him. It was evident that he had taken many lives. The leader thought to himself, I did not expect that among this cohort of examinees, there exists one capable of perceiving our presence beforehand. Li Qianye signaled his subordinates to silence. Subsequently, they all simultaneously deactivated their cloaking states. Li Qianye then addressed all the examinees, proclaiming, Please, candidates from various provinces, maintain silence. I am Li Qianye, the chief examiner for this 5th round of examinations. Before I announce the rules for this round, I will, as per tradition, present the rewards for the top 3 individuals and teams of this year. As Li Qianye spoke, a holographic projection of a luminous crystal appeared at the center of the arena, visible to all. At the moment the rewards were revealed, Lin Yi distinctly heard the sharp intake of breath from those around him, including Li Zirui and even Li Yuanjing. Naturally, the first thing everyone examined was the reward for first place. The large screen displayed 4 remarkable prizes. 1. Great Xia merit points, 1,000 points. 2. A self-selected set of platinum-grade equipment, permanently awarded. 3. A tier, 1 talent spirit crystal. 4. An exempt examination quota for the trial tower in the Great Xia region. Aside from the qualification to select platinum-grade weaponry, Lin Yi was largely unfamiliar with the other rewards. However, judging by the reactions of Li Yuanjing and others, it was clear that these rewards were extraordinarily formidable. Uncle Li, could you enlighten me on the utility of these rewards? Lin Yi inquired. Though Li Yuanjing felt a twinge of regret over the strained relationship between his son and Lin Yi, he recognized that Lin Yi was no ordinary individual. He could not allow his son's attitude to dictate his stance towards Lin Yi. Thus, he patiently explained, you should grasp the significance of a platinum-grade equipment set. Essentially, The state has granted a special privilege to the top achievers nationwide, directly bestowing a set of equipment best suited for your profession. This is a legitimate and permanent award. Next, we have the Great Xia Merit Points. For practitioners, this is a privilege reserved exclusively for those who have completed tasks issued by guilds of level or higher, or for those who have joined the Daxia Coalition of Practitioners and distinguished themselves. Within our Daxia territory, merit points represent the highest form of redemption currency. You may not grasp the concept entirely from my words. Take, for instance, the breakthrough spirit crystal you previously selected. It can be exchanged for merely 50 merit points. Chapter 64. The final round commences. Is there truly a sanctuary for leveling? Upon hearing Li Yuanjing's explanation, Lin Yi began to comprehend. Remarkably, the top reward for the provincial champion is only 3 breakthrough spirit crystals, but upon achieving national supremacy, one can exchange 1,000 merit points for 20. However, if one were to redeem them solely for breakthrough spirit crystals, it would be a loss. This is because Daxiao merit points can be used to redeem all precious treasures of Tier 1. A few Tier 0 treasures can also be exchanged. Lin Yi felt a profound shock within. Indeed, these are remarkable items. Among the Tier 2 treasures, many of the items Lin Yi currently desires are included. Thus, it is reasonable to assume that Tier 1 and Tier 0 treasures would possess even greater power. Next, we have the Tier Talent Spirit Crystal. This is of even greater significance. However, I need not elaborate. The name alone should hint at its effects. Lin Yi nodded, having previously surmised that this item would grant practitioners an additional tier of talent upon use. Yet, the magnitude of this effect seemed excessively formidable, leaving him hesitant to fully believe it. Talent is of utmost importance to a practitioner. His current combat prowess largely stems from the skill points provided by his tier talent, along with monetary rewards. An additional talent would almost instantaneously enhance his overall strength. Furthermore, it would influence the abyss. Many practitioners construct their skill sets around the effects of their talents, creating synergies that allow their collective power to flourish. This item is among the Tier 0 treasures in the list, with annual national production rarely exceeding a handful. In previous years, the highest reward for the national champion was Tier 2, yet this year it has astonishingly been elevated to Tier 3. It seems the difficulty of this year's 5th round of practical examinations will surpass all prior challenges. Li Yuanjing has begun to worry about the complexity of the upcoming 5th round examination, while Lin Yi remained unfazed, continuing to press forward in the conversation, inquiring, "What about that final trial tower?" The last reward, the 4th, is a fixed reward granted annually to the national champion, unchanged for over a century. The full name of the trial tower is the Upside-Down Sky Tower, a dungeon that emerged with the onset of the cataclysmic era. Globally, there are 4 trial towers, one of which is located on a small island over 4,000 kilometers off the coast of Daxia's East Sea. Our ancestors discovered that this dungeon is exceptionally unique. It can be described as a projection of a certain world of the abyss onto the Blue Star world. Moreover, as one progresses through the trial tower and clears more levels, the ultimate rewards will increase correspondingly. The rewards bestowed by the trial tower are known as martial souls, which may be understood as exceptionally unique summons of the soul body class. These martial souls also require advancement and upgrading, and a portion of their attributes will be shared with the practitioner. The better the performance in the trial tower, the more ancient the awakened martial soul will be. Ancient martial souls may even possess exclusive skills, significantly enhancing the combat capabilities of the practitioner. Currently, the sole avenue to acquire a martial soul is through the trial tower. Hence, since the inception of this dungeon, countless wars have erupted among the nations of Blue Star over the qualifications to enter this instance. For instance, our Great Xia has frequently clashed with neighboring Goryeo, Dongying, and certain island nations for this very reason. However, following the establishment of the Global Practitioners Council, the process for obtaining entry qualifications for the 4 trial towers worldwide has become systematized. Have you heard of the Pan-Asian Youth Practitioners Summit? Lin Yi nodded. He understood this, having seen it on television. The nature of the competition is somewhat akin to the Asian Games on Earth in his previous life. This summit is held annually, and those who rank in the top 10 during the competition gain the eligibility to enter the trial tower. According to the standard procedure, 3 months prior to the opening of the trial tower each year, our Great Xia must conduct its domestic selection competition to ultimately choose 10 individuals to officially participate in the summit. Moreover, if one secures a position within the top 3 of this national examination, they are directly exempt from the trials, requiring only to await the commencement of the Pan-Asian Youth Practitioners Summit to possess their qualification to compete. Lin Yi comprehended completely. He observed on the light screen that not only the national top scorer possessed this exemption, but the 2nd and 3rd places did as well. The next announcement pertained to this year's national examination and the detailed rules for the 5th round. After showcasing the rewards, Li Qinya wasted no time and immediately began to elaborate on the content of the 5th round of the examination. The light screen flickered, and a holographic projection revealed the details of the dungeon. The 5th round testing venue is the Abyss Dungeon, Noah's Ruins. 10 minutes later, after signing the life and death agreement. The confirmed participants of the 5th round will enter this special dungeon for a 24-hour assessment. Currently, there exist over 20,000 monsters within this dungeon. The distribution and strength of these monsters are entirely random, with lower and upper limits provided for reference. The weakest monsters are at level 30, classified as Lord level. The strongest monsters are at level 80, classified as Pinnacle King level. Lin Yi once again heard the collective gasp of disbelief from the audience. The lowest level of monsters already matched the level of most present, which is 30. Furthermore, their classification is also at the Lord level. This implies that within, there are no mere cannon fodder monsters or even elite creatures. Each one is formidable. Moreover, the monsters are randomly distributed, making any prediction impossible. This means that if one is unfortunate, they might enter and immediately encounter a Pinnacle King level monster, resulting in instant demise. Li Qinya appeared quite pleased with the reactions of everyone present. He continued to elaborate. Slaying these monsters will yield points. The monster's level serves as the base point reward, while the monster's classification acts as a multiplicative factor. The multiplier for the Lord rank is set at 1, with the maximum Lord reaching 15. The Semi-Overlord rank has a multiplier of 2, while the Overlord rank boasts a multiplier of 3, and the Pinnacle Overlord achieves a multiplier of 4. The Semi-King rank holds a multiplier of 10, the King rank has a multiplier of 15, and the Ultimate King rank possesses a multiplier of 20. Are there any inquiries regarding these regulations? Lin Yi noticed someone raising their hand and inquired, do the monsters in the dungeons yield experience, materials, and equipment upon defeat? Li Qinya nodded affirmatively, stating, indeed. The dungeon known as the Noah Ruins is a unique challenge that has yet to be conquered by anyone. Within the dungeon, there are no innate monsters. All creatures have been deliberately chosen for inclusion. Detailed background and information regarding the dungeon will be provided in the spirit crystal bracelet you receive upon entry, so I shall refrain from elaborating further. Upon hearing this, Lin Yi's eyes brightened. In this examination dungeon, defeating monsters would indeed grant experience. The spirit he had just contracted, Lin Yi, could rapidly evolve in this environment. While others might be fretting over the dungeon's difficulty, Lin Yi was secretly elated. Could this truly be a sanctuary for leveling up? Chapter 65, A Nightmarish Beginning. Lin Yi's debut. As no further questions arose, Li Qinya continued to elucidate the examination rules. Upon entering the dungeon, in the initial zone, you will receive a dedicated spirit crystal bracelet. This bracelet will refresh the leaderboard of all participants every hour, indicating the positions of the top 10 candidates. At this revelation, the expressions of most participants shifted dramatically. Indeed, Li Qinya's subsequent statement made it clear that this 5th round was a life-or-death slaughter game. In addition to gaining points by defeating monsters, participants could also earn points by vanquishing fellow candidates. The bracelet provided to you serves a survival function. Should you encounter an unbeatable monster or face a life-threatening situation within the dungeon, pressing the red button on the side of the bracelet will teleport you out. However, this will also signify your failure in this round, resulting in a reset of your points. Considering the dungeon's complexities and potential unforeseen circumstances, as well as historical casualty rates, all candidates are required to sign a waiver acknowledging these risks. Any deaths or serious injuries occurring during the test are entirely your own choice and are not the responsibility of the examination committee. As Li Qinya finished speaking, a group of uniformed invigilators entered, each bearing relevant credentials. They distributed a waiver to every candidate present, intensifying the atmosphere of tension. This indicated that the 5th round of testing was serious. Unlike the previous rounds, there was a genuine risk of mortality. However, after Lin Yi signed his name on the waiver, he observed that none of the over 300 candidates chose to forfeit at this stage. Understandably, their families and those who accompanied them likely warned them about the dangers of the 5th round. It was probable that those who intended to withdraw would have refrained from coming to the imperial capital altogether. After confirming that everyone's life contracts had been submitted and activated, Chief Examiner Li Qinya proclaimed in a resounding voice, "The examination time has commenced. All candidates, please enter the testing instance." As soon as his words resonated, a spatial rift manifested at the center of the circular underground chamber, exuding a heavy and perilous aura from the abyss. The instance's luminous screen flickered ominously with a dangerous crimson light, creating a daunting spectacle. Minutes later, all participants of the 5th round had entered the instance. Those responsible for overseeing the examination were invited to a grand hall to observe the specific conditions of all candidates within the instance. Meanwhile, Li Qinya, having arranged for all candidates to enter the instance, was fulfilling his duties. According to directives from higher authorities, he was required to broadcast the real-time status of the 5th round test. "Chief, take a break," advised his subordinates. According to past traditions, there is rarely any combat in the initial moments after entry. It typically takes half a day for things to heat up. They had exerted considerable effort for this 5th round, particularly Li Qinya, who had not slept for several days. However, Li Qinya shook his head, responding, "At this time, most individuals are indeed familiarizing themselves with the instance environment and gathering information on the monsters. Furthermore, based on previous year's patterns, some will choose not to engage monsters at all, waiting until the final hours of the instance to target those on the leaderboard, profiting through plunder. Yet, let us not forget that there are always a few unfortunate souls each year. Upon hearing Li Qianya's words, several astute individuals swiftly grasped the implications. Chief, are you suggesting that someone could be teleported right next to a formidable monster, with no means to evade, thus having to confront it directly? Li Qianya nodded. Chief, it seems you were indeed correct. It appears an unfortunate candidate has spawned right next to the lair of the Snowy Mountains leader, the Golden-Winged Roc. The spiritual crystal wristbands worn by all candidates not only provided information within the instance, but also functioned as integrated communication devices, capable of transmitting real-time coordinates and live footage of the wearer's surroundings. At that moment, the invigilator responsible for collecting the coordinates of over 300 candidates suddenly exclaimed, causing Li Qianya to instantly perk up. It's happening. Such occurrences were not an annual norm, but when they did arise, they often heralded catastrophic casualties. Summoning his focus, Li Qianya swiftly commanded, immediately lock onto the named candidate and project their live footage. Contact the special rescue team within the instance and dispatch them to the Snowy Mountains for emergency assistance. Although Li Qianya had outlined the difficulties of the Abyss instance and had everyone sign life and death agreements, they could not truly stand idly by in the face of death. In the event of such a crisis, it was imperative to initiate the relevant rescue protocols as a precautionary measure. In the next moment, the projected image materialized. Li Qianya's gaze sharpened. Is it him? On the grand screen, Lin Yi, who had been teleported to the mountain peak, shuddered momentarily. Li Qianya had not forgotten that he was the first to see through Lin Yi's disguise when they made their entrance. In the footage, Lin Yi appeared utterly unprepared for his sudden arrival in this eerie locale. At that moment, he found himself in the northern highlands of the Noah ruins, which could be divided into 5 distinct regions: the frigid northern highlands, the western desert, the southern marshlands, the eastern hills, and the central Noah wreckage zone. If one were to assess which region boasted the most extreme weather, it would undoubtedly be the desert and the highlands. Individuals who respawned in these areas were truly unfortunate souls. As for those like Lin Yi, who found themselves directly near a royal class nest upon respawning, they were the epitome of misfortune. Suddenly, as if sensing the presence of a living being, a thunderous cry resonated through the air. The sound was so intense that Lin Yi had to cover his ears. In the next moment, a fierce wind whipped up the swirling snow from the cliffs. Before Lin Yi's eyes, a magnificent golden eagle, its feathers shimmering like the sun, soared into view. With a wingspan exceeding 10 meters and talons capable of crushing rock, this terrifying creature emerged from its massive nest atop the peak. Its piercing gaze fixated on Lin Yi, as if it were poised to swoop down and rend him apart. Meanwhile, in the video, Lin Yi appeared relatively composed. The space around him twisted momentarily, and in the next instant, a slender figure clad in sleek black knightly armor materialized beside him. Lin Yu had been summoned by Lin Yi. Upon witnessing the menacing golden eagle in the sky, Lin Yu's gaze was as calm as still water, her soul's lament drawn forth, standing resolutely before Lin Yi, brimming with battle intent. Chapter 66. The shocking scene. Is this truly a level 1 summon? Is this his summoned creature? How can it resemble a human so closely? How is this summon only level 1? The proctor responsible for monitoring the candidate's dungeon-related data gasped in astonishment. They could glean some basic information about Lin Yi's skills through the bracelet he wore. However, detailed data remained inaccessible. This was partly due to considerations of the candidate's privacy and partly due to their technical limitations. Yet, when Lin Yu's level information appeared on the grand screen, Li Qianya was left bewildered. What is he doing? A level 1 summon facing off against the royal-class Golden-Winged Roc. Is this ignorance or courage? Or perhaps it is one of his hidden trump cards? Li Qianya fell into contemplation. His impression of Lin Yi was neither wholly negative nor entirely positive, but at least he had noted his presence. Unlike other candidates who failed to leave any impression at all. However, Lin Yi's current actions left him somewhat perplexed. Confusion aside, Li Qianya did not slow his pace, immediately streaming the live footage through the crystal link. At this moment, a multitude of eyes are fixated upon the 5th and final round of examinations. Separated by merely a wall, in an adjacent auditorium, Li Yuanjing beheld the figure standing before the king of the Golden-Winged Roc on the grand screen. None other than Lin Yi. Instantly, darkness clouded his vision. How could his fortunes have taken such a turn? The confidence he had just moments ago had completely evaporated. Li Yuanjing could even hear the murmurs of his colleagues from other provinces, equally entrenched within the educational system. Isn't that the kid from Dongjiang this year? Just him? How could Dongjiang have produced a perfect scorer in previous years, only to stumble upon this misfortune this time? He felt a disdain for the smug expression on the face of the deputy director of Dongjiang. Yet, why was this young man alone? Had he not formed a team with others? Every year, there are those who are blissfully unaware of their own limitations. It is human nature to revel in the misfortunes of others, and such tendencies were on full display at this moment. Li Yuanjing clenched his fists, feeling a tempest of anxiety and fury within him. He could hardly contain the urge to retaliate. Just then, the individual seated beside him patted his shoulder, offering a calming glance. The person beside him was none other than Yin Song, the head of the Dongjiang Education Bureau. Do not fret, have faith in him. Yin Song displayed a composure that far surpassed that of Li Yuanjing, the deputy. Although he had arrived in the capital this morning to deliver the final preparatory report for this last round of exams, he had still been keeping an eye on Lin Yi. Like Qi Guoguang, he discerned that Lin Yi had yet to reveal all his cards. Perhaps that hidden ace could turn the tide. In the first examination hall of Dongjiang, within the examination office, the grand screen officially connected to the live stream of the 5th round from the capital. As one of the premier educational institutions across provinces, they naturally possessed the privilege to view the broadcast. After Li Yuanjing's departure, Qi Guoguang, driven by curiosity for Lin Yi and concern for his granddaughter, also attended to observe the 5th round of testing. Upon witnessing Lin Yi face the king of the golden-winged rock on the screen, Qi Guoguang felt a surge of excitement within him. He was eager to see how Lin Yi would respond to such a formidable adversary. However, in the next instant, Qi Guoguang was rendered speechless, for he saw Lin Yi accompanied by Lin Yu. As a mage, he could discern nuances that others might miss. Necromancy. Lin Yi, in addition to his mastery over fire, wind, and ice, had even grasped the art of necromancy. Just how many schools of magic did he command? In the dungeon, facing Lin Yu, who stood protectively before him, Lin Yi experienced an unprecedented sense of security. Even though Lin Yu appeared delicate and frail, her level merely at 1, Lin Yi was confident that she could manage this royal-tier beast without much difficulty. Through the lens of the all-seeing eye, the attributes of the king of the golden-winged rock lay bare before Lin Yi. Golden-winged rock, level 70, rank, king, race, silver-feathered rock, health 9, 239, 239, mana 210, 021, strength 5, 200, spirit 3, 500, agility 7, 330, stamina 6, 650, active skills, dive attack, piercing feather tempest, wind binding, swift strike, frenzy. Weakness, eyes. Such attributes would likely leave others trembling in fear. However, for Lin Yi, this so-called golden-winged rock pales in comparison to the mutated Death Knight and Shadow Demon Spider. He was also curious to witness how Lin Yi would fare against a king-tier opponent who was a staggering 70 levels above her. Call. A series of piercing cries echoed from the rock's lair. Lin Yi observed as another rock, smaller in stature and adorned solely in silver feathers, soared forth from the nest. Furthermore, 3 even smaller chicks peeked out, making it evident that this family resided there. By provoking them, Lin Yi had unwittingly summoned 5 formidable creatures. The matriarch was a near-king tier, while the 3 chicks were of the dominator level. The strength of this family was indeed remarkable, explaining their dominance over the entire snowy mountain range. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Countless sharp feathers, akin to blades, shot forth from the golden-winged rock, aiming directly at Lin Yi's vital points. Upon reaching the king tier, a monster's intelligence significantly increases compared to those of lower ranks. Thus, targeting Lin Yi, the summoner, was a far more strategic choice. Yet, though the feathers flew swiftly, the sword light was swifter. In the blink of an eye, Lin Yi beheld Lin Yu stepping lightly, sword raised, effortlessly unleashing 4 or 5 streaks of dark necromantic sword energy that cleaved through the storm of incoming feathers, rendering them asunder. After shattering the feathers, the momentum remained unyielding, slicing directly towards one of the screeching silver-feathered chicks. The sword light grazed the chick's neck. In the next instant, Lin Yi witnessed its health plummet drastically. However, following a mournful cry, its health was swiftly depleted to 0, and it lay still, eyes closed. A spark of realization ignited within Lin Yi. This was the effect of Soul Rend. The chick, being a dominator-level creature, possessed substantial health. Even Lin Yu's necromantic sword energy could not inflict sufficient damage to slay it. Yet, the mechanism that directly harmed its soul allowed for its instantaneous demise. Upon witnessing the slaughter of their offspring, both the male and female rocks in the sky had their eyes turn a furious crimson. They then entered a state of frenzy. Their attacks no longer directed at Lin Yi, but instead at Lin Yu. In the ensuing battle, even as Lin Yi took several steps back, feathers swirled and a tempest raged. The 2 rocks coordinated seamlessly, one clawing and the other pecking, launching a frenzied assault on Lin Yu. Yet, she danced amidst the storm like an artist in the throes of a tempest. She managed to evade every drop of rain that threatened to fall upon her. All attacks were effortlessly dodged. Her speed, agility, and combat prowess were truly unparalleled. Standing at the side, Lin Yi could hardly suppress his applause. In the examination room, Li Qianya's eyes widened in disbelief. How could a mere level 1 possess such terrifying combat strength? What kind of extraordinary summoning artifact is this? Chapter 67, Slaying the Golden-Winged Peng King. The attention of the true elite of the Great Xia. Goodness, this young man. Is this summoning artifact genuinely only level 1? This cannot be right. How can it exhibit such mastery in combat techniques? Frankly speaking, Huzi, the way he wields the sword and his evasive maneuvers are superior to yours. Shut up. The one referred to as Huzi is a warrior under Li Qianya's command. Li Qianya himself is a 7th transformation assassin. All his subordinates are elite among elites, particularly Sun Hu, whose combat skills are among the very best. He has even achieved a staggering record of 36 consecutive victories in the camp's martial arts competitions, making him nearly invincible in his tier and capable of holding his own against higher tiers. At this moment, Sun Hu gazed at Lin Yi on the screen, his expression grave. His hands trembled slightly. On one hand, as a fellow melee combat specialist, he felt ignited by the spirit of battle upon witnessing Lin Yi's prowess. On the other hand, he envisioned himself in that scenario. If he were to duel against this summoning artifact, he realized that he might not fare well in a short span of time, especially when it came to purely swordplay without employing various advanced skills. He had no confidence in securing a definitive victory. Seeing Sun Hu's reaction, Li Qianya was also somewhat astonished. He cast a glance at Lin Yi. If this undead summoning artifact lacked autonomous consciousness, then the true terror lay with the young man before him. In the absence of autonomous awareness, the control of the summoning artifact in battle naturally fell to the summoner, who was Lin Yi. The fact that he possessed such formidable combat cunning was astonishing. Such mastery could not be achieved without enduring thousands of battles. Most crucially, his profession is that of a mage, not a warrior. This lad is indeed a prodigy beyond measure. In the capital, at the Ministry of Education, the upper echelons convened in a grand and solemn assembly hall. However, the number of attendees was sparse. Despite Li Qianya being the chief examiner of this examination and holding a considerable military rank, he was not entitled to a seat here. Those who could occupy seats in this chamber were individuals whose very presence could cause tremors across the entire professional realm of the Great Xia. The main seat of the conference room, along with the surrounding circle of seats, remained entirely vacant. Even those who could sit here were not qualified to occupy the main position or the adjacent observers' seats. In the second row, the first 2 seats were occupied by a middle-aged man clad in a black suit and an elderly gentleman with white hair, stooped shoulders, dressed in a Zhongshan suit. The two regarded the battle between Lin Yi and the couple of the golden-winged Peng King displayed on the large screen, their expressions revealing little surprise. Standing at a height, one's perspective naturally transforms. This remarkable young man, has he not secured the top position in the first 4 rounds of the examination? Despite his advanced years, the elder's demeanor still exudes an air of authority. He lifted his Zetonwood cane, gesturing towards the large screen where Lin Yi stood in the corner. Beside the elder, a suave gentleman in a suit offered a cultured smile and softly remarked, "Indeed, Mr. Meng, his name is Lin Yi, hailing from Dongjiang province. He shares the first place with the previously favored Xia Yuyan and Lu Yu. He belongs to the mage profession, and it appears he has summoned a creature from the necromancy domain." Mr. Meng's insight was sharp. The poised gentleman nodded in agreement. Yes. He currently demonstrates expertise in no less than 4 magical disciplines. In the previous 4 rounds, he showcased mastery over fire, wind, and ice elements, all with spells of considerable rank, exceeding the 4th tier. This young man is impressive. Although he is merely an ordinary profession, he has not neglected his specialization. Perhaps this year, he truly has a chance to claim victory. However, the gentleman beside Mr. Meng merely chuckled lightly. "Oh? Do you hold him in such high regard, Mr. Meng?" "Nevertheless, I believe based on his current display, he is merely adequate. He may have a chance to enter the top 10, but the top 3 seems implausible. Compared to Xia Yuyan and Lu Yu, his profession pales in comparison. Furthermore, to my knowledge, both of them possess epic-level professions, and their skill specializations exceed the 5th tier. The gentleman, known as Xiao Xuani, is primarily responsible for the annual enrollment and approval of top-tier practitioners in national universities. Although he has not attained a deputy national level, he holds a position equivalent to a department head. Having engaged in this work for an extended period, his discerning eye has been sharpened by exposure to countless prodigies. Frankly speaking, when compared to those true anomalies, Lin Yi is merely average. He could not comprehend why Mr. Meng held Lin Yi in such high esteem. In any case, he maintained a differing opinion. Mr. Meng did not counter this, merely offering a soft chuckle as he continued to focus intently on the battle unfolding on the screen. The 2 esteemed individuals were engaged in a discussion of heroes over wine, while the numerous senior officials from the education department seated behind them refrained from uttering a word. After all, this was not the examination office of Dongjiang's premier testing venue. Here, discretion and caution were paramount. If the dignitaries remained silent, it was prudent for others to follow suit. Nonetheless, they too harbored their own opinions, albeit lacking the keen insight of Xiao Xuani and Mr. Meng. To them, Lin Yi's performance seemed quite extraordinary. It is important to note that he was merely a level 1 summoned creature. As Mr. Meng and Xiao Xuani engaged in their discussion, the battle within the instance took a dramatic turn. Of course, the shift was primarily concerning the Dapeng couple, both in a state of frenzy. This condition typically activates when their health drops below 50%. However, Lin Yi's prior action of slaying a fledgling with a single strike had incited their wrath, causing them to enter a frenzied state at full health. In this state, their attack frequency and damage output significantly increased. Yet, this detestable human summoner remained remarkably elusive. After hundreds of attacks, perhaps only one would land. Even when it did hit, her injuries seemed trivial as she moved with continued agility and swiftness. In stark contrast, every time the two great rock birds endured the assault of the necromantic sword energy, they would cry out in anguish. It was a torment that life itself could scarcely bear, a pain that pierced the heart and penetrated the soul. Thus, although the battle had only commenced a mere 3 minutes prior, the condition of the two rocks had already deteriorated significantly. The sensations of dizziness and exhaustion assailed them relentlessly. Unbeknownst to them, despite their health still above 70%, their soul vitality had already crossed the threshold of Lin Yi's lethal strike. Two piercing cries of the North Ming echoed across the expanse of the northern snow-capped mountains, sending countless beasts and birds trembling in fear. They sensed that the sovereign of these snow-covered peaks was on the verge of demise. From Lin Yi's perspective, the health bars of the two rocks plummeted at lightning speed. Soon after, two colossal bird carcasses collapsed upon the summit, and 3 or 4 glimmering pieces of golden equipment erupted forth. Simultaneously, radiant white light burst forth from Lin Yi, signifying her ascension. She had surged up by 8.5 levels in one fell swoop. Amidst the astonished gazes of countless onlookers, Lin Yi approached Lin Yi and murmured something. Beneath the helmet's visor, he was oblivious to the flush that had graced her cheeks. Subsequently, Lin Yi gathered the equipment strewn across the ground, and with a raised hand, a necromantic array materialized beneath the massive bird corpses. As dark energy surged forth, the lifeless rocks astonishingly opened their crimson eyes once more. They flapped their wings and soared into the skies again. As living beings, their avian existence had concluded. Yet, as the departed, their futures were extended into eternity by Lin Yi. Chapter 68. Transforming into Allies. The true terrifying nature of the necromantic arts. A tumult erupted in the monitoring room where Li Yi was stationed, as well as among the high-ranking officials from various provinces of the Great Xia who were observing from the adjacent room. They were well aware of the immense strength of these two rock birds. However, in the very next instant after Lin Yi dispatched them, they instantaneously became his summoned creatures. This was somewhat exaggerated and defied common sense. Was this a skill from the necromancer's repertoire? Old Jiao, you damn wizard, explain this to the brothers. Within the monitoring room, the atmosphere was less tense. Li Yi was a commendable leader, allowing his subordinates to express themselves freely at this moment. Someone immediately called out. The named Old Jiao appeared bewildered. He then erupted in exasperation. How the hell would I know what skills the necromantic arts possess? You asked me about a light mage? Aren't they the sworn enemies of your light faction? Knowing your adversary is crucial. I thought you were aware. Our light faction's nemesis is the dark arts. The necromantic arts barely rank as a nuisance, not a matter of life and death. Can you all just quiet down for a moment? I'm trying to think. Old Jiao's composure was somewhat shaken by his colleagues' antics. Upon witnessing Lin Yi, the mage with his 4 schools of magic and expertise in each, a sense of envy stirred within him. However, the revelation of Lin Yi's unprecedented skill of resurrecting the deceased left him utterly astonished. Yet, to claim complete ignorance of the necromancy realm would be a stretch. As graduates of the prestigious mage department at the 211 Vocational University, their theoretical knowledge was undoubtedly robust. After Li Yi urged him to contemplate further, Old Jiao finally smacked his thigh, pointing at the screen as he exclaimed, "This skill is not characteristic of the necromancy school. Indeed, there exists a skill in necromancy that allows for the resurrection of slain creatures, known as Rebirth of the Fallen. However, it is a 4th-tier skill, effective only on monsters below the Lord level, and lasts a mere 2 minutes, with attributes reduced to a fraction of their former selves. In most cases, this skill is employed by necromancers as a meat shield to absorb damage. After slaying a monster, they revive a robust elite-level creature to serve as a bodyguard, not seeking high damage output, but merely a means to block incoming attacks." Upon hearing Old Jiao's analysis, Li Yi's gaze grew solemn. "Lin Yi, is this your trump card?" In the upper council chamber, a subtle smile graced Elder Meng's lips. "Xiao, do you still believe he has no chance?" Xiao Xian, observing the 2 formidable rock birds soaring majestically above Lin Yi, fell silent. After a moment, he chuckled lightly. "Elder Meng, your insight in such matters is indeed sharper than mine. I still have much to learn from you." Elder Meng laughed heartily, but Xiao Xian swiftly shifted the tone of the conversation, continuing, "Yet, even so, it may still be insufficient. Some disparities cannot be bridged by mere numbers. Furthermore, it remains uncertain how many undead minions he can command." Xiao Xian's analysis was not without merit. For all summoners, the quantity of summoned creatures presents a significant challenge. Human mental capacity is limited, and concurrently controlling multiple entities can lead to a tangled web of confusion. Thus, most summoners favor a quality over quantity approach, replacing lower-tier summons with higher-tier ones, maintaining a constant total. In response, Elder Ming merely observed Lin Yi on the large screen, calmly stating, "Let us continue watching. This is merely the beginning. The secrets this young man harbors far exceed your imagination." Within the dungeon, after successfully vanquishing 2 rock birds, Lin Yi swiftly dispatched the remaining 2 fledglings, executing them with a single strike each. Her level surged to 11. Concurrently, Lin Yi received a flurry of system notifications. Congratulations! You have reached level 43 and gained 12 free attribute points. Defeating monsters has granted your unique weapon, Soul's Lament, the following attributes: Strength, 39, Agility, 32, Stamina, 29, Spirit, 12. Maximum Health, 177, Maximum Mana, 13. Lin Yi observed the rapid increase in Lin Yi's attributes and couldn't help but feel a pang of longing. Having slain merely 5 monsters, he had reaped nearly 100 attribute points for free. He could only elevate his level to acquire a mere 20 points in the fundamental 4-dimensional attributes. And with the addition of free attribute points, he would barely reach 32. This was starkly incomparable to Lin Yi. Furthermore, as they continued to vanquish monsters, it was foreseeable that Lin Yi's attribute panel would experience an explosive surge. The potential of growth-type weapons was indeed formidable. However, what truly astonished and impressed Lin Yi was the combat ingenuity that Lin Yi had demonstrated in their recent skirmish. There was a stark contrast between a fool who merely brandished a sword haphazardly and a skilled swordsman with extensive battle experience. Even with a disparity of over 10 times in level and attributes, Lin Yi firmly believed that the latter held the greater chance of victory. Lin Yi transferred the control of the 2 giant rock birds to Lin Yi and then spoke. "It's exceedingly cold here. We should descend the mountain." Lin Yi nodded. Under her command, the male and female rocks obediently crouched down. Lin Yi and Lin Yi mounted them, and soon the rocks flapped their massive wings, enveloping them in a whirlwind as they plunged down from the mountain peak. An hour later, at the boundary of the eastern hilly region, Lin Yi sat upon a lush green meadow, where a gentle breeze caressed him and the sun shone warmly. Not far away lay a lake formed by the melting waters of a snowy mountain. Lin Yi was currently by the lake, having removed her all-encompassing black armor to cleanse it with the lake's water. The recent battle had left her drenched in blood, most of which belonged to the 2 giant rocks, while she herself had sustained minimal injury. Beside the lake, a campfire crackled, with a young silver-feathered rock roasting above it, freshly slain by her hand. As she washed her armor, she remained vigilant, occasionally rising to adjust the roasting spit and slice the meat with her sword. The lake's surface resembled a vast mirror, reflecting the exquisite profile of the young girl, leaving Lin Yi momentarily awestruck. Before long, he noticed Lin Yi approaching with a few pieces of freshly grilled meat wrapped in leaves, which she had foraged. The aroma was irresistible, and without a second thought, Lin Yi seized a piece and savored it, the savory juices bursting in his mouth, prompting an exclamation of delight. "You can cook?" Lin Yi was increasingly convinced that this summoning was no ordinary entity. Indeed, she should not be regarded merely as a summoned being, but rather as a companion. Lin Yi nodded and softly replied, "I found some rock salt over there and collected a bit for seasoning. Is it tasty?" "Delicious," Lin Yi generously praised, taking another piece of meat. Seeing Lin Yi enjoy the meal so heartily brought a rare smile to Lin Yi's face, as if his praise had genuinely pleased her. At that moment, Lin Yi suddenly felt the crystalline wristwatch on his right wrist vibrate slightly, and a luminous screen materialized before him. 1 hour has passed since the commencement of the 5th round of testing. Current leaderboard announced. Names and teams began to appear on the glowing screen. Chapter 69. Is it dishonorable to outnumber the enemy? Lin Yi indeed. At this moment, an hour had elapsed since the dungeon began. The time has arrived for the first wave of rankings to be unveiled. Upon scrutinizing the top 10, Lin Yi was momentarily taken aback, followed by a subtle smile. Intriguing. It seems that those who made it to the 5th round truly possess remarkable skills. The leaderboard revealed that the individual occupying the pinnacle position was not Lin Yi, nor was the second place. Instead, 2 unfamiliar names graced the top spots. Current scoreboard. First place, Xia Yiyan, points earned, 11,467, team affiliation, none. Region, Desert Zone, second place. Lu Yu, points earned, 8,433, team affiliation, none. Region, Noah's Ruins Zone, third place. Lin Yi, points earned, 7,219, team affiliation, none. Region, Hilly Region, fourth place. Chu Ran, points earned, 1,329, team affiliation. Chu Ran's team, team size, 13. Region, Noah's Ruins Zone. Lin Yi felt neither anger nor impatience. He had never believed that merely teleporting next to the lair of the golden-winged rock would grant him any significant advantage. For those truly skilled, luck was unnecessary. They could proactively challenge formidable monsters and beasts to accrue points. Furthermore, the entirety of the 5th round would span 24 hours, and being listed in the first hour was not advantageous. It only rendered one a target for others' pursuits. Lin Yi understood that clicking on any name within the rankings would prompt a tracking interface to appear, with a spirit crystal screen projecting an arrow to continuously monitor one's target. The points he had amassed, exceeding 7,000, were primarily accrued from Lin Yi's subsequent hunts of other monsters. The golden-winged rock family alone could only yield a little over 3,000 points. Suddenly, A sound akin to a sword's resonance reached Lin Yi's ears. Turning his gaze toward Lin Yi, he observed her drawing the soul's lament, assuming a stance of vigilance. Someone was approaching. Lin Yi glanced skyward, spotting a silver-feathered juvenile rock circling above them. Clearly, it had emitted the warning signal, which Lin Yi had promptly detected. There were many individuals, forming a team. Lin Yi received further intelligence from the aerial reconnaissance and continued, "Are they heading our way?" Closing her eyes. She seemed to share the perspective of the silver-feathered rock. After a moment, she opened her eyes and reported, "There are a total of 11 individuals coming towards us." Lin Yi and Lin Yu had rested in this location for over half an hour. Previously, Lin Yu had mentioned signs of battle in the distance, indicating that someone had been hunting monsters here, perhaps a lone ranger like himself, or possibly a team. Now it appeared to be the latter. Moreover, upon ascending to third place on the leaderboard, Lin Yi had unwittingly become a target for that very team. On one hand, at this juncture, the points possessed by these individuals were likely minimal. Even if they were eliminated, they would not yield substantial points. It would be more prudent to nurture a few hidden strategies, allowing these lesser beings to engage in their petty conflicts, ultimately weeding out a portion of the weaker ones. Following this, Lin Yi could eliminate those who exhibit slightly greater strength, thereby accumulating a more substantial score. Moreover, the primary objective of his entry into this dungeon was, in fact, to level up, particularly to expedite the enhancement of Lin Yu's level. Such superfluous battles were of no interest to Lin Yi, however, since others had approached him. He had no intention of retreating. As Lin Yi heard the sound of hurried footsteps approaching from a nearby thicket, several individuals emerged, confronting him directly. "Is that truly you?" One among the crowd expressed clear astonishment upon recognizing Lin Yi. He too was taken aback, for it was none other than Lin Yi, who had previously harbored a grudge against him outside the dungeon. Accompanying him were several individuals who had secured positions among the top 10 in the recent provincial examination for Dongjiang. Yet, amidst them were also unfamiliar faces. Lin Yi remained oblivious to the recent developments within the Dongjiang provincial team. However, it was evident that Lin Yi had only brought a handful of team members with him, and he was not the captain of this group. Lin Yi felt a tinge of unease, as Lin Yi was, after all, one of their own from Dongjiang province. They were meant to stand united, yet here he was, poised to expose Lin Yi's class and skill set before others. This realization stirred a sense of guilt within him. Nonetheless, recalling the pressure Lin Yi had exerted upon him, Lin Yi's resentment flared, and he ultimately divulged Lin Yi's class. "A common class. Surely you jest. What does it matter how many specializations one possesses? Dongjiang's reputation is indeed declining year by year." Upon hearing Lin Yi's proclamation, the expressions of the entire team visibly lightened. Most of them were confined by conventional thinking, equating the rarity of a class with the strength of its wielder, at least under their current circumstances of first transition. This was their prevailing belief: common, rare, uncommon, legendary, epic. Among these 5 tiers of class rarity, common undoubtedly occupied the lowest position, rendering them utterly humiliated in comparison to their group of legendary classes. Let us not be complacent. After all, he managed to accumulate over 7,000 points within the first hour, indicating his strength is not to be underestimated. Caution is advisable. The leader of the group, named Feng Ming, was a nimble archer clad in light armor. Through Lin Yi's omniscient perspective, it was apparent that this individual was at level 37, having evidently completed his second transition, with formidable skill specializations. His class was also of legendary caliber, making him a noteworthy contender among this motley crew. Perhaps he was merely fortunate, after all. The occurrence of a blind cat stumbling upon a dead mouse is not unheard of. Some among the group seemed eager to voice their thoughts, suggesting that Feng Ming held a respectable standing among them, capable of maintaining order. Feng Ming directed his gaze toward Lin Yi and initiated negotiations. "Friend, as you can see, I am here with a dozen brothers, engaging in monster hunting to earn points. With so many of us sharing the spoils, it becomes increasingly difficult to acquire points. Therefore, might I propose this? If you allocate 70% of your points to us, we shall allow you to depart unimpeded. This arrangement would be beneficial for all parties involved. Otherwise, we would be left with no choice but to draw our blades against one another. It is indeed dishonorable to overpower the few with the many, and I sincerely wish to avoid such a fate." Feng Ming's remarks nearly elicited a laugh from Lin Yi. "Do you think the points you earn come easily? However, you did make a valid point. It is indeed disgraceful to exploit numbers against the few." In the next moment, Lin Yi snapped his fingers. Around him, grotesque manifestations of summoned entities began to materialize. Behold, the golden-winged rock made its entrance, followed by the hill tiger king, the snow mountain giant, and the mutated bear fiend. These creatures were the souls of those who had perished beneath Lin Yu's sword within the past hour, now controlled by Lin Yi, forming a catastrophic army. They had previously resided within Lin Yi's necromantic space, and now he unleashed them all at once. Their numbers exceeded 40 or 50, each possessing formidable combat prowess. Lin Yi grinned and added, "Yet I am more than willing to embrace that course of action." Chapter 70. While others came to test, he truly came to level up. Upon witnessing the instant manifestation of the undead legion beside Lin Yi, Fang Ming was left dumbfounded. Li Zirui nearly lost control of his bladder. The creatures within this dungeon, initially fearsome in appearance, now, after being resurrected by necromantic magic, seemed even more ferocious than in life. They were the sort of beings that could terrify a child to tears. In the examination room, Li Qinya observed the more than 40 undead soldiers summoned by Lin Yi with his eyes wide in astonishment. How on earth did this kid manage that? Ordinarily, summoners must either chant incantations or utilize special equipment to summon their entities, and such equipment often comes at a steep price. Yet Li Qinya was certain that all the candidates within the Noah ruins were stripped bare, devoid of any equipment. He could hardly believe that Lin Yi was casting summoning spells instantaneously. This was utterly preposterous. Even more astonishing was the quality of Lin Yi's summoned entities. Aside from the warrior-like summons that bore a resemblance to humans, Lin Yi was genuinely capable of commanding such a multitude of entities to fight on his behalf. This was no mere quantitative advantage. The quality was overwhelming too. In the upper chamber of the council, Xiao Xian's expression faltered. He had recently questioned Lin Yi's ability to simultaneously control summoned entities. Now, Lin Yi had demonstrated this prowess before all. He was capable of commanding not just a handful, but rather 30 or 40. In this moment, Xiao Xian felt a tremor of uncertainty. What were the limits of his own capabilities? Was this truly his greatest reliance? He glanced sideways at Elder Ming, who narrowed his eyes, remaining composed. From his expression, Xiao Xian suddenly realized that this was not the trump card Elder Ming had previously hinted was beyond his imagination. A wave of realization washed over Xiao Xian. If Lin Yi's talents had only warranted a slight acknowledgement before, he now found himself compelled to reassess this young man entirely. Within the dungeon, though Fang Ming opened his mouth to speak further, Lin Yi had already lost his patience. In the next moment, Lin Yi unsheathed his sword, unleashing a wave of deathly sword energy. Simultaneously, the army of calamity surged forward. Everyone, do not panic. It merely appears daunting, Fang Ming urged. Su Zhen Zhang Tao, you too hold the line. Keep the pressure on. He gritted his teeth, striving to suppress his overwhelming fear. Yet, the oppressive presence of Lin Yi and the 40-plus undead creatures was unprecedented. Under his command, 2 towering figures, clearly warriors of the knightly profession, stepped forward to shield the others. Fang Ming also drew a massive bow, unleashing a torrent of arrows that cascaded like a waterfall. Even Li Zirui, who stood at the back, mustered his courage and fired a few shells. The situation was dire. There was no longer time to conceal their trump cards. High explosive shells were recklessly launched, enveloping the battlefield in a haze of smoke and flying shrapnel. For a moment, the firepower unleashed by this small team of over 10 individuals seemed to possess a semblance of potency. However, reality was unforgiving. Despite the smoke and flames reaching their zenith, it proved utterly futile. The great rock flapped its wings, stirring a gale that dispersed the battlefield's haze, instantly plunging Fang Ming and the others into a profound despair. Their flurry of attacks barely grazed the opposing army of calamity, which showed little sign of damage. At that moment, there were at least a dozen apex-level creatures surrounding Lin Yi, with 7 or 8 being quasi-royal, and 2 or 3 fully realized royal beings, akin to the golden-winged rock. The disparity in power levels was beyond the reach of legendary or epic professions to compensate. Lin Yi observed Fang Ming, the leader of the opposing forces, casting him a venomous glance before decisively pressing the red button on his crystalline wrist device. In the blink of an eye, he vanished, opting to forfeit this round of examination and teleport out of the dungeon. Without their leader, the remaining members felt utterly overwhelmed. Su Zhen and Zhang Tao, the tank-like warriors, were directly struck by a rampaging ancient mammoth sent soaring into the air. Lin Yi even heard the sound of bones cracking. Fortunately, both were resilient, though gravely injured. They were not instantly slain. In midair, they pressed the red button simultaneously, also teleporting out of the dungeon. A mutated bear, oozing with thick black pus, raised its massive paw, poised to strike the utterly petrified Li Zirui. If that paw were to descend, Lin Yi mused, it would be as effortless as smashing a watermelon. He sighed inwardly. Despite the bear's consistent disdain for him, there was no profound enmity. Moreover, Li Yuanjing had been rather kind to him, even going so far as to cover the difference in skill points with his own funds. Such a favor could not be dismissed. With a mere thought, the bear's paw halted midair, its expression clouded with confusion, as if questioning why its master had not commanded it to eliminate these feeble humans. Begone, Lin Yi commanded sternly. In the next moment, the remaining 7 or 8 individuals across from him seemed to be suddenly liberated from a grave peril, frantically pressing the red button to escape the instance. Li Zirui was so petrified that he trembled all over, barely registering Lin Yi's words. However, in the following instant, he was transported away. It was evident that this was orchestrated by the chief examiner, Li Qinya, who had been monitoring the situation within the instance from behind the scenes. At this moment, beside Li Qinya stood Li Yuanjing, drenched in sweat and filled with trepidation as he observed Lin Yi on the screen. Li Yuanjing felt immensely relieved that he had not crossed paths with Lin Yi. Otherwise, his son would have likely faced a dire fate today, if not death, then at least a severe maiming. Lin Yi regarded the once formidable group of adversaries, now utterly obliterated by him, with an expression devoid of joy or sorrow. Are there any monsters nearby? He inquired. Lin Yi shook her head, responding, they have all been eradicated. Then let us proceed. For the next half day, Lin Yi rode upon the back of the great Peng King, traversing the entirety of the eastern hilly region. Lin Yu, mounted on another silver-feathered Peng, commanded the Undead Legion, sweeping across the vast area. As half a day passed, the number of Lin Yi's Undead Legion burgeoned from over 40 to more than 300, and it continued to grow. This formidable army crushed any monsters they encountered mercilessly, and those monsters that were annihilated would be resurrected by Lin Yi. Joining the ranks of the Legion anew, other candidates within the hilly region, who found themselves in proximity to Lin Yi, instinctively sought to distance themselves. Conversely, Lin Yi only acknowledged other candidates if they initiated a confrontation. Otherwise, he would completely disregard them. This scene caused Li Qianye to feel an unsettling sensation on his scalp. While others were here to take an examination, this young man appeared to genuinely be here to level up. Remarkably, within this half day, he had already advanced to level 59. As the thought crossed his mind, a radiant light once again enveloped Lin Yi, signaling his ascension to level 60. Simultaneously, a series of notifications echoed in his mind. Ding! Congratulations on reaching level 60. Access to the Abyss is now granted, qualifying you for the trial of the 0th layer of the descent. You may enter the challenge at any time. Ding! The unique weapon, Soul's Elegy, has absorbed sufficient soul shards, elevating its grade from black iron to bronze, enhancing all attribute bonuses. Ding! Your summoned entity, Lin Yu, has reached level 40, advancing to the pinnacle of Lord rank, and has acquired a new skill slot. Please proceed to activate it. Chapter 71, A Triumvirate. The final hour. The cascade of notifications left Lin Yi somewhat bewildered. Firstly, what was this trial of the 0th layer of the descent? He had never encountered such a term before. Then there was the advancement of Lin Yu's exclusive weapon, Soul's Elegy, and her own progression as well. However, what was this about unlocking a skill slot? Normally, when a summoned entity levels up, they should directly receive a new skill, shouldn't they? Could it be that Lin Yu was truly so exceptional, akin to a professional, that she could autonomously choose her skills? Lost in thought, the spirit crystal wristwatch in Lin Yi's hand suddenly vibrated. In the next instant, Li Qianye's serious voice resonated. Lin Yi, having just reached level 60, did you receive the invitation to the trial of the Abyss? Lin Yi, yes. Do not accept that invitation just yet. You are currently engaged in the examination rounds. If you enter the trial of the Abyss, your results will be rendered void. I understand. Which is why I have not accepted it. Lin Yi was not foolish. He was well aware of this reasoning. Next, you can continue to defeat the monsters within the dungeon to gain experience, but be cautious not to actively select the upgrade option. Missing the trial of the Abyss at level 0 would be quite regrettable. Upon hearing Li Qianye's words, Lin Yi's curiosity was piqued. What exactly is this trial of the Abyss at level 0? This was merely a reminder not to enter the trial of the Abyss. With that, Li Qianye abruptly ended the communication. No one anticipated that during the 5th round of examinations, someone could level up at such a rapid pace. This was indeed unprecedented. After the communication was severed, Lin Yi did not dwell on the matter of the trial of the Abyss any longer, but instead opened Lin Yu's panel for inspection. First, he examined the recently upgraded weapon, the Soul's Lament. Its overall attributes had significantly improved compared to before. Soul's Lament. Type: Weapon, two-handed. Grade: Bronze, 008. Equip level: 1 exclusive weapon. Soulbound. Weight: 2,234. Physical attack power: 2044. Strength: 871. Stamina: 846. Mentality: 833. Agility: 901. Durability: Indestructible. Unique effect: Soul Devour. When a target is killed, it will consume the target's soul, gaining certain attribute points that are added to its own base attributes. Note: the stronger the defeated target, the higher its rank, the more attribute points gained. The additional attribute points granted were already far superior to those obtained from the platinum-grade Necromancer's greatsword that Lin Yi had acquired from slaying Rivendire. At that moment, the rank of Soul's Lament had only just reached the bronze level. Lin Yi could hardly fathom how exaggerated the attributes would be once this weapon truly ascended to the level of a divine artifact. After reviewing the weapon, Lin Yi opened Lin Yu's panel and accessed the skill slots. He indeed discovered an unoccupied skill slot. This indicated that as long as the skills aligned with her primary or secondary class, she would be able to learn them. This mechanism was rather extraordinary. While Lin Yi contemplated which necromancer and warrior-related skill books to assist Lin Yu in acquiring, she suddenly shifted her expression. Master, someone is approaching. In this short span of time, he had indeed encountered several individuals. Those with hostile intentions were swiftly expelled from the dungeon. As for the benign ones, Lin Yi couldn't be bothered to engage. From now on, Don't call me master. We shall refer to each other by our names. Lin Yi spoke this sincerely. Lin Yi had already transcended the bounds of being merely a summoned entity, and Lin Yi regarded her as a friend or partner. Upon hearing this, Lin Yi visibly trembled. Subsequently, she shyly nodded in agreement. Brother Lin Yi, I have been searching for you for quite some time. We harbor no ill intentions and are willing to offer you all our points. May we team up with you? Suddenly, a soft yet alluring voice echoed behind Lin Yi. Turning to look, he saw several girls approaching, gazing at him with pitiful expressions. These young ladies, both in figure and appearance, were quite impressive. Throughout this duration, Lin Yi had encountered numerous individuals, yet this was the first time someone wished to join forces with him. However, before Lin Yi could utter a word, he caught a glimpse of Lin Yi drawing her sword from its sheath. Without hesitation, a flurry of afterimages flashed by, and the deathly sword aura erupted. In an instant, the seemingly innocent girls were sent out of the dungeon by Lin Yi. The entire process unfolded in the blink of an eye, leaving Lin Yi with no opportunity to react. Sensing Lin Yi's emotions, Lin Yi felt somewhat embarrassed. Was she jealous? How dare these flirtatious vixens vie for his attention? Amused, Lin Yi shook his head, not allowing the incident to weigh on his mind. Yet, Lin Yi appeared somewhat flustered and suddenly exclaimed, "They must have ulterior motives." "There's no need to apologize," Lin Yi replied, shaking his head. "You acted quite rightly. I had no intention of teaming up with them anyway." After this brief interlude, Lin Yi and Lin Yi resumed their leveling. The creatures in the hilly region had been thoroughly vanquished by Lin Yi. He began to consciously move toward the central area of the Noah ruins. The expanse of the Noah ruins was immense, making it nearly impossible to explore entirely within a single day. As time progressed, Lin Yi noticed that the sky had darkened significantly, eventually succumbing to complete darkness. It was unexpected that this dungeon mirrored a small world, experiencing its own sunrise and sunset. Unbeknownst to him, he had spent over 20 hours within the dungeon. 23 hours have passed since the start of the 5th round of testing. The final leaderboard has been announced. The spiritual crystal wristwatch vibrated slightly. Upon seeing the rankings, Lin Yi was suddenly struck with realization. There were only 3 names remaining on the list. First place, Lu Yu, points earned, 314, 699. Team affiliation, none. Location, Noah wreckage area. Second place, Xia Yiyan, points earned, 284, 136. Team affiliation, none. Location, Noah wreckage area. Third place, Lin Yi, points earned, 214, 748. Team affiliation, none. Location, Noah wreckage area. The familiar names of the first and second places ignited Lin Yi's curiosity, gradually transforming it into a fierce determination. It was nearly time. In the final hour, a venture into the desert and swamp regions might yield some additional creatures. However, leveling was no longer the primary concern. With the competition reaching its climax, the circle had shrunk to its final stage. It was time to secure the victory. Perched atop the back of the Rock King, Lin Yi gazed at the distant remnants of the Noah giant ship shrouded beneath the darkened sky. He glanced at his spiritual crystal wristwatch, noting the 2 arrows pointing towards Xia Yiyan and Lu Yu, perfectly aligned. This indicates that both individuals are currently situated in the central area of the Noah wreckage, and they may have already encountered one another. Lin Yi, all the flying beasts I dispatched for reconnaissance have gone missing. They have all come under the control of another will. Chapter 72, Lin Yi arrives. The absolute domain of the heart of all beasts. Lin Yi furrowed her brow, disbelief flickering in her eyes. Lin Yi was similarly taken aback. Logically, the monsters he had resurrected were under their absolute control, especially for Lin Yi, who, as the sovereign of catastrophe, should have no reason to lack dominion over her own army. If that were the case, it could only mean that a higher priority skill or effect was influencing them. Buzz. Lin Yi sensed a terrifying psychic field emanating from the distant remnants of the ruins. Without his all-knowing eye, he might not have even perceived it. Furthermore, this psychic field had no effect on him or Lin Yi. However, in the next moment, Lin Yi heard the resonating roars and cries of beasts echoing throughout the entire Noah ruins. Subsequently, he witnessed countless birds and beasts rushing frantically toward the source of the disturbance. Caw! The 2 giant rock birds ridden by Lin Yi and Lin Yu began to grow restless, attempting to break free from their grasp and accelerate toward the front. "I can't control them," Lin Yu exclaimed in alarm. In the next instant, both she and Lin Yi were thrown off by the 2 rocks. In the midst of the chaos, Lin Yi managed to maintain his composure. In the following moment, he summoned the skeletal dragon residing in his necromantic space. The dragon caught the 2 of them. Lin Yi began to observe the skeletal dragon's response and discovered that this legitimate necromantic summon he had conjured was unaffected by that invisible wave. After a moment of contemplation, he discerned a clue. The invisible wave could only contest control over the monsters he had summoned temporarily. Everything he had summoned himself remained under his absolute control. Perched atop the skeletal dragon, Lin Yi watched as the 2 rocks accelerated further away, a slight smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Although he was unaware of what was transpiring, the stronger the enemy, the more exhilarating the victory would be. Otherwise, this straightforward path would be rather dull. In the central area of the Noah wreckage, unseen by Lin Yi, the scene left all those observing the National College entrance examination's final round in disbelief. In the core zone of the Noah ruins lay the wreckage of a ship-like structure, measuring an impressive 10,000 meters in length. The remnants bore the faint traces of the creator's dedication and ingenuity, lending the dungeon its name. At this moment, the entire Ark wreckage area was overrun with a multitude of monsters and ferocious beasts. Upon their arrival, these creatures ceased their frenzy and instead gathered around a silver-haired youth in the center of the ruins. The boy, appearing youthful and innocent, seemed to be no older than 13 or 14. At this moment, he held a cube that shimmered with a deep blue light. The surface of the cube shimmered with countless inscrutable inscriptions of the Blue Star worlds, a fusion of technological and magical elements. Merely holding it in his hand, the silver-haired youth, Lin Yi, felt an inexhaustible surge of power coursing through his veins. He was an epic-class adventurer, uniquely designated as the heart of all beasts. Not only could he transform into any creature from the realms of the Blue Star and the Abyss, but he could also dominantly command other monsters within a certain radius. The greater the number of monsters under his control, the higher the amplification he received. Under normal circumstances, Lin Yi's limit was to control 332 monsters simultaneously, and they could not exceed the level of a lord. However, at this moment, empowered by the deep blue cube, all the monsters within the Noah ruins bowed to him. The outcome of this examination was already determined, Li Qianye concluded. Boss, what he holds should be the core module of the Noah Ark's reactor, right? Li Qianye nodded, acknowledging. This is the most valuable secondary item in this abyssal dungeon. It can significantly enhance the effects of all adventurer skills. Initially, his prowess was on par with Xia Yuyan's. But with this pivotal item in his possession, victory this year was assuredly his. As the chief examiner of the 5th round, he had crafted this year's test and was intimately familiar with the Noah Ruins dungeon. He understood the effects of the Ark's reactor core module better than anyone else. Although this item could not elevate the adventurer's skills to a higher tier, it would lead to their evolution, while the skill levels remained unchanged. The effects would undergo a dramatic transformation. Li Qianye had only witnessed such extraordinary effects with this special item in this dungeon, though regrettably, it was bound to the dungeon and could not be taken out. As he pondered, Lin Yi suddenly sensed something, raising his gaze toward the encroaching darkness. Though nothing was visible in the void, the primal instincts bestowed upon him by the multitude of fierce beasts signaled that someone approached. Is it you, Sister Yin? You are a step too late. I am now invincible. Why not concede? Lin Yi offered a benign smile, addressing the unseen figure in the darkness. Although he feigned encouragement for his opponent to surrender, the next moment, Lin Yi made his move. He raised one hand, and instantly, his right arm transformed at an astonishing speed into a monstrous claw, stretching 100 meters in length, crashing down towards Xia Yuyan's location. Boom. The impact created a deep crater several meters wide in front of Lin Yi, a testament to the terrifying strength granted to him by his dominion over all beasts. With a mere flick, he could alter the very fabric of reality. Yet, in the next moment, Lin Yi's expression shifted dramatically. He abruptly felt something severing his enlarged right arm. Domain, void severance. From the emptiness, a soft whisper of a girl echoed. Uft. Scalding blood gushed forth as Lin Yi's right arm was severed from its root. The 100-meter-long severed limb did not even have time to crash to the ground. In the next instant, a torrent of blood and shattered flesh erupted once more. The entire giant arm was inexplicably cleaved into countless fragments, ultimately dissipating with the wind. Subsequently, a graceful figure swathed in a light blue, fitted robe slowly emerged from the darkness. What leads you to the illusion that I might falter? Xia Yuyan's gaze fell, devoid of any discernible emotion. As her words echoed, a fleeting moment of surprise crossed Lin Yi's face, only to be swiftly replaced by his innocuous fade. Astonishingly, his severed right arm restored itself in the blink of an eye. For one possessing the heart of all beasts, such a level of self-healing was hardly astonishing. Lin Yi clapped his hands and chuckled. Ah, sister, you are truly formidable. However, mere prowess like this will not secure victory over me. As the youth's words lingered, he seemed to sense something, quickly raising his gaze to the heavens. Simultaneously, Xia Yuyan slightly tilted her head, her eyes drawn to the sky, where a skeletal dragon soared in from the distance. Upon the dragon's back sat another youth, reclining lazily, his chin propped up by his right hand. Observing their battle with keen interest, Lin Yi had arrived. At this moment, the three most powerful youths of the Great Xia converged here. Chapter 73, The Final Battle. Lin Yi and Xia Yuyan. Despite Lin Yi's recent arrival, he had already utilized the all-knowing eye to absorb the preceding scene in its entirety, even catching snippets of their conversation. Indeed, it aligned perfectly with his imagination of the two strongest individuals of his generation within the Great Xia. Each one was a formidable force. Upon Lin Yi's arrival, Lin Yi appeared somewhat displeased. You are the one who annihilated all the monsters in the snowy mountains and the hilly regions. Had it not been for you, my companions would number greater at this moment. Lin Yi cast a glance at the multitude of ferocious beasts and monsters surrounding Lu Yu, then scrutinized Lu Yu closely. Instantly, his brows furrowed. The heart of all beasts? No wonder his two giant rock mounts were unmanageable. Before becoming undead creatures, they had indeed belonged to the avian family. If one were to consider authority, under the enhancement of the ARC's reactor core module, it was indisputable that Lu Yu possessed a higher level of command. It seemed that the plan to overwhelm the remaining two with the army of calamity had utterly failed. I may need to unveil some of my true cards as well. I am pressed for time. Since you are all destined to lose, let us engage together. Xia Yuyin did not even deign to glance at Lin Yi. Or perhaps, at this moment, the other two present were beneath her notice. Within her domain, she faced no rivals. It had always been so since her birth. She merely needed to methodically level up and complete her class transition tasks. Within a decade, the great Xia war god would surely have a place for her. Xia Yuyin was proud, yet her pride stemmed from her terrifying record of undefeated battles thus far. Whether on par or surpassing their level, she was capable of overwhelming her opponents. Even when facing esteemed elders with advanced occupations, she was not without the strength to contend. The strongest and most invincible among the younger generation of the great Xia, her prowess required no explicit declaration. Others would readily affirm this assessment. Sister Yuyin, you've stolen my lines again. It should have been the two of you teaming up, right? Lu Yu protested with dissatisfaction. In the sky, Lin Yi chuckled softly. I shall not intrude. Please, continue. For Lin Yi, the outcome of this battle was already known. Yet, he relished the unfolding process. Of course, should the two below decide to prioritize eliminating him, he would not hesitate to join the fray personally. Alas, Sister Yuyin, although this victory feels somewhat tainted due to the auxiliary item, it is still better than never having triumphed. Lu Yu and Xia Yuyin seemed to share an unspoken understanding. Ignoring Lin Yi above, it appeared that the true climax of the battle had little to do with this stranger. The victor would emerge solely from their confrontation. And once one side prevailed, overwhelming Lin Yi was a foregone conclusion. Moreover, the two seemed to be acquainted, and in previous encounters, the silver-haired youth, Lu Yu, had never bested Xia Yuyin. Thus, it was evident that he harbored some resentment. What commands Lu Yu had issued to the monstrous horde remained a mystery. In the next moment, the eyes of the myriad beasts on the battlefield turned crimson as blood. Their sizes increased by over a third. Lin Yi's gaze sharpened. He discerned that in the blink of an eye, the youth had bestowed 3 or 4 enhancement states upon the thousands of ferocious beasts, each formidable enough to elevate their ranks significantly. Thump, thump. The sound of a heartbeat, akin to war drums, resonated in Lin Yi's ears. The synchronized beating of thousands of monsters echoed simultaneously. At that moment, the beasts were united in purpose, frenzied, bloodthirsty, and empowered. In the assembly hall, Xiao Xian observed as Lu Yu finally revealed all his hidden cards, involuntarily reciting the names of the skills he recognized. This young man had managed to elevate all his skills to the 5th tier. With the core module's enhancement, the benefits from these 4 5th-tier skills were utterly terrifying. The final state was Blood-Pact Beast Alliance, a 6th-tier skill. He was truly all in. Confronted by the army of enhanced beasts, Xia Yuyin remained unfazed. A faint blue field of light radiated from her feet, swiftly expanding to envelop a radius of several hundred meters. Any beast that entered her domain would, in the next instant, suffer severing strikes, arms, thighs, even bisected at the waist. However, shockingly, these beasts would return to their original state in the following moment, including those that had been decapitated or bisected. It seemed they had attained an immortal existence. Ha ha ha, my companions are now unkillable. Sister Yuyin, I have successfully unraveled your void domain. Lu Yu's expression twisted with a hint of ferocity. Entering this state was no easy feat for him. It drained him considerably. Yet, every exertion was worthwhile. Save for Xiao Xian Yi and Elder Meng, none perceived how Lu Yu achieved this feat except for Lin Yi. Blood-Pact Beast Alliance. During its duration, your summoned beasts share life force. Until the total life force is depleted, none shall perish. To be fair, this ability is manageable when the number of summoned beasts is limited. However, at this moment, with Lu Yu harnessing the core module to command over 10,000 ferocious beasts, he became nearly invincible. The cumulative life force of such a multitude is a staggering figure. In the frigid depths of Xia Yuyan's eyes, there remained no flicker of emotion. Lu Yu's desperate struggle posed no threat to her whatsoever. You have disappointed me. Even with such a significant enhancement, it is still insufficient. Domain, silence. In the midst of Lu Yu's disbelief, Xia Yuyin switched her domain state. From domain, void to domain, silence. Moreover, the coverage of this domain expanded 7 or 8-fold compared to the void. The deep gray silence domain enveloped Lu Yu and countless ferocious beasts entirely. Soon, the unique effects of this domain became apparent. Those beasts enhanced by Lu Yu's frenzied bloodlust and blood pact effects instantaneously lost all enhancements, reverting to their former ordinary states. Lin Yi, also within the grasp of this domain, realized that all his skills below the 6th tier were rendered unusable. It is time to conclude. Domain overlay, scorching flames. A fierce blaze, terrifying heat, and a crimson scorching flames domain overlapped with the gray silence domain. Instantly, the multitude of ferocious beasts present was reduced to ashes. This scene was profoundly striking. Even Lin Yi, who was already aware of the outcome, had to commend its brilliance. The boy with the false smile, Lu Yu, ceased to smile. As the heart of beasts, the toll of all his summoned beasts perishing rang the bell of defeat. Wah, you are bullying me. Just wait. I will tell my grandpa. In the next moment, Lu Yu voluntarily pressed the red button to exit the instance. The arc reactor core module he had previously held was picked up by Xia Yuyan. She lifted her gaze to the sky, where Lin Yi sat atop a dragon. His expression equally composed. It is your turn. The final battle has officially arrived. Chapter 74, Fractured Domain. A 7th tier initiation, as a mark of respect. The instant Xia Yuyan grasped the arc reactor core module, her domain began to expand at a terrifying velocity. If the core module allowed Lu Yu to escalate his control over summoned beasts from 300 to 10,000, the impact on Xia Yuyan is profound. Her domain's effects have not only evolved, but also expanded from a range of kilometers to tens of kilometers. Yet, in the next moment, Xia Yuyan cast the deep blue cube onto the ground. Her pride forbade her from utilizing such an auxiliary ability. Without the module's enhancement, her domain returned to its normal state. For facing Lin Yi, she deemed it unnecessary to rely on external aids to secure an effortless victory. It was over. Time to fetch someone. This lad has had his share of fortune. Originally destined for 3rd place, he now found himself in 2nd, which is commendable. Inform the promotional team to expedite their adjustments. The national rankings will soon be announced. Li Qianya, observing this, rose to leave the examination room, prepared to address the aftermath of this round of assessments. The suspense had dissipated. Xia Yuyan's strength was formidable. Under her domain, no one survived. In the council chamber, Xiao Shuani also bore a smile. Old Ming, you must concede that Xia Yuyan has earned her victory, wouldn't you agree? I acknowledge that, as an ordinary practitioner. She has performed commendably, leaving me quite astonished, but that is where it ends. Li Qianya, Xiao Shuani, and even at this moment, Li Yuanzhong, who was spectating, along with Qi Guoguang, who was observing from Dongjiang province, all held their judgments in their hearts. The climax of this battle had lost its suspense from the outset. Lin Yi's chances of victory stood at 0. His defeat was inevitable. However, just as everyone entertained such thoughts, and even as Li Qianya was about to inscribe Xia Yuyan's name at the top of this year's national examinee rankings, the scene within the instance suddenly made all realize that it was not so simple. Old Ming remained composed in his chair, a subtle smile gracing his lips. Yuyan is indeed remarkable, though she has inherited her grandfather's temper. She has never been one to look others in the eye. Today, she ought to learn a lesson. If not for her considerable strength, we might not yet witness Lin's true capabilities. As Old Ming's words faded, Xiao Shuani became acutely aware of the anomaly. Xia Yuyan gazed at Lin Yi in the sky, her eyes momentarily flickering. Even enveloped by her dual domains, Lin Yi seemed unaffected. Under the dual layers of the silent domain and the blazing domain, all of Lin Yu's skills were sealed, and he could scarcely endure the intense heat emanating from the blazing domain. A pair of gale wings manifested behind Lin Yi as he descended slowly. I must concede. You are undoubtedly the most formidable individual of my generation that I have encountered thus far. A domain capable of sealing 6th-tier skills, the spatial/domain, is quite absurd. However, since you have ventured into the realm of the extraordinary, it is only fitting that I employ even more outrageous skills, wouldn't you agree? This final thought remained unspoken. A silent affirmation he made to himself. Until now, he had restrained himself, concealing his true strength, fearing that what he might reveal could be too astonishing for the world to bear. Unnecessary troubles have been stirred. However, upon witnessing the peculiarities of Lu Yu and Xia Yuyan, he came to the realization that the entire Blue Star, which boasts the title of the most formidable power, the Xia, is not devoid of prodigies. Since the nation's higher echelons can accommodate them, they certainly can accommodate him as well. Therefore, there is no need for him to conceal his abilities any longer. With a display of respect, he decided to commence with a 7th-tier technique. Subsequently, Lin Yi casually pointed towards the center of the domain where Xia Yuyan stood. In the next instant, Xia Yuyan's expression shifted dramatically as the oppressive heat of the blazing domain plummeted in an instant. Centered around Lin Yi, the entire fiery realm began to crystallize into a sheet of white frost. This astonishing scene left everyone in awe. How could he, amidst the overlapping domains, not only remain unscathed but also, in an almost imperceptible manner, reverse the entire domain's effects? The once blazing domain now appeared as if it had lost its potency. Renaming it to the frost domain would not be an exaggeration. This was impossible. The domain's silence was supposed to seal all skills below the 6th tier and dispel all enhancement effects under the same tier. Why was he still able to employ his skills? Xiao Xian, he found himself baffled. He could not comprehend. To him, Lin Yi should have been reduced to ashes in an instant, aligning with his expectations. Wait, this magical fluctuation. It's 7th tier. Elder Ming cast a meaningful glance at the astonished Xiao Xianyi, as if to say, Have you only now realized? 7th tier ice system, soul freeze. A glimmer sparkled in Elder Meng's eyes as he uttered a few words. He had awaited this moment for a long time, having long been in a position of power. Coupled with his terrifying strength, he had already discerned Lin Yi's capacity to cast high-tier skills. Yet, since the 5th round of examinations, the challenges faced by this young man had been far too trivial. He had effortlessly dominated the entire Noah ruins merely relying on the summons of the necromancer class. Had it not been for Xia Yuyin being a competent opponent, even Elder Meng would have been uncertain about Lin Yi's true level of power. Now he was convinced. He truly possessed the ability to wield skills surpassing the 6th tier, 7th tier skills. These thoughts flickered in an instant. Meanwhile, within the instance, the events that transpired in that fleeting moment caused those who had just risen, like Li Qianye and others, to sit back down. For that once lofty and imperious Xia Yuyin, within her own dual domains, was completely encased in a crystalline ice, utterly sealed. The shock Lin Yi delivered did not end there. A resonant dragon's roar echoed throughout the Noah ruins. In the next moment, the dark sky was painted crimson by a fiery blaze. A colossal dragon, composed entirely of pure fire elements, unfurled its wings, resembling a shooting star as it sliced through the heavens. Following this, torrents of dragon fire cascaded down like a celestial waterfall, sweeping across the remnants of the Noah ruins. Naturally, this path included the completely ensnared Xia Yuyin, now under the control of the 7th tier ice system soul freeze. In that moment of icy confinement, Xia Yuyin's expression bore a hint of astonishment as she finally grasped the reality of her situation. Why has her domain proven ineffective against the youth before her? The silent domain can only target those below the 6th tier, while he strikes with the prowess of the 7th tier. Moreover, he wields dual elemental mastery at the 7th tier. When it comes to 7th tier fire skills, Lin Yi's profound understanding and command of the fire element surpass her domain with ease. A crackling sound resounded as the dragon's breath swept through, utterly shattering Xia Yuyin's dual domains. Chapter 75. The Return of the Flame Emperor. How does mundane fire ignite? On the grand screen, amidst a sea of flames, Lin Yi stood unfazed, a solitary figure amidst chaos. The flickering flames elongated his shadow, casting an ominous presence upon the distant remnants of the Arkansas Li Qian Knight, closed his gaping mouth, overwhelmed by the unparalleled impact of the 2 7th tier spells. Even he, witnessing Lin Yi at that moment, felt a chill creep down his spine. Necromancy, fire, wind, ice. His mastery spans an astonishing array of elements. Yet he excels in each one. The awe Lin Yi inspired in this examination was unmatched by any other. What began as mere admiration had now transformed into profound respect from Li Qian Knight. The tumultuous twists of this climactic battle transpired with startling intensity and swiftness. Just moments ago, he believed Lin Yi would be swiftly defeated. Who could have foreseen that he would be the one to turn the tables? Li Qian Knight rose to his feet. This should truly be the end. Let us go and bring the others. On the opposite side of the examination room, high-ranking officials from the provincial education departments, responsible for overseeing the examination, were on the brink of disbelief. Indeed, this was merely the 5th round of the National College Entrance Examination. Indeed, both candidates were merely at their second transition. Indeed, should they engage in earnest combat, most of those present would find themselves unable to contend with either of the two. Li Yuanjing trembled with excitement. Were it not for the inappropriateness of the moment, he might have exclaimed his astonishment, proclaiming, "This is the strongest of the younger generation from Dongjiang." No. From this day forth, they should be recognized as the mightiest youth of the entire Xia dynasty. In the first examination hall of Dongjiang, Qi Guoguang sat, unable to quell his trembling as he gazed at Lin Yi on the big screen. It is he, truly him. Everything has come to fruition. At that moment, he soared through the air while Lin Yi stood beyond the city gates. That fleeting glimpse made everything fall into place. In this era, a new star is destined to rise within the skies of the Xia dynasty, its brilliance perhaps surpassing even that of the blazing sun. Within the instance, Lin Yi observed the epicenter of flames and smoke, reflecting, "The strength of the domain you cling to is surprisingly formidable, able to withstand my heavenly flame dragon breath." This declaration left all spectators momentarily stunned. In the next instant, they realized, despite being struck by 2 7th tier spells, Xia Yuyin had not fallen immediately. As the ice melted away, her disheveled hair clung to her neck, rendering her a picture of disarray. A faint trace of blood marred her lips, clearly indicating that Lin Yi's attack had severely weakened her vitality. Countless translucent shards, reminiscent of glass, peeled away from her skin, subsequently shattering and vanishing. Since the moment Xia Yuyin made her entrance, she has been enveloped by a microfield that clings to her form. This protective layer has enabled her to withstand Lin Yi's 7th tier magic. What keen observational skills! Xiao Shuani offered his commendation to Lin Yi. Previously, as an onlooker and due to the limited clarity of the broadcast from the wristband, he had overlooked this protective field, having not been present at the scene. However now, in light of Xia Yuyin's skill set, he quickly recognized this ability. Field, nullification. It has the power to repel all other objects, attacks, and even energies within its domain. Has she truly mastered the ability to envelop her entire body with this field? A sharp intake of breath escaped Xiao Shuani as he marveled at Xia Yuyin's dedication and effort. He understood that this field is exceptionally unique, while its effects are terrifying. The cost of using it is equally staggering. The repelling effect of this field can even push away the user themselves. To cover her entire body means that Xia Yuyin must constantly endure immense pain. This is the price of the absolute field. Xia Yuyin had never faced such a desperate situation before. Anger surged within her, and her thirst for victory finally compelled her to cast aside her previous pride. She realized that Lin Yi was not a mere prey to be toyed with. The roles of hunter and hunted had irrevocably switched. She picked up the blue cube that she had previously discarded. Lin Yi merely watched, refraining from interference, as this was indeed an item that rightfully belonged to her. Following the usual sequence, Xia Yiyin and Lu Yu were the first to reach the wreckage area, securing this item and justifiably benefiting from it. On the other hand, this object held no value for Lin Yi, as he had long since mastered skill evolution. Grasping the core module of the arc reactor in her right hand, Xia Yiyin instantly felt an overwhelming surge of power flooding into her body. Her recent injuries were almost entirely healed within mere breaths. Simultaneously, 10 layers of transparent light membranes swiftly coalesced, perfectly enveloping her form. Field, nullification, tenfold enhancement. Furthermore, 3 fields, gray, blue, and red, began to expand outward from her center. Field rift. Field, silence. Field, annihilation. In that moment, the threefold fields had evolved and overlapped with one another. Within this absolute domain, all things must perish. Die. The threefold fields unfurled completely. A resounding, formidable sound of spatial rupture echoed forth. A flash of blue light appeared as Lin Yi was cleaved vertically through the center by this spatial severance. The flames of the annihilation field melted away the icy constructs Lin Yi had previously conjured. Next, it seemed that Lin Yi himself would be the one to melt away. It appeared that this battle had finally reached its conclusion. The tumultuous events on the battlefield left Li Qianya utterly unprepared. He had not even the time to rescue Lin Yi. Was it truly the end for such a young and promising talent? However, in the next moment, a sigh resonated throughout the air. It was Lin Yi's voice, one he had not intended to use, yet the cooldown was simply too lengthy. It was time to conclude. His tone bore an unmistakable shift, shedding the previous languor and amiability for an air of undeniable authority, one that looked down upon all existence. Li Qianya, who had just risen, found himself seated once more, for he beheld the image of Lin Yi, bisected by the void slash, yet no blood flowed from the wound. Instead, wisps of deep blue flames emerged. In the next instant, the crimson realm of annihilation unique to Xia Yuyin erupted forth. At once it collapsed. Crack. The flames of mere mortals could not dare to burn before the supreme fire. Within the assembly hall, the ever-composed Elder Meng suddenly stood up. It was then that Xiao Xian realized that this true powerhouse, positioned atop the martial might of the great Xia, had vanished in an instant. In the examination room, Elder Meng's figure materialized, leaning heavily on his cane. In the blink of an eye, before Li Qianya could comprehend, Elder Meng lightly tapped his cane, and the entire spirit crystal broadcasting apparatus melted into a heap of molten debris. Subsequently, the recorded footage of the instance before everyone vanished entirely. Chapter 76, The Collapse of Supremacy. After Lin Yi, no more geniuses shall arise. Was there a malfunction? What in the world? Just as it was getting thrilling. Did you see that? Xia Yuyin's infernal realm seems to have collapsed once more. No, not now. The entirety of Great Xia, watching the 5th round of the concluding battle, was in disarray. While they cursed vocally, their minds raced with expletives. Was there any difference from being halted? They yearned to know the outcome of this battle. Both combatants were overwhelmingly powerful. Truly, they were capable of crushing every young prodigy of this generation within Great Xia. Such a caliber of confrontation could only be witnessed in the Global Professional Olympiad, held once every 4 years. Yet today, merely through a national examination, their eyes were opened. In the first examination hall of Dongjiang, Qi Guoguang stared at the now darkened screen, lost in thought. Suddenly, a chill ran down his spine at the sight of that deep blue flame and the supreme glance that seemed to look down upon all. In the next moment, everything became clear to him. In the upper assembly hall of the Imperial Capital Education Authority, countless high-ranking officials exchanged glances of confusion. Xiao Xian gazed at the screen. Now a tapestry of white noise, lost in contemplation. He inhaled deeply, for only he understood Elder Meng's motives. It was likely that what Lin Yi was about to reveal would incite the covetousness of numerous factions across Blue Star. He was safeguarding the 2 top talents of Great Xia. In the examination room, Li Qianya was bewildered. Elder Meng, how did you arrive here? Though aware that the esteemed figure had likely been observing this round of testing, Li Qianya could scarcely fathom that he would witness him in person. No other broadcast images had leaked, had they? Elder Meng, with an imposing presence, interrogated Li Qianya. Li Qianya nodded, affirming, none. The source of the broadcast stream is right here with us. At this moment, No one should know what transpired within the instance. Elder Ming nodded in acknowledgement and continued. You and your subordinates must sign a classified death contract today. Everything you have seen and heard must remain strictly confidential. Those who refuse to sign will face execution according to relevant laws. Additionally, compile a list of all individuals nationwide who have viewed this round of examinations and initiate the appropriate memory erasure procedures. Violators will also face execution. With that, Elder Ming's figure vanished, leaving Li Qinya frozen in place, a chill running down his spine. The classified death contract. Once signed, it demanded a lifelong commitment to absolute secrecy. Should any confidential information be leaked, the power of the contract would result in immediate execution of the leaker. Moreover, failure to sign the contract would lead to the same fate. They were fortunate, indeed. What had transpired in that fleeting moment to provoke such a drastic response from Elder Ming? He was willing to enact such a cumbersome and severe process to ensure that this recording would be known only to a select few, while others would be made to forget all they had witnessed. In the Noah ruins, Xia Yuyan watched Lin Yi's current demeanor, her instincts and source of inspiration stirring a sense of fear and even reverence within her that she had never before experienced. This was inconceivable. Xia Yuyan struggled to comprehend the situation. Merely a cluster of deep blue flames had propelled her into a realm approaching the 7th stage, annihilation that shattered in an instant. Simultaneously, her alternate domain fractured the void, launching spatial slashes at a rate of over 100 strikes per second. Yet, they bore no effect on Lin Yi before her. It was as if his corporeal form had vanished without a trace, transcending to a higher plane of existence. High above in the battlefield, thousands of meters in the air, a figure gradually materialized. Elder Ming, leaning on his cane, stood motionless in the void, his gaze fixed upon the unfolding battle below. Previously, when he had glimpsed the deep blue flames erupting from within Lin Yi, it had been a fleeting glance. He had not seen clearly, having forcibly severed the broadcast at that moment. Now, witnessing it firsthand, Elder Ming was indeed certain of one thing. The Abyssal Demon Emperor, codenamed Flame Sovereign of the Abyss, which had been uploaded to the database just over 10 days ago, was none other than Lin Yi himself. In the brief span of contemplation, Elder Ming was astounded to discover that Lin Yi had already undergone a transformation. The deep blue flames enveloped every inch of Lin Yi's surface, as if he had become an embodiment of fire itself. Subsequently, he broke free from the constraints of gravity, ascending ever higher. In the now nighttime Noah ruins, it was as if a great sun of blue flame was rising anew from beneath the horizon. The blinding radiance nearly rendered Xia Yuyan unable to open her eyes. As she felt her entire being scorched by the searing sun, Lin Yi suddenly lifted his gaze toward a specific point in the sky. His eyes traversed a distance of 10,000 meters, honing in on the figure of Old Ming, concealed amidst the celestial canvas and shadows. Old Ming's eyes once again sparkled with brilliance. Can he see me? This lad has hidden cards? Lin Yi spread his fingers wide. Divine fire ascend. The sun in the sky erupted with the intensity of a helium flash, emitting the most fervent light. Then, with a thunderous roar, the entire space of the Noah ruins trembled. The remnants of the ark and the surface vegetation were instantaneously obliterated by the terrifying heat. Swamps and lakes evaporated in the blink of an eye. High above, Old Ming's expression shifted. He clearly observed that the power of the skill Lin Yi unleashed had, before fully manifesting, already engulfed the 17 domains of denial enveloping Xia Yuyan. They too were directly vaporized and shattered. This is bad. A sense of foreboding filled Old Ming's heart. Without further hesitation, he dashed to Xia Yuyan's side. With a gentle tap of his staff, a ripple of emerald green spread forth, enveloping her in protection. Simultaneously, the divine fire ascend erupted in full force. A nuclear explosion engulfed the entire ruins. Positioned at the epicenter of the blast, Old Ming remained unscathed beneath the shelter of the green wave. Yet the onslaught of heat left him in awe of Lin Yi's formidable skill. An 8th-tier peak, no, nearly 9th-tier power. This lad, although he had previously discerned Lin Yi's concealed trump card, the actual revelation of its terrifying strength surpassed his estimations. Are Lu Yu and Xia Yuyan geniuses? Even the mightiest warriors of the great Xia would affirm this. Yet, within the realm of genius, disparities exist. Henceforth, among the younger generation of great Xia, Lin Yi would stand alone as the unrivaled prodigy. Old Ming glanced at Xia Yuyan, whom he had rescued, now charred and in a state of unconsciousness, and sighed, enough. Lad, you have triumphed. Chapter 77, 5 Rounds of Perfection, National Champion. In the sky, Lin Yi had already witnessed the unfolding events below. At the core of his divine fire ascend, not only was he unharmed, but he appeared to handle the situation with ease. This elder possesses formidable strength. What are his intentions? Could he be a relative of Xia Yuyan? At that moment, Lin Yi even contemplated unleashing a fire-based forbidden spell and making a hasty retreat. However, this was merely a reflexive response on his part. After observing for a moment and noting the elder's lack of hostility, Lin Yi realized that his old habit of expecting the worst had resurfaced. Judging by the strength the elder had displayed thus far, Even if he were to summon the cataclysmic meteor, it was highly unlikely he could vanquish him. Just as Lin Yi was lost in thought, the entire Noah Ruins instance began to tremble violently. The remnants of the Noah's Ark, resting upon the surface, served as the very heart of this entire instance. The core module of the Ark reactor, once tightly grasped by Xia Yuan, now lay in ruins, reduced to a heap of grayish-white powder. With the loss of this vital cube, the remnants of Noah were completely evaporated and obliterated by Lin Yi's divine flame. Thus, what transpired in the city of dimming light, Flamestorm, would soon unfold within the ruins of Noah. Lin Yi observed numerous spatial rifts appearing throughout the instance. The entire instance space began to destabilize, and it was only a matter of time before it plummeted into the depths of the abyss. "Let us go," Elder Meng called from below. In the next instant, Lin Yi felt himself enveloped by a wave of emerald-green ripples. After a disorienting spin, when his vision returned, he found himself back in the underground hall where he had entered the instance. In the monitoring room, the team responsible for managing the eliminated candidates promptly sent a message to Li Qianya. Just moments ago, the last two remaining candidates in the Noah instance had emerged. Li Qianya's mind buzzed with disbelief. Was it over? Just like that? Had less than half a minute passed since Elder Meng had come to shut down the entire transmission? The fifth round, the final battle, had concluded so abruptly? Who had emerged victorious? Driven by an insatiable curiosity, Li Qianya hurried to the instance entrance hall. He saw Elder Meng standing there, conversing with another figure, none other than Lin Yi. Meanwhile, a team of priests responsible for healing and emergency care for the eliminated candidates stood nearby. On a stretcher lay a figure shrouded in darkness, eyes closed and charred. A pitiful sight, it was unmistakably Xia Yuan. The outcome was clear, victory and defeat had been revealed. Li Qianya took a deep breath, struggling to comprehend the situation. In the 10th layer of the domain, with the negation upon her, how could she be so grievously injured? If not for Elder Meng's intervention, would Xia Yuan have perished entirely by now? However, what had truly transpired within the instance after the broadcast was severed might forever remain a mystery to him. With this thought, Li Qianya silently resolved to erase his memories. It would be too painful to live the rest of his life burdened by such questions and curiosities. Elder Meng glanced at Li Qianya and then surveyed the other candidates surrounding him before calmly announcing the results of the assessment. He pointed to Lin Yi and declared, "He is the ultimate victor of this round. Let the score be recorded as full marks." After giving instructions to Li Qianya, Elder Meng turned to Lin Yi and said, "Come along, young man." Lin Yi rubbed his nose and glanced once more at Xia Yuan, lying on the stretcher, barely clinging to life, feeling a pang of unease. Had he revealed too much of his strength? Sighing softly, he followed Elder Meng, passing by the other candidates who had been eliminated earlier. Lin Yi observed that those around him were gazing at him with expressions of profound reverence, as if they had encountered a specter. They dared not approach within a 3-meter radius. Lin Yi felt bewildered. Surely he was not that terrifying? These individuals had only witnessed him commanding a legion of undead. So why such trepidation? Li Qianya also witnessed this scene, watching as Lin Yi followed Elder Meng into the depths of the shadowy corridor. A flicker of jealousy stirred within him. While Lu Yu and Xia Yuan had exerted an overwhelming dominance over the other candidates in the 5th round of examinations, Lin Yi's superiority over Xia Yuan was equally pronounced. The two were clearly not on the same tier of power. From this moment forth, throughout the vast realm of Daxia, Lin Yi stood as the highest mountain and the longest river. As Li Qianya pondered in a daze, a thunderous roar erupted. The entire underground space began to tremble. Subsequently, he was stunned to observe that the entrance to the Noah Ruins dungeon was rapidly collapsing in on itself. What had transpired within the dungeon? In the next instant, everyone in the underground space received a new announcement from the Blue Star world. Dungeon closure announcement. Attention all professionals of Blue Star. The 5-person dungeon of the abyssal surface. Noah Ruins has been permanently removed from the dungeon sequence due to the destruction of the core module of the Ark reactor. Effective immediately, no further entry into this dungeon will be permitted, and the final conqueror of this dungeon will be inducted into the Global Dungeon Hall of Fame. Li Qianya gazed at Lin Yi's departing figure as he followed Elder Meng out the door, a profound shock coursing through him. What? The Noah Ruins dungeon had vanished entirely? Wasn't the last conqueror none other than Lin Yi? Li Qianya had previously known that Lin Yi had cleared a certain abyssal trial dungeon during the provincial examination, and by some fortunate coincidence, he had ascended to the Global Dungeon Hall of Fame. Now his accolades had increased once more. Goodness, young man, you have performed admirably, displaying remarkable vigilance and an understanding of concealment. However, what you have hidden is enough to astonish even an old soul like mine. Moreover, your methods were rather ruthless. In the dark corridor, Elder Meng's words carried a tone of appreciation and warmth, which eased Lin Yi's heart slightly. It seemed this elder represented the true upper echelon of Daxia. Their attitude towards him appeared relatively favorable. They were not overly shocked by his ascended form. Indeed, it was only natural. In the entirety of Blue Star, countless strong individuals existed. While an 8th-tier fire-type magic could intimidate the vast majority, It could not sway those who truly wielded power and supreme strength. Nevertheless, Lin Yi cautiously jested, testing the waters. You won't be taking me to some laboratory to dissect me for research, will you? Elder Meng paused momentarily in his stride, then chuckled. What do you take us for, a band of man-eating monsters? Furthermore, young rascal, do not let your pride swell too much. Although you currently possess great strength and immense potential for growth, should you meet an untimely end, all would be for naught. Are you aware of the multitude of nations, organizations, and individuals who gaze upon us with covetous eyes? They yearn to eliminate prodigious talents like you at the earliest opportunity. Chapter 78, The Attitude of the Higher UPS and the Rewards Awaiting. Within our human race, complete unity is an impossibility. Disputes inevitably arise among individuals for a myriad of reasons, let alone between nations. Aside from this, the entire abyssal realm, with its countless civilizations from other worlds, eagerly anticipates the opportunity to consume our blue star civilization whole. The resources of the universe are finite. For civilizations to develop and endure, they must engage in relentless struggles and ruthless plunder, a fight for survival. The words of Elder Meng brought Lin Yi to a profound realization regarding the peril that both the Great Xia and the entire human race on Blue Star presently face. He also grasped the Elder's expansive vision and the broader perspective of the senior leadership of Great Xia. While Lin Yi held great admiration, he must admit that he did not wish to view everything from such lofty heights. His desire for power and strength stemmed purely from the wish to establish a foothold in this world. Now I digress. Allow me to reintroduce myself. My name is Meng Yuanzhou. Simply call me Elder Meng. You need only understand that my words today are meant to convey a vital message. We place immense importance on talent. You, Xia Yiyan, Lu Yu, and all candidates who have reached the 5th round are destined to achieve great things in the future. You are the successors of our legacy, the hope of Great Xia and the entire human race. Therefore, we shall spare no effort to protect you and ensure your flourishing growth. I can perceive that you possess a maturity beyond your years. As if within your 18-year-old physique resides a soul many decades old. Haha. Elder Meng chuckled heartily at his own remark. At this moment, Lin Yi finally felt a sense of relief. If the upper echelons of Great Xia truly wished him harm, he realized there would be little room for resistance. Though he was formidable, compared to these beings who had lived for centuries, equipped with mastery, gear, talents, and martial souls at their zenith, he recognized he was still lacking. Well, enough of idle chatter. Lin Yi, I hold great expectations for you. I have come to understand your family background and have gained some insight into your character. I do not wish for you to face a downfall at any moment in the future. We have endured too many painful lessons. Thus, I must remind you to maintain your current prudent habits. This world is replete with skills, items, regional effects, and spirit crystal inscriptions beyond our imagination. Avoid drawing the attention of those with ulterior motives. As the youth say, stay low-key and focus on your development. However, you have already secured the top position in this year's National College Entrance Examination, a fact that cannot be concealed. You must remain vigilant. At other times, I wish for you to blend with the light and remain humble. When the day arrives that you become a god of war, and this world can no longer challenge you, you may revel in your power as you please. Lin Yi nodded, embracing the wisdom imparted. I shall do so, Elder Meng. Observing Lin Yi's response, Meng Yuanzhou felt a sense of satisfaction. Suddenly recalling something, he inquired, by the way, you have reached level 60 in the dungeon, correct? Have you received the invitation to enter Layer 0 of the Abyss? Lin Yi nodded, eager to inquire about the Abyss. Meng Yuanzhou continued, to be brief. You should already possess a foundational understanding of the Abyss. The City of Lost Light and the Noah ruins you have encountered are but variations of the Abyss dungeons. However, these dungeons are merely the surface layers of the Abyss. You may envision the abyssal world as an endless ocean. Most Abyss dungeons are akin to floating vessels upon its surface. To descend into the Abyss signifies that you have officially plunged beneath the ocean's surface. The abyssal world, transitioning from surface to depth, has distinct rules at each level, with the difficulty of the dungeons escalating correspondingly. Naturally, the rewards grow ever more bountiful. Layer 0 of the Abyss marks your first significant threshold into the depths. Moreover, it is your sole opportunity to acquire a high-grade talent before reaching Layer 20 of the Abyss. Upon hearing this, Lin Yi's eyes sparkled. Are you implying that Layer 0 of the Abyss will provide an additional talent? It may also yield exclusive equipment or a permanent enhancement. Meng Yuanzhou elaborated. In summary, Layer 0 of the Abyss represents a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity for all practitioners. However, the dungeons of Layer 0 also possess distinctions. My young friend, do you understand the difference between our nation's top universities and those elite 211 or 985 institutions? Lin Yi shook his head. I do not. This had always been a curiosity for Lin Yi. Everyone had instilled in him the notion that performing well in exams and securing a commendable rank would enable him to select a prestigious university, greatly benefiting his future as a practitioner. But what truly set them apart? Was it theoretical knowledge? Lin Yi believed that in this age of catastrophe, While information is indeed valuable, it is not something that any individual or organization can firmly grasp. There are no secrets that remain undisclosed. Was it rare resources? He could obtain those through the merit points of the Great Xia. In fact, the most effective way to earn merit points was not through attending a practitioner university, but rather by enlisting in the military. Joining the practitioner coalition, as long as one achieves merit, there are ample opportunities to acquire merit points. Thus, these premier institutions must possess something that other organizations lack. It is the dungeons. Meng Yuanzhou provided the answer. To be precise, it is the qualification to enter the dungeons. You will gain profound insights once you enter university, so I shall refrain from elaborating further. I will only mention this. The top 3 prestigious universities worldwide hold the keys to the most unique dungeons of Layer 0 of the Abyss. If you were to accept the invitation to the Abyss Level 0 at this very moment, you would merely enter the most commonplace and least challenging Abyss Level 0, which is unified across the entire Blue Star. The maximum rewards attainable would only amount to a certain level. In contrast, the special Abyss Level 0 dungeons possessed by the foremost academies of the world have a reward ceiling that reaches an entirely different level. Lin Yi comprehended this distinction entirely. Thus, the superiority of elite institutions over other civilian organizations became evident. You need not concern yourself with the admissions process any longer. The national top, indeed. Moreover, achieving a perfect score across 5 rounds is a feat not seen in many years. It is you who should be selecting the school, rather than the school selecting you. Now, Li Qianya and his associates are likely preoccupied with the national results announcement. It should be made public in approximately an hour. You should seek him out for the rewards designated for this year's national top scholar. Upon finding Li Qianya, Lin Yi noted a striking transformation in the demeanor of this chief examiner, who now exhibited an unmistakable respect. Here to claim your reward, are you? Please, have a seat. Old Jiang, why are you standing there? Quickly prepare tea for our national top scholar, using the finest Maojian I procured 2 years ago. Lin Yi was warmly welcomed by Li Qianya. Upon hearing about the treasured Maojian, Lin Yi noticed a shift in the expressions of those around him. Chapter 79, Subpar Talent? This is truly divine talent. In the era of calamity, many plants of Blue Star underwent mutations. The tea culture of the ancient Great Xia, akin to the coffee culture of the West, faced catastrophic upheaval. Many teas became toxic or drastically altered in flavor, rendering them undrinkable. It is only in recent years that advancements in genetic cultivation have allowed for a near restoration of the original flavors. However, when the cherished Maojian tea was presented to Lin Yi, he took a sip and discreetly set it down, his expression betraying his thoughts. You dare call this a prize tea? Why does it taste like cilantro? I cannot endure this. From that moment onward, he refrained from touching that cup of tea again. After a few awkward exchanges with Li Qianya, Lin Yi's reward finally arrived. Brother Lin, your 1,000 Great Xia merit points have been recorded in your professional merit account. The redemption and utilization of merit points are interconnected with the trading systems of major base cities nationwide. You can access the list and redeem them from anywhere in the country. Then, Li Qianya placed a sandalwood box before Lin Yi. Upon opening it, Lin Yi beheld a shard of colorful spirit crystal shimmering with a delicate purple light, instantly capturing his attention. This is your level talent spirit crystal. Typically, such crystals are kept deep within the treasury and preserved through special means. Yet even so, their shelf life is merely around 6 months. Now extracted and transferred. You must utilize it promptly while its effects remain intact. Oh, I forgot to mention how to use it. Simply place the crystal on your forehead and close your eyes to sense it. Lin Yi took the pulsating purple crystal from the box. Its radiance spread forth, casting a mesmerizing array of colors upon the walls of the room. As Lin Yi beheld this moment, it was not only Li Qianya's subordinates who were struck with awe. Even Li Qianya himself felt a flicker of excitement in his eyes. This was a talent of extraordinary caliber. In this world, there exists no utterly useless talent. Only those that may not align harmoniously with one's chosen vocation. Yet possessing a talent, regardless of its nature, is invariably superior to lacking one. May fortune smile upon you. May you acquire a remarkable talent. Li Qianya wished him earnestly. Lin Yi nodded, placing the talent spirit crystal upon his forehead, subsequently closing his eyes to attune himself to its essence. Before long, he sensed a surge of energy flowing into his mind. In the next instant, a mysterious force took root and began to flourish within the depths of his consciousness. The experience of acquiring a talent in such a manner was astonishingly profound. Ding! Congratulations! You have acquired a new talent, cybernetic modification. Lin Yi was momentarily taken aback. What manner of talent was this? Could it possibly transform him into a machine? Swiftly, he delved into the detailed description of his newly acquired ability. Cybernetic modification, rarity, level, type, passive talent, effect, integrates the core skill trees of the mechanic and gunslinger into your auxiliary skill tree. Remark, flesh is frail, machinery ascends. Embrace the glorious evolution. Upon reviewing the effects, Lin Yi was utterly astounded. Was it truly the case that the core skill trees of the mechanic and gunslinger now belonged to his auxiliary skill tree? Did this imply that he could now learn skills from these two professions? In an instant, Lin Yi's eyes sparkled with anticipation. This talent shattered the boundaries of vocational constraints. Noticing Lin Yi's expression and reaction, Li Qinya inquired, "How is it? Did you successfully awaken your talent?" He suggested, "You might want to explore the vocational forum to learn about the nature of your awakened talent. The pinned threads there contain all the ratings of talents discovered thus far. As published by the Great Xia Vocational Alliance, every individual's talent is a deeply personal secret for a practitioner. To inquire directly is considered highly impolite and even provocative." Li Qinya was well aware of this, which is why he refrained from asking Lin Yi about the specifics of his talent. However, upon observing Lin Yi's conflicted demeanor, he offered his advice. Lin Yi was indeed familiar with the vocational forum, an official platform established by Great Xia for practitioners to share insights and anecdotes. Once one passes the official registration review, they can browse and post freely. Posts that receive official endorsement are generally regarded as authoritative, often comprising evaluations or strategies for specific dungeons. Initially, Lin Yi had no intention of checking the official evaluations of his talent, as he found it both novel and potent. However, with Li Qinya's encouragement, curiosity piqued. He retrieved his phone and logged into the Great Xia Vocational Forum. At this moment, Lin Yi's professional rating was merely at the most ordinary level of GUE, allowing him access to a limited array of posts. However, there were no restrictions set by the official authorities for posts pertaining to talent ratings, and Lin Yi was able to enter them freely. Upon entering the post, he was greeted by the customary disclaimer from the director and the universe, which Lin Yi promptly bypassed. As he scrolled, a table materialized before him, containing a staggering total of 146 entries. This indicated that the Great Xia government had already compiled the data of talent levels entered into the database. Amounting to this very figure, it was quite possible that his own talent was not even included in this compilation. Continuing to scroll through the table, Lin Yi noted that the entries were systematically arranged according to the rating rules established by the editors, ranging from 0 to 4 and so forth. Just as he was nearing the bottom of the table, he encountered the description for the 4th level rating: tasteless when consumed, regrettable to discard. A talent that offers negligible enhancement to combat prowess upon acquisition, truly a disgrace at this level. Beneath this description, Lin Yi's gaze immediately fell upon the talent he had just unlocked: cyber modification, a talent that would enable non-mechanics and gunners to access their relevant skill trees. Like talents such as mana infusion, combat training, and master assassin, it would allow other professionals to unlock the legitimate skill trees of mages, fighters, and assassins. At first glance, these talents appeared remarkably inventive. For utilizing skills from other professions in battle could not only lead to unexpected victories, but also unlock and explore greater possibilities within one's own professional realm. However, the allure of imagination often diverges from reality. The truth was that this type of talent harbored a significant flaw. Setting aside the fact that it merely added to the secondary professional skill tree, the path to upgrading these skills revealed a daunting pitfall. Indeed, the skills of the other professionals that one had unlocked required 10 times the skill points of one's primary profession to level up. This inevitably meant that most professionals, even if they forced themselves to allocate points, could only unlock skills at the first or, at best, the second tier. Moreover, the chances of achieving a synergy greater than 11 with their primary profession remained yet to be witnessed by the editors. It could be said that such talents, once acquired, would simply gather dust in a corner, as no one would genuinely opt to neglect their primary professional skills in favor of investing tenfold skill points into these skills. Upon reaching this realization, Lin Yi couldn't help but smile slightly. Surprisingly, there were indeed those who would. Chapter 80, The Eternal Rest Set, National Rankings Released. Lin Yi began to understand why the talent he had obtained was categorized as a level 4 talent on the official forum. It turned out that this talent possessed a hidden effect that was not disclosed in the talent description. This could be considered a restriction imposed by the Blue Star's celestial order on such talents. If one wished to utilize skills from other professional domains, they could do so. However, they would be required to spend 10 times the skill points to enhance them. This limitation effectively precluded the emergence of versatile practitioners in this world, who could freely choose to learn any skill they desired from any profession. Without this limitation, Lin Yi would surely estimate the rating of such a talent to be at least level A. However, for him, this restriction is merely a trifling matter. He can indeed prioritize enhancing the skills of his primary profession. Yet, considering the efficiency of acquiring 86 for 100 skill points in a single day, it is inevitable that there will come a time when Lin Yi's skill points overflow. This talent allows him to make use of those potentially overflowing skill points. Furthermore, there is hope for advancement to higher tiers. Just the thought of it fills Lin Yi with a sense of awe. A subpar talent? No. To him, this is a supreme endowment. What do you think? Is it a good talent? Li Qinya inquired with a smile. Lin Yi nodded. Indeed, it is quite impressive. Ha ha. Then congratulations, my dear brother. Following this, there were the remaining 2 rewards. Next was the selection of a platinum-grade equipment set that he could utilize. Li Qinya produced a list and handed it to Lin Yi. This is a selection made by our specialists from the equipment repository after confirming your national championship. Tailored specifically for you. Choose one set. Once decided, I will have someone retrieve it. Lin Yi perused the list. The first set immediately caught his eye. Eternal Rest Robe, required level, 65. Category, Armor, Upper Body. Grade, Platinum. Cloth Armor, weight, 11. Attribute bonus, Spirit 220. Defense, 170. Special effect, Simple, set effect. Endless Revenge, 44. Two-piece set. Upon defeating a target, you gain 1 point of necromancy skill intensity, stacking up to 5 layers and lasting 20 seconds. 4-piece set. The attribute values of all your necromantic summons increase by 10, and the duration of the summons is extended by 10 seconds. Note: how can one find peace amidst unending hatred? The set effect of this equipment is evidently designed to enhance necromantic abilities. Moreover, it is a cloth armor set, suitable for mages to wear. Typically, equipment that boosts necromantic skills tends to be plate armor, as the Death Knight is the orthodox profession for necromancy. This underscores the rarity of this cloth armor set. In addition to its set effect, Lin Yi was further pleased to discover that this equipment also possesses a special effect. Each piece carries this simple effect. This effect is quite straightforward, allowing practitioners who are 5 levels below the required level to don this equipment. Lin Yi is currently at level 60, and with the required level being 65, he is perfectly eligible to wear it. Lastly, the attribute values provided by this set of equipment are remarkable. Just one piece grants 220 points of spirit. The total spirit attribute from the entire set is likely to exceed 1,000. Lin Yi found no fault with it. This equipment is perfectly suited to his current needs. This also indirectly attests to the diligence of those who selected the equipment for him. Lin Yi glanced at the other 4 alternative options. After a comprehensive comparison, he concluded that the first set was indeed the superior choice. I shall choose the first set. Lin Yi returned the list to Li Qianya, having made his final decision. Li Qianya nodded, exclaiming, "Haha, I knew you would ultimately choose the first set. This equipment is quite comfortable for leveling up, especially since you possess expertise in necromancy skills. Relying on summoned minions to tackle dungeons is incredibly effortless." Without delay, Li Qianya instructed someone to retrieve the gear. "I shall not disturb you any longer. May we cross paths again by fate." Soon, an entire set of platinum-grade equipment, meticulously packaged, was delivered to Lin Yi's hands. Li Qianya then escorted Lin Yi out of the subterranean space of the Education Bureau. As Lin Yi stepped through the grand doors of the Education Bureau building, he was greeted by a dazzling array of neon lights illuminating the bustling metropolis. This was Daijing, a dreamscape for countless people of the Great Xia, and a city emblematic of the advancement of the Blue Star human civilization. Truly magnificent. However, Lin Yi felt no particular interest in this city, let alone a sense of belonging. Night had fallen, and it had been 2 full days since he had left home. Missing home? A familiar voice broke through his reverie. Turning towards the sound, Lin Yi spotted Li Yuanjing standing beside a luxurious car, smiling at him. "Come, get in," Li Yuanjing beckoned. Lin Yi entered the vehicle, taking a seat alongside Li Yuanjing in the back as the luxury car smoothly commenced its journey, merging into the flow of traffic beneath the neon canopy of Daijing. Soft music filled the interior of the car, and Lin Yi felt an unprecedented sense of relaxation. Although the 5 rounds of examinations had been relatively manageable for him, they had also required intense concentration. Now that everything had concluded, a wave of fatigue washed over him. "If you wish to explore Daijing, I can accompany you. I frequent this place for meetings and am quite familiar with it," Li Yuanjing offered. Lin Yi shook his head and yawned. "No need, Uncle Li. I'm a bit tired and would rather not tour. Please, do not trouble yourself with the hotel arrangements." "Very well, we shall head directly to the hotel," Li Yuanjing replied to the driver in front. As for the matter regarding Xiao Rui, Li Yuanjing seemed to have made a firm resolution. But just as he was about to speak, Lin Yi interjected, "Uncle Li, I merely achieved the top score in the National College entrance examination. You need not carry such a heavy burden in your heart. During the exam, I had conflicts with your son, and standing on opposing sides was unavoidable. I am not one to hold grudges, so there is no need for you to apologize on his behalf." At Lin Yi's words, Li Yuanjing opened his mouth, only to let out a wry smile in response. "If only he possessed half of your maturity and understanding. I shall say no more. I wish you a bright future." As soon as Li Zirui's words fell, the driver in front exclaimed, "Leaders, I specifically chose a spacious boulevard. Haha, you may gaze out the window." The results of this year's National College entrance examination have been released. Both Li Yuanjing and Lin Yi perked up at this, turning to look outside. They beheld a golden scroll unfurling slowly across the night sky. Chapter 81, Achieving Renown. Who in the world does not recognize you? On the evening of June 8, 3024, a proclamation resonated throughout the Great Xia. On the vast expanse of 9.6 billion square kilometers, any professional, provided they are not engaged in a special instance and have accepted the significant announcement concerning the entirety of the Great Xia territory, would receive the following proclamation. Great Xia Regional Announcement. Attention all professionals of Great Xia, The National Unified Admissions Examination for Professionals in the year 2024 has concluded. The top 10 nationwide will now be announced in succession. Gaze upon the heavens. Let us extend our best wishes to these 10 talented youths. May their futures be resplendent. As this announcement resonated in the ears of countless professionals across Great Xia, Lin Yi beheld a golden scroll unfurling in the sky, its brilliance intensifying, seemingly intent on spanning the entire firmament before it would relent. Lin Yi was taken aback. He had anticipated that the national results would be announced in a manner akin to provincial declarations, merely a formality with a simple notice. He was unprepared for such a grand spectacle, complete with special effects. Did this spectacle only manifest in the imperial capital? To clarify Lin Yi's curiosity, Li Yuanjing lowered the window and leaned out, observing the golden list in the sky, and remarked with a smile, "You haven't seen this before, have you?" Upon Lin Yi shaking his head, Li Yuanjing continued, "This is achieved through advanced crystal technology, utilizing communication and imaging crystals to transmit the images directly into the minds of all registered professionals of Great Xia. Non-professionals, of course, cannot perceive it." Lin Yi comprehended. Just a month prior, he had been an ordinary person, and during his first 18 years in this world, he had never witnessed such a grand occasion. You might wonder why our nation places such immense emphasis on talent protection, yet still orchestrates a grand announcement like this. Indeed, this question crossed Lin Yi's mind. He recalled the words of Meng Yuanzhou, grasping the intentions of the higher-ups in Great Xia. He did not consider it mere official rhetoric. Rather, he believed that the leadership of Great Xia held a profound regard for promising individuals like himself. However, the current procedure did seem somewhat at odds with this principle. The fundamental reason lies in the fact that being named on the golden list is one of the most romantic expressions of our rich cultural heritage in Great Xia, particularly for candidates achieving outstanding results in the annual examinations. It marks a luminous moment in their lives. To put it grandly, ascending this golden list can serve as a prestigious accolade for a family for a century. Lin Yi nodded. To be honest, not to speak of others, even for himself, witnessing the nation create such a spectacle for him, allowing him to shine in public, was quite exhilarating. Then there is the concern regarding exposure. This is an issue we must confront, for even if we do not announce the results, other countries and factions will inevitably seek to obtain information related to you. Ultimately, it boils down to the necessity of our national strength being sufficiently robust and the overall prowess of our professionals being formidable enough to deter any petty threats, even to the extent of declaring that those who dare to challenge us shall face dire consequences. You have been born in a fortunate era. At least within the borders of Great Xia, you shall undoubtedly remain safe and sound. A century back, the world was an entirely different landscape. The rankings have been unveiled. Let us relish this moment. A profound envy resonated in Li Yuanjing's words. Such an honor is bestowed upon merely 10 individuals among the millions of candidates across the Great Xia each year. He, evidently, is not among them. Lin Yi noticed that all the pedestrians outside the car had paused to gaze skyward. Whoosh, boom, a brilliant firework ascended into the night sky, exploding into a cascade of resplendent colors, marking the commencement of the festivities. Soon after, an increasing number of fireworks illuminated the entire night sky over the capital. In the heavens, on a grand golden board, a name began to materialize at the bottom. 10th place, Zhao Zan, from Xizang Province, score 17988, final evaluation, excellent. The crowd erupted in cheers and applause. With the dazzling fireworks and the radiant golden board, the atmosphere on the street reached a fever pitch with each name announced. At this moment, similar scenes unfolded across the nation. Regardless of how demanding their day had been or the burdens of life they bore, people chose to step into the streets during this annual celebration, seeking open vistas to extend their heartfelt blessings for the future of Great Xia. Incredible. Keep it up. The future of our nation rests upon your shoulders. Wishing you a splendid journey ahead. May you soar to great heights. The flow of traffic ceased. People raised their glasses, smiles adorning their faces, exuberantly celebrating amidst the shimmering lights and fireworks. Immersed in this vibrant atmosphere, Lin Yi suddenly grasped the profound significance of the tradition of honoring the top scholars, a custom that has transcended millennia of Great Xia's history. It embodies the earnest and unadorned hopes of countless citizens for the pillars of the nation, the rising sun. Lin Yi felt the weight of faith upon his shoulders, a newfound gravitas in this moment. At this point, less than 2 hours had passed since the conclusion of the 5th round. Most of the top 10 candidates from provinces across the nation had not departed the capital. They too stood beneath the golden board, gazing up in awe. However, their expressions varied. Some were exuberant, others filled with anticipation, while some had already begun to celebrate. Yet, the faces of the majority bore signs of regret, remorse, and even sorrow. Despite being celebrated geniuses within their respective provinces, they felt overshadowed when compared to the names on the current list. In a hospital room in the capital, thanks to Meng Yuanzhou's protective measures and the care of numerous medical professionals, Xia Yuyan had regained consciousness and her injuries had largely healed. As she looked out the window, the fireworks were still dazzling. At that moment, The golden board revealed the next name. Second place, Xia Yuyan, from the capital, score 606835, final evaluation. Perfect. Wow. What an impressive score. Xia Yuyan, that name rings a bell. She is the granddaughter of the war god Chao Yuan, isn't she? Everyone in the elite circles of the capital is well aware of her. Huh. Isn't she supposed to be the foremost talent among the young generation of our great Xia? How can she only be in second place? Outside the hospital room, the streets buzzed with fervent discussions. The name Xia Yuyan has become exceedingly renowned throughout the capital. To put it differently, her grandfather, Xia Chao Yuan, has garnered such immense fame that it would be nearly impossible for her to remain inconspicuous. The voices of these people pierce through her, making Xia Yuyan tremble uncontrollably. Am I shaking? Am I afraid? In the next moment, Xia Yuyan was taken aback. Fear and trepidation. Such emotions she had completely cast aside since she was 9 years old. At this moment, she realized that she had seemingly reverted to being a normal person. She, too, had things that instilled fear in her. A languid yet striking visage surfaced in her mind, causing Xia Yuyan to bite down hard on her lip. This face was one she could never forget. Chapter 82. My Jiangxing has truly produced a dragon. The jubilant cheers of my hometown. Look, the top of the gold list has emerged. Winning against Xia Yuyan. How formidable must the first place be? Who could it possibly be? Is it Lu Yu? The little grandson of the war god Lu. I've heard he is quite strong too. Are you blind? Lu Yu is in third place. That has already been announced. Oh, I must have missed that. So who is in first? Countless people crowded the streets. The unveiling of the gold list revealed the names of the candidates from 2nd to 10th place. The suspense surrounding the first place lingered until now. At this moment, the names on the gold list were mostly well known and frequently discussed. This curiosity drove everyone to wonder who the genius, already celebrated in their youth and now competing in this year's National College Entrance Examination, could possibly be overshadowing them. Although the top 10 students of the nation each year hold great prestige, this year's prestige is unparalleled. This is because this year, Xia Yuyan is participating in the National College Entrance Examination. Simultaneously, the 12-year-old prodigy Lu Yu, having completed all standard courses, received a special admission offer from the foremost academy of the great Xia. He was granted permission to participate in this year's National College Entrance Examination. For someone already invited through special admission, the examination was merely a formality. However, Lu Yu, with his strong competitive spirit, wished to prove himself as the true first place, even though he had already been accepted into the nation's top institution. Unfortunately, he encountered Xia Yuyan. Isn't the first place supposed to be Sister Yuyan? In a luxurious residence in the capital, Lu Yu sat on the terrace, gazing at the gold list in the sky, his mind nearly ablaze. After being eliminated, he had left the examination room in a fit of anger and had not followed up on the subsequent developments. He assumed that after being eliminated by Xia Yuyan, first place must surely belong to her. Yet at this moment, Xia Yuyan's name shockingly appeared in second place. Suddenly, a thought struck Lu Yu. No, that's impossible. Just as he realized something was amiss, the next moment unfolded. The golden list in the sky radiates an unprecedented brilliance, dispelling the entire night with its resplendent glow. Simultaneously, at the pinnacle of this illustrious list, a line of text begins to slowly emerge. 5 rounds of perfection, national top scholar. The moment these 8 characters appear, all practitioners across the nation are left in utter astonishment. They have witnessed the announcement of results countless times. Yet this is the first occasion they behold such a spectacular effect on the golden list. 5 rounds of perfection? How is this even possible? How was it achieved? Upon seeing that Xia Yuyan has settled for second place, everyone realizes that this year's national examination champion is indeed a formidable contender, yet they could not have anticipated the extent of their prowess. 5 rounds of perfection? Has anyone ever accomplished such a feat in the annals of the Daxia examination history? At that moment, Lin Yi even notices that the crowd around him has forgotten to cheer and celebrate, for the shock he has instilled in them far surpasses that of the other 9 names on the list. Here it comes. Li Yuanjing gazes at the golden list in the sky. Beneath the words National Top Scholar, a line of embossed golden characters begins to gradually reveal itself. His excitement is beyond measure. Under the collective witness of millions of practitioners across Daxia, the name at the summit is dramatically unveiled. Jiang Cheng. Hurry, hurry. What are you all dawdling for? The names are about to be announced. Having just finished dinner, Jiang Xian is filled with impatience, aware that the results are imminent. Despite his demeanor of seniority in front of Lin Yi and Jiang Ya, he is, in truth, a person of great urgency. Slow down, slow down. Oh dear, my poor old back. Wang Dahai is being tugged along by Jiang Xian as they ascend to the rooftop of the Jiangxing Practitioner Alliance Association. Here, the expansive view allows them to behold the grand golden list in its entirety. Following Jiang Xian and Wang Dahai is Zhuo Qian, Lin Yi's former principal, who has been unable to sleep well since learning that Lin Yi secured first place in the province. Now, he is invigorated as if fueled by adrenaline, eager to join Jiang Xian in witnessing the momentous occasion of the national results announcement. Not only them, In fact, all practitioners within Jiangsheng have spontaneously taken to the streets to partake in this annual spectacle. The streets are bustling with people. And although there are no fireworks to celebrate as in the capital, the atmosphere in this small city is equally serene and delightful. Look, they've already announced the 9th place. Why isn't Xiao Es name there? Jiang Xian's expression changes as he observes the names already revealed on the golden list. There's no need to panic. It's south only the 9th place. Perhaps Xiao Yi will rank even higher. The stout Wang Dahai bends over, panting, and offers some comfort. True, let us keep watching. Although Jiang Xian says this, he continues to clench his right fist, his expression fraught with tension. Ahem, please don't consider me a killjoy. Though Xiao Yi has achieved 1st place in our province, perhaps our expectations for him in the national top 10 are too lofty. He has worked exceedingly hard and is exceptionally talented. But you all know we haven't done much to support him. He was not provided with the optimal environment for leveling up, nor were the finest resources for his development made available to him. It was only after he underwent that extraordinary trial that we realized we had a prodigy emerging from our Jiangxing cohort. His starting point was significantly inferior compared to others. Wei Xing, the commander of the Jiangxing Professional Alliance, had always been the most rational among them. His utterance instantly instilled a sense of shame in both Wang Dahai and Jiang Xian. Indeed, they had not contributed significantly to Lin Yi's growth. Thus, what right did they have to demand that he secure a place among the national top 10? Furthermore, our Eastern Jiang province had a staggering total of 130,000 candidates. It was said that this year, the total number of examinees in the Great Xia had exceeded 3 million. To stand out among 130,000 is vastly different from excelling among 3 million. Wang Dahai, the mayor of Jiangxing and concurrently the director of the Education Bureau, felt somewhat despondent. He was attempting to reconcile this within himself. Just as the atmosphere grew heavy with gloom, a sudden eruption of gasps from the crowd below drew his attention. Looking up once more at the golden list in the sky, 8 striking characters caught his eye. National Top Scholar, 5 rounds full marks. Soon after, a line of gilded text gently materialized beneath that title. The former principal, Zhuo Qian, who had been standing behind Jiang Xian and Wang Dahai, felt his heart stop the moment he recognized the name that followed 1st place. He nearly lost his breath and would have collapsed had it not been for Wei Xing's timely support. However, when he too beheld the inscription atop the list, he felt his legs weaken, almost tumbling alongside Zhuo Qian. 1st place, Lin Yi, Eastern Jiang Province candidate, 5-round score, 1,000,000. Final evaluation, pinnacle achieved. The golden list shone brightly before the world. At this moment, across the vast expanse of Great Xia, who did not recognize him. Chapter 83, Glory Returns Home. The battle for talents among prestigious institutions. Boom. Atop the building in Jiangxing, a level 5 base city, those who represented the pinnacle of power and authority felt their minds reverberate with a resounding noise, followed by an utter blankness. It was only when the streets below erupted in thunderous cheers and applause that they realized this was not a dream. This was reality. Jiangxing had birthed a dragon. After the initial shock, Wang Dahai wiped his eyes and gazed once more at the golden list in the sky. Upon reconfirming that the name at the top was indeed Lin Yi, he murmured to himself, could it truly be him? Surely. It cannot be a case of sharing the same name. Jiang Xian, standing beside him, slapped his belly in disbelief, his eyes reddening as he trembled, exclaiming, would a shared name extend to provinces? The inscription clearly states Eastern Jiang Province. Among the 10 candidates we dispatched for the 5th round, is there another named Lin Yi? Jiang Xian's words resonated like a clarion call, dispelling the last vestige of doubt in everyone's hearts. Wow. As the lingering emotions subsided, Zhuo Qian, reminiscent of a child, burst into tears. Yet, it was evident to all that these were tears of overwhelming joy. The top scholar, the national champion. How could Jiangxing, with its humble virtues, be so fortunate as to possess such a paragon of excellence? Now, shifting back to Lin Yi. A luxury car glided through the throngs of people congesting the thoroughfare. Amidst the multitude, he heard his name echoed in countless voices. Fireworks erupted, illuminating the night sky with brilliance. According to Li Yuanjing, this radiant display would persist until the stroke of midnight before fading away. The happiness was genuine, yet weariness weighed heavily upon him. Lin Yi stifled a yawn, closed his eyes, and listened to the resounding salutes and jubilant clamor outside the car window, allowing himself a brief respite. When he opened his eyes again, he had arrived at the hotel. Upon entering, Lin Yi was struck by the opulent decor of the hotel lobby. This was no ordinary 5-star establishment. He even spotted a grand aquarium on the right side of the lobby, housing a few majestic marine creatures of royal stature. Thanks to Li Yuanjing's arrangements, the check-in process was swift. Lin Yi expressed his gratitude sincerely. Uncle Li, I truly appreciate all the trouble you've gone through today. His words were heartfelt. For Li Yuanjing was indeed the deputy head of the provincial education department. Throughout this journey, he had taken care of matters that should have been handled by his subordinates. A testament to the importance he placed on Lin Yi. I should be the one thanking you. By the way, I'll be staying next door. If anything comes up tonight, feel free to seek me out. After exiting the elevator, the two arrived at their respective room doors. Li Yuanjing nodded at Lin Yi, swiped his room card, and entered his quarters. Lin Yi opened his own door and was once again awed by the lavishness of the suite. He had imagined that the suite Li Yuanjing mentioned would merely consist of a spacious master bedroom with a few functional rooms. To his surprise, upon entering, he was greeted by an exceedingly spacious living area. The dining table was adorned with several dishes, freshly cooked and still steaming. The entire suite spanned 3 levels. And at the far end of the living room, a grand floor-to-ceiling window afforded a breathtaking view of the dazzling nightscape of the imperial capital. Was this the life of the elite? It was indeed extravagantly lavish. The aroma of the food wafted enticingly through the air. Although he had previously savored Lin Yi's culinary skills before venturing to the ruins of Noah, the pangs of hunger now overwhelmed him. Thinking of Lin Yi, Lin Yi delved into the realm of the undead, discovering that she had already succumbed to slumber. Her eyelashes fluttered gently with each breath. He chose not to disturb her, having initially intended to invite her to share in the meal. Now, he resigned himself to devour 3 hefty bowls alone, tears of longing in his eyes. After a ravenous feast, Lin Yi set aside his bowl and chopsticks, ascending to the second-floor bathroom to indulge in a long, soothing bath. Later, he found himself on the expansive bed that was solely his, sinking into its comfort. The ultimate relaxation paved the way for an exquisite night's sleep. When he awoke once more, it was nearly 10 o'clock the following morning. Lin Yi stretched languorously, rising from the bed. Sleeping until 10 felt utterly delightful. It was infinitely preferable to the early rise at 8. After freshening up, Lin Yi did not bring any luggage. Descending to the hotel lobby, he met with Li Yuanjing, and they proceeded to enjoy a breakfast together. After checking out, the two exited the hotel and were escorted by a private car to the teleportation hall of the imperial capital. Half an hour later, as they stepped into the grand hall on the first floor of the Education General Administration building, an unexpected event unfolded. It was Deputy Director Li, accompanied by none other than Lin Yi, this year's National College Entrance Examination top scorer. A few gasps of astonishment erupted, followed by Lin Yi and Li Yuanjing witnessing a throng of people surging towards them. In the next moment, countless microphones and cameras were directed at Li Yuanjing and Lin Yi. Deputy Director Li, our Dongjiang has produced this year's national top scorer. Could you share your thoughts? Deputy Director, is this young man beside you truly the national top scorer, Lin Yi? We are reporters from Dongjiang TV. May we have a few words from Lin Yi? Faced with microphones nearly thrust into his face, Li Yuanjing was momentarily taken aback. However, instinctively protective of Lin Yi, he positioned himself in front of Lin Yi, shielding him from the increasingly frenzied media. Just as Li Yuanjing was about to speak, his pupils widened in shock. He realized that the individuals surrounding them were not just reporters and media personnel. A few were dressed in distinctive university uniforms, exuding an aura of formidable authority. These individuals, oh my, Li Yuanjing instantly recognized some of the attending university representatives. In addition to the several 211 and 985 institutions from Dongjiang province, there were even representatives from several of the nation's top 10 elite universities. How did they arrive so swiftly? Were they here to poach? This was utterly insane. The admissions process for universities is typically governed by a rigorous protocol, similar to what Lin Yi was familiar with from his previous life. Following the conclusion of the National College Entrance Examination and the announcement of results, students fill out their preferred universities. But admission is contingent upon a thorough selection process by each institution. In this scenario, with everyone rushing to the scene, Li Yuanjing contemplated another possibility: special admission. This means bypassing the usual application process, where the admissions offices and management directly invite a student to enroll. Such an honor is immensely prestigious for all students in the Great Xia. It appeared that today, Lin Yi would receive not just one, but dozens of special admission invitations. Chapter 84, Gifts and Money. The imperial capital's military industry, stealing the show. In the vast office of the Jiangxing Prosperity Mining Group's asset department, Lin Guodong reclined on a comfortable sofa, sipping tea from a porcelain cup on the table. He felt somewhat disoriented. Overnight, he had transformed from a laborer toiling in the mines to the director of the asset department. Arriving at the company at 7 a.m., he learned that the working hours here commenced at 11 a.m. and concluded at 4 p.m., with a 2-hour lunch break in between. In the office, there was no pressing task assigned to him. All around him were high-ranking executives or their subordinates, diligently attending to their duties. Each day, Lin Guodong's responsibilities merely entailed signing documents and occasionally attending meetings. As he basked in the cool air conditioning, a smile adorned his face. He pondered the performance of his son, Xiao Yi, in the examinations held in Dijing. Had he completed them? Although the results of the previous night's prestigious list had made Lin Yi's name known among the professionals of Dongjiang, Lin Guodong's circle comprised ordinary individuals. For them, news arrived with a delay. Even after a night had passed, Lin Guodong remained unaware that his son had achieved first place nationally. Previously, being the top in the province was already a source of immense pride for him. Lin Gu, what brings you such joy? Do share with us. A bright, youthful voice interrupted, belonging to the newly promoted Xiao Liao. Being young and relatively new to the system, coupled with her outgoing nature, she was the first to engage with Lin Guodong, the newly appointed official, before others dared to strike up a conversation. It's nothing much. My son did quite well in yesterday's college entrance examination and is fortunate enough to participate in the final round in Dijing. I wonder how he is faring now. Regardless, he has already surpassed my expectations. Haha. Upon hearing this, the entire office perked up. While they were not professionals themselves, they were aware of the elevated status of professionals in this era, and many had relatives or friends who were part of that world. Thus, they were familiar with the National College Entrance Examination. Xiao Liao exclaimed in surprise, "Oh, Director Lin, my younger brother also took the college entrance examination this year. He told me yesterday that the top scorer from Dongjiang also shares the surname Lin. Could it be?" Lin Guodong's smile widened. Haha. Indeed it is him. In that instant, the atmosphere in the office shifted, charged with excitement. Innocent girls like Xiao Liao did not dwell on the implications. They were simply curious about why Lin Guodong was in such high spirits. The others, however, began exchanging compliments in eager succession. Just then, a ringtone erupted from Lin Guodong's pocket. The phone's sound was loud, its display large, and despite its cracked screen, he was reluctant to replace it. After all, a phone merely needed to facilitate communication. Most importantly, the volume of this old device was loud enough for everyone in the office to hear the person on the other end. Upon noticing that the caller was from Dijing, Lin Guodong paused for a moment, then recollected himself and quickly answered. "Hello, is this Mr. Lin Guodong, father of Lin Yi?" A jolt of surprise coursed through Lin Guodong. An unfamiliar number from a distant location. Could it be a scam? "Yes, that's me. What's the matter?" "Hello, Mr. Lin Guodong. I am Director Chun of the admissions office at Dijing Military University. You may call me Xiao Chun." Upon hearing this, it was not just Lin Guodong who was taken aback. Everyone in the office was equally astonished. When the name Dijing Military University resonated through the room, a collective silence enveloped them, followed by a sharp intake of breath. The name of a person evokes the image of an institution, even though they were not professionals. Their awareness of the nation's premier institutions of higher learning was undeniable. Dijing Military University is neither a 211 nor a 985 institution. It is a military academy ranked 7th in the nation, not in the province, but the entire country. At this moment, a top-tier institution reaching national acclaim had initiated contact with Lin Guodong. For what purpose? The thought was too daunting to ponder. Just as Lin Guodong was trying to gather his thoughts, the voice on the other end continued. "The reason I am calling today is to inquire whether you would be interested in enrolling your child at Dijing Military University. There is no need to go through any application process, as our administration has already agreed to extend a special invitation to Lin Yi." Lin Guodong was utterly flabbergasted. He opened his mouth, struggling to articulate. "Huh? Isn't Xiao Yi still taking the entrance exam in Dijing?" Director Chun, momentarily taken aback, quickly clarified. "Oh dear. My apologies for not explaining clearly. The National College Entrance Examination concluded last night, and your child, Lin Yi, has emerged as the top scorer. He is the national champion." The sound of a shattered teacup echoed in the room. Someone, overwhelmed by the revelation, had inadvertently dropped it. Lin Guodong trembled all over. What did you just say?" "Xiao Yi is first. Mr. Lin, your child has secured the first position nationwide. He is this year's national champion." In the next instant, Lin Guodong felt as though the world was spinning around him. A rush of exhilaration surged through his veins, leaving him utterly dazed. However, he quickly compelled himself to regain composure. Having endured countless adversities, his instinctive wariness of strangers was heightened. "Are you truly from Dijing Military University?" On the other end, Director Chin responded promptly. "My name is Chun Lo, and I am indeed calling you from the official admissions office of Dijing Military University. You may verify this information online." Lin Guodong, still fumbling with his mobile device, was not yet adept at using a computer for online searches. However, Xiao Liao swiftly began typing Chun Lu's name on the keyboard. As a top-tier institution ranked 7th nationally, while there are many individuals with the same name, a quick search yielded numerous entries related to Dijing Military University. Upon clicking through, they found photographs, titles, relevant departments, and contact numbers, all verifiable and authentic. After Xiao Liao cross-checked the phone number, he nodded in affirmation to Lin Guodong. Director Chun, upon hearing this, sensed that Lin Guodong was beginning to accept that he was not a fraud. Furthermore, should Lin Yi be accepted into our esteemed institution, the administration has taken into account the considerable inconvenience posed by the geographical separation between you and your child. Consequently, we have resolved to implement a plan that entails relocating both you and Ling Zheng to reside in Dijing. We shall facilitate the acquisition of permanent residency in Dijing for you, and additionally, provide a splendid residence within the third ring of Dijing as a generous gift. Beyond this, our institution is willing to extend a monthly scholarship of 500,000 Daxia coins to express our gratitude for the nurturing and upbringing you have afforded to Lin Yi. Chapter 85. The persona of the big shots has crumbled. 500,000. Upon hearing this, The entire office was thrown into a state of utter disbelief. A premium residence within the third ring of Daijing? According to current market trends, such a property is valued in the tens of millions of daxia coins. Moreover, they would require nothing more than to reside in Daijing, a city regarded as the safest and most prestigious base on the entire Blue Star, and enjoy a peaceful retirement. Receiving 500,000 coins monthly. Although labeled as a scholarship, it essentially serves as a pension for Lin Guodong and his spouse. How could one hesitate? If it were myself in this situation, I would be nodding fervently like a chick pecking at grains. Lin Guodong was utterly bewildered. He had no comprehension of the value of a property within the third ring of Daijing. Having lived frugally for most of his life, he dedicated himself to supporting his child's growth into adulthood. Working tirelessly underground, earning a little over 10,000 a month, he believed he had achieved a commendable feat. Yet now, others were offering a sum 50 times greater. Scholarships of 700,000, 800,000, or even 1,000,000. I could certainly advocate for you. If you have any additional requests, do not hesitate to voice them. We will accommodate them all. The entire office, including Lin Guodong, discerned a hint of humility in the voice of the admissions director from this prestigious university. He was now speaking to Lin Guodong in a tone reminiscent of one pleading for assistance. However, Lin Guodong did not allow the euphoria of the moment to cloud his judgment. Ultimately, even as his father, I cannot make a decision regarding which institution Yi should attend without consulting him first. With this thought, Lin Guodong picked up the communal phone on his desk and dialed Lin Yi's number. Since the examination had concluded the previous night, he need not worry about disturbing Lin Yi during his test. Soon, the call connected, and Lin Yi's voice came through. Hello? Yi, it's me. Lin Guodong's voice trembled slightly. Upon learning that his son had just become the top student in Daxia, hearing his child's voice again left no parent untouched by emotion. In the next moment, Lin Guodong found himself shedding tears. Do not worry. I should have called you right away to assure you of my well-being. Hearing his father's quivering voice caused Lin Yi's eyes to well up as well. Though he was a traveler from another world, in the 18 years spent in this realm, his parents had given him all their love. At this moment, how could one not be moved? Lin Guodong took a deep breath, attempting to calm the excitement and longing he felt for Lin Yi. He broached the main topic. Yi, it is as follows. I have just received a phone call from the admissions office of the Daijing Military University. Their director has promised me numerous privileges and wishes for me to consent to your enrollment there. I declined, stating that I must first obtain your approval. Upon uttering these words, he was met with a barrage of loud curses. Damn, those rascals at Daijing Military University resort to such despicable tactics. So they're approaching the parents directly. How vile. Lin Yi's father, is it? Do not believe them. Every word and punctuation mark uttered by those scoundrels at the Imperial Capital Military University is untrustworthy. What kind of second-rate institution dares to poach from us at Beidou? Mr. Lin, we are from Chang'an University, ranked 5th nationwide. The benefits offered by Daijing Military can be doubled here. Silence. We, Longhua Academy, offer 5 times what they do. Although Lin Yi's phone was not a high-end model and did not have speakerphone capabilities, it was no match for the group of top-tier recruiters present. Their keen ears easily picked up on whatever Lin Yi might be saying on the other end of the line. At that moment, the room erupted into chaos. Li Yuanjing was left dumbfounded. In an instant, the scene resembled a contest to win Lin Yi's favor, with each institution eager for his selection. Most notably, these universities were indeed the true elite establishments of the Great Xia. They were either ranked 6th or 7th, with Qilan Academy and Longhua Academy holding the 5th and 4th spots, respectively. In the past, if even a handful of candidates from Dongjiang managed to gain admission to these 2 universities, it would have been cause for celebration. Now, however, prominent figures from these institutions were bickering passionately, their exchanges akin to a street brawl, with expletives that would surely not pass any censorship if transcribed. Esteemed figures, your personas are collapsing. Where has your usual aloofness gone? What about your accustomed pride? The high standards you have always sought seem to have vanished in this moment. Lin Yi, equally perplexed, could only muster the courage to address his father on the other end. Dad, as you can hear, they are indeed discussing this matter with me. After ending the call, Lin Guodong turned to the ever-attentive Chun Lu and said, Director Chun, you have heard as well. I understand that your recruitment efforts are challenging. However, this decision must ultimately rest with Yi. We will not interfere. With that, Lin Guodong did not allow Chun Lu the chance to retort and promptly hung up. The moment he ended the call, his phone rang once more. Seeing the caller's name, he smiled and answered, Hello, dear, what is it? On the other end, Lin Yi's mother, Su Qingfang, began, Just now, a director from the so-called Magic City Martial University called me, rambling on about a great deal of information. Our son has achieved the top score. I was already aware. The Daijing Military University also contacted me earlier. No wonder your line has been busy. You haven't agreed to anything on behalf of our son, have you? Lin Guodong, I must caution you. You cannot assist Yi in making this decision. Very well. I am off work now, heading to buy groceries. You should leave early too. If it's truly impossible, take a leave of absence. Understood. As Lin Guodong hung up the phone, he felt an invigorating sense of clarity. The moment he ended the call, the entire office converged around him. Director Lin, congratulations. Brother Lin, your son has truly soared to great heights. Surrounded by his colleagues, Lin Guodong beamed with joy. He waved his hand dismissively. Oh, it's merely a matter of achieving the national top score. Was it necessary to call me while I was working? I thought it was something significant. Look, now I've provided you all with a spectacle. A hush fell over the crowd. No, Director Lin, your usual humble and honest demeanor has crumbled. Your words could easily be compiled into a textbook of understated brilliance. Chapter 86, Explosive. 7 prestigious universities in a frenzy for one individual. Ahem, Xiaoyi. Allow me to introduce you. This is Director Zhao, the head of admissions at Qilin Academy in Yuzhou Province. This is Dean Qin from the Firepower branch of Tianshan Beta University in Donglin Province. Although Li Yuanjing sensed that these prominent figures were now openly vying for attention, he was still one of the notable figures in the East Jiang Province Education Department. At this moment, he needed to maintain his composure. He had only a nodding acquaintance with many of these individuals, but at the very least, he had met them once. They were all part of the educational system of Daxia, so he could recognize them. Thus, he continuously introduced these individuals to Lin Yi, while also providing background information on the esteemed institutions they represented, including their rankings and distinguished academic departments. Ah, Lin Yi, I assure you that coming to our Qilin Academy is undoubtedly a wise choice. Not only do we currently rank 5th in the nation, but we also offer a special admission channel for exceptional students. Upon enrollment, you will bypass examinations and immediately become an exceptional student, enjoying a series of special privileges. Our exclusive supplementary courses currently total 11, enough to support your advancement through 5 transitions. Director Zhao of Yuzhou Qilin Academy spoke with fervor, clearly brimming with confidence in his institution. Lin Yi, let me tell you, rankings are not everything. One must also consider the departments. Although we rank 6th nationally, your chosen profession is that of a mage, and our faculty in that area is among the top 3 in the country. Furthermore, the number of skill archives in our library far exceeds that of other institutions at the same level. Lin Yi, do not be swayed by this old fellow's sweet talk. A low ranking is simply a low ranking. What excuses can be made? To boast about the number of skill archives as a point of pride? As if we at Longhua have none. Lin Yi, I will present you with one statistic. Institutions ranked 5th and below, up to the 100th position, receive far fewer resources from the department annually compared to the top 4 institutions. The top 4 combined exceed the total resources allocated to all schools ranked outside the top 100. Do you grasp my meaning? The representative from Longhua Academy was a young scholar wearing glasses. Although his voice was quiet, he revealed a fact that left everyone in profound shock. Lin Yi looked at Li Yuanjing with some surprise. The latter nodded in response, signifying that the words of this teacher from Longhua Academy were indeed true. Resource allocation was so inequitable. However, before the bespectacled gentleman could revel in his moment of triumph, a bright blue spatial rift suddenly opened above the grand hall amidst the gasps of numerous onlookers and media personnel. How could the shallow waters of Longhua Academy accommodate a true dragon? An ancient voice resonated from the other side of the rift. The spatial fissure rapidly expanded, revealing an elder clad in a white robe, who gracefully stepped forth from the rift, traversing the void. Following closely behind him were 7 or 8 other practitioners, equally adorned in robes, exuding an air of superiority. Upon seeing the elder in the white robe, Li Yuanjing could no longer maintain his composure. He was no longer calm. Principal Han Hekai, what brings you here in person today? Han Hekai's gaze briefly swept over Li Yuanjing, but he exchanged no further pleasantries. Instead, he turned his attention to Lin Yi and then descended gracefully to the ground, offering a slight smile. I apologize for my tardiness. I hope you have yet to make a decision regarding which academy to join. Li Yuanjing promptly whispered to Lin Yi, this is Principal Han Hekai, from Yundian University, currently ranked 3rd in the nation. This institution exclusively admits practitioners of the mage profession, and the candidates they enroll are required to possess rare professional attributes and innate talent. The power behind Yundian University is the elite guild of mage practitioners, Yundian. Within this guild, any practitioner in the management tier of 5 or above possesses strength exceeding the 8th tier. Upon hearing this, Lin Yi felt a jolt of astonishment. In this world, most top-tier guilds resemble corporations, with distinct hierarchies. Level 1 is the most ordinary member, while Level 9 denotes the guild leader. Level 5 represents middle management. And it was astonishing to discover their formidable strength. Han Hekai needed not to utter much. His mere appearance overshadowed the other prestigious academies present. Even the previously confident, bespectacled gentleman from the 4th-ranked Longhua Academy now appeared deflated. With Li Yuanjing backing him, Han Hekai seemed to have secured his victory. Lin Yi found himself intrigued. An institution that exclusively enrolls practitioners of the mage profession would undoubtedly excel in this domain. Yet, having witnessed the frenzied competition among these top academies vying for talent, his curiosity was piqued. What could the top 2 academies in the Great Xia be like? With his current achievements, was he not worthy of their invitation? As he pondered, a series of piercing sounds sliced through the air, followed by gasps of astonishment. A young man clad in a dark blue robe, with his hair styled in a topknot, soared through the air on a flying sword. The crowd instinctively parted to clear a path. The young man stepped forward with an exceptionally light and graceful gait, descending elegantly from his sword. The junior, Jiang Yun, respectfully acknowledged Senior Han. He clasped his hands in a gesture of reverence towards Han Shizai. Although numerous individuals present were of a similar age to Han Shizai, Jiang Yun chose to pay his respects solely to him, underscoring the disparity in their status. A fleeting moment of dissatisfaction flickered across Han Shizai's otherwise indifferent countenance. Yet this emotion was swiftly suppressed. What brings you here? Where is your master? Han inquired. Jiang Yun replied with a smile. My esteemed master is currently in seclusion and has yet to break through. However, this morning, he conveyed to me through a voice transmission, urging me to invite junior brother Lin Yi to join our Tianxian Academy. Turning his gaze towards Lin Yi, Jiang Yun's eyes gleamed with intensity. Junior brother Lin Yi, my master has informed me that you possess exceptional innate talent. Should you wish to join our Tianxian Academy, he is willing to accept you as his direct disciple. In the next moment, the entire venue erupted into chaos. The atmosphere reached a fever pitch as shockwaves reverberated through the crowd. Li Yuanjing, along with the upper echelons of the East River Education Bureau and an array of media personnel, were profoundly astonished. At this juncture, the previously scheming imperial capital military forces, along with 7 of the nation's top 10 prestigious institutions, had gathered in a frenzy. The incessant click of cameras filled the air as countless reporters and media representatives reveled in the moment. This was an unprecedented spectacle in the entire century-long history of East River. 7 major academies, in a fervent bid for a single individual, attesting to the remarkable caliber of Lin Yi, the national top scholar. 5 perfect scores, a historical achievement. 7 academies vying, a new pinnacle of glory. They had already conceived their headlines. Chapter 87, a once-in-a-century encounter. The first of the Great Xia, Divine Invitation. Li Yuanjing was utterly overwhelmed. He found himself at a loss for words to describe the excitement and gratitude he felt towards Lin Yi. The East River Education Bureau was on the brink of soaring to new heights. While Li Yuanjing envisioned a bright future, Lin Yi stood in bewilderment. Wait a minute. My friend, does the current narrative truly align with our worldview? I have indeed traversed to a realm imbued with Western fantasy elements, have I not? Yet here we are, discussing flying swords, addressing one another as master, and speaking of seclusion. Why does it all seem to veer into the realm of the fantastical? Fortunately, there was Li Yuanjing, a living encyclopedia, ready to enlighten him. Tianxian Academy is the second-ranked institution for practitioners in our Great Xia. Much like Yundian, it exclusively enrolls individuals from specialized vocational paths, including Taoists, Qigong practitioners, and heroes, unique professions specific to our Great Xia. Lin Yi's mind stirred. Goodness, there are even state-specific vocational paths? Upon reflection, this made sense. If we follow this logic, do other nations possess their own exclusive vocational categories as well? Nonsense. What are innate roots and essences? Clearly, Old Yi has become so engrossed in his practice that he has lost his mind. He is a mage. What connection does he have with your Tianxian Academy? Pray tell, what connection? Initially, Han Shizai managed to maintain his composure. However, upon hearing Jiang Yun's increasingly absurd remarks, veins throbbed on his forehead, and he could no longer contain himself, erupting in response. Though Jiang Yun was youthful today, he arrived alone, yet his presence was no less imposing than that of Han Shizai. He let out a light chuckle, addressing the director, Director Han. Why must you be so irate? My master possesses unparalleled foresight. Thus far, he has never erred in his predictions. Of course, we do not insist that junior brother Lin Yi renounce magic upon his admission and pursue the path of Tao. My master believes that junior brother Lin Yi, being exceptionally gifted, should be capable of mastering both Tao and magic. However, he also mentioned that my purpose today is merely to convey his sentiments. The fates of my master and junior brother Lin Yi have yet to intertwine. Jiang Yun's words had already indicated that he regarded Lin Yi as one of his own, repeatedly referring to him as junior brother Lin Yi. In truth, Lin Yi was somewhat astonished by the extraordinary capabilities of Jiang Yun's master. While he found the concepts of swordsmanship and cultivation quite captivating, he had no intention of joining the Tianxian Dao Academy, at least not at this moment. He wished to explore the depths of the magical path before making any commitments. Humph, at least he possesses self-awareness, Han Shizai scoffed, his gaze towards Lin Yi igniting with renewed fervor. He was convinced that no mage could possibly refuse the allure of Yun Dian. Lin Yi understood that the elder was awaiting his response. However, he felt it somewhat rash to make a decision amidst such a multitude of esteemed figures. He longed to say he needed time to ponder, but with so many notable individuals present, having traveled great distances to extend their invitations, it would be rather impolite to decline all offers. While Lin Yi was deep in thought regarding how to articulate his hesitations, a commotion erupted from the outskirts of the crowd. Please, everyone make way. Vice Director Li, There is a very important phone call for you. Li Yuanjing turned towards the voice and spotted his secretary, Xiao Wu, anxiously holding a telephone receiver, straining on tiptoe to catch his attention. In an instant, the security personnel stationed throughout the lobby of the education department recognized the urgency of the situation and swiftly cleared a path. After all, this was the East River Education General Office, and even the higher-ups from prestigious universities voluntarily stepped aside. Upon seeing the expression on his secretary's face, Li Yuanjing sensed that this call was of great significance. Otherwise, Xiao Wu would not have insisted he take it amidst his busy schedule. He quickly maneuvered through the crowd, stretching out his hand to grasp the phone that Xiao Wu had been holding. Glancing at the caller ID, a jolt of realization struck him. It was the Education General Office of the Imperial Capital, a call from the higher authorities. Li Yuanjing dared not delay. He promptly brought the receiver to his ear and spoke. "This is Li Yuanjing. May I ask?" On the other end, a venerable voice soon resonated. "Ah, Shaoli." The moment he heard that voice, Li Yuanjing stood in reverence. Meng Lao. He often encountered this legendary figure at the head of meetings in the Imperial Capital. However, he felt utterly unqualified to converse with such a prominent figure. At that moment, panic engulfed him. "Yes, it's me. Is that young Lin beside you?" Li Yuanjing replied. Yes, he is right here with me." Meng Yuanzhou continued. "That's good. Ask him if he wishes to join the Shenxiao Academy." Li Yuanjing's hand trembled, nearly causing the phone to slip from his grasp. He was so shaken that he stammered. Meng Lao? I apologize, I'm so sorry. I got a bit too excited just now and didn't quite catch what you said." In truth, Li Yuanjing had heard perfectly well. This was a matter of utmost significance. He needed to confirm it. "I said to ask the young man if he is willing to join the Shenxiao Academy." After verifying he hadn't misheard, Li Yuanjing hesitantly inquired, "But, Meng Lao, isn't the admission process for Shenxiao Academy extraordinarily unique? How could this be?" On the other end, Meng Yuanzhou chuckled. "It's a special admission. I spoke with Yang Changming, and he expressed great interest in this young man. He stated that there is no need to go through the competitive admission process. If he agrees, he can enroll directly." Li Yuanjing felt as though a thunderclap had resonated within his mind. Nevertheless, he did not forget his duty. He quickly covered the phone's mouthpiece and, with a trembling voice, relayed to Lin Yi, "Young Yi, the vice president of Shenxiao Academy, Elder Yang, invites you to join the academy. It's a special admission process, allowing for direct enrollment. Do you wish to accept?" Li Yuanjing's voice had grown faint. The phone was encrypted and soundproof, so Meng Lao's words remained unheard by others. However, Li Yuanjing's voice could not escape the ears of those surrounding him. In an instant, all the college admission officials encircling Lin Yi and Li Yuanjing, including Han Shizai, were left utterly astonished. He could not fathom that the Shenxiao Academy had taken action. How could this be? This was simply unreasonable. Lin Yi felt a twinge of confusion. "Isn't Shenxiao Academy the top institution in our great Xia?" Li Yuanjing fervently nodded. At that moment, even Lin Yi found the situation somewhat preposterous. To his knowledge, this prestigious institution, which had dominated the rankings in Great Xia for centuries, never admitted students who had merely participated in the college entrance examination. The only pathway to gain entry involved first enrolling in one of the top 10 universities in Great Xia for at least a year. After that year, one needed to excel significantly and meet numerous stringent criteria to have a chance at receiving an invitation from Shenxiao. Furthermore, one would have to endure a grueling selection process alongside other invitees before finally securing admission. Now, the foremost academy in Great Xia was unconditionally extending its doors to Lin Yi. Chapter 88. The abyss is about to open. Early registration. Countless media reporters were completely frantic. Incredible. Shenxiao's unconditional special admission. What an extraordinary honor. Who could have anticipated that just 2 days prior, Lin Yi's name had barely entered anyone's awareness? Yet now, 2 days later, he not only ascended to the pinnacle of the gold list, the esteemed Shenxiao Academy has shattered a century-old precedent by extending a special invitation. Indeed, junior brother Lin Yi possesses exceptional talent, far from being an ordinary individual. Congratulations, junior brother. I have fulfilled our master's task, and we shall meet again in the future. Jiang Yan smiled as he paid his respects to Lin Yi once more. He then summoned his flying sword and soared into the sky. Truly, as a practitioner of the Tao, Jiang Yan's demeanor is remarkably graceful. In contrast, Han Shizai was not as composed. A flicker of anger crossed his face, which was soon replaced by a look of regret. Ultimately, Han Shizai regarded Lin Yi with a profound gaze. "You must accept this opportunity. It is exceedingly rare. The last time Shenxiao broke tradition to issue a special invitation was over a century ago. The individual who received that invitation is currently recognized as the foremost figure in our Great Xia. This is a closely guarded secret, unknown even to Li Yuanjing. What? The strongest person in Great Xia has also been granted a special invitation from Shenxiao Academy? Does that not imply that Lin Yi, at such a young age, stands shoulder to shoulder with the legends of Great Xia? Once you graduate from Shenxiao, a position will always be reserved for you in our Cloud Summit Guild. Let us depart." Han Shizai came to a realization. Since he could not persuade Lin Yi to attend his university, He would extend an invitation to join the Cloud Summit Guild instead. With that, he raised his right hand and pointed, causing countless pale blue ripples to spread through the air, revealing a spatial passage. Han Shizai and the 7 or 8 high-ranking mages behind him levitated and vanished into the portal. The proactive departure of both Han Shizai and Jiang Yun effectively removed themselves from Lin Yi's considerations. Thus, Lin Yi's choice was unequivocal. He nodded to Li Yuanjing. I am willing to join Xinxiao Academy. Li Yuanjing was overjoyed and promptly relayed the message to Meng Yuanzhou. He has agreed? That is splendid. All right then. There is nothing more to discuss. Meng Yuanzhou ended the call. The deputy head of the East River Education Bureau issued a dismissal order. With Lin Yi's decision to join Xinxiao confirmed, the other high-ranking officials from top national institutions, though filled with regret, exited the East River Education Bureau with dignity. Amidst the crowd, Lin Yi caught sight of a familiar figure, a man clad in a formal suit and glasses, wearing the uniform of Tianshui Academy. His previous arrogance was now utterly crushed beneath Lin Yi's ascent. The disparity in status and identity was now as vast as the heavens and the earth. A month passed in the blink of an eye. During this time, Lin Yi refrained from hunting monsters to level up, choosing instead to relish his summer vacation. He engaged in endless gaming sessions with his close friend, Zhang Shan, staying up day and night. His days were filled with tranquility and contentment, consumed with sleep and sustenance. However, just as Lin Yi intended to savor the entirety of his summer, on a day in mid-July, he received a text message. His phone vibrated, and upon glancing at it, he discovered a message from Li Yuanjing. Xiao Yi, the admission letter from Xinxiao has arrived here. It was originally meant to be delivered to your home, considering there is still a month and a half until the start of the semester at Xinxiao. However, upon learning that you have reached level 60 and qualified for the trial in the Abyss Layer 0, Vice President Yang has brought you some news. Currently, there are 3 special dungeons in Abyss Layer 0 that Xinxiao has access to, one of which will be opened in a week. This particular dungeon boasts the highest difficulty and rewards among the 3. Therefore, Yang has asked me to inform you to report to Xinxiao as soon as possible, ideally tomorrow. Opportunities to enter the Abyss Layer 0 dungeons are exceedingly rare, and each opening sees fierce competition among the students of Xinxiao. Although you are specially recruited, you must still adhere to this process. If you miss this dungeon opening, you will have to wait approximately 6 months for the next one. Please consider this and respond to me promptly. After reading the message, Lin Yi rose from his desk. Is there competition for entry into the special dungeon of Abyss Layer 0 within the academy? He almost forgot that in this world, most practitioners are driven to extreme lengths to grow stronger. It is indeed a realm where only the most competitive can survive. Waiting 6 months is unbearable. Even if it were 3 months, he could manage. He truly does not want to squander his summer vacation. However, 6 months is intolerable. Stuck at level 60, he can still gain experience, but cannot level up or advance his class. It's rather exasperating. Alright, he decided that after reporting to Xinxiao, he would secure his spot in the dungeon. Once he completes the Abyss Layer 0, he could finally take a proper break. Having made up his mind, Lin Yi sent a message to Li Yuanjing. Let us report tomorrow. 6 months is too long. A little over 10 minutes later, Li Yuanjing replied. It's arranged. I can take you to Xinxiao tomorrow. Additionally, the academy has special preferential policies for you. Ask your parents if they would be willing to relocate to the capital. Rest assured, the accommodations Xinxiao provides will surpass those arranged by the military in the capital, and the monthly scholarships will be substantial. Lin Yi hardly hesitated before deciding for his parents. Yes, please arrange it, Uncle Li. It's not that Jiangcheng is undesirable, but considering safety. With the Abyss world posing a constant threat to Blue Star, Lin Yi does not wish to have concerns back home. Should a high-risk dungeon emerge near Jiangcheng again, he wants to ensure he is unencumbered. If Blue Star were to fall, the capital would surely be the last city to succumb, of that he harbors no doubt. Moving his parents to the capital, where they would be under state protection, is the best course of action. This way, they can enjoy their later years in peace. And he can rest easy. Alright then, tomorrow I will go to Jiangcheng to pick you up. I will first settle your parents in the capital, and then you can accompany me to report to Xinxiao. Li Yuanjing sent another message. Lin Yi opened the door to his bedroom and shared the news with his parents. Although they felt a twinge of reluctance, ultimately Lin Guodong made the decision. To alleviate Xiao Yi's worries, we should move over. Qingfang, please gather our belongings. Chapter 89, Arrival at Xinxiao, Freshman Placement. The following morning, Lin Yi accompanied his parents to the teleportation hall in Jiangcheng. Despite their ongoing discussions about how outdated their household items were and how they could purchase new ones upon arriving in the imperial capital, his mother, Su Qingfang, was still reluctant. Yesterday, she had spent the entire day packing half of their accumulated possessions. Fortunately, Lin Yi had hired a moving team that morning, providing them with transportation fees to accompany them to the imperial capital. At 9 a.m., Li Yuanjing arrived punctually. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, he escorted Lin Yi's family through Jiangcheng's teleportation array to Tianhai City. From there, they utilized the massive interprovincial teleportation array to reach the imperial capital. Upon their arrival, he helped Lin Yi's parents settle into their new home. Once everything was taken care of, it was already noon. To express her gratitude for Li Yuanjing's assistance throughout the journey, Su Qingfang insisted that he stay for a sumptuous lunch at their new residence. Afterwards, she took Lin Yi aside, wiping her tears as she imparted her advice for university life. Although Lin Yi had heard this advice countless times before, he patiently listened until she finished. With everything arranged, Li Yuanjing set off with Lin Yi towards Shenxiao. Uncle Li, I've always wanted to ask, which province is Shenxiao Academy actually in? Is it in the imperial capital? Lin Yi inquired during their journey. Li Yuanjing smiled mysteriously. You are fortunate. Currently, it is in the imperial capital. Lin Yi was taken aback. Currently? He felt somewhat perplexed, yet Li Yuanjing did not elaborate further, leading Lin Yi instead to the plaza in front of the Ministry of Education. You're not afraid of heights, are you? Li Yuanjing asked once more. Lin Yi's senses heightened. He had a feeling that something significant awaited him. Soon, a massive iron sphere unfurled like a lotus, revealing its internal structure before Lin Yi's eyes. It was a flight capsule precisely large enough to accommodate 2 individuals. Inside, there were no control panels, nor even seats. Come, let us ascend, Li Yuanjing urged as he entered the spherical capsule with Lin Yi. Once they stood firmly inside, the mechanical components of the capsule retracted, enveloping them completely. From the outside, the iron sphere exuded a sense of advanced technology. However, Lin Yi was astonished to discover that from the inside, the material was translucent, as if he were standing upon a void. What kind of technology is this? Beep. A soft electronic sound followed, and Lin Yi finally understood why Li Yuanjing had inquired about his fear of heights. For in the next moment, he felt the capsule launch with an alarming acceleration. In the blink of an eye, he realized he was already several kilometers above the ground, with even the tallest buildings in the imperial capital beneath him. The altitude escalated rapidly, and the speed continued to increase. Fortunately, Lin Yi was not excessively afraid of heights, especially after acquiring the skill known as gale wings. He had flown several times, and was now considerably less fearful of plummeting to his demise, as he observed the bustling capital city of the empire shrink rapidly beneath him. It was not long before they ascended above the clouds. The urban landscape below was completely obscured from view. Was the Shenxiao Academy truly suspended in the sky? Lin Yi gazed upward into the heavens. Upon reaching the stratosphere, the atmosphere was clear and unclouded, allowing him to glimpse a shadow beside the sun. The silhouette resembled a colossal ship. Lin Yi felt that the ascent speed of the flying cabin was nearly surpassing the second cosmic velocity, and the shadow in the sky continued to expand. When Lin Yi finally discerned its full form, he was utterly astonished. It was indeed an extraordinarily immense flying object. The material used for the underside of this craft bore a striking resemblance to that of their flying cabin, deep gray tinged with a hint of blue, and remarkably sturdy. However, as they soared above the flying object, Lin Yi was taken aback to discover that the structure below was likely the foundation of this aerial mothership. Above it, there lay a scene reminiscent of a paradise on Earth. The first sight to capture his attention was the towering green mountains at the rear of the mothership. The distant peaks were shrouded in mist, and a waterfall cascaded down from a cliff. Lin Yi's gaze sharpened as he thought he glimpsed an extraordinarily massive creature's body within the mountain mist. The body was covered in large scales, predominantly of bluish-gray hue, but it vanished in an instant, swallowed by the fog. On the plains beneath the mountains, the landscape was lush and picturesque, dotted with numerous buildings. Near the entrance that was closest to him, Lin Yi spotted 2 grand characters, Shenxiao. He had never imagined that the Shenxiao Academy would be established atop such a gigantic aerial mothership. More strikingly, the structure above the mothership was not merely a cabin, but appeared to be a portion of the blue star's surface, meticulously relocated and recreated. It was breathtaking. How awe-inspiring. I was equally astonished the first time I beheld the Shenxiao Academy. This is the masterpiece of the previous principal of Shenxiao, who also happens to be the third war god of our great Xia. He named this mothership Zixiao Tianting, which is one of the origins of Shenxiao Academy's name. Lin Yi surveyed his surroundings. He realized that Shenxiao's position was not merely elevated. Looking upward, he could even see the dark, desolate expanse of the cosmos. Below, the blue star was now visible as a spherical entity. Let us proceed to report, he said, as the flying cabin landed and the door opened. Lin Yi and Li Yuanhao stepped out, entering the Shenxiao Academy. Initially, Lin Yi had been concerned that the altitude of Shenxiao would make breathing difficult. However, upon crossing the threshold of the academy, he discovered that his worries were unfounded. Above the entire Shenxiao campus, there existed a spherical barrier that ensured the atmosphere within remained contained, preventing it from dissipating into outer space. The foundation below also likely possessed an appropriate air purification and filtration system. Greetings, I have come to assist the newcomers with their registration. May I be granted passage? With a smile, Li Yuanjing addressed the gatekeeper stationed at the entrance of the academy. Lin Yi merely cast a fleeting glance at the gatekeeper, his heart filled with astonishment. Good heavens, even the sentinel guarding the gates of Shenxiao is already a 6th-tier professional? The gatekeeper turned his gaze towards Lin Yi and inquired, "Your admission notice, please." Li Yuanjing promptly produced Lin Yi's admission notice and handed it to the elder. After a thorough verification, the gatekeeper opened the gate, offering a word of advice. As a new student, your first task is to complete your assessment. The registration office is located in the building ahead. Your pertinent information should already be recorded in the Xinxiao system. However, without an assessment, your accommodation and daily resource allocation remain undetermined. You have arrived rather late. A batch of new students, similar to yourselves, has already commenced their assessments within. You must hurry. If you miss this group, you will have to wait until tomorrow for your assessment, and you might find yourself without shelter. Chapter 90. Challenge the 4th tier. Is this lad too audacious? Without an assessment, one might end up on the streets. Aren't there student dormitories scattered about? Lin Yi began to appreciate the unique character of Xinxiao. After expressing gratitude to the gatekeeper, Li Yuanjing guided Lin Yi toward the nearby egg-shaped structure. Meanwhile, he patiently elucidated, at Xinxiao Academy, 2 elements are paramount for a student. The first is credits, akin to the merits you have already accrued in the Great Xia, which can be exchanged for numerous valuable items in the Academy's treasury. Moreover, without sufficient credits, graduation from Xinxiao becomes unattainable. Over the span of more than a decade since entering Xinxiao, there are still students who remain unable to graduate due to insufficient credits. The second crucial element is the assessment. The higher your assessment, the better your accommodation will be, and your life at Xinxiao will become increasingly free and comfortable. Additionally, your assessment impacts the resources available for your growth. To illustrate with an example you are most familiar with, consider the breakthrough magic crystals. As long as you achieve a tier above the threshold at Xinxiao, you will receive one of these daily. Furthermore, the exclusive dungeons you access upon entering Xinxiao will yield varying enhancements depending on your assessment level. Certain dungeons require a corresponding assessment to even gain entry. In truth, while Li Yuanjing was explaining, Lin Yi had already deduced the assessment system with remarkable accuracy. Such systems are ubiquitous in his past life. In essence, it boils down to this. Those with higher assessments enjoy the privileges of this world, while those with lower assessments are relegated to serving the higher-tier individuals. It is as simple as that. As Li Yuanjing led Lin Yi into the vast interior of the monumental building, upon entry, Lin Yi was greeted by an overwhelming cacophony of cheers and shouts. At first glance, this hardly resembled a registration area of a university. Rather, it bore the semblance of an arena. Surrounding them were tiered seating arrangements filled with spectators, while the arena itself was divided into dozens of platforms, both large and small. Directly in front of the main stage, a colossal spirit crystal projection screen loomed. Above, a riveting battle from one of the arena contests is being showcased. A warrior profession is engaged in an intense duel with a knight profession. Clad in resplendent silver armor and wielding a colossal axe, the warrior's every strike exudes an aura of formidable power. Meanwhile, the knight, mounted on a steed and brandishing a lance, employs extraordinary skill to maneuver and charge within the relatively confined arena. The clash of blades is a spectacular display of skill and tenacity, with both combatants exchanging blows in a fervent struggle. Lin Yi notices the information about the 2 combatants displayed on either side of the large screen. Yu Jingqing, grade 2, level 125, class change, 4th transition, department, Qiyu, firepower sequence, days since enrollment, 769, mission experience, level 164, level 369, level 441, level 87, level 3, rating, level, ranking, 3,742. This warrior with the giant axe has already undergone his 4th class change, despite only being a second-year student. In that moment, Lin Yi gains insight into the overall strength of the students at Xinxiao. A 4th transition professional, in many guilds outside, could easily be regarded as a formidable figure, yet here, he ranks over 3,000. Hey, you over there, new student. Yes, you. Are you here for registration? Hurry up, the ranking match is about to begin. Just as Lin Yi was engrossed in the match, he heard a voice calling out. And upon looking in the direction of the sound, he realized it was directed at him. Go on, give it your all. Li Yuanjing cheerfully patted Lin Yi on the back before climbing the stairs to the spectator stands to observe Lin Yi's ranking process. Which school did you transfer from? Asked a middle-aged man in charge of registration, scrutinizing Lin Yi with a piercing gaze. Sir, I'm not quite sure what you mean, Lin Yi replied, perplexed by the inquiry. I'm asking where you transferred from. Don't you even know your own school? The middle-aged instructor displayed an impatient demeanor, a hint of irritation lacing his words. However, the next moment, as he scanned Lin Yi's professional crystal card through the reader, the information that popped up left him utterly astonished. You are Lin Yi. My apologies for my earlier rudeness. You are indeed exceptional. Having just completed the college entrance examination this year. It's fine, Lin Yi replied, shaking his head, not taking offense. He understood the instructor's earlier query. For Xinxiao? The so-called new students are all super elites from various prestigious academies across the nation. He was indeed a rare exception among them. All right, your registration is complete. You may enter. Oh, I was so hasty. I forgot to explain the specific rules to you. Just as Lin Yi was about to leave, he was called back. He had previously wondered if the instructor should have informed him about the rules of the ranking event. Here is the situation, Lin Yi. You are about to participate in the new student ranking competition, which consists of 3 battles in total. In the initial 2 battles, you will enter a unique illusory realm. In the first encounter, you shall engage in combat with a monster. The second battle will see the illusion system randomly select a student from our esteemed Shunxiao Academy based on your performance in the first round, generating a simulacrum for an 11-round duel against you. Should you triumph in this second contest, the third battle will take place on the grand stage of our Shunxiao arena. You will then have the opportunity to select a student of your preferred rank and position for another 11-round duel. If you emerge victorious, you shall supplant their current ranking and position. Do you comprehend? Lin Yi nodded, then stepped into the arena. The middle-aged instructor exhaled a sigh of relief. It was fortunate he had apologized in time. Otherwise, he might have offended a superlative freshman, one so extraordinary that the higher echelons of the academy would break a century-old rule to admit him. Upon exiting the registration area, the instructor gazed at the colossal screen in the arena, his expression turning to one of astonishment. The screen displayed none other than the freshman, Lin Yi, who had just been sent to the ranking matches for his initial 2 battles. What? He raised his hand to check his watch. How long had it been? 1 minute? Had this lad bypassed the first 2 rounds so effortlessly? Yet, why was the arena's director focusing on him? Who had he chosen as his opponent? As disbelief washed over him, Lin Yi's opponent's details materialized on the right side of the screen. Lin Yi Jingqing. What? A second tier battling a 4th tier? Was this lad not a tad too audacious? In the audience, Li Yuanjing was equally astonished to see Lin Yi's handsome visage grace the arena's big screen. How could it be so swift? The initial 2 rounds of the ranking matches were not supposed to be so quick. Suddenly, it made sense to him. The characters in the first 2 rounds were merely virtual monsters and practitioners conjured by the illusory realm. For Lin Yi to dominate them was exceedingly simple. Most importantly, after conversing with Meng Yuanzhou, Lin Yi's mindset had become less cautious, since the fact that he had mastered 7th tier spells was already exposed. There was no need for further concealment. However, Meng Yuanzhou had advised him to be restrained, suggesting he avoid using 8th tier and forbidden spells unless absolutely necessary. Esteemed students of Shunxiao Academy, good morning, good afternoon, and good evening. Welcome to the Shunxiao Arena. I am your most beloved host, Shueliang. A resounding and spirited voice echoed throughout the arena. Concurrently, the platform where Lin Yi stood swiftly repositioned to the very center of the grand stage. Having witnessed the breathtaking technology of the Shunxiao mothership, Lin Yi had grown accustomed to such spectacles. Perhaps it was due to the impending commencement of our academy's most challenging and exceedingly rare Level 0 Abyss dungeon. Today, we welcome the first cohort of formidable new students to our academy. Among them, the standout is undoubtedly this student, Lin Yi. He shattered the historical record that had stood for 176 years at our esteemed institution, becoming the 5th student to gain admission through special recommendation. Simultaneously, in the recently concluded National College Entrance Examination, Lin Yi achieved a remarkable feat by scoring a perfect total of 5 million points, emerging as an ultimate dark horse. This rising star has, today, swiftly navigated through the initial 2 rounds of the ranking matches at a record-breaking pace. In the final round of the ranking match, he opted for the highest-ranked competitor available to him, a formidable second-year student from Chiyu Academy, Yu Jingqing, having recently triumphed in a rank-altering duel against Wu Yang. Yu Jingqing has seen his standing soar by 79 positions. At this moment, he is brimming with fighting spirit and momentum. The question remains, will our legendary newcomer Lin Yi, who has only just enrolled, manage to achieve an unprecedented ascent through 3 ranking matches directly to the next level? Or will Yu Jingqing be able to vanquish this super rookie and claim all of his new student resources? The answer shall be revealed shortly. Both combatants, prepare yourselves. The host's voice ignited the atmosphere in the arena. While some diligent scholars were engaged in external missions, many students remained on campus. Even those not participating in the battle found great amusement in witnessing the competitions. However, today is particularly special, as we bear witness to a newcomer daring to challenge a seasoned second-year student. Thud, thud, the sound of heavy footsteps echoed. Lin Yi observed a towering figure approaching across the arena, nearly 2 meters tall, clad in battle armor, with muscles rippling like a berserker from Norse mythology. Yu Jingqing planted his 2 massive axes into the hard arena floor and revealed a sinister grin. What gives you the audacity to challenge me? Is it the title of national champion? I was once second in the nation too, in Shunxiao, who isn't among the top 10 in the country. His words ignited the atmosphere within the arena. Lin Yi could hear the audience erupting in laughter. The spectators seemed indifferent to the prestigious titles of national champion and runner-up, dismissing them as relatively inconsequential. As Yu Jingqing pointed out, those who enter Shunxiao are all exceptional, regardless of their accolades. Champions and runners-up are plentiful at this foremost academy of the Great Xia. You've regrettably arrived too late, Junior. Your new student resource package shall be mine. Yu Jingqing proclaimed as he withdrew his axes, pointing them directly at Lin Yi. Concurrently, a countdown appeared on the large screen. Once the countdown concluded, the battle would commence. Lin Yi was already aware of the rules regarding the new student resource package and the rank challenge from the earlier rounds. Firstly, the new student resource package is a privilege afforded to every newcomer at Xinxiao, the first and only complimentary benefit they receive. It contains 5 special dungeon entry scrolls, which require a ranking above level to access, alongside growth resources such as breakthrough magic crystals and attribute magic crystals. The positional challenge presents a dilemma for those in elevated ranks. Should there be no advantage, engaging in combat with those of lower status would only lead to their detriment, as they would bear the risk of defeat. Therefore, the regulations of Xinxiao dictate that upon a successful positional challenge by a lower-ranked individual, upon ascending to a higher rank, they would accumulate a mandatory battle count. As long as one possesses a mandatory battle count, they must accept any challenge initiated by a lower-ranked contender. Recently, Yu Jingxing triumphed over a formidable adversary he had studied extensively, successfully completing his positional challenge. This is why he appears on Lin Yi's list of potential challengers, as he is bound to accept combat. Conversely, Xinxiao also stipulates that should a lower-ranked challenger fail, not only would the higher-ranked individual's mandatory battle count be removed, but the daily resource allocation afforded to the lower-ranked would be proportionately transferred to the higher-ranked. This dual risk for both parties ensures that victors reap rewards, thereby sustaining the entire rating and positional challenge system to this day. 3, 2, 1. The battle commences. As the countdown hits 0, the bell signaling the start of combat resonates around the arena. In the next instant, Yu Jingxing, wielding dual axes, leaps high into the air, descending with the force of a collapsing mountain towards Lin Yi's position. Berserker skill, Mountain Splitter. Contrary to the common perception that warriors are short and cumbersome, Yu Jingxing's speed is remarkably swift. Lin Yi had previously noted this during Yu's encounter with a knight. As a melee fighter clad in heavy armor, his mobility skills are numerous. In addition to this aerial strike, he possesses charges and furious dashes. A warrior against a mage. Once a warrior closes the distance, the mage is left with little recourse. The majority of spectators share this belief. They had hoped that Lin Yi, a new recruit specially summoned by Xinxiao, would provide a unique experience. However, it now seems that his combat experience is woefully lacking. This novice, accustomed only to theoretical examinations, cannot possibly compete with a second-year student who boasts extensive combat experience, having even flirted with death. Yet, just as everyone anticipated that Lin Yi would be crushed under the weight of that monumental strike, an unexpected occurrence unfolded. Ding! The sound of metal clashing resounded. A massive serpent, its eyes blood-red and its body encased in hard scales, abruptly materialized before Lin Yi, though nearly cleaved in two by Yu Jingxing's strike. The undead creature feels no pain. Shielded by the serpent's corporeal form, Lin Yi remained unscathed. It was time to deliver a small shock to Xinxiao Academy as a necromancer. Chapter 92. Instantaneous defeat of the fourth transition. The stunning effect of chain corpse explosions. As the first serpent was summoned from the realm of the undead, a second, a third, and eventually 100th serpent followed. The arena was soon nearly filled with Lin Yi's summoned entities. Previously, during the Noah ruins, having acquired the core module of the arc reactor, Lu Yu commanded the authority over all beasts within the ruins. Coupled with Xia Yuyan's domain of severance, an automatic and indiscriminate assault ensued. Lin Yi understood that even unleashing the creatures from the necromantic space under his control would prove futile. Thus, in the final confrontation, he opted to take matters into his own hands. However, now faced with Yu Jingxing, Lin Yi deemed such intervention unnecessary. The more than 300 creatures from the necromantic realm were now at his disposal. Regrettably, the arena was rather confined. Just over 100 formidable entities had already filled the stage to capacity. Unlike summoning, transferring entities from the necromantic space was instantaneous. For the spectators, it merely appeared as though a fleeting shadow had passed, and suddenly, over 100 grotesque undead creatures materialized. It seemed as if Yu Jingxing had unleashed a calamity with a single stroke. Is this newcomer a summoner? No, if you glance at the large screen. His profession is that of a mage, presumably specializing in the necromantic arts. Astonishing. This is the first time I have witnessed such a multitude of necromantic summons. It's utterly revolting. Some spectators were even taken aback, their eyes wide in disbelief. The ability to summon and control such terrifying necromantic entities simultaneously is no wonder he dares to challenge a second-year student. In the audience, numerous students from Xinxiao, varying in strength, engaged in animated discussions. They were unaware of Lin Yi's performance in the previous examinations. Yet, based solely on this display, they acknowledged that Lin Yi possessed undeniable skill. However, their admiration was limited. From their perspective, the gap between second and fourth transition was not something that a prodigious talent could easily bridge. Within the arena, Yu Jingxing, surrounded by countless undead creatures, quickly regained his composure after the initial shock. In Xinxiao's positional battles, aside from evident cheating, no restrictions were placed on any items or equipment. At that moment, Yu Jingxing donned a suit of warrior plate armor, and with his fourth transition base attributes, his defense was formidable. Even while besieged by such a multitude of Lord-level and even Overlord-level monsters, he scarcely lost any health. Lin Yi noted this as well. It appeared that while the creatures from the Noah ruins held significant rank, they ultimately fell within the level range of 60 to 80. In contrast, facing Yu Jingqing, who was over level 120, they were severely outmatched. No wonder a mage like you dares to challenge me. If your summoned creatures were not so weak, I might indeed find myself in a predicament. But now, this will allow me to indulge in the thrill of combat. Yu Jingqing licked his lips. In the next moment, he let out a furious roar. An invisible sound wave emanated from him, expanding outward. Roar. Warrior skill. Demoralizing roar. All creatures struck by this wave would suffer a reduction in movement and attack speed. Against weaker foes, they would even succumb to a state of fear, rendered immobile. Unfortunately, Lin Yi's necromantic summons were inherently immune to fear. Moreover, his mobility was significantly diminished. Yet it sufficed. Subsequently, a crimson light flickered in Yu Jingqing's eyes. His already robust physique swelled once more, enveloped in a sanguine glow. Skill. Indomitable will. This was a status-type ability that, upon activation, would continuously drain his own health. However, simultaneously, it granted him a state of invulnerability. Most individuals and creatures, when subjected to attacks, would experience a momentary stiffness. This brief incapacitation, under certain circumstances, could even interrupt skills. Yet, some classes and formidable monsters possessed skills that granted them invulnerability. Once in this state, they could completely disregard any form of immobilization. Some even enjoyed a reduction in control effects. As his state was enhanced, Yu Jingqing grasped 2 battle axes and began to whirl them with astonishing speed. Razor-sharp edges sliced through the air, blood splattering everywhere. Instantly, the dozen or so undead creatures encircling him were cleaved apart by the colossal axes and the fierce, swirling winds. Ha ha ha. Kid, you should consider yourself unfortunate for encountering me. With each of your summoned creatures I slay, I grow stronger. I am grateful for the state you've provided me. Lin Yi's gaze darkened slightly. Utilizing the eye of omniscience, he comprehended why Yu Jingqing proclaimed such words. At this moment, a buff named Killing Frenzy appeared upon him. Killing Frenzy. Upon slaying a target, your attack power, movement speed, defense, and maximum health are increased by 5. This effect can stack up to 200 and lasts until the battle concludes. Simultaneously, Lin Yi discovered that Yu Jingqing's Berserker passive skill had also accumulated. Burning Bridges. For every 100 points of health lost, your attack speed and damage reduction increase by 1. This effect reaches its maximum when your health drops to 20. In the span of mere seconds, under the relentless carnage of Whirlwind Slash, Yu Jingqing's state reached unprecedented horror. His health surged to nearly 1 million. Other attributes more than doubled. Now, he even required no displacement skills. The speed of his Whirlwind Slash was utterly terrifying. The most troublesome aspect was the damage reduction effect. Upon activating Indomitable Will, his health continued to dwindle, and he still bore over 40 points of enforced damage reduction. If Lin Yi's summoned creatures had previously been able to inflict some harm upon him, now they were rendered utterly ineffective. So young. Never bestow a berserker with easy prey. This is precisely why berserkers are revered as the gods of numerous minor monster dungeons. Once they accumulate their states, no one can vanquish them. In the audience, countless individuals had already sentenced Lin Yi to death. For at this moment, Yu Jingqing had undeniably entered a state of absolute supremacy. Once he eradicated these undead creatures, dealing with a mage unprotected by summons would be a brutally grim spectacle, too horrific to contemplate. Over 100 undead summons were completely obliterated within a span of mere seconds. Yu Jingqing stood amidst a pile of monster corpses, drenched in blood, resembling a god of war. Now it is your turn. Yu Jingqing roared, his eyes filled with a crimson haze of fury. There was no turning back now. In the next moment, he prepared to unleash a flurry of vicious strikes upon Lin Yi, relying on his remarkable speed. However, he was met with Lin Yi's unwaveringly calm expression. You truly know how to choose your location, he thought, realizing Lin Yi stood right in the center. In the blink of an eye, before Yu Jingqing could react, a terrifying explosion reverberated through the air. Boom! A monstrous corpse at his feet suddenly detonated, showering him with a spray of blood and putrid liquid, momentarily halting his advance. Then, bang, 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 bang. It was as if firecrackers were being set off around him. The surrounding corpses triggered a chain reaction, erupting one after another. Hundreds of bodies exploded in unison, causing the very ground of the Shenshao arena to tremble violently. On the large screen, the status bar indicating Yu Jingqing's health was emptied at lightning speed. What did it matter if he had millions of health points and significant damage reduction? Instant annihilation. Chapter 93. The most powerful newcomer in Shenshao history. Outside the arena, 5 figures approached. Their ages indicated they were not students, but rather appeared to be instructors. Has it ended? Why is it so silent inside? The eldest among them, clad in a purple robe adorned with golden lightning patterns, expressed his suspicion. I told you all to hurry. Why the delay? Who won? Did that special recruit emerge victorious? By the way, I didn't even catch what class he belongs to or what skills he possesses. If I had known, I would have come directly without waiting for you. Is there a recording? It would be such a pity to miss this. Beside the purple-robed elder stood a young man in a black trench coat whose demeanor was the most peculiar of the group. Not only did he sport a shock of yellow hair, but he also twirled a handgun in a showy manner. In just a few seconds, he had blurted out 7 or 8 sentences, clearly the ultimate chatterbox. Be quiet. The voice belonged to a figure draped in black, their face obscured by a menacing mask. The voice was notably muffled, making it impossible to discern their gender based solely on appearance and vocal traits. In stark contrast to the loquacious youth, this masked individual had not uttered a word throughout their journey, except to admonish the yellow-haired chatterbox to silence himself. Following closely behind were 2 more individuals. One was a stout figure, barely 5 feet tall, with a beard that nearly touched the ground. The other was tall and elegant, clad in a pristine white robe, their proud demeanor nearly overflowing, with a countenance that could leave anyone in awe. As the 5 entered the arena, they were greeted by the sight of the central platform, where a series of corpse explosions unfolded before them. The necromantic 7th tier skill, when triggered with only 1 corpse, caused damage that was, in fact, inferior to that of a 5th tier fire skill. It could be described as a disgrace for a 7th tier ability. Once the number of corpses exceeds 10, the damage inflicted becomes comparable to that of the 7th tier fire type dragon breath. Presently, over 100 monstrous carcasses have been set off in a chain reaction. The resulting explosion is nothing short of a nuclear detonation. At the center of the arena, a mushroom cloud formed from necromantic dark energy rises ominously. From the very beginning of the battle, Lin Yi understood that he might not win this match using the monster wave strategy. His initial intention was merely to test the potency of this 7th tier necromantic skill. He never anticipated it would be so extraordinarily powerful. At the epicenter of the nuclear explosion, Lin Yi could distinctly hear the heart-wrenching screams of his opponent, a second-year berserker senior. The pain. Excruciating pain. It pierced to the very core. His millions of health points were depleted in an instant, dropping to a mere 1. If one were to slow down time, they would realize that shortly after the nuclear explosion commenced, Yu Jingqing's health had already been entirely drained. At this moment, it would not be an exaggeration to say he owed Lin Yi numerous health potions, had it not been for the protective barrier enveloping the arena, which mitigated a significant portion of the damage. He too would have become a part of this gruesome explosion feast. Lin Yi also engaged in self-reflection. Indeed, he could have unleashed the corpse explosion technique much earlier. Particularly, he could have taken active control of the health points of these undead creatures. By arranging their health in a stepped format, allowing for slight variances, he could then relinquish control, rendering them neutral beings. Subsequently, by employing the corpse explosion technique on one of the corpses, the explosion from the first body would annihilate the severely weakened monsters, transforming them into new corpses. Then, a cascading chain reaction would ensue, creating a textbook example of desecration. Yes, this technique can indeed be applied in future battles. Lin Yi fully grasped the intricate synergy among the various skills of the necromantic domain, discovering such a wondrous chemical reaction. As the black smoke from the nuclear explosion dissipated, Lin Yi stood unscathed upon the stage. Meanwhile, the once arrogant Yu Jingqing lay on the ground, rolling his eyes, his body still twitching uncontrollably. Unbelievable. Our strongest freshman has truly triumphed over a second-year senior of a higher rank. I hereby declare Lin Yi as the victor of this battle. He has also completed his ranking match. The final ranking result is an impressive 2,678. This Lin Yi has shattered the highest record since the founding of our academy. He is heralded as the strongest freshman in the history of our institution. Following the completion of his ranking match, he has ascended to a mid-tier level. Let us give him a resounding round of applause. After the host, Shueliang, delivered an impassioned commentary, the entire arena erupted into applause. Even those who had doubted Lin Yi before the match could not deny the undeniable outcome. Standing in the arena was Lin Yi, while the fallen was Yu Jingqing. This freshman is truly something to behold. The necromancer class is indeed a rare profession, but who could have anticipated its formidable strength? Did you all observe that tremendous explosion? What skill was that? Aren't necromancer abilities typically limited to summoning various underworld entities to do battle? How could there exist such a powerful area of effect skill? This individual must be taken seriously. The conventional strategy against summoners is to eliminate their summoned minions first. Without these minions, they become akin to ferocious beasts stripped of their claws and fangs, ultimately vulnerable to defeat. However, it appears that even if you destroy his summoned creatures, he seems capable of repurposing the fallen minions, which complicates matters significantly. In the audience, countless spectators engaged in fervent discussions. At that moment, the 5 figures entering the arena were also noticed by the attentive director. In the next instant, a multitude of spotlight beams illuminated them. The host, Shueliang, exclaimed in astonishment, "Today is indeed a day to remember. A thrilling battle has attracted the presence of the deans from the 5 great academies of Xinjiao. Let us extend them a warm welcome." Under the spotlight, the 5 deans made their grand entrance. A young man with golden hair dramatically tossed his trench coat, turning his back to the crowd and striking what he believed to be an impressive pose. How embarrassing. Why does our dean seem so juvenile? What do you know? This is called style. When you reach the depth of character that Dean Huang possesses, you may truly become a core member of our Hui Academy. In the audience, most had already been assigned to their respective academies, and their reactions upon seeing their dean varied widely. The only ones feeling embarrassed were the archers from Hui Academy. The elderly man in purple robes, leading the group of 5, looked at Lin Yi and chuckled while stroking his beard. Indeed. I witnessed your performance in the 5th round of examinations. I did not expect you to master even the 7th tier spells of necromancy. Since our Vice Principal Yang has extended you a special admission opportunity, I, representing the Dean of Fushi Academy, would also like to offer you a special admission. What do you say, Lin Yi? Are you willing to join us at Fushi Academy? Chapter 94. The 5 mentors turn towards you. Lin Yi, I choose the grand opportunity. My goodness. Dean Xiao of Fushi Academy has extended an invitation to our strongest freshman in history. The host, Shueliang, let out a scream. In the next moment, the expressions of the students in the audience shifted dramatically. What? This can be a special admission too? This is breaking the rules. I spent over 2 months struggling just to pass the division selection when I enrolled. Why does he get to bypass it all upon arrival? How unfair. Lin Yi was momentarily taken aback. What does this mean? However, judging from the reactions of others in the audience, it seemed he had received some sort of privilege that others had not. Dean Xiao, your invitation is so sudden that it has left him somewhat bewildered. Although it is only natural for a mage to join Fushi Academy, I must admit I am intrigued by him as well. A soft yet infinitely alluring voice echoed through the arena. Draped in a flowing white robe, a woman with long, graceful legs spoke, revealing an ethereal presence. Suddenly, a pair of wings, shimmering with celestial light, unfurled behind her. With a gentle flutter, she ascended into the air, gracefully descending onto an empty seat among the audience. Her gaze fixed curiously upon Lin Yi. Hey, Sister Ruashi, why did you say what I was about to say? The youthful voice exclaimed. I should have been the second to extend an invitation. Young man, would you consider joining our Hui Academy? I have high hopes for you. How about I personally teach you? Who says a mage cannot wield a gun? Infusing magic into bullets is an exceptionally brilliant idea, isn't it? I assure you, you'll reach the next rating in no time. The blonde-haired youth spoke in rapid succession, his excitement palpable. Silence. The cloaked figure interjected, clearly exasperated by the incessant chatter beside him. After casting a silencing spell on the blonde, he turned his masked gaze towards Lin Yi. You come to my academy. You would be a perfect fit. Upon hearing this, the stocky, mustachioed man standing next to him raised his hands in a gesture of surrender. Kid, the one you just defeated was from my Chiyu Academy. I also intended to invite you, but you are a mage. I have always despised mages who merely play it safe and keep their distance, like a cowardly kite. So forget it. As soon as the mustachioed man spoke, the head of the Fushi Academy frowned. That's called strategy. What you refer to as cowardice, old Chin. Perhaps you should remain silent if you have nothing constructive to say. The mustachioed man glared back, his anger palpable. Xiao, do you dare to compare skills with me? Haven't you lost enough already? Seeking more punishment? Indeed, mages and warriors were natural adversaries. Mages perceived warriors as short-legged brutes, easily subdued from a distance, while warriors viewed mages as timid souls who would succumb to a flurry of blows if ever approached. Their mutual disdain was evident. Regardless, for academy heads had already invited Lin Yi to join their ranks, inciting envy among others. Li Yuanjing, observing this spectacle from the audience, was left utterly astounded. He had anticipated Lin Yi's division would be effortless, but he never imagined it would be this seamless, being simultaneously invited by 4 esteemed academies. Strictly speaking, it could even be said that all 5 academies had expressed interest in Lin Yi. Esteemed heads, I have just arrived at Xinxiao today. I am unaware of the advantages your academies offer or how they might benefit me, Lin Yi candidly stated. Li Yuanjing nearly burst into laughter upon hearing this. He recognized that the young man was refreshingly straightforward, showing no inclination to dance around the topic, immediately addressing the benefits. Lin Yi's remark left the academy heads momentarily speechless. However, the blonde-haired youth was the first to regain his composure and quickly replied, My apologies for not introducing myself. I am Huang Xiaodian, the head of the archery department at Hui Academy. The strength of our academy lies in our abundant and superior equipment. If you do not believe me, simply inquire among our peers. Our consumption of firearms, ammunition, and arrows is unparalleled. The head of the logistics department at the Divine Sky Equipment is a close friend of mine. Should you join us at the Hui Academy, I shall bestow upon you a set of radiant-grade equipment as a gift. Upon finishing his statement, the previously silent figure cloaked in black merely responded with 2 words, likewise. The elder in purple shook his head and addressed Lin Yi. This taciturn dean, who shares a lineage with you, is named Lin Qi, the head of the assassin department at the Candle 9 Academy. I am Xiao Yunshang, as you can see, the head of the mage department at the Fushi Academy. Joining the Fushi Academy is undoubtedly the most suitable choice for you, and I am more than willing to dedicate some of my time each week to personally guide you through dungeons and provide professional instruction in the mage profession. Finally, it was the turn of the lady in white. I am Lan Ruashi, the head of the priest department at the Manhwa Academy. As for the advantages and benefits of joining our academy, let me think. After a brief contemplation, she shook her head. In terms of compatibility, the priest and mage disciplines have some relevance, albeit limited. However, the benefits I can offer are quite evident. With that, a staff adorned with white holy crystals materialized in her hand. Lin Yi observed as she did not utter a single incantation. The arena resonated with the harmonious melody of angels singing in unison. Above the arena, clouds of auspiciousness appeared, and from within them, a beam of golden light descended, encircling Lin Yi with several feathers. In the next moment, Lin Yi realized he had received a beneficial effect. Divine Hymn increases all skill points gained by 10 and all experience points gained by 10, lasting for 24 hours. Lin Yi was astonished. Wow. A dual enhancement of skill points and experience points. Such a skill is coveted by all practitioners. Unbeknownst to Lin Yi, the priest discipline indeed possesses such effects that facilitate rapid growth for other practitioners. However, the cost of casting such spells is exorbitant, requiring substantial rare resources. And the skill itself is of the 7th tier. Most priests are simply incapable of wielding it. I can provide you with this every day. Lan Ruashi, seated in the audience, donned a close-fitting white priestly robe that accentuated her stunning figure, coupled with her soft and dignified voice. She effortlessly uttered the astonishing promise of daily blessings. Instantly, the audience was left in awe. Ah, I too desire the blessings of Sister Ruashi. How envious. To receive Sister Ruashi's favor every day? An increase of 10 in skill points and experience points. How can I bear it? Witnessing this scene, Xiao Yunsheng, who had initially felt assured of victory, was suddenly overwhelmed by a sense of foreboding. Soon enough, his ominous feeling materialized into reality. I choose the Manhwa Academy. It was a jest, 4 options presented themselves. 1 chatterbox, 1 socially anxious individual, and an elderly gentleman. In the end, he found himself with a splendid and voluptuous lady who could enhance his abilities daily. Lin Yi simply could not find a reason to refuse. Chapter 95. Receiving supplies and allocating residences, envying others. Upon hearing Lin Yi's final decision, Xiao Yunsheng cast a resentful glance at Lan Ruashi. When Lan Ruashi, at the cost of considerable precious materials, declared that she would bestow upon Lin Yi a daily blessing of divine praise, he realized that he had lost that day. Their Fushi Academy had lost an exceptional mage candidate. To be frank, for someone like Lin Yi, a genius who specialized in multiple elements and had elevated them to high tiers, Xiao Yunsheng would have willingly expended resources on him. The energy and effort he would invest would likely rival that of Lan Ruashi. However, he could not provide the accelerated experience and skill point acquisition that Lin Yi needed. In the entirety of Shenzhou, only the Manhwa Academy offered such exclusive benefits. Reflecting on this, Xiao Yunsheng shook his head and addressed Lin Yi. Classmate Lin Yi, I deeply regret that you did not choose Fushi Academy in the end. However, our academy never turns away those who seek magical knowledge. During your time at Shenzhou, should you wish, you are always welcome to audit any of our courses. If you have any uncertainties regarding magic, feel free to approach me. With that, Xiao Yunsheng departed gracefully. Yet, his words of regard for Lin Yi astonished all the spectators in attendance. Is this the treatment afforded to the strongest freshman in history? The notion that Fushi Academy does not exclude outsiders is merely a saying. Aside from Lin Yi, dare anyone from Chiyu Academy attempt to audit classes? They would be met with dire consequences. Once Xiao Yunsheng exited, the deans of other academies followed suit, leaving only Lan Ruashi behind. Welcome to our Manhwa Academy. Should your blessing status fade, do not hesitate to seek me out, and I shall renew it for you. At this moment, Lan Ruashi slightly tilted her head and addressed one of the senior female students seated behind her. Xiaoling, please assist classmate Lin Yi with his enrollment procedures. By the way, it seems there are a few vacant villas in our residential area. Help him select one and arrange for it to be cleaned. Upon hearing Lan Ruashi's words, Lin Yi immediately felt the envious gazes of countless students from Shenzhou Academy directed at him. A single villa apartment. This was a housing condition reserved for students who had reached level A or above. Those at levels B and below were typically confined to communal dormitories. The student called upon by Lan Ruashi was a girl, Nangong Ling, who had been daydreaming, suddenly snapped back to reality upon being addressed by the dean. Thanks to a gentle nudge from her close friend. Ah, understood. Lin Yi turned to Nangong Ling. This senior was tall. Her long black hair cascading like a waterfall down her back. Her long, proportionate legs were elegantly concealed beneath a layer of elastic white stockings. Although Lin Yi was not particularly a leg enthusiast, he could not help but marvel at her legs, imagining the delight of a year spent in their company. If Lan Ruashi exuded the aura of a mature seductress, Nangong Ling appeared to be a spirited girl who had just stepped out of an anime. Meanwhile, she had been observing Lin Yi for quite some time. This junior was undeniably handsome and possessed remarkable strength. In an instant, Nangong Ling's initial nervousness transformed into eager enthusiasm. As they exited the arena, she wore a warm smile and addressed Lin Yi. Hello, junior. My name is Nangong Ling. I am currently in my 3rd year. I've already arranged for the dormitory staff to clean your room, though it may take some time. Let me first take you to collect your new student benefits package and today's resources for your level assessment. After that, I'll guide you through the main educational facilities at our Shenxiao. Lin Yi replied, I will follow your arrangements, senior. With Ling leading the way and Lin Yi trailing behind, they blended into the crowd, attracting numerous gazes. This guy must be a flirt. Otherwise, why would he choose the Manhwa Academy, which is filled with girls? Ugh, here I am, still single after all this time. And he walks in only to be surrounded by so many beautiful women. Resigned to their fate, the students of Chiyu Academy muttered amongst themselves. Even the guard dogs at our dormitory are male and have been single for over a decade. Why do girls adore the mage so much? Do you want to know why they call him Grandpa? Such discussions echoed behind the pair as they made their way. Ling seemed accustomed to the attention and paid it no mind, while Lin Yi felt a sense of delight. So, the majority of Manhwa Academy was indeed composed of girls. This reminded him of his days in the art department at university, where there were also many girls. Much like the sports department next door, which likely mirrored the current situation at Chiyu Academy. As Lin Yi followed Ling, he gradually realized that Shenxiao was far more expansive than he had initially perceived. Previously, while aboard the aircraft, he had thought that Shenxiao was merely constructed on a colossal aerospace mothership, and thus its area could not be too vast. However, upon entering the campus, he discerned that the spatial proportions seemed somewhat skewed. He estimated that the area within Shenxiao was at least half the size of the imperial capital. Shenxiao is divided into 6 main regions, with Manhwa Academy occupying the northwestern campus, centrally located and encompassing the largest area, primarily featuring various functional and educational facilities. After half an hour of walking, they had yet to exit the central area of Shenxiao. Moments later, Ling pointed to a building ahead and said to Lin Yi, We have arrived. This is our academy's logistics building, and below it is the resource exchange center. Once you accumulate enough credits, you can come here to redeem resources. By the way, please hand me your practitioner magnetic card. Lin Yi retrieved his practitioner magnetic card from his personal space and handed it to Ling. She returned 2 cards to him, saying, I have already completed your registration. Your original practitioner magnetic card will have no use here at Shenxiao. This is your student card, which contains all your personal information. Additionally, this card can store both Great Summer Coins and Divine Sky credits. It is of utmost importance throughout any location in Divine Sky. So please do not lose it, as the process of reissuing it can be quite cumbersome. Lin Yi accepted his student card. Meanwhile, Ling accompanied Lin Yi to the logistics building's underground treasure circulation center. Upon reaching a window, Ling smiled at the teacher in charge, saying, Teacher Zhao, I have brought a new student to collect his freshman resource package. Soon, Lin Yi's freshman gift package was delivered into his hands. Here you go, Junior. This is your exclusive enrollment benefit package, which requires no expenditure of credits. Every new student at Divine Sky receives one. It includes the entry qualifications for 10 instances of the Sanctum's first layer, 10 breakthrough magic crystals, and 10 attribute magic crystals. Furthermore, regarding your daily welfare based on your level rating, you need not worry, as you now have your own private residence. Therefore, today supplies will be sent directly to your apartment. By the way, Junior, I heard that you have already obtained the qualification to participate in the Abyss Layer 0 instance. Your early arrival was indeed for this, correct? Chapter 96, A Desperate Sprint. Earn 1,000 credits in a single day. Upon hearing Ling mention the Abyss Layer 0, Lin Yi perked up. This was indeed the purpose of his early arrival. Now that you have completed your level assessment and achieved the level, you should be able to catch up. Ling began to help Lin Yi analyze the situation. In most cases of new students' enrollments, if one achieves only the level after the assessment, they are not qualified to compete in the special Abyss Layer 0 instance. If at the level, the hope is exceedingly slim, as the number of credits one can earn daily at this level is too limited, and the instances available for entry are far too few. Lin Yi, hearing this, quickly inquired, Senior Nangong, what exactly are the requirements to compete in this special Abyss Layer 0 instance? Ling replied, it's quite simple, really, there are 2 requirements. Firstly, you must have the qualification to participate in the Abyss Layer 0, and your rating must be above the level. Secondly, you need to spend 1,000 credits to register as soon as possible. The highest difficulty special Abyss Layer 0 instance is called Heart of the Swarm, which boasts the most challenging and rewarding experience discovered in the Abyss Layer 0 thus far on Blue Star. However, due to the uniqueness of this instance, there are only 200 spots available for entry each time it opens. At this point, Lin Yi noticed a sudden change in Ling's expression. She took out her phone and checked the time. Then, she exclaimed, No, I seem to have miscalculated the time. I initially thought you had 2 more days to prepare. However, I just glanced at the official announcement from the Academy regarding the Instant Sanctum, and it seems that the Heart of the Swarm is set to open earlier than expected. The original opening time was projected for a week later, but now it is anticipated to commence in 3 days. This means that registration will begin tomorrow morning at 8 a.m., which implies that you must earn 1,000 credits within today. How is this even possible? Lin Yi realized the gravity of the situation as well. Indeed, plans often succumb to unforeseen changes. I never anticipated that the originally allotted week would be compressed to a mere 3 days. Although I remain uncertain about the difficulty of acquiring credits, it is evident from Nan Gongling's demeanor that obtaining credits in Shanxiao is no simple feat, senior. How does one earn credits? Perhaps there is still a chance, Lin Yi suggested as Nan Gongling grasped his hand, leading him out of the logistics center and towards an undisclosed destination. Let us converse as we walk. There are primarily 3 avenues for acquiring credits. Firstly, there are the daily rating rewards, which include credits. The credits awarded daily range from 50 to 100, with higher rankings yielding greater amounts. However, it is improbable to amass 1,000 credits through this method alone. Next, there are tasks. Our Academy's task hall releases hundreds, if not thousands, of tasks daily, ranging from helping others find lost items to eliminating specific targets or addressing crisis situations in various locales across Great Xia. The variety of tasks is extensive, and the rewards increase with the difficulty of the task. However, most high-difficulty tasks have lengthy durations, making them unsuitable for your time constraints. Lastly, one can engage in dungeon runs. Each successful completion of a dungeon yields rewards of 20 to 50 credits, depending on the dungeon's difficulty. With your current ranking, the highest level dungeon you can access is the Sky Temple, which grants 25 credits per completion. You still have 10 opportunities to enter dungeons today, which would amount to over 500 credits. What shall we do? Nan Gongling furrowed her brow, clearly troubled for Lin Yi's predicament. After a moment's hesitation, she abruptly led Lin Yi to a secluded area and said, Junior, I will provide you with 500 credits now, but you must not disclose this to anyone. Once you have earned enough credits, you can repay me. From her tone, Lin Yi surmised the implications. Senior, if I am not mistaken, trading credits among peers is expressly prohibited at our academy, is it not? Nan Gongling's expression faltered momentarily before she nodded. Indeed, as this pertains to graduation and assessments, allowing credit transactions would equate to cheating. Yet, despite the overt prohibition, such transactions occur frequently in secrecy. Do not worry, Junior, as long as you remain silent. There should be no issues. Lin Yi shook his head. If discovered, there would surely be consequences, and credits are recorded in the spirit crystal system. If it were to be investigated, the evidence would be irrefutable. Senior Nan Gong, although we have only just met today, I genuinely appreciate your kindness. I cannot allow you to take such risks on my behalf. Let us contemplate other solutions. If all else fails, I would rather choose dungeons of slightly lower difficulty, or simply wait another 6 months. Lin Yi had not yet succumbed to the selfishness of risking another's well-being for his own gain. Moreover, if the situation were to come to light, he too would inevitably face repercussions. Very well, I admit I was too hasty. Indeed, if discovered, as a new student, you might even face expulsion. Goodness, how foolish of me. Lin Yi paid no heed to Nan Gongling's moment of embarrassment. Instead, he continued along the path of her earlier thoughts, saying, Senior, you mentioned that the third method of earning credits is through dungeon runs. Is there no other way to accumulate credits aside from clearing dungeons? For instance, can one refresh dungeon records? At Lin Yi's suggestion, Nan Gongling's eyes sparkled momentarily, only to dim again swiftly. It was indeed a brilliant idea, yet exceedingly challenging. Refreshing dungeon records could yield tenfold the credits compared to merely clearing the dungeon. Taking the Sky Temple as an example, if one were to refresh the clearance record, they could obtain 250 credits. However, breaking such records was no simple feat. The Sky Temple had existed for over a century, during which countless disciples of the divine realm had entered and cleared it, resulting in records that were nearly impossible to surpass. The entry level for this dungeon was capped at 60, and I cannot even invite my friends to join you as we tackle the dungeon together. Moreover, the enrollment for this semester at Manhwa Academy has yet to officially commence, and most potential teammates of your level are still enjoying their summer break. Sighing, Nan Gongling began to lament once more. Yet Lin Yi felt reassured. Since refreshing dungeon records offered credit rewards, this task could be managed. Senior, it's all right. I don't need a team. I can tackle it solo. Where is this Sky Temple dungeon you mentioned? I would like to give it a try.